Serve me, Bell, and shine.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Bell Became the Knight of the Freya Family movie. Before we start, please go support L1 Papri for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Bell is a male. Chapter 1. Credits for the series and characters go to Fujino Omori, creator of danmachi. Everything was quiet in the labyrinth city, people went about their daily tasks, adventurers entered the dungeon in search of adventures, everything was very normal. But that's not where we should be looking. Currently in the slums, you could see a group of men carrying a cart covered by a large sheet. The men walked silently towards their destination. Along the way they encountered Bose, a teenage but quite muscular man with a stoic look. She walked past the men without turning to look at them, but just as she was about to walk away from them, she heard a noise. Sniff, au.da sniff. Upon hearing this, Bose placed a hand on the cart and with his strength stopped it, causing the men to turn and look at him. Upon seeing who stopped them, the men tensed up, recognizing him as an Otter from the Freya family, a level 6. "What's in the car?" Otter asked them with his stoic and serious face. The subjects began to tremble and sweat ran down their faces. Not knowing what to do, they began to run away in terror. Otter did not even flinch at the men's escape. Turning to look at the cart, he removed the sheet, revealing several chained people. When people saw Otter, they thought he would do something to them, but they were greatly surprised to see Otter break all the chains. "You can leave." That was all Otter said to them, prompting the tearful people to begin thanking him and then leave. Otter was about to leave, but he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a child of about 3 years old. He had white hair and red eyes. Otter approached the child and stood in front of the child who was not doing anything. "Why haven't you left?" Otter asked in his serious and stoic voice to the boy who didn't even flinch at his question and just lowered his head to answer him. "I have nowhere to go," the albino said sadly. Otter just looked at him and was about to leave, but at that moment he remembered how his goddess had found him on the street in the same way. Otter thought about it for several minutes, made a decision, and hoped that his goddess would allow it. "What's your name?" Otter asked. Bell Cranel," the boy replied, his head still down. "Follow me," Otter said as he began walking towards the Tower of Babel, where his goddess was. The boy was surprised and confused for a few seconds before following the bows, since he had nowhere else to go anyway. They walked for 20 minutes in silence until they reached the Tower of Babel. They went inside, took an elevator to the top floor, and knocked on the door. Knock knock. They waited a while longer until the door opened, revealing a huge dwarf who first looked at Otter and then turned to look at the little boy, making him tremble at her gaze. Seeing this, Otter hurried to speak. "Captain, I've come to speak with Freya Sama," Otter told the enormous dwarf, who looked at him for a few seconds before letting them pass. Upon entering, the boy looked at the room in amazement as it was very luxurious. They walked a little until they were in front of a kind of throne, where there was a woman. Otter knelt before his goddess, who was on her throne with her back to them. "Freya Sama," Otter greeted his goddess. Otter, weren't you going to the dungeon?" His goddess asked him in a playful tone. "I had a mishap on the way and that forced me to turn back." That made the boy lower his gaze a little. Freya began to get up. And what would that perch be? She didn't finish speaking because she saw a small child next to her son. "Fufufu, who is this beautiful child?" Freya asked her son, but she also saw his soul, leaving her in shock at the sight of a beautiful white soul, perfect except for the small cracks it appeared to have. "That's what I wanted to talk about, Freya Sama. I wanted to ask your permission to bring this child into the family. I will take full responsibility for him. I will care for him, train him, and prepare him." This surprised Freya, the dwarf who had remained silent, and especially Bell, who was very astonished by what the bow said. "Of course you can, Otter. How could I leave such a beautiful soul out of the family? I gladly welcome him into the family," Freya said, happy that this beautiful soul would stay by her side. Freya fixed her gaze on Bell and approached him. "Tell me, little one, what's your name?" Freya asked the little boy. "Be Bell Cranel Freya Sama." Bell said nervously, not knowing how to act in front of a goddess. "Fufufu, how adorable you are, little one," Freya laughed at little Bell. "Take off your shirt and lie down on the couch face down," the goddess told little Bell. Bell, doing as he was told, took off his shirt and lay down on the couch. Freya, seeing him ready, climbed on top of him and began to put his falna on him. After a few moments, Freya was surprised to see that the boy already had a skill that a certain former adventurer from the Zeus family had. "Tell me, Bell, do you like food?" This question surprised the other 3 people in the room. Yes, if I have food in front of me I don't hesitate to eat it, it's a sin to waste food," the little boy replied from the bottom of his heart. "I see, could I wait outside the room for a few moments?" Freya asked. Bell simply nodded and went outside to wait outside the room. When Bell came out, the dwarf was the first to approach her goddess. Freya Sama, why did you ask if I like the food? The dwarf asked her goddess. Otter, also curious, paid close attention to this. Mia, why don't you seat yourself? Freya said, showing them Bell's status sheet. Bell Cranel. Level 1. Force. 10. Resistance. 10. Skill. 10. Agility. 10. Magic. 10. Ability. Deus Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Developmental skills. None. Magic. None. To say they were surprised was an understatement. They had just found a child's treasure, and all three of them knew it. Good choice bringing that brat into the family, he'll undoubtedly be great in the future, said the dwarf now known as Mia. Mia, gather the whole family tonight, we will introduce the new member, Freya ordered her captain, who nodded. And you, Otter, show Bell his new room. You'll take care of everything with him, he ordered Otter, who nodded and left. Bov. I'm waiting for Otter, or should I call him Nisan or Senpai? I don't know, I'll ask him later. Anyway, I'm happy that someone has taken me into their family. Without a doubt, I will follow Otter as his most loyal follower. Bell thought with great determination. I waited a few minutes until Otter came out and he signaled me to follow him, so I did. We walked for a while through the streets of Aario until we stopped at a clothing store. Otter went in and I followed him from behind. When I entered, I saw a huge variety of clothes. Use clothes, I'll pay, Otter told me. I hesitated for a few moments but decided to do as he said. I looked at the clothes for a while, but I didn't like most of them, so I opted to grab a couple of long-sleeved black shirts, some black pants and some black boots. I walked towards Otter with all the clothes I had grabbed, and when he saw me he stared at me, or rather he stared at my clothes. He was like that for a few seconds, until he started walking to a shelf where there were clothes, and he grabbed a grey jacket and gave it to me. So that it's not all bad. That's all she told me before going to pay for all the clothes. After that, and after they gave me a bag to carry my clothes, we walked back towards the family headquarters. Along the way, I noticed many people staring at us, especially at Otter. After a 20-minute walk, we arrived at the headquarters, which Otter told me was called Folkvingmer. Upon arriving, I was shocked to see such an enormous structure. It's a large mansion with a solemn, temple-like architecture. It covers a vast area and is surrounded by 4 massive walls. We entered the headquarters and everyone was looking at me. I wanted to look back, but if they wanted to, they could have slapped me to death, so I held back. We continued walking, passing through several doors. Senpai, what's behind those doors? I asked Otter with great curiosity. He seemed to remain silent when I called him senpai. These are the rooms of the family members, you will be given one too, Otter replied. I just nodded and we continued walking until he stopped at a room and turned to look at me. This will be your room from now on, rest, I'll come for you in a few hours for dinner and the introduction to the family. And with that he left, so I went into my room and started to see what was there. The room was quite spacious, it had a large bed, a few pieces of furniture, a bathroom and even a small sitting area. First I arranged my clothes on one of the pieces of furniture and, grabbing a change of clothes, I went to the bathroom to take a shower. After the shower and putting on my new clothes, I decided to sleep. Knock knock. A few knocks on my bedroom door woke me up. Getting up, I opened the door and found Otter. It's time, he told me. I just nodded and started following him after closing my bedroom door. We walked a little way until we reached a huge garden where the whole family was apparently waiting for Freya Sama. I just stayed by Otter's side waiting like everyone else. After a while the goddess arrived being escorted by the dwarf who was huge for a dwarf. Hello my dear children, the goddess said with a smile. It's good that you're here. The reason is that we'll have a new member. I hope you all treat him well. Come in, Bell, Freya Sama finished. At my name, I stood before the goddess, a little nervous because of all the incredulous looks I was receiving. Hello, I'm Bell Cranel. I'll be in your care. I finished saying and retreated to Otter's side, still with all eyes on me. Before they could erupt in protest, the goddess queen spoke before them. As you saw, he is a small child and will be under Otter's direct care. If anyone wants to help him, now is the time to do so. Freya Sama said. I saw everything go silent and a small hand rise. Focusing my gaze, I could see a small catgirl with brown fur approaching where Freya Sama was. I'll help take care of the little rabbit, Naya, said the catgirl, arriving where the goddess was. Very well, Anya, you can help Otter take care of Bell. That's fine, all my children, have a great dinner. The goddess said as she left, and as she departed, everyone began to head to the dining room. Come on Bell Naya, Anya said cheerfully as she pulled me towards the dining room. While in the dining room, Anya sat me down in a chair where I could see a catboy with black fur. Alan Naya look this is Bell, Bell is my brother Alan. The enthusiastic cat introduced us, Alan stared directly at her. What did Freya Sama see in you that made her want you to join the family? Alan asked in an annoyed tone. But before Anya could reprimand him for asking that, a large number of plates were placed on the table, more specifically in front of me, and were placed there by Otter, who sat down at the table. An adventurer needs to eat a lot, he told me while he ate his food, and without being told twice, I started devouring it as if it were the last meal I would ever have in my life. I was devouring all the dishes Otter brought me until I realized that Alan and Anya were staring at me incredulously. I just turned my gaze away with my cheeks full of food. What? I asked them. How can you eat so much? Alan said to me incredulously while Anya nodded at what her brother said. I just looked at them like they were idiots. Because food is sacred. That's all I said before continuing to stuff myself like a pig. After an hour of non-stop eating under the gaze of the two incredulous cats, I said goodbye to them and went back to my room, but since I had just arrived today I ended up getting lost and wandered around for 30 minutes until I saw a white elf with blonde hair walking by, so I decided to approach him and ask him. Excuse me? I called to the elf, who turned to look at me with a serious expression. What do you want, brat? The elf asked me. Could you tell me where the rooms are? I'm lost, I said, scratching the back of my neck. The elf just pointed in one direction and started walking again. After walking a little, I finally reached my room. I went in, laid down on my bed, and fell asleep like never before, since I used to only sleep on the floor before those men and later senpai caught me. 2 years had passed since I joined the Freya family. I am now 5 years old, and during this time Otter has been taking care of me and making me do simple conditioning. When he wasn't there, Anya was the one who took care of me, and during that time I also became friends with Alan, although he doesn't admit it, he already sees me as a little brother. I also got to know the captain of the family, Mia Grand, better and came to see her as my grandmother. At this moment, Otter took me to the warehouse where there are several weapons. Choose a weapon, that's the one you'll start practicing with, Otter told me. I went over to look at the weapons. I thought about a spear, but it doesn't appeal to me much. Maybe an axe. Nah, I don't think it would be very useful. Maybe a sword like senpai, but he uses a heavy one, that's it. A heavy sword. I started searching until I found a giant sword for beginners and headed to senpai. When I arrived, I saw a surprised look on his face that only lasted a few seconds. A heavy sword? I asked inquisitively. Yes. Like you, senpai, besides, the other weapons don't interest me. I answered with determination. I can swear I saw a small smile, but it was almost imperceptible. If that's what you want, you'll start with the basics and the correct technique for your age, swing your sword like this. He told me while showing me how. That's what I'll do, senpai. You'll see, I'll become a master of the heavy sword, I said with determination, starting to swing my sword as he showed me. So I continued swinging my sword under his tutelage while he corrected my posture and movement. I spent the whole day swinging my sword from top to bottom until dinner time. That's enough for today, we'll continue tomorrow. Go have dinner, I'll go with Freya-sama, Otter told me as he left. Ugh, I'm so hungry I could easily eat a cow. I said as I headed towards the dining room. Normal Pav. Upon arriving at the dining room, Bell helped himself, as usual, to a cart that had been placed there on Otter's orders so that Bell could take whatever food he wanted. Filling his cart, he looked at the tables until he saw a couple of cats at one table, one of them speaking to him energetically with its arm. Bell walked with his cart full of food to where the two cats were. Hello Bell-kun, Anya said cheerfully. Hello Anya Onachan, Bell said, returning her greeting before sitting down and placing his cart next to him. I still don't understand how so much food fits in such a small body, Alan said, joining the conversation. It's not that much, it's just a little, Bell said, swallowing like a pig in heat. This response made everyone in the dining room stare at Bell, who didn't notice because he was so busy swallowing. Hey Alan, I'm starting my training today, don't get complacent or I'll beat you soon, Bell said mockingly. Ah. Arrogant rabbit, you'll catch me in your dreams. He said, mocking Bell, but not in a mean way. We'll see there. Bell didn't finish speaking because Anya had pulled her ear. What did I tell you about you constantly provoking fights with Alan? Anya approached the albino. But Anya Onachan, it wasn't a fight. Bell said with tears in his eyes. Ha 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 ha. Alan started laughing loudly, only to have his ear pulled as well, but this time it was the captain of the Freya Grand family. Wait, my ears are sensitive. Alan complained. That's what you get for fighting with a 5-year-old. The dwarf told him. That's my Abba-chan. Bell said as he stood up in his chair with a piece of meat in one of his hands since he was still eating. And you, brat, don't mess with someone who would break you in a second, Mia told Bell, making him sit back down with his head down as he took a bite of his piece of meat. The rest of the dinner passed peacefully for everyone. Of course, peacefully, Bell is a glutton, but the whole family had gotten used to him being so gluttonous. Two more years passed where I continued training with Otter and occasionally with Anya and Alan. During this time, they told me about my Deus Ambrosia ability, which is why I learned where my enormous appetite came from. When they told me that I would have to eat monsters for the ability to work, I hesitated a bit, but Otter told me to see it as more food, but I still remained somewhat reluctant. The day I would finally be allowed to go to the dungeon, of course accompanied by Otter at his and my goddess's request, but first they were going to register me as an adventurer, so I went to sleep early to wake up as soon as possible and go to the dungeon. The next morning I woke up very early, dressed in the clothes that Otter bought me on that occasion, miraculously they still fit me, then I put my sword sheath on my back since being a heavy sword I had to carry it there, and I put on a leather breastplate that Otter gave me. Once ready, I ran to the dining room where, to my surprise, the captain was already there. Apparently, she knew I would wake up early because there was a lot of food. "Aba-chan, is this food for me?" he asked excitedly. "Yes, brat, if you're going to the dungeon you must have a full stomach," he said with a smile, and Bell excitedly began to swallow. After 30 hours, Bell said goodbye to me and ran to the door where Otter told him he would wait for him. Bell's pav. When I arrived at the entrance of the Folkvanger, Otter was waiting for me. I just approached him. "Senpai, I'm ready," I said, standing like a soldier. "Okay, first we'll register you at the guild." With that said, we started heading towards the guild. After walking for a while we managed to reach the guild where Otter guided me to the first receptionist we saw. We walked towards her. "How can I help you?" the receptionist greeted coldly. She was a rather beautiful red-haired werewolf. "I've come to register the child as an adventurer," Otter said, pointing at me. When the receptionist saw me, she narrowed her eyes. "She's too young, she'll only die if she goes in," said the werewolf woman harshly. "Who does she think she is?" "That's a matter for my family," Otter replied. Seeing that Otter would not back down, the receptionist gave him the registration form. Otter took it and began to fill it out, and when he finished he handed it to the receptionist. "Let's see." The receptionist began to look at the registration sheet. Bell Cranel. Family. Freya. Level. 1. Race. Human. The receptionist was surprised for a few seconds to see that she was from the Freya family, but that didn't last long. "Well, he's already an adventurer, I'll be his advisor, my name is Rose Fanet," she said, and Otter and I nodded. "First I'll give you the basic dungeon course," he said, looking directly at me. "It won't be necessary, you already know about the first 5 floors, when I need the others I'll bring them," Otter said, signaling me to leave, leaving an angry Rose behind. We walked towards the dungeon for a few minutes until we were in front of the door where we entered without problems and continued down. We were already on the first floor in front of a goblin. Standing in front of him, I raised my sword and cut him in half. "Hey, my first monster," I said proudly. "Alright, we'll go up to floor 2 since it's your first day," Otter said, and so we stayed until night, me killing goblins and kobolds and Otter correcting me and giving advice for the dungeon. It was already night and I was starving, so remembering my ability I approached a goblin that had not yet disappeared. "Senpai, if I did it like the goblin, would my stats increase?" I asked Otter as I knelt in front of the goblin. "It's supposed to be, but it will hardly increase at all. The more powerful what you consume, the more your stats will increase," he replied. "Okay, here I go," I said as I started eating the goblin in little pieces until it disappeared. "Ugh. It tastes horrible, senpai," I said, disgusted. "That's the price for being strong." "It's already night, let's go back to headquarters after you exchange your stones," Otter said, and we started walking towards headquarters. And with that we began to rise to the surface. Once at the guild, I went to my Rose, who, upon seeing me, seemed relieved for a few seconds. "Rose, look, I got lots of little stones," Belle said excitedly as she showed the little bag that Otter had given her to put the stones in. Rose seemed impressed by the large number of stones she had in her bag. "I see that, Belle. Go exchange them in the exchange booth," he told me, pointing to the booth, and I headed towards it. I put my stones in the drawer which closed, and after they counted and evaluated my stones, they gave me 15,000 valis. When they gave me the money I went to Rose to inform her. "Look Rose, they gave me 15,000 valis, isn't that great?" I said, leaving Rose surprised, but regaining her composure she spoke to me. "That's quite enough for a level 1 on their first day, I hope you keep it up and don't die," Rose said, but it sounded more like a silent plea. "Rest assured that I will not die, Rose. I still have to fulfill my goal of catching up to senpai," I said, running towards where Otter was waiting for me. After arriving where he was, we went to the headquarters. After arriving at the tower, I said goodbye to Otter and went straight to my room to take a shower and rest. I was going to have dinner as usual, but I ate the goblin and lost my appetite. Thinking about having to eat monsters to make me stronger made me sigh, and with that thought I went to take a bath and then go to sleep. The next day I went straight to the dining room. After my big meal I went to get ready to go to the dungeon again, but when I was already going to the door to meet Senpai he suddenly appeared. "Let's go to Freya Sama so she can update your status," she told me, as I began to head towards the Tower of Babel, where Freya Sama was. Upon arriving at the Otter Tower, I knocked on the door and after a come-in we entered the room where Freya and Mia-Aba-chan were waiting for us. "Are you going to update my status, Freya Sama?" I asked my goddess. "Indeed, Bell-kun, take off your shirt and lie down on the sofa," Freya Sama told me. I simply obeyed and took off my shirt, then lay face down on the couch. My goddess climbed on top of me and began updating my status. After a few minutes, Freya Sama got off my back and handed me my status sheet. "These are your results, Bell-kun. It's a little above average, but that can increase the more monsters you eat," my goddess told me with a smile. I just took the statement to look at it. Bell Cranel. Level 1. Strength. I0, I55. Resistance. I0, I32. Dexterity. 10, 149. Agility. 10, 24. Magic. 10, 10. Ability. Deus Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Developmental skills. None. Magic. None. Great. This is just the beginning, Freya Sama. I said, excited by my condition. "I'm sure of it, Bell-kun," my goddess told me. "Well, I'm going to the dungeon now, Freya Sama," I said, dashing off towards the dungeon. Otter followed behind me, since he could keep up with my speed on foot. Freya's pav. That's definitely a big growth and it'll grow even more when he starts eating monsters. "I can't wait to see him shine, Fufufu," I said while observing my Bell-kun's condition, even though I've grown very fond of him like a son. Normal pav. Currently Vel and Otter are on the 3rd floor where Bell is killing every monster he sees and Otter is just advising and making sure that the monsters don't overwhelm him. At one point, while Bell was killing some dungeon lizards, one managed to get past his defense and hit him on the head, knocking him to the ground. Before the lizard could finish off Bell, he was saved by Otter, who was looking at him seriously. "You got too confident just because of an update. You mustn't let your guard down at any time, not even outside. Remember that very well," Otter reprimanded Bell, who had his head down. After that, Otter told him that he wouldn't heal him so that his stamina would increase further, to which Bell agreed. And so Bell continued killing and eating monsters until the afternoon when Otter said that it was enough because they had gone down to the 5th floor and Bell received several blows and claw cuts, but they weren't healed so that his stamina would increase further. And so they began walking towards the exit. Once on the surface, Bell exchanged all his stones, obtaining a total of 25,000 valis. This shocked Rose, as that amount is what a group of level 1 adventurers obtains in a day, but having seen Bell, she no longer knew whether to continue being surprised. On the way to headquarters, Bell decided to ask Otter something. "Senpai, where can I buy a helmet?" Bell asked Otter. "A helmet? In the Tower of Babel, the Hephaestus family sells their creations. I'm sure you might find something on the 8th floor where they put the newest blacksmiths," Otter said, without stopping his pacing. "Could you take me, Senpai? A little protection wouldn't hurt," Bell said hopefully. Otter just nodded and guided him towards the Tower of Babel. When they arrived at the Hephaestus family shop, Bell was dying to see the prices, but he just followed Otter lest a comment of his angered the blacksmiths. They got into an elevator and went up to the 8th floor, where Bell was happy to see the very affordable prices. "Look for some armor while we're at it," Otter told Bell, who nodded and ran off excitedly to buy a helmet and armor if any caught his eye. After searching for 10 minutes, he found a helmet that looked pretty good. He checked the price, praying it wouldn't cost more than 35,000, which was all he had. He looked at the price and sighed in relief that it only cost 30,000. Doing the math, with those 5,000 he could buy another leather chest plate at the guild and his sword would last a few more days, so he would already have the money for when his heavy novice sword broke. With great enthusiasm, Bell went to pay for the helmet and after paying he went to where Otter was waiting for him. "Look, Senpai, isn't this helmet cool?" Bell said with obvious excitement as he showed him the helmet. "Not bad, won't you buy more armor?" Otter asked. "Yes, but I've run out of money and I don't want to depend on you forever. As a man, I have to stand on my own 2 feet," Bell said with great determination. This brought a small smile to Otter's face as he started walking towards his headquarters. Bov. After a week, I finally managed to save enough money to buy myself some cheap armor, relatively speaking. I have a budget of 185,000, which I think is enough for a low-quality armor. I was in the same store where I bought the helmet. I was looking for armor that wasn't light, one that would cover me quite a bit, ideally. I spent a while looking for something that suited my specifications until I found a set that seemed pretty good to me, so I decided to inspect it. To be honest, it's quite good. The creator of the armor is called Akiro Tanaka, and the price is 120,000 valis, which seems like a good price for the armor. So, grabbing the box it was in, I went to pay for it. Once I paid, I ran to the headquarters to try on the armor along with the helmet I'm wearing. I rushed into the headquarters like a bat out of hell, went to my room, and looked at the armor for a few seconds. I started putting on the armor, and when I finished I went to the mirror to see myself and wow, I look great in my opinion. I look like a mini knight, I said laughing, and went to find Otter so we could go to the dungeon. Chapter 2. Bell's Pav. It had been 6 months since I registered as an adventurer, and so far everything has gone well. The armor turned out to be very good and has only needed minor repairs that a blacksmith from the family does, although Otter told me that I have to make a contract with a blacksmith, but that can wait. Senpai has been training me harder and giving me tremendous beatings, but putting that aside, according to my goddess I'm ready to level up. I just need something to impress the gods, but I can't think of anything that could impress them. At this moment I was entering the 10th floor, as I walked I saw the orcs coming towards me, I stopped a blow with my sword by crouching down, I cut off his arm and jumped on top of him to stab him in the head with my sword making him disappear. Turning around, I saw an orc grab a tree and uproot it to use as a weapon. I ran towards him and he swung the tree towards me. I slid down, cutting off his leg, making him fall, and finished him off by cutting off his head. Phew, that tree brushed against me a little. I said as I picked up the orc stone. That was a good move, Otter told me. I was about to reply, but we started to hear footsteps that were quite loud for an orc. Tap tap. When he finally emerged from the darkness, a red minotaur with a giant sword was seen. Otter was about to kill it, but I stopped him. Wait, senpai, let me face him. Maybe if I defeat him I can reach level 2. I said with a pleading look. He seemed to think about it for a few seconds before nodding. Okay, I said as I started walking towards the jagged minotaur. We both started walking towards each other, then jogging, and finally we both started running towards each other. We clashed swords and I could feel how he clearly had the upper hand, so before he completely overtook me, I pushed his sword away and kicked him in the chest. But the kick only pushed him a few centimeters, and the minotaur tried to cut me in two, but I managed to deflect him with my sword. The minotaur lashed out with his sword, launching powerful cuts that I could barely block. He was getting on my nerves, so I jumped back forcefully and got into a fighting stance. If I wanted to win, I had to use all my ingenuity. The minotaur ran towards me with his sword raised and lowered to try to cut me, but I moved quickly to the left and made a deep cut in his side and tried to give him another, but he blocked it and we began to throw cuts at each other, but in one of the cuts he hit me in the leg, making me stagger. The minotaur took advantage of that moment to give me a great blow to the head, sending me crashing into a wall and destroying my helmet. I got up in great pain from the blow, took off my helmet since it was destroyed, and gathering my strength, I launched myself at the minotaur, charging at him with great force. I was throwing slashes left and right because I was angry and I didn't stop. The more I attacked, the more force I put into it. The minotaur was receiving many blows and deep cuts. The minotaur gave me a great cut in the chest. It was so strong that it broke my breastplate and tore flesh, but that didn't stop me. In a great burst of speed, I managed to block his slash and cut his arm so that he writhed in pain. Taking advantage of that, I cut off his legs and buried the sword in his other remaining arm. I stood there for a few seconds staring at the minotaur before sitting down next to him, exhausted. At that moment, Otter approached me and gave me a potion, which I gladly accepted. You fought well for a level 1 against an irregular minotaur, Otter told me, and I could sense a bit of pride in him. I drank the potion and began to feel my body recovering. The minotaur is still alive, I guess it's time to eat. It's a minotaur, so I should increase my stats even more. I said as I began to eat the minotaur. After 5 minutes, when I thought that was enough, I got up and unearthed the sword of the dying minotaur. I just cut off its head so that it would disappear and I put its stone in my bag. Alright, let's go to the surface, senpai told me. I just nodded and we started walking towards the dungeon exit. Freya's Pav. I was too ecstatic, my boy faced a minotaur while being level 1, it was so beautiful to see his soul shine so brightly, it was glorious. I think someone deserves an award, I said as I stood up and looked at a bookshelf. Leaving the dungeon, I said goodbye to Otter and went straight to the guild, praying that Rose wouldn't kill me because of my condition and my fight with the minotaur. Upon arriving, I managed to go unnoticed due to the number of people there. I looked around for Rose until I found her and approached the deaf woman until I reached her. Hi Rose. I greeted her in a friendly way so that she wouldn't react badly. Rose turned to look at me and was about to greet me, but she stared at my state with wide eyes, then a sweet smile and a dark aura appeared. I started to tremble a little because of this. In a quick movement, she grabbed my ear and started dragging me to a private room, ignoring my pleas. Wait Rose, I can explain my condition, don't pull my ear so hard. I begged, but I was completely ignored by Rose who continued dragging me towards the private room. After I explained my whole situation to Rose, she lectured me about my stupidity and said that if Otter were here, she would have lectured him too. Anyway, after Rose's scolding, I went to change the stones and then to headquarters. I was very tired and wanted to rest. Maybe I'll take a few days off to find a blacksmith to fix my wrecked armor. The next day I went to Freya Soma to have my status updated since she had told me that I could go and equalize my status whenever I wanted and instead of waiting for her to come every weekend. When I arrived at the tower I went up to the floor where my goddess was, once there I knocked and waited until I received a pass and entered my goddess's room. Good morning Freya Soma, could you update my status? I asked my goddess. Of course, Bell-kun, you know what to do, she replied. I proceeded to take off my shirt and lie face down on the couch so she could update my status. She climbed onto my back and started updating my status. After a few minutes my goddess spoke and she was quite happy. Bell-kun, you leveled up. My goddess congratulated me. Really? Great. I exclaimed happily. Alright Bell-kun, you can choose one development skill. There are 3, my goddess told me. The first is abnormal resistance, the second is diving, and the third is strong body. Which one do you want, Bell-kun? My goddess finished. I thought for 5 minutes until I decided. I want a strong body, Freya Soma. I said with a smile. Good, said my goddess as I chose my development skill, then after a few moments she gave me my status sheet. Bell Cranel. Level 2. Strength. 10. Endurance. 10. Skill. 10. Agility. 10. Magic. 10. Ability. Base Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. I know the skill is different, but I like it this way. Developmental skills. Strong body I. Magic. None. Great, I'm level 2 now. I said happily. Congratulations, Bell-kun, she said, giving me a hug that I gladly accepted. I'm going to a dentist today to decide on your nickname. I already have a perfect one, Fufufu, she said, laughing mockingly. That gives me a bad feeling. If Freya Soma has good fortune, with your permission I will take my leave, I said, turning away. After leveling up I rested all day and the next day they told me my nickname which is Mini Knight seriously. My goddess hates me. There was also a stir when a new record was set for leveling up. Many families asked for more information to see if they could recruit the adventurer, while others wanted to teach the boy a lesson. But they quickly gave up when they saw that it was from the Freya family. A certain swordswoman girl with golden hair and golden eyes was looking at the poster with anger and frustration. Bell Cranel. Freya family. Age 7. Reached level 2 in 6 months. I, for one, was at the shop looking for another armor set since mine had taken too much damage and needed replacing. But I didn't find anything in the store, so I went to the seller to see if I could get information about Akiro Tanaka, who is the creator of my old armor, and I really like the armor. The old one is still usable, but the helmet is wrecked and my breastplate is devastated, so it would be better to buy a new one, or if I can find the creator to repair the armor and maintain my sword. Right now I'm standing in front of a small workshop which looks a bit run down to be honest, but as the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover, and I hope that saying is correct. With that in mind I knocked on the workshop door. Knock knock. After a few seconds the door opened, revealing a teenager with black hair and blue eyes, a slightly muscular build, and the appearance of being 15. He looked me up and down as if checking that I wasn't a threat, and when he seemed to have finished examining me, he smiled at me. How can I help you, kid? That offended me a little for some reason. I mean, it's not like I'm that little, right? But I'm not here for that. Are you Mr. Akiro Tanaka? I asked him directly, and I saw that for a few moments he just looked at me before answering. Can you tell me what you need it for, kid? And you keep going on about kid. My name is Bell Cranel, a level 2 adventurer from the Freya family, and I couldn't finish because he shouted in surprise. BHHH. Are you Mini Caballero, the current record holder? He asked me with great amazement. Yes, it's me, I said with a little pride. The truth is, I can't lie about that. When I heard your nickname was Mini Knight, I thought it was because you were a palom. He said with a smile, but his comment depressed me inside. Do I really look that small? I'm not a palom, I'm a human, I'm 7 years old. I said, but when I said my age I understood why he calls me a child. Well, putting that aside, I came because a few months ago I bought one of your armors, but it was destroyed a few days ago, and I wanted to see if you could make me a new one that's my size, because the last one was too big. I said, sounding a little depressed at the end. Well, that can be fixed, but come in, let's talk business inside, he said, inviting me to come in. Upon entering, I was a little surprised because the place was quite well maintained, nothing like the exterior appearance, which was quite bad, but as the saying goes, don't judge a book by its cover. Akiro led me to a small living room he had in his workshop. It consisted of 2 medium-sized armchairs with a table in the middle, that was all. I proceeded to sit down opposite Akiro. Well, before we begin, let me introduce myself. I'm Akiro Tanaka, a level 2 blacksmith from the Goibnu family. I simply nodded. And regarding your request, of course I can make you the armor again, but this time it will be better, since I made the last one when I was level 1, and the new one will be level 2. He finished speaking, and I could only nod in satisfaction. And what would be the cost of this armor? I asked, unafraid of the cost, since I had been saving a lot these past few months, as I practically didn't spend money on anything except buying a new sword every time mine broke, the commission I owe to the Freya family as a member, and since I eat at headquarters and spend all day in the dungeon, I don't spend anything. Well, I might spend a little on a small treat of mine. Well, it's certainly not small, and it's not small either because it turns out that with Miya-Abe-chan's help, I can order some chocolates from a very distant nation, where they create the best chocolate, and well, it's not exactly cheap, since it's 200,000 valis a month to have them delivered, and it's only 200,000, because Otter-senpai wouldn't let me buy more per month, and I had to settle for that. But putting that aside, I have savings of approximately 1,243,546 valis. You're crazy, huh? Well, that would be approximately 200,000 valis, and the sword you mentioned at the entrance, well, I can maintain that for 1,000 valis per maintenance. He finished with a smile, which I returned with my own. We have a deal, I said, extending my hand for him to shake. But all I need are your measurements and I'll have it ready by tomorrow, Akiro said. And with that said, I proceeded to take my measurements with a measuring tape, and after finishing that, I said goodbye and headed towards headquarters, since I couldn't go to the dungeon without armor because of Rose's threat. If it were up to me, I'd go like this to have a great adventure, but of course, Rose would give me a tremendous lecture that scares me just a little. Maybe I'll see if Alan is there so we can train. That's why I headed to headquarters. Normal Pav. It was a new day in Aario. Merchants were opening their businesses and adventurers were heading to the dungeon, but we'll focus on a small white-haired boy who excitedly heads to the blacksmith's workshop where he'll get his new armor. On his shoulder he carried a bag with exactly 200 valis, which was the price of his armor, which he was eager to put on and then dash off to the dungeon. He walked until he reached his destination and began to knock energetically on the door until a 15-year-old teenager opened it. "Calm down, Bell-san, you'll break the workshop door," the teenager retorted. "Sorry, but I really want to try on my armor," I said excitedly, making Akiro smile. "Here you go," he said, handing her a box. "As you can see, the armor is the same, but the difference is that this one is better than the first one you bought. Leave the money next to the armchair," he said and explained, to which Bell did as he was told and left the money next to the armchair. "Bell-san, I wanted to ask you something," Ariko said, looking directly into Bell's eyes. "Would you like to make a contract with me?" she asked with an intense gaze. "Huh? A contract with me? Shouldn't you be looking at a higher level?" Bell asked, confused. "Well, you see, I'm a level 2, so my creations are only useful for levels 3 and below, and you're a future promise, so I'm proposing a contract," he said sincerely, hiding nothing to show that he was trustworthy. "I understand, but what do I have to do in the contract?" Bell asked, curiosity evident on his face. "It's simple, all we'll do is you'll use my weapons and armor, and I'll give you cheaper prices, and you can do any job with me." "Pretty good, right?" Akiro finished with a big smile. "That doesn't sound bad, okay, we have a deal, Akiro-san," Bell said, offering his hand to Akiro, who shook it with great pleasure. After that, Bell said goodbye to Akiro and went straight to his headquarters to put on his armor and grab his sword. After that, he headed to the dungeon like crazy. Since he was already level 2, he could go alone, but if he wanted to go deeper, he had to tell Otter or another higher level member to accompany him. Slash. 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 At this moment we find Bell counting any monster that approaches him. He was so excited that he didn't realize he reached the 13th floor. Frog. Several roars were heard, bringing Bell back to his senses and making him realize he was surrounded by several monsters, but instead of backing down, he put a big smile on his face and shouted with great excitement. "I hope they're worthy opponents because I'll eat them alive." Bell finished shouting. Tensing his muscles, he waited for the silverbeak to throw a punch, then jumped and ran up the monster's arm to its face and cut off its head. Before it disappeared, he jumped straight at an infant dragon that was running towards him and landed on top of it, riding it as if it were a horse. The infant dragon started running through the monsters to try to get Bell off him, but instead of harming him, it made Bell take advantage of the situation and kill every monster that came too close. After several minutes, Bell decided to stab the infant dragon with his sword, perform a somersault in the air, and land, stabbing a Fang with his sword. The Fang did not react in time and ended up dying at Bell's hands. Bell looked around and noticed that despite having killed dozens of monsters, they kept appearing, so grabbing his great sword, he cut a piece of the Fang and ate it, then launched himself into battle with a big smile. And so Bell went on until nightfall, killing and eating monsters without stopping, unaware that he was being seen by other adventurers, from the great massacre he was carrying out to how he rode an infant dragon, as if it were a horse. They couldn't avoid it, and as soon as they left the dungeon they went to tell the guild, where it spread like wildfire, and a certain receptionist with wolf ears and red hair emitted an aura of death. Poor Bell. Bell was currently walking around the guild to exchange his stones, which were quite numerous. It was a large bag full of them, it looked like it was going to explode at any moment. As he walked, he noticed several looks of astonishment and a few of respect. This confused him, but he let it go, since he was more focused on reaching the guild before the bag with the crystals broke. When he finally arrived at the guild, all eyes were on him and his worn armor, which was supposed to be new, but he continued onward, ignoring the stares and the deathly silence, and headed towards where he saw his advisor. When I arrived where she was, she gave me a very sweet smile, but with a very macabre aura of death. When I arrived, I decided to ignore the aura and happily greeted Rose. "Hey Rose, look, I brought lots of rocks, aren't I awesome?" he said while showing off his large bag that was about to burst. Rose gave him a sweet look before approaching him, grabbing his ear with an iron fist and dragging him into a private room. Rose, my ear, mercy," he screamed, very scared and in pain. The other adventurers and receptionists were saying a prayer for that poor lost soul, being led by the devil incarnate in a werewolf wearing a red polo shirt. When Rose arrived at the private room, she dropped poor Bell on the floor and stood in front of him with her arms crossed, waiting for an explanation. "Ouch," Bell groaned in pain, rubbing his ear. But when he looked up and saw the stern expression on the face he was being given, he swallowed hard. "What's wrong, Rose?" he stammered, frightened. "I'm waiting for an explanation," he said sternly, with a look so sharp that Bell thought he would be cut. "Well, you see, I stayed up killing monsters until late, that's all, haha," he explained while scratching the back of his neck and laughing nervously. "So? Then what's this about them seeing you ride an infant dragon, huh?" he retorted sternly. You know Viraz, I was on the 13th floor and things happened, I got excited and ended up riding on top of him," he said while stuttering at first. "So, the 13th floor, huh?" Rose said. I just got carried away," she said, trembling and hiding behind her bag. "And your helmet and sword?" he said, as if looking into the soul of poor Bell. "Well, the helmet took so many hits that it broke, and the sword got to the point where I killed so many monsters that it broke, and I had to fight with my fists," Bell said as he began to pray in his mind to any god in the sky that would allow him to survive. "I see," Rose said, staring at Bell for a few seconds before giving a sinister smile and expelling a tremendously dark aura that reached the people outside. Bell could only kneel and pray that Rose wouldn't kill him. In the guild, a werewolf can be seen leaving a private room, and behind her is a pale, white-haired man with empty eyes. "Well, Bell, I hope you've learned your lesson," he said as he returned to his post. Bell stood still before taking out a small folded sheet of paper and, slowly unfolding it with trembling hands, began to scribble on it. "Note from women I shouldn't anger. 1 Freya Sama. 2 me Aba-chan. 3 Anyu 1 E-chan. 4 Rose." When he finished scribbling, he began to walk with a dead step until he had to exchange the monster stones for Valis. As he walked through the guild, everyone offered him their condolences. When he exchanged the stones, the one who exchanged them gave him an extra one as a sign of respect for surviving Rose's anger. Thanking everyone for their support, he headed back to his base to rest, but above all to eat, since he had only eaten monsters all day, and they weren't exactly known for their deliciousness. He was also eagerly anticipating that his captain, Mia Grand, was going to retire and open a tavern, and he was excited to see if she would serve exquisite food. He would have continued delirious in his food fantasy if an immense pain had not taken hold of his entire body, making him remember all the wounds he had. All the potions he was carrying had broken, and only one remained intact, but that one only served to relieve his pain for a few moments while he got to safety. Unable to walk much, he lay down against a wall in an alley and fainted due to the large number of wounds he had, which Rose did not notice because she was already angry about the news of him riding an infant dragon. But because of the scolding of his life, he forgot and now he was paying the consequences. He groaned in pain as he tried to stand in that alley, but all he managed to do was cause him more pain. Unable to do anything more, he lay unconscious in that alley while 2 people were passing by and caught sight of him. Normal Pav. 2 people were walking towards their headquarters, the first was an elf with emerald hair and eyes of the same color. The second was a little 7-year-old girl with golden hair and eyes of the same color. They were walking while talking, or rather, the elf was scolding the little girl while she didn't say anything and just kept an expressionless face. At some point during her journey, the elf spotted a child lying in an alley and hurried to check on him. When she arrived, she could see him better. He was a white-haired boy wearing badly damaged armor. He decided to take him to his headquarters to heal him and then find out what family he belongs to in order to return him to his god. "Let's take him to the mansion to heal him," the elf told the girl, now known as Riveria. They simply nodded with her expressionless face and began to follow the elf towards her headquarters. At this moment Riveria and Ace were arriving at the Twilight Mansion, home and headquarters of the Loki family. When the guards entered, they were surprised to see them carrying a white-haired boy in badly damaged armor, but since Riveria was the family's vice captain, they let her pass without any problem. On their way to the infirmary, they ran into Finn Damon, captain of the Loki Familia, and Gareth Landrock, executive of the Loki Familia. "And that Riveria kid?" Finn asked, puzzled by his classmate. "I found him lying in this state in an alley and brought him here to heal him," Riveria replied as she continued walking to the infirmary with Ace following out of pure curiosity. Finn and Gareth, having nothing to do, also went with them. When they arrived at the infirmary, they laid the boy on a bed. Riveria was about to remove his armor to check his wounds, but just then the boy woke up excitedly, standing up in bed ready to fight, but with that sudden movement, a great pain came over him. "Ah!" Bell groaned in pain as he knelt down and put a hand where his ribs were, which was where he felt the most pain. "Don't make any sudden movements, it looks like you have broken ribs," Riveria told Bell as she saw him holding his side in great pain. "Where am I?" Bell asked, pausing because of the pain he felt. Even though he was level 2, he was still a child and that made it difficult for him to handle pain. "You are in the Twilight Mansion, home of the Loki family. You are here because Riveria found you lying unconscious in an alley," Finn Dame replied this time. Bell stared directly into Finn's eyes to see if he wasn't lying, but when he saw that he didn't hesitate, he decided to believe him and sat down on the bed. "Thanks, I guess. I should go now so I don't worry my family," Bell said as he tried to get up, but the pain prevented him. "Could you give me a regenerative potion if it's not too much trouble?" "I'll pay you back, of course," Bell asked, a little nervous from their stares. "Sure, here you go," Riveria said as she handed Bell a potion, which he gladly accepted. Bell drank the potion as soon as he got it, and to say he felt good was an understatement. The feeling of his body recovering felt great. "By the way, what's your name, kid?" asked a dwarf Gareth, very curious to see a child in armor. "Ah, that's right, they helped me, and I haven't told them my name is Bell Cranel from the Freya family," Bell said proudly without noticing how the three adults' gazes turned serious. "The Freya family, so considering your age you must be Mini Knight, the record holder for leveling up," Finn said seriously, but that information made the little girl named Aze look intensely at Bell. If it's me, why?" Bell asked cautiously, noticing how serious the atmosphere had become. "You realize you're in the headquarters of the rival family, right?" Riveria asked this time. But before they could continue talking, Aze stood next to Bell with an intense look. Like was all Aze said. "What?" Bell replied, confused by the girl standing in front of him. "How did you level up so fast?" I asked him now completely. "Aze." Riveria reprimanded her for asking that. "That's a family secret," the elf chided, but Aze ignored her. "You heard it's my family's secret," Bell told Aze, who frowned. "Tell me," she insisted again as she stood in front of him, separating them by only a few centimeters. "No means no," Bell replied again as he stood up. "I appreciate your help, but I have to get to my headquarters," he said, bowing and turning to leave, only to stop at the door. Could you show me the way out?" Bell said, nervously scratching the back of his neck, which made the dwarf chuckle at the sudden change in mood. "Follow me, kid," Gareth said as he led Bell to the exit, but Aze, wanting to know how he leveled up so fast, was about to start following him, but was stopped by the elf. "Where do you think you're going, young lady?" Riveria asked seriously. But the Aze replied. "Aze, you can't force him to tell you how he leveled up so fast, especially since he's from the Freya family," Finn tried to reason with him, but Aze didn't seem to care. Aze tried to follow Bell but was stopped by Finn and Riveria, who did not want Aze to cause a war with the Freya family. Bell's pav. "After Gareth took me to the exit, I thanked him and headed towards my headquarters, praying that I wouldn't get scolded too much, although only Freya Sama and Anya Wani-chan would scold me. But it's still a scolding. Anyway, putting that aside, I have to go back to Akiro to get another armor made for me. Just thinking about it makes me sigh heavily. I'd better calm down, go to headquarters, and relax with some chocolates." "Of course I will." When I arrived at the door I felt true terror, and how could I not, when Freya-sama and Anyuani-chan were waiting for me at the door with their arms crossed and very angry looks, and Otter with a mischievous gleam in his eyes. It was a good life, I said, already resigned to my cruel fate. Chapter 3. Bell's Pav. It's been 5.5 months since I leveled up, and not much has happened, not counting the Loki family girl who used to follow me everywhere. I'm excited, and how could I not be? Miyabi-chan is finally opening her bar, which she decided to call Fertility Hostess, and of course, I was front row to try the food. Mia had already done the opening, and I was already at the bar waiting for Mia to arrive to serve me and talking about the devil. "What can I get you, brat?" Abi-chan asked me with a smile. "Bring me all the food I can fit in this," I said excitedly as I placed a bag full of valis, bringing a big smile to Abi-chan's face. "They're coming, brat," he said, going to the kitchen. After waiting for 10 minutes, Abi-chan started bringing me dish after dish while I began to devour all the food like a pig in heat, drawing all the attention in the bar. While I was eating, Anya came over to pat me on the back because I was choking from swallowing too fast. "Bell-kun, eat more calmly Naya, the food won't disappear if you already paid for it Naya." Anyuani-chan scolded me. "But Anyuani-chan, it's so delicious I can't help myself," I said with my cheeks full of food. "You never change, Naya," she said, smiling. I continued eating while Anya turned around to continue serving the other customers. It should be said that I was getting several looks for being such a glutton. After eating for an hour, I was more than satisfied and relaxed on my bench while my food settled, occasionally chatting with Miyabi-chan and Anyuani-chan, making it a pleasant time. Feeling pretty good, I proceeded to leave the bar and head to Akiro's blacksmith shop to pick up my armor, since I break it almost every week, but with the money I managed to get I can restock it. Although because I kept destroying it, Senpai gave me harder training so I could learn to dodge blows, and boy did I want to dodge Senpai's painful blows, who now became the captain of the family. When I arrived at Akiro's blacksmith shop, he seemed to be already waiting for me, so I gave him a nervous smile and stood near him. He gave me a look I couldn't describe for a few moments before letting out a sigh. "I don't understand how you keep breaking my armor, if the monsters on the floors you go to shouldn't damage the armor so much in such a short time," he said, sounding a little frustrated. "Well, they get wild and I get excited," I said, a little embarrassed, as I grabbed a box where my armor came and handed a bag of valis to Akiro. "I hope it lasts you more than a week this time," he said, laughing as he slung the bag of valis over his shoulder and said goodbye before entering his blacksmith shop. Why do I feel like he's making fun of me? I thought as I headed towards headquarters to put on my armor, grab my heavy sword and power, and go to the dungeon. As I walked through the streets of Aario, some people looked at me, but I had gotten used to it since it was always the same. That's the one with the record for leveling up, always the same. Back at headquarters, in my room I prepared to go to the dungeon. Upon leaving my room, I encountered Horn, a 9-year-old girl who recently joined the Freya family and acts as Freya-sama's assistant. "Oh Horn, how are you?" I asked calmly, knowing she was somewhat serious. "Hello Bell-san, Freya-sama is here to tell you that if you go crazy again in the dungeon on your own, she will forbid you from going to the dungeon for a week," Horn said with a hint of almost imperceptible mockery. "Hey. But why? It only happened once," I said, hoping she would believe it, but to be honest, even I don't believe it. After all, I break my armor all the time. Horn, for her part, looked at me somewhat incredulously at my answer. "Bell-san, I haven't been in the family long, and in that short time I've seen how almost every day you arrive covered in cuts and bruises on your armor and your sword worn out from killing so many monsters, not to mention the fact that you always carry a large sack of valis," she said seriously with a look that said, "I know everything." Stupid Pelagris, how I hate that she's absolutely right. "We can fix this, Horn," I said as I took out a chocolate bar that I bought outside of Aario. "It's a necessary sacrifice." "Just one?" Horn asked, raising an eyebrow and frowning, as it wasn't the first time he tried to blackmail me into giving him some of my precious chocolates. "Alright. But you won't tell Freya-sama anything," I said, taking out 4 more chocolates. "Deal?" I asked, extending 5 of my divine chocolates to her. She just smiled, grabbed the chocolates, turned around, and walked down the hall. "Deal," she said before disappearing from sight. I could only sigh as I went to the dungeon. I head back to the dungeon again, feeling a little sad because a few days ago I gave 5 of my divine chocolates to Horn so that he wouldn't tell Freya-sama about how I was venturing too far into the dungeon. On my way to the dungeon I managed to see a golden-haired girl in light armor with a sword running, seemingly looking for someone in a great hurry, as if it were extremely important to her. After seeing her for a few seconds, I reacted when I recognized her and saw that it was that girl Ace from the Loki family, who always asked me how I leveled up so fast, but I always told her the same thing, that it was a family secret. Returning to reality, I focused my gaze on her again and saw that she was staring at me, and then she started running towards me with a piece of paper in her hand. I just decided to ignore her and continued walking towards the dungeon. Aze arrived where I was walking and stood in front of me, extending the paper in her hand as if to show it to me, but I paid no attention to her as I just passed by her and continued on my way to the dungeon. This seemed to stun her a little, but she quickly resumed running in front of me while again extending the paper towards me. "Look," he said as he extended the paper towards me, but closer this time. "What?" he said listlessly. I really wanted to go to the dungeon already to vent about losing 5 of my divine chocolates. So what if it still hurts? If it bothers you, tell me the date and time and we'll have a knife fight to the death. I've already reached level 2, he told me with a sparkle in his eyes, but still with his face expressionless, as if he were expecting something from me. "Ah," I said, focusing my gaze on the sheet and realizing it was her status sheet, showing level 2. "Oh, that's right, congratulations," I said, bored at wasting the time my 5 chocolates had bought me. I started walking back towards the dungeon, but Aze followed me with an intense stare for some reason. Did I do something to deserve that look? I could only sigh, and I stopped, turning to look at her, which made her stop too. "Why are you following me?" I asked, raising an eyebrow, but she didn't answer, she just looked at me in silence. Sighing, only one thing occurred to me to do. "Do you want to come with me to the dungeon?" That question surprised her a little, but she began to nod repeatedly, still with her expressionless face. She looked so strange with that face. "Okay, let's go." With that, the two of us started walking towards the dungeon. Once in the dungeon we were mercilessly killing monsters. It seems she's just like me, in the sense of not stopping in the dungeon. That's good so we can continue advancing to the 17th floor. As we were going down we decided to rest on the 12th floor, one floor before the intermediate floors. I decided that we should stop since Aze looked tired, but I could still continue, since I had already been to the intermediate floors. While we were resting, I took off my helmet and pulled out 2 divine chocolates that I had brought to enjoy while I rested in the dungeon. "Here," I said, giving him one of my chocolates. I only gave it to him because he leveled up. Otherwise, I would never have seen them, much less shared one with him. She just took it in silence while I ate mine with great satisfaction. She opened the chocolate and took a bite, only to open her eyes in amazement at how delicious the chocolate was. With that, she began to devour the chocolate with great fascination. As I finished eating my chocolate, I noticed that she had also finished eating hers. I was about to ask her how it was, but I had to hold back my laughter when I saw how her cheeks were covered in chocolate. I was covering my mouth to keep from laughing out loud at Aze's appearance, but a small laugh escaped me, and that made her turn to look at me and tilt her head in confusion. When I realized that she had discovered me and was tilting her head, still with chocolate on her cheeks, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha. I was laughing so hard because he looked so adorable and funny. After laughing for a few minutes and Aze not understanding what I was laughing about, I decided to show her. I grabbed my helmet and held it up to her. "Look at your reflection," I told her, and she did. When she saw her face, she understood why I was laughing, but she got angry, pouted, and glared at me. "Come on, don't look at me like that, come here," I said as I approached her and with a rag I had stored in my gem backpack, I began to clean her cheeks. That brought a small blush to her cheeks, but I decided to ignore it because I didn't know what it was. When I finished cleaning her cheeks, I finished with a phrase to make myself look great. "You're clean and beautiful again, just like before." That made her cheeks blush a little noticeably. "Baka," she said while looking away for some reason my young mind doesn't understand. "Hey, why are you suddenly angry?" I just laughed a little, and how could I not? "You looked adorable," I said, confused, and I got even more confused when I saw her cover her face with her hands. "Huh?" was all I said as I watched him turn his back on me. After an hour we decided to continue killing monsters on the 12th floor for a few hours until I decided it was time to go to the middle floors. "Alright Aze, it's time to go to the middle floors, maybe up to the 16th floor," I said, excited to go fight. "Floor 16. Riveria told me not to go past floor 10 Aze told me, so I decided to play with her a little just to see if she's easy to manipulate if you're scared, I can go by myself," I said mockingly to see if he'd fall for it, and it seemed he did, since I saw him frown and start walking towards the entrance of the 11th floor. That's what I wanted to see, I thought as I followed her. So we started killing monsters until the 15th floor where we slowed down because Aze seemed very tired. We were surrounded by monsters on all sides as if the dungeon was centered on us. As I finished killing a hellhound, I heard Aze scream in pain. Aze's pav. I was killing monsters on the 15th floor, but I'm already very tired and have a few wounds, but I don't want to look weak in front of Bell. Being so lost in my thoughts, I became careless and a Fang approached me and attacked me with its claws, which I managed to deflect with difficulty and kill it. Being tired, I didn't realize in time that another Fang approached me and gave me a deep cut on my right leg, causing me to fall to the ground and let out a cry of pain. When I was lying there and saw the Fang about to kill me, all I could do was shed tears of helplessness and close my eyes, waiting for my death. After a few seconds I only heard a cutting sound. When I opened my eyes I saw Bell standing next to me with his sword stuck in the Fang's head. He withdrew his sword as the Fang disappeared and turned to look at me with a smile as he extended his hand. "Get up, Ace, because as long as you're alive, the fight isn't over." That phrase, those words, were engraved in my soul, and with a gleam in my eyes, I saw Bell extending a hand to me while smiling. Seeing it made me remember my parents' words. Flashback. And so the hero saved the princess, and that's the end. Did you like the story, Ace? Asked an extremely beautiful woman with golden hair and eyes of the same color. "Yes, mom," replied a little girl who looked exactly like the woman, but in a child version. Then they saw a dark-haired man in light armor with a sword at his waist approaching, raising his arm in greeting. The girl started running towards the man and jumped onto him to hug him. "Dad." The little girl exclaimed happily as she hugged her dad. "Hi Ace, how are you?" The man replied happily. "Great. My mom just told me a story about a hero. Dad, are you my hero?" The little girl asked innocently. "No, darling, I'm your mom's hero. You'll have to find your own," the man said, stroking the girl's hair. "You're a bad mom," said little Ace with a pout. "Yufufu Ace, you'll have your own hero when you grow up," the woman told Ace. "And how will I know who my hero is?" Ace asked. "You'll realize it in the future, and when you do, don't let it go," she said, giving her a kiss on the cheek, making the girl laugh. Then flashback. "Could he be my hero, Mom?" I thought as I grabbed Bell's hand and he helped me up, only to stumble because of the pain in my leg, but I didn't fall because Bell caught me. "Here, Ace," she said, handing me a potion. "This potion only heals a little, so let's go back so you can be healed." She finished, carrying me on her back, making my cheeks blush slightly. "Looks like we're going to have a bit of a hard time," Bell said, looking around at the monsters that surrounded them. "Hold on tight, Ace, it's going to be wild." Bell told me and I obeyed, putting my arms around his neck as he started running and killing monsters along the way. Seeing how Bell was protecting me, I couldn't help but bury my head in his shoulder. "Could it be that you're my hero?" he thought as Bell continued running towards the dungeon exit. Bell's pav. Upon reaching the surface, I headed to the guild with Ace still on my back, who had fallen asleep. That climb up the dungeon was quite turbulent. My armor was badly damaged but not broken, which is a new achievement. I thought, proud of my accomplishment. Walking towards the guild, people looked at us with amusement as they found it funny to see a boy in armor carrying a girl. Anyway, putting that aside, I managed to reach the guild, receiving a couple of stares which I completely ignored as I walked towards Rose, who, upon seeing me, gave me a dark look. "Hi Rose," I said cheerfully, trying to ignore her dark gaze. "Follow me." That was all he said as he led me to the guild's infirmary to get Ace treated. After Ace was healed, Rose and I were in a room with Ace asleep on the couch. I am currently on my knees, under Rose's stern gaze, which seems to want to kill me with its stare. "Can you explain why you not only come back damaged as usual, but now you're carrying the Loki family's rookie injured on your back?" he asked me seriously, so sighing with resignation, I decided to tell him what happened. After I told her what happened, Rose gave me a surprised look. "I'm surprised you brought her back, instead of continuing to run around like a madman in the dungeon," she said, making me frown. "Even I know I should have come back. Wait, did you just insult me?" I protested indignantly at being called a dungeon madman. "I only told the truth," he said simply, looking at Ace, and I became even more indignant at how he avoided it. "What do we do with her?" I asked Rose curiously. "What else can you do? Take care of her until she wakes up. After all, it's your fault she ended up like this." He emphasized this with a serious face. "Hey. But I have things to do," I said, looking away in a clear lie. "I'm very bad at lying, even I know that." "You're going to do it whether you like it or not, it's not up for discussion." "I'll send word to the Loki family," he said seriously, then left the room, leaving me there frustrated at not being able to return to the dungeon. While I waited for Ace to wake up or for the Loki family to arrive, I grabbed a bag where I had managed to hide a small piece of minotaur, at least to have something to eat because I'm starving. I kept eating until I finished it, and then Ace started to wake up. When Ace opened her eyes, the first thing she did was look directly at me. "How are you feeling?" I asked with a smile. "Okay, that's what he said as he seemed to get his bearings. "I'm glad. Look, you're at the guild, someone from your family will be here soon to pick you up." I informed her and she just nodded, so I continued. Well, now that I've said that, I'll be going. By the way, I had a lot of fun in the dungeon with you. I said as I left the room without giving her a chance to speak. I'm going for my second dungeon assault, I thought as I left. Is Pav. Well, now that I've said that, I'll be going. By the way, I had a lot of fun in the dungeon with you. Bell said as he left. I had a lot of fun in the dungeon with you. Those words echoed in my head, bringing a smile to my face and making me feel very happy. Mom, Dad, could it be that Bell is my hero? I thought with a smile. When you realize it, don't let it go. Bell's Pav. After Ace woke up, I returned to the dungeon for a second round. Right now I'm leaving the dungeon with several bumps and bruises but nothing serious. The monsters really do hit hard, but not as hard as Senpai. As I left, I could see several groups of adventurers leaving, all with their luxurious weapons, and the elves, of course, with their luxurious cloaks, which they only wear to show off. Stupid show-off elves, I thought as I continued climbing the stairs to leave the dungeon. It's quite late, so there shouldn't be so many people when you leave the dungeon. When I finally got out of the dungeon, I saw that there were many people surrounding something. While they looked at it, curiosity got the better of me, and I went to see what it was. It was Senpai who was standing in front of the dungeon entrance. He looked at me for a few seconds before walking towards me and stopping in front of me. It's all over now. You know you shouldn't stay in the dungeon for so long. Freya-sama is angry, Senpai said with his typical stoic face while people stared at us. Why are they staring at us so much? Don't they have anything better to do? But Senpai, if I don't try hard I won't get stronger. I tried to excuse myself, but he didn't even flinch at my answer. Anyway, Freya-sama wants to see you. He said as he turned around and started walking with me behind him. As we walked, people made way for us to pass as if we were kings. It's not bad to walk like that once in a while, although it only happens when Senpai is present. Perhaps I should give you tougher training so you understand that Freya-sama cares about you, Otter said without turning to look at me, making me shiver at the thought of that training. I could swear those words came out with a slightly amused tone, but I can't be sure about that. When we arrived at the Tower of Babel, Otter knocked on Freya-sama's door and we waited until we received a pass from Freya-sama, so we entered the room, which was very luxurious. Everything I saw cost millions of values, no matter how insignificant it was. Senpai stood beside Freya-sama's throne, who gestured for me to approach. Obeying her order, I nervously stood in front of her, afraid that she would forbid me from entering the dungeon. Wait. Didn't I pay Horn for her silence so Freya-sama wouldn't find out about that? Damn Horn, she scammed me. You. Before I could start cursing Horn for scamming me, Freya-sama stopped me. Bell-kun, you know I can see you from here, right? Freya-sama asked, amused, as if she knew what I was thinking. How scary. Silo Freya-sama, I answered nervously. Why the question? I asked, even though I already knew she was trying to avoid the topic. Well, I noticed that a certain little bunny didn't heed my order not to venture too far into the dungeon, and I was pleasantly surprised to see him there, and not only that, the silence that followed began to frighten me greatly as I saw how he was staring at me intently. But he was with a certain swordswoman girl from the Loki family. Freya-sama finished, looking at me with a face that said, I hope you have a good excuse, you damned rabbit in heat. I swear that's what her gaze seemed to say. You see, it's just that I started to come up with 1,000 excuses to be able to say something to Freya-sama that wouldn't anger her, but the more I thought, the more nervous I became as I felt her penetrating gaze, which was creepy instead of beautiful. Unable to bear the pressure any longer, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. I was on a date. I shouted, very confident in myself until I processed what I had said and got a little scared about how she would react, but that disappeared when I saw Freya-sama and Otter senpai. Freya-sama's gaze was darkened, while senpai, well, he just opened his eyes a little and then gave me a look that I swear said, of all the possible excuses, you had to say that. Well, what did you expect, senpai? He was under pressure. Maybe if I had said we were playing marbles that would have definitely worked. I was about to give my new excuse when Freya-sama pounced on me, giving me a tight hug while rubbing her cheek against mine. My little Bell-kun is growing up, why? Freya said while throwing a tantrum. He grows up so fast, Freya-sama said while continuing to rub her cheek against mine and hug me tightly. Because my goddess behaves like a child when it comes to these issues, but only when I'm involved. I remember how I sent senpai to scare a girl who was getting too close to me. Wait, Freya-sama, give me some space, I complained as I tried to get Freya-sama off me, but surprisingly, even at level 2, I couldn't get her off me. I looked at senpai for help, but he just stared at his hand as if it were more important. Traitorous senpai, and I always give him one of my chocolates when they arrive every month. No waiting, Bell-kun, you're still too young to be going on dates, she said before pulling my ear. You're telling me the truth now, because as a goddess you can't lie to me, Freya-sama said as she pulled my ear harder. Ouch. Freya-sama, please wait. I complained with small tears at the corners of my eyes. Freya-sama let go of my ear and then put her hands on her hips while giving me an annoyed yet serious look, waiting for my answer. Sighing because I had no escape, I proceeded to tell her everything that happened during the day, from how she showed me her status sheet, me inviting her to go to the dungeon because she was following me, to the part about the chocolate and how I cleaned her cheeks. My little Bell-kun is already flirting, and without even realizing it, Freya-sama said as she slumped down on her throne with a dejected expression. I wonder what flirting is. I'll ask someone later. I don't know what Freya-sama is talking about, I said, nervous about the situation. Can I leave now? I asked, already wanting to get out of this place. Freya-sama stared at me for a few seconds before sighing and getting up with her usual smile on her face. She started walking towards a shelf before grabbing a book and giving it to me. Before you go, Bell-kun, she said as I grabbed the book. I was planning to give it to you when you reached level 2, but I changed it to level 3, but since you're doing a lot of dungeon raids, I think it'll be good for you now. She finished with a small genuine smile. I nodded before even looking at the book and seeing its title, Magic for Dummies. Seriously? Is Freya-sama making fun of me? The book itself isn't anything special, in fact it's completely white with just the title on the cover. I opened it to take a look, but as soon as I did, everything turned black and the last thing I heard was a fufufu from Freya-sama. Where am I? I thought, confused, seeing only darkness. Darkness, that's all there was in this place. I couldn't move anything, I couldn't even feel my body. When I thought I had lowered my gaze to see my body, I couldn't see anything, only the immense and infinite darkness which seemed to consume everything. What is this place supposed to be? He thought, quite confused by the strange situation he was in. He would have continued thinking about his situation, but a bright light blinded him for a few minutes. When he could finally see clearly, he was in shock. And how could he not be, when in front of him was another A? He was very confused, but he was only confused because his other self was staring at him intently. What is magic? I asked myself as if the situation we were in didn't matter. But the worst part is that my body responded on its own, practically ignoring my will. It is a destructive power that sweeps away everything in its path. That's what my body answered without my consent, as if my own will didn't exist. And what would you use it for? My other self asked again without taking his intense gaze off me. It seems as if he is seeing my soul. His gaze is similar to Freya-sama's when she does the same thing. To wipe out my enemies. That's what my body answered on its own, damn it. Being like this without being able to control my own body is annoying. Although now that I think about it, I can't even see my body. I only see darkness when I try to see it. I see, so be it. That was the last thing my other self said before the whole place began to glow. What happened? Where am I? The last thing I remember was opening the book and then pure darkness. Did they give me a beating that left me in a bad place? No, that's not possible. I was in Freya-sama's room. My mind was trying to make sense of my situation, but no matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't find it. I slowly began to open my eyes little by little due to the dizziness I still felt. When I was finally able to open my eyes properly and my vision cleared, I could see that I was lying in my bed, but how did I get here? I sat on my bed to try to calm my mind, but as I did so I noticed two pieces of paper on top of me. The first one was a status sheet of mine, so I proceeded to read it to see why my goddess would leave me this, of course, if it was her, although it's more than obvious that it was Otter senpai who brought me here. Anyway, let's see what he says. Bell Cranel. Level 2. Strength. 503D. Resistance. 615C. Dexterity. 582D. Agility. 359F. Magic. 0I. Skill. Base Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Development skills. Strong body. I. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. No way, I have magic. Daisanji, although it doesn't sound super cool, his chant is beautiful, and he has a second mode where he casts magic to a lesser extent by chanting Ignis. I have to go try it out, I can't wait to see what it does. With that in mind I was about to leave, but I saw the second note which I had forgotten. Right, there was a second note, I forgot, but it doesn't matter, what matters is seeing what my new magic does. I thought with great longing to see my magic, I grabbed the note to see what it said. Congratulations on your new magic, Bell-kun. From your ever beautiful and protective goddess, Freya. This is 3. P.S. Woe to you if I catch you flirting again. Freya Sama always acts like this with me. I thought with a smile after finishing reading the note the goddess Freya left me. Although I still don't know what flirting is and why it bothers Freya Sama so much. After putting on my armor, which was already showing signs of wear, but that didn't matter. I'll just test my magic a little and return without anyone noticing. A brilliant plan, right? With that in mind, I headed to my door to leave, but I stopped when I noticed a note stuck to my door. Another note. He thought, confused, upon seeing a second note. Congratulations on your new magic. I know you'll go to the dungeon, so I left you some potions so you don't get a -0 and die stupidly. Don't overdo it and come back if you run out of potions, or I'll give you special training. Otter. He takes care of me in his own way, although the bit about the stupid death was unnecessary. I thought indignantly at what the note said, but then I realized what it said at the end. It's best not to overdo it so I don't get trained. I told myself while trembling a little. Normal Pav. Bell left his room and began walking, making as little noise as possible so as not to wake anyone, and started heading towards the dungeon. But without Bell noticing, a white elf who was about to enter his room to sleep caught sight of him. And where is that brat going so late? Thought the elf as he watched Bell walking silently through the corridors. I have to try out my new magic. Bell said excitedly, eager to test his new magic. The elf, upon hearing this, became a little interested upon hearing what the albino said about his new magic. I'll only follow him so nothing happens to him, otherwise Freya Sama will be very sad if that's the case. The elf thought, refusing to accept that he was curious to see the albino's new magic because of his elven pride. With that, the elf began to follow from a safe distance, one that Bell wouldn't notice. Chapter 4. The dungeon, an existence that not even the gods understand. The dungeon is the place where adventurers venture in search of fame, power, and riches. But right now we're focusing on a specific floor where you can see a child throwing fire like there's no tomorrow. Bigness. That's all that could be heard on the 4th floor, where that adventurer was testing his new magic and an overly proud elf was watching, spying on him. Bigness. But that chant, a monster was burned to ashes. Great, this magic is simply great. Bell said as he continued walking. Bell suddenly felt very dizzy, but decided to ignore it. He decided to concentrate on his surroundings because of the noise, only to see a monster lunging at him. In response he just put on a confident smile under his helmet and extended his hand towards the monster. Bigness. In response to that super short song, a large projectile of white flames was sent at the monster, disintegrating it without any mercy. That's easy, Bell said with a smile before taking a step and falling unconscious onto the floor. At this point, an elf who was watching him to prevent him from doing something stupid saw the albino go too far and become unconscious due to a -0. What a stupid brat, how can he not realize that he's already wasted his entire mind? The elf complained as he took Bell with his right hand with some disgust while in his left hand, he carried his Desarea. He began to carelessly drag Bell to some safe place so he could give him a mind potion. When he finally found a place where he could pour the potion on her and kindly tell her how to use her magic properly. As he reached the place he thought was safe, he let go of Bell's arm, leaving him lying there while he took a potion out of his bag. After uncorking the potion, I first removed his helmet and then made Bell drink the liquid before throwing the glass away. After waiting a while for Bell to wake up, it seemed that he was starting to open his eyes. As he opened them, he tried to focus his vision, but his vision was a little blurry. After a few seconds, Bell managed to focus his vision, and the first thing he saw was an elf a few meters away from him staring at him with a serious face. He was about to stand in a fighting stance, but he managed to identify the elf standing in front of him, and how could he not? It was Heden, a level 5 executive of the Freya family, and the elf was looking at him as if he were a hopeless idiot. Hello, Bell said nervously, due to the stern look the elf was giving him, who didn't blink or move a bit. You're an idiot, the elf said, making Bell tremble slightly. How can you not realize you've wasted your entire mind on your magic? The elf said sternly, as if he were his master. Be sorry, I forgot, Bell said as he stood up and dusted himself off. And what are you doing here? Bell asked, doubting that Heden was there by chance to find him. This question took the elf by surprise, as he hadn't expected it. He had expected something else from Bell, so, turning his gaze away, he answered, I was just passing by. The elf refused to tell him he was there so he wouldn't do anything stupid. Hell would have accepted it, but his elven pride wouldn't allow it. Oh well, thanks I guess. Bell said, not knowing what to say to the elf. Was all Heden replied as he continued to look away. Not knowing what to do, Bell examined himself for any injuries. After seeing that he had none, he picked up his helmet and put it on. Well, I'm leaving, goodbye, Bell said as he started walking towards the exit of that floor. At this, Heden turned to look at him and couldn't believe how Bell was simply leaving the place without saying anything else, so he ran towards Bell at great speed and caught up with him. "Brat," Heden said as he caught up to him and looked at him, drawing Bell's attention. "You use your magic very badly. You should use it more effectively and not stupidly," Heden finished. "Oh, it's just that I just got it and I got carried away by having magic," Bell finished answering Heden. Heden, for his part, sighed and pinched his nose because of what he was about to do. "Look for me tomorrow, I'll teach you how to use your magic so you don't do something stupid like this again," the white elf finished. "Really?" Bell asked, excited to be taught by Heden in the correct use of magic. "Don't shout, brat," Heden complained, giving him an angry look. "And if I'm going to teach you how to use your magic properly, you should be grateful that I'm taking the time to teach you," the white elf said with great pride. "Hi. Thank you, Heden-sensei," Bell said while bowing to the elf. "At least you understand that," Heden said, crossing his arms and looking ahead. Bell laughed nervously at the white elf's attitude. After leaving the dungeon they returned to headquarters where each one went to his room. The next day Bell woke up feeling very lazy, but remembering that the white elf had offered him training, he got ready in his armor and headed to the dining room for breakfast and then to look for the white elf. When he arrived at the dining room he began to eat like a pig in heat, as usual his family members ignored him while eating, since they had become accustomed to him eating like that. After breakfast, he went to look for the white elf at the Freya family's training grounds. When he was at the training grounds, he couldn't find him, so, wondering where he could be, he could only think like the elf. "If I were an elf with glasses, where would I go?" Bell thought, trying to find an answer to his own question. "After thinking for a while, I've come to a conclusion. He's an elf, wears glasses, is very proud, according to Freya Soma Heden-san was a king before, and besides, he's a brainiac. Clearly, there's only one place in the headquarters where he'd fit in, and that is the library. That's it," Bell said, starting to run to the headquarters library. Running towards the library with all the speed his level 2 allowed, he pushed some members along the way, but could only shout a sorry. "When I finally arrived at the library, I looked all over the place trying to find the elf, whom I was able to locate at a table reading, so I ran towards him." "Heden-san," Bell shouted as he ran towards the elf. Heden, for his part, frowned upon hearing Bell. "What a loudmouth brat," I muttered, frowning at Bell's shout. "Heden-san, I've arrived for the training you mentioned yesterday," Bell said, excited to have training to better control and use his magic. When Bell arrived where the white elf was, he turned to look at Bell and then hit me on the head with the staff part of his Desarea. "Ouch," Bell complained, rubbing his head where he hit me with his Desarea. "Don't shout so much, brat," complained the white elf while scolding the albino who had left his helmet in his room, making him receive the elf's blow. "I'm sorry, Heden-san," Bell apologized, still rubbing his head with small tears in his eyes. "Follow me," was all Heden said as he started walking towards the exit. "Hi," Bell said before flinching at the glare the elf gave him as he shouted. The two started walking towards the training fields so they could train Bell's words and train Heden's words. When they arrived at the training field, Heden gestured to Bell to sit on the ground. Bell, like any well-trained dog, sat down in front of Heden, who was standing there watching Bell. "Okay, now tell me what your magic is," Heden said to Bell with great curiosity. "My magic is called Dai Sanji, and it's a short chant. My magic unleashes a torrent of white flames that burn everything in its path. If I chant Ignis I can launch fire from the palm of my hand to a lesser extent," Bell explained, while raising two of his fingers to emphasize his 2 points. After Bell's response explaining his magic, Heden was analyzing Bell's magic, trying to map out a way to use his own magic more effectively. "Go ahead and use it," Heden told Bell, waiting to see his magic. Bell nodded and stood up so he could use his magic in front of the elf. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame Dai Sanji." The powerful torrent of white flame swept away everything in its path after Bell finished his chant. This caused the other members of the Freya family to turn around in surprise at such powerful magic. That's quite powerful magic for a level 2, no doubt," the elf said, surprised but without changing his serious expression. "That magic could give a level 4 a hard time if they don't take you seriously," he finished explaining his point of view on Bell's magic. "Use your super short song now," Heden told Bell, who nodded at the elf's request. "Ignis," canto Bell as he extended his hand and from it came out a projectile of white fire that created an explosion upon impact with the wall. "Well, it's clearly weaker than the full chant," the elf examined with a critical eye. "But if you connect the magic with its target, the adventurers could be quite badly damaged if it hits them directly," Heden finished, analyzing Bell's magic. Bell was overjoyed and began to dance with happiness before a blow from the elf's staff stopped him. "Now we'll begin your training," Heden said as he walked a few meters in front of Bell. Attack me with everything you have, use your magic. I'll tell you how during the battle, the white elf explained to Bell, who nodded and got into a fighting stance. But I don't have my helmet, Bell said, expressing his doubt. You don't need it. That was the elf's simple reply. Bell nodded and resumed his fighting stance. The two stared at each other until Bell cleared in a burst of speed, swinging his sword towards Heden, who blocked it without problems with his Desarea. Bell tried to kick him, but Heden just stepped back and attacked him with his sword multiple times, forcing Bell back while blocking the attacks as best he could. Feeling cornered, Bell jumped back, extended his hand pointing towards Heden, and fired his magic. Ignis. The projectile of white fire shot from his hand towards the elf. Heden simply jumped a few meters to the right, perfectly dodging Bell's magic attack. Well, your super short chant magic is good, it's useless if the target can easily dodge it, Heden said, looking seriously at Bell. You should use it at close range, and only when you're sure you'll hit your target, Heden explained to Bell. I understand, Bell said, tightening his grip on his greatsword. Bell charged again at Heden, who was waiting patiently. Bell swung his sword again, but it was easily blocked by the white elf, who then began his counterattack against the albino. Keep your eyes open and focused on your enemy at all times. The elf shouted as he relentlessly attacked Bell, who was barely blocking, but couldn't block all the attacks, so his armor was getting damaged. Don't get distracted. He yelled again when he saw Bell glance down at his armor, which earned Bell a cut on his cheek. Bell turned back to attack, tightening his grip on his sword to strike the elf. He charged at the elf with all his might, trying to land a blow. As they crossed swords, Heden gave him a good blow to the stomach, causing Bell to kneel, but Bell took advantage of this to launch his attack on the elf. Ignis. Bell fired his white fire magic at the elf, who didn't even flinch, and with his Desarea, split Bell's fire projectile in half, which naturally depressed the white-haired man. That was a good attack. Heden congratulated Bell. Thank you, Bell said with a pained smile as he watched his plan fail, but above all, it hurt to see his projectile split in two as if it were nothing. That's all for today, we'll continue training tomorrow. Heden said as he dusted himself off. Bell was about to leave, but a hand landed on his shoulder and stopped him. When he turned around, he went pale, and how could he not, with what was behind him. Behind him was Heden with a face that promised much suffering for the albino. Ah, where do you think you're going, brat? It's time to study. It's no use having power if you're an idiot. Heden finished saying very seriously. Damn it, Bell muttered under his breath. Just thinking about what awaited him studying with Heden made him tremble a little, just a little, I swear. On the top floor of the Tower of Babel, a certain goddess was happy to see Heden training the little albino. I didn't even have to ask him to train him, the goddess Freya finished, while balancing a wine glass. Chapter 5. Another day in Aario, and as usual Bell was getting ready to go to the dungeon, but of course, Heden wouldn't allow it since he took him on as an apprentice, and he's not going to let his apprentice be an idiot. Just as he left the room, he bumped right into Heden, leaning against the wall in front of his door, with his eyes closed and his arms crossed. You're late, it's already 7 o'clock, it's quite late to start your training, Heden told Bell, who was stunned by what he heard. Was 7 in the morning too late? But in my opinion it's too early, Bell retorted, disagreeing completely with what Heden said, but obviously not aggressively. Just the thought of it frightened him. The consequences of doing that could be death, in his own words. Follow me, we have a lot to see today, Heden said, as he started walking towards the dining room. First you must have breakfast is the most important meal of the day, Heden said, walking calmly with Bell behind him, cursing his mind for not being able to dodge Heden. After walking for a while they arrived at the dining room. Bell immediately grabbed his cart and filled it with food. Oh, that's what he would have liked if it weren't for Heden who hit him on the butt so he wouldn't take any food. Overeating is harmful. I'll point out the food to you so you can have a balanced breakfast, and that will give you more strength, Heden told Bell, who was about to reply, but a single look from the elf was enough to silence him, so defeated he let out a timid hi. For those in the dining room, it was a funny scene as they watched Heden signaling which food to serve himself, but they found it even funnier to see Bell trying to grab some meat, only to be stopped every time by Heden. After finishing selecting what Bell would have for breakfast, Heden served himself his own breakfast. Once it was ready, they sat down to eat, and of course, Bell started eating like a pig, which displeased Heden, who hit him on the head with his slate. Ouch! Bell exclaimed, rubbing his head. Why was that? I didn't do anything. The albino angrily asked the elf about the random blow he'd received. Or so Bell thought. You pig. How dare you eat like that in the headquarters that Freya Soma has given us. Besides, you eat like a pig, learn to eat properly. The elf reproached Bell, who only nodded silently under the stern look that Heden was giving him. Bell grabbed a small piece of food and calmly put it in his mouth, under the watchful gaze of the elf and everyone in the dining room, as they couldn't believe they would see Bell not eating like crazy. You'd better eat like this from now on, or I'll take care of it myself, is that clear? The elf said and asked Bell, who reluctantly nodded. The rest of breakfast was quiet, although everyone there found it funny to see Heden acting like a mother to Bell, hitting him every time the elf said he ate badly. But of course, they wouldn't say this to anyone, not even if they were dead. That elf is capable of bringing them back to life with just one insult. If you're wondering why Heden or other members of the Freya family don't act as hostile towards Bell, it's simple. Since Bell isn't obsessed with Freya like the rest of the Freya family, they don't despise him as much. Besides, he's a child and under Otter's direct care, so there's no way they would. After eating, Heden told Bell to follow him to the library. Bell, of course, didn't like this, but what could he do? If he complained, things would only get worse, so resignedly he followed the elf to the library. Today we'll study, so you don't do anything stupid in the dungeon and embarrass the Freya family, especially Freya Soma, Heden explained to Bell, who nodded. Heden continued, good, sit at the table. I'll get some books, and don't even think about leaving, because I'll bring you back even if I have to break your legs. Is that clear? The elf told Bell, scaring him greatly. He could have sworn he saw horns on Heden. When Heden left, Bell started looking at the books on a shelf next to the table where he was sitting. Looking at the books, he found one that caught his attention. Adventurers of the Past. So, taking it, he went to his table, where he opened the book. Most of the adventurers didn't attract attention until he got to the first classes section, so curious Jorge began to read. Most of the first class students were of different races than humans, so I hardly paid attention to them, only noticing the human ones. But after looking more closely, I saw a picture of a man in full black armor, with brown hair and strange marks or scars on his face. This one caught his attention especially because it was the style of adventurer he wanted to be. Heavy full body armor and a great sword. Besides, in his opinion, the man had a great look. Reading what else there was about that man, he could see that his name was Zald or Gluttony as he was known. He saw that he was an executive of the now extinct Zeus family and a level 7 adventurer. But he read something that shocked him. He couldn't believe it. The adventurer he was beginning to admire had the same magic as him, Deus Ambrosia. This was what shocked him. With that, he began to think that perhaps they were related in some way. He couldn't find any other reason for him to have that ability that Gluttony had, or perhaps it was mere coincidence that they both had it. No, he didn't think it was a coincidence, or was it? To begin with, Aario was an adventurer from the past. There shouldn't be a connection unless he was a descendant of him. But when he looked at what era he was an adventurer, he was surprised to find that he stopped being an adventurer 6 years ago, when the Zeus and Hera family failed to kill the one-eyed black dragon. There was no longer so much doubt, he could very well be his son, even though he didn't resemble the man at all, so perhaps there was more, something that was being lost, perhaps his father was a member of the Zeus family, and he and Zald were brothers, and he didn't resemble him because he would have inherited his mother's kinship. That was one possibility, but he wasn't sure. He couldn't continue thinking because a pile of books appeared in front of him. When he looked up, he saw several rather thick books, and Heden was standing next to him. These are the books you will study today, Heden said seriously, but Bell just nodded without paying much attention. If he had listened, he would have realized that Heden said today, but because he was still thinking about Zald, he didn't pay much attention. So before starting to study, he decided to ask Heden about who Zald was and maybe in this way find out who his parents were. Heden-sensei, Bell said, drawing the elf's attention, and continued, do you know who Zald, or as he was known, Gluttony? He asked, hoping the elf would know, but he didn't expect the elf to look surprised. Where did you hear that name? The elf asked Bell. The fact that Bell knew about that man was intriguing. Not many remembered him despite his family having died out relatively recently. Well, I saw it in a book. But what caught my attention was that we had the same ability, Bell declared. At that, the elf's eyes widened slightly in surprise, but he returned to his usual serious expression. Explain yourself, the elf demanded of Bell, who felt a little intimidated by the elf's seriousness. He has Deus Ambrosia and so do I. This naturally made Heden sharpen his gaze on Bell, as he thought what Bell was saying was very stupid and believed he was making fun of him. Don't talk nonsense, brat. You couldn't possibly have that horrible ability, the elf told him, and he said horrible because that's what that ability seemed to him. The capacity to increase his status by eating monsters or humans, simply disgusting in his opinion. I swear. Ask Senpai Freya Sama, Bell said, a little angry that his sensei didn't believe him. Let's go. That was all Heden said, who, although he still believed that Bell did not possess that ability, the boy had no reason to say that without apparent cause. Heden and Bell quickly arrived at the Tower of Babel, where adventurers and civilians made room for them, as they saw a very serious Heden and behind him a child in full metal armor, a helmet that did not show his face except for his red eyes, and a large sword for the child on his back. When they finally reached the top of the Tower of Babel, they knocked on the door, hoping for a pass from their goddess. When they finally received him, they entered the luxurious room where their goddess was sitting on a throne, and Otter was not far from her. "Freya Sama," Heden exclaimed respectfully, kneeling before her. Bell well, he looked confused. At this, Heden grabbed Bell's head and forced him to his knees. "Bend down, brat," the elf said, annoyed at his refusal to kneel. "Ah. Don't tighten the helmet so much, it's going to break and I just got it, my blacksmith will be angry." Bell yelled at his sensei. Fufu, the goddess laughed merrily at the scene. Only Bell's antics could truly make her laugh. "There's no need to make him kneel, Heden. Bell can choose not to kneel if he likes. It doesn't bother me at all," the goddess said calmly. "But Freya-sama," Heden exclaimed incredulously, and Bell gave him a victorious smile. "Bell is like a real son to me, so it doesn't bother me at all," the goddess Freya explained. At that, Heden had no choice but to nod to his goddess. "Once that's settled, what brings you here, Heden, and why have you brought Bell with you?" the goddess asked. "You see, goddess, the brat claims to have the gluttony ability Deus Ambrosia. I wanted to verify that it was real," the elf explained, the reason for his visit. Of course, Freya had expected that sooner or later this would happen. "Yes, she does have it," said the goddess Freya, causing the elf to open his eyes in surprise, but he couldn't say anything because the goddess continued speaking. "Bell, you can go to the dungeon," the goddess told the albino, who nodded and left the room. "Since we're alone," Heden gave her his full attention now, "can you see the diamond in the rough that is Bell? Not only does he have that ability, but he also levels up even faster than that man, by far. It only took him 6 months to reach level 2, something unheard of and considered a miracle. Not even the embodiment of talent leveled up that quickly. Bell is unprecedented. Imagine how powerful he'll be in 10 years. He'll probably be one of the strongest, and who knows, maybe by then he'll already be level 7, at only 17 years old, or even younger. You never know." The goddess Freya finished explaining to the elf, who was extremely surprised, since his goddess's explanation was quite good, and if what she said was true, which he didn't doubt, Bell would be a monster in just 10 years or less. "By the way, Heden, how did you learn about that man, Bell, and especially that he had that ability too?" the goddess asked curiously, because that information isn't something you can find in a library. "He read it in a book from the headquarters library," the elf replied. "I see," said the goddess, swirling a glass of wine. "I hope you and Otter continue teaching Bell." She finished, taking a sip from her glass. "Of course, goddess," Otter and Heden said simultaneously. Although Heden didn't say it, he would take Bell as his student, and now even more so, knowing that he levels up faster thanks to Deus Ambrosia, even though he found that ability disgusting, but he had to do it for Freya. Bell was heading to the dungeon extremely happy, and how could he not be? He had just been saved from a study session with his sensei, that alone made him be in a good mood. First he went to the guild to warn Rose that he would be going down to the dungeon, after that he would go to the dungeon wanting to kill monsters, and to eat of course, because over time he has seen that eating monsters is to become stronger and to survive. After several floors, he found himself sitting on a rock eating a war shadow. In front of him was a frog shooter, which was a one-eyed frog. "I wouldn't eat that thing even if I were starving," Bell thought, looking at the corpse that was beginning to disappear from the frog shooter. He continued eating, but had to stop because a group of adventurers was approaching his position, and because of what Otter had told him, he shouldn't let them see him eating monsters, because it could bring them trouble. So he continued going down more floors until he reached number 11, where he met 2 adventurers from the Loki family, a tall elf with emerald hair, and a small girl with golden hair and an expressionless face. That's right, he met Riveria and Aze. "Oh, hello," Bell greeted politely, since you could say that Aze was his friend, and Riveria had helped him when he was injured. "Hello," both adventurers replied, although he could notice a certain serious expression on the green-haired elf's face, and on Aze's, it was just her usual expressionless face. "Miss Riveria, I wanted to thank you for helping me when you found me in an alley," Bell said, surprising the elf, who was surprised that a member of the Freya family would say that to her. "If you'll allow me, I wanted to thank you. Please take these stones as a token of my gratitude," Bell said, handing the bag to Riveria. "And no problem, ahem, you were hurt and we couldn't just leave you lying there," Riveria said, surprised, so much so that she stuttered a little, but she managed to recover quickly. "There's no need for a reward," she finished, a little kinder now that she knew a bit about the boy from that time. "Well, in that case I'll take my leave, I'll continue down if you'll excuse me," Bell said as he left, but Riveria noticed Aze standing next to Bell. "Aze, where are you going?" the elf asked, following the pair of children. "With Bell." That was all the girl said. "But Aze, you haven't even asked him," Riveria retorted. She didn't want to bother the young albino, although his helmet didn't reveal his hair, she still remembered him. "I don't mind you accompanying me, Miss Riveria," Belle said to the elf, who resignedly began to follow them, since she didn't want Ace to make a rash decision. Of course she didn't know that the one who made rash decisions was Belle. They went down several floors while killing everything in their path, with Riveria watching over them from afar, giving them their space. Riveria was amazed at how perfectly synchronized the two children were when they fought. She could see that Belle didn't have any particular fighting style with his sword. He just attacked everything that moved, and boy, did he do it well. In contrast, Ace killed monsters with her aggressive style, which focused on aggressive and unsafe attacks, often resulting in injuries, but with Belle by her side, she did not receive as many injuries because Belle covered her and she covered Belle. She also noticed how happy Ace seemed in Belle's presence. Although her face showed nothing but inexpressiveness, her eyes had an unusual brightness, and since Riveria was the one who took care of Ace most of the time, she could tell when she was happy or experiencing another emotion. "Hey Ace," Belle said to Ace. "Do you think it would be better if I carried a smaller sword?" The albino asked Ace, who was thoughtful for a few moments. "I think you're fine like this." It was the simple answer Ace gave, but it satisfied Belle. "Thanks, Ace," Belle said, going after a monster that appeared, unaware of a small smile on his face. "I think I'll stick with big swords," Belle told himself in his mind, as he believed that would be the best course of action. "Children, I think that's enough floors," Riveria told them, approaching them. Although she didn't like to take away Ace's happiness, she had to do it because they were going down too much in her opinion. "But it's only the 11th floor, there's still a while to go before we get to the 17th. Belle told her, since he was just starting to warm up. Riveria looked at him in surprise. "What floor are you on?" Riveria asks, genuinely curious to know. If she says the 11th floor is low, it must be because she's gone down much further. "It would go down even further if it weren't for the Goliath," he said casually to Riveria, unaware that the elf was genuinely surprised. "And your goddess lets you go to those apartments?" Riveria asked incredulously. Well, the Freya family members were crazy. She didn't think Rhea would let a rookie take such a risk, especially one with a great future ahead of him. "Of course not, in fact she spends all her time punishing me for supposedly going crazy in the dungeon, as if it were such a big deal." Belle replied while complaining. This gave him an idea of how Freya was with Belle. "Well, I don't think it's a good idea to go any further down," Riveria said firmly. Belle was about to reply, but a single look from Riveria silenced him. "Alright, let's go back to the surface," she said as she started walking, with children following her. For a moment I saw Heden sensei behind her. Belle thought, trembling slightly at the thought. Once on the surface, they were about to leave the dungeon when Belle decided to ask something. "And what do you do after the dungeon?" Belle asked, because he really didn't know what to do. If he went back, Heden would surely make him study, and that's what he wanted. "Naturally, I go to the library to read, if not that, I do vice captain's duties or take care of Ace." Riveria explained, receiving a nod from Belle, who turned to look at Ace waiting for an answer. "Go to the dungeon and train," Ace replied simply. "Well, I usually spend all day until night in the dungeon, and if they don't let me go to the dungeon I train, oh yeah, and I also start begging Freya Sama to take away my punishments." Belle explained what he did. This made Riveria giggle, since it was like seeing Ace in man form and with expressions. "Well, you can stroll around the market and see if you find anything interesting," Riveria offered, as she wanted Ace to remain happy, and that was achieved when she was with Belle. I have nothing to do, and you, Ace?" Belle replied, then asked Ace, to which she simply nodded. "Well, let's go to the market," Riveria said, and with that they started walking through the market looking at all sorts of things. Well, mostly Belle. Ace just followed Belle wherever he went. At some point Belle was surrounded by some rather voluptuous Amazons, who kept hugging him, saying that he looked very cute and that he looked like a rabbit. They could see his face because Belle wasn't wearing his helmet. Belle was nervous and blushing as they were squeezing him against their voluptuous breasts. Ace got annoyed at this, frowning and pouting, went to Belle and started dragging him by the arm, eliciting an awe from the people watching them. Riveria was no exception. She was happy that Ace was bringing out more emotions, even if it was jealousy, but it was a start. She saw how Ace looked at her chest and then at the Amazons' chests before looking at Belle. Riveria couldn't help but put a smile on her beautiful face at that. "Riveria, when will my breasts grow?" Ace innocently asked Riveria, who found it funny that Ace asked her that, since she knew why she was asking. "You're still very small, Ace, you'll grow, don't despair," Riveria replied. Ace just nodded and left with Belle, who was standing in line at a taco stand. "I wish Belle were part of our family. Not only would we have someone to keep Ace company, but we'd have two gems to polish," Riveria thought, a little sadly. She wished Belle were part of her family so he could be with Ace, but he couldn't be, and she couldn't make him leave her family because they were the royal family, and that goddess would never allow it. At least he's not obsessed with his goddess, the elf finished, thinking. After spending the day with Ace and Riveria, Bell said his goodbyes and decided to return to his headquarters, but of course, as soon as he entered, he found Heden waiting for him with a serious expression. "Did you think you could get out of studying?" Heden asked Bell. "Follow me, we have a lot to study," he said as he started walking with a defeated and depressed Bell, who was upset about not being able to avoid studying. Chapter 6. It's been a few months since Bell leveled up. Not much has happened in those months, just the usual. Killing monsters, being dragged around by Heden to study, running into A's at the dungeon entrance, the usual stuff. I was also close to reaching level 3. At this moment Bell is on his way to his good friend Akiro's blacksmith shop. Bell hoped not to get hit like every time he goes to have a new armor or sword made, but today, Akiro was the one who called him. I wonder why Akiro called me. He usually doesn't want to see me because I'm always breaking his creations. Bell thought, confused by his friend Akiro's call. Maybe he called to scold me. No, I don't think so. Maybe it's a discount. Yeah, that must be it. Bell finished his thought with a smile. He continued running towards Akiro's workshop. Along the way, almost no one recognized him because he usually doesn't take off his helmet, only on some occasions. This helped them not to know who he was and allowed him to move freely around Aario. After running for about 10 minutes, he finally arrived at his personal blacksmith's workshop, stood in front of the door, and began to knock like a normal person. "Yosh. Akiro-kun, open the door for me," Bell said, hitting him with both hands in a comical way. "Akiro." Bell continued shouting, looking like a child who had been left outside his house. After a few minutes Akiro finally came out, and the first thing he did was give Bell a tremendous blow to the head, and how could he not, since Bell was being a nuisance at his door. "Shut up, idiot," he said, hitting him a second time. "Get inside quickly or I'll hit you again," he said, going inside so Bell could follow from behind, closing the door behind him, of course. "Why did you call me, Akiro?" Bell asked calmly. It had nothing to do with how he was knocking on the door. He knocks like that to anger his blacksmith, that's all. "As my best customer, even though you break everything all the time, you're still my best customer," Akiro said, and for some reason Bell felt offended. "And that's why I made you a new sword, with the best materials I could get," Akiro explained, pointing to a tarp that was covering something. He approached and uncovered it, revealing an amazing sword. "I call it Roaring Lion, a great name, right?" Akiro asked Bell, who was fascinated by the sword. Akiro shook his hand in front of Bell to get his reaction. "If you can think of another name for the sword, we'd be happy to accept it." "What an unoriginal name, really," Bell said, making a chibi face at the sword's name. "It's the best I could come up with," Akiro said indignantly. "So, what do you think of the sword?" he asked Bell. "This is great, are you going to give it to me?" Bell asked happily. It was a beautiful sword in his opinion, and above all, durable. He felt it would last him much longer than the others and that he would only need to maintain it. "Ha ha ha ha." Akiro laughed. Bell thought it was because he was right that he was going to give it to him. "I wouldn't give it to you even if I were dead, I'll sell it to you for 130,000 valis." Akiro said with a smile, the dollar sign was visible in his eyes, that's how greedy he was. "What? That's a lot of money, can't you make me an offer?" Bell complained about the tremendous amount they were charging him. "Nope, accept it or I'll find someone else who wants it. I only offered it to you first because you're my best customer," Akiro said, without any shame in his voice. "Well, I'll bring you the money tomorrow, or if I get out of the dungeon early I'll bring it," a depressed Bell said, taking the sword and starting to leave Akiro's workshop. "Thank you for doing business with me." Akiro waved goodbye, happy to have sold his best work to date. Bell was on his way to the dungeon, with his new sword on his back, secured by its guard, also given by Akiro. As he was approaching the dungeon, he could see Ace standing near the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone, and that someone appeared to be him, since as soon as she saw him she started walking in his direction. "Hello Bell, what a coincidence to meet you," Ace said with her naturally expressionless face, not even trying to hide the fact that she was waiting for Bell. "Hello Ace, I see it's another coincidence, like every day," said Bell, who at first did think it was too much of a coincidence, but after several coincidences, he waited until the afternoon to go to the dungeon, but when he arrived as always, Ace was standing at the door doing nothing. "Yes," Ace said, nodding and looking away in a clear lie. She wasn't even trying, but who was Bell to tell her anything? "Do you want to go to the dungeon with me?" Bell asked, as usual, receiving a nod from Ace. "Let's go then," Bell said, starting to walk towards the dungeon, followed by Ace who stood beside him. "Bell," Ace said, drawing Bell's attention. "Did you change your weapon?" Ace asked, noticing this, but she wasn't sure if it was a different sword or the same one. "Huh? Oh yes, I changed my sword. My blacksmith got better materials and made me this sword," she said, taking the sword and showing it to him. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Bell asked, receiving a nod from Ace. So they continued down into the dungeon, where they chatted and killed everything that crossed their path. They were very good at teamwork, as both of them rushed to kill the first monster they saw. Both had very aggressive fighting styles. That allowed them to coordinate better somehow, although that was strange, somehow they managed it, and even stranger, it worked out well for them. They went down floors until they reached the 15th floor, killing everything they encountered. Bell wanted to eat monsters, but he couldn't with Ace around. He had to say that was it for today, so they would go back up and she could return to her headquarters, and then he could go back to the labyrinth and eat to increase his level, and why not? Satisfy his hunger. That was a lot of monsters, Bell said, resting against his sword. You can continue, Ace, he asked, noticing her slightly labored breathing. I can still continue, she said between sighs, then let out a big breath and composed herself. I'm ready now, she said, recovered. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, hurried footsteps could be heard. When they turned around, they saw several adventurers running towards them. Run. There's a lizardman. One of the adventurers shouted, passing by them. They walked past them, and when the adventurer looked back, he saw the two children staring at where they had come from. What are you doing, brats? Run. But he saw that they ignored him. TSK, do whatever you want, he said, then ran off. We can't let an irregular lizardman wander around here, Bell said seriously, receiving a nod from Ace. If I remember correctly, from my studies with Heden-sensei, lizardmen are found up to the 19th floor. What's he doing here? Bell said, recalling his studies with the elf. Tap tap tap. Slow footsteps began to be heard, catching the attention of both children. When they looked towards the tunnel, they could see it. A huge black lizardman, with completely red eyes and a kind of club in his right hand. Ace, upon seeing him, was a little scared and began to tremble while holding tightly to his sheath, but a hand rested on his shoulder. Calm down, Ace, if you tremble you won't be able to fight, Bell said, calming her down and making her stop trembling. We need to fight together. I'll be the shield and you the sword, since I can withstand more blows than you, and you're faster and more agile, Bell explained, receiving a nod from her. Let's go. Bell shouted, starting to run towards the lizardman, with Ace right behind him. Note. From here on I will call the lizardman Lizard for ease of writing. Note 2. There's a reason for what happens in the battle, read it all and you'll understand, or maybe you won't XD. The lizard tried to strike Bell horizontally, but he dodged it by jumping to the left to try and hit him with his sword. However, the lizard surprised him with a tail attack, but Bell managed to block it with his sword, causing the lizard to retreat a few meters. Ace took advantage of Bell's distraction to jump and go straight for the lizard's head, but it dodged and headbutted her, stunning her on the ground. The lizard was about to attack her with its club, but Bell arrived just in time to hit the lizard on its right side, making it roar. The lizard responded with a blow from the club that Bell could not protect himself from, receiving it in the chest and sending him flying into a wall. Ace quickly recovered from the lizard's headbutt, and while Bell was hitting her in the side, Ace jumped on top of the lizard, landing on its shoulders, and was about to stab it in the head with her sword, but the lizard grabbed her head and threw her towards a wall. Ace looked up after a few seconds of being thrown against the wall. The first thing she saw when she looked up was the lizard about to hit her with his club, but just as he was about to hit her, Bell arrived and hit him on the arm holding the club, making him drop it. The lizard, in response, struck Bell with the claws of its other hand on his helmet, throwing him a meter away. Bell rolled a little but recovered in time to jump back, dodging a strong blow where he was standing. He attacked with his sword, but the lizard grabbed it with both hands. Ace approached the lizard from behind, slashing its right ankle and causing it to fall to one knee. As it fell, Ace plunged her sword into its right side. The lizard roared in pain, then surprisingly stood up and pushed Bell with great force, knocking him off balance and causing him to fall. He turned to Ace and tried to strike her, but she dodged by ducking and tried to plunge her sword into his chest again, but she couldn't. The lizard grabbed both of her hands, preventing her from stabbing him. Then he delivered a powerful blow to her left arm, sending her flying a few meters. He was about to go after her, but Bell attacked him with his sword. However, this attack failed to cut him, as it was a desperate attempt to prevent him from going after Ace. The lizard grabbed Bell by the head and slammed him to the ground, then delivered a tremendous stomp to his head. Although his helmet managed to protect him, it was rendered useless after that blow. The lizard was so focused on Bell that it completely ignored Ace, who arrived and completely cut off its right foot, causing the lizard to fall and stop stepping on Bell, who didn't look good at all. But as the lizard fell, it managed to grab Ace's head and smash it hard against the ground, knocking her unconscious. The lizard was getting up when it heard a noise and saw him there. Next to it was Bell without his helmet and with his sword raised, but his face was covered in blood. His entire right side of his face was completely bloody, and blood was coming out of his left eye. "I'm still alive, you bastard," Bell said in a hoarse voice that wasn't his own. He only managed to speak because his throat was damaged and he could barely open it. Die, Bell said as he lowered his sword, cutting off the lizard's head, ending their fight. Bell dropped his sword because he could no longer move it due to the pain. He stared at the lizard's body for a few seconds, then looked at Ace lying unconscious on the ground. He shuffled over to her, took a position, the only one that hadn't been destroyed, and sprayed it on her head, where the most damage was. The rest could wait. Sighing at the lack of another potion, he approached the lizardman, which was slowly disintegrating because its stone hadn't been cut. He fell to his knees, no longer able to stand. If I eat the lizardman, I'll gain a lot of excelia, Bell thought, staring intently at the lizardman, then glancing at Ace. Ace is unconscious, I can eat without her seeing me. Bell finished his thought and began eating the lizardman as quickly as he could, as it was slowly disintegrating. After 10 minutes of eating as fast as he could, consuming most of the lizardman, it ended up turning to ash and leaving its stone behind. Bell sat looking at the stones until he heard a growl alerting him. Turning towards the sound, he saw dozens of monsters heading towards him and Ace, viewing them as mere prey. He tried to get up but fell due to the pain. Damn it, move. He muttered to himself. Bell looked at Ace lying beside him and, with great determination, got up. He grabbed his sword but couldn't lift it. He was exhausted and badly injured, so he dragged it to where Ace was and stood protectively in front of her. He tried to lift his sword, but he simply didn't have the strength to lift his heavy sword. So I throw it away and take Ace's. Although I'm not used to it, I suppose it will do. Bell thought, taking a fighting stance. Just then, Ace was waking up. She was a little disoriented, but managed to reorient herself and see what was happening. She saw a large number of monsters coming towards them, and a severely wounded Bell in front of her holding his sword ready for the fight. Bell, Ace said, trying to get up, but she couldn't, she had twisted her ankle, and she could barely move her left arm. Don't worry, Ace, I won't let them touch a hair on your head. You stay there, I'll protect you, Bell said without looking at her, but gripping Ace's sword even tighter. Ace, upon hearing this, could only admire Bell's form. Despite his terrible condition, he looked fabulous in her eyes, like a hero, no her hero. Hellhound Almridge Dungeon Worm Ligerfang. When they were close to them and charged, Bell responded by attacking in kind. He cut down one Almridge and grabbed another by the head, using it as a shield in front of him, causing it to take a claw attack from a Ligerfang. He quickly plunged his sword into its head and dodged to the left, avoiding a flame from a hellhound. He didn't even have time to stand up because Dungeon Worm grabbed him by his leg and started dragging him. Bell, as best he could, plunged his sword into the worm, making it let go. The worm tried to go after Bell again, but he was already beside him, delivering a vertical slash that cut off its head. Bell didn't react in time, causing him to receive a claw attack from a Ligerfang, which made him fall to the ground. He turned around just in time to stab it in the forehead with his sword, causing it to die. Ace, for her part, was incredibly frustrated. Her hero was fighting and giving his all despite being in worse condition than her, which angered her greatly. She tried to get up several times but simply couldn't. She kept falling to the ground. When she fell to the ground again from trying to move, she managed to see a hellhound about to bite her face. She froze at that moment, and the only thing she could think was, Bell, save me. Ace thought with all her might, closing her eyes in fear, waiting for the impact, but it never came. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw perfectly how Bell was stopping the hellhound with his body. There was Bell, no, his hero. There was his hero holding the hellhound's forehead with his right hand and his left arm being bitten. In that arm he had his sword so he couldn't cut it. It was there, it was in that damned moment where he realized what an idiot he was, the biggest idiot in history, and you know why. Because he just realized that he had a magic, yes, all this time he had a magic, and at no point did he remember it. He felt stupid, but it wasn't the time to insult each other. He would do that once they were safe. Grabbing the Helen's forehead tightly, he finally exclaimed. Ignis. An explosion engulfed both Bell and the hellhound, causing Ace to panic. She didn't want to lose her hero when she had just found him, but she focused on some words coming from within the smoke of the explosion. No, they weren't words, it was a magical chant. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame Dai Sanji. With that, a powerful torrent of white flame swept away all the monsters in front of them, leaving only ashes and the ground extremely burned. Bell stood watching to make sure there were no more dangers, but to be honest with himself, he couldn't move a muscle. Ace was amazed at Bell's powerful magic. It had literally wiped out all the monsters there, and it had only been a short chant, nothing like Reveria's long chants. But above all she was confused. She didn't know Bell had magic, he had never told her, and she had never seen him use it. Bell thought it was all over, but no more monsters reappeared, and he could no longer move, he was exhausted, seriously injured, and the only thing that kept him from collapsing to the ground due to his condition was a burning will. Ace, Bell said, drawing her attention. Go away. I can't move anymore, and you can't fight, so go. It doesn't matter if you have to crawl, just go. Bell said almost in a whisper, but Ace heard him perfectly. No. She said aloud, greatly surprising Bell because in all the months he had known her, she had never done so. I won't leave without you, Ace exclaimed with great determination, but Bell didn't say anything to her. It wasn't that he had nothing to say or that she hadn't convinced him, no. Bell literally could no longer speak. He no longer had the strength even to move his mouth. He could only watch as the monsters approached them. He thought it would be the end for both of them, that this was where their story ended. I'm sorry to everyone for dying here. I'm sorry for not protecting you, Ace, Bell thought, staring straight ahead. He could only watch as his death drew near, just a few meters away from them, but… Zach. Fiam. The large amount of ice had frozen half of the monsters that were about to attack them, and a black blur passed by Bell at high speed, killing the other half. This surprised both children. Upon closer inspection of who had saved them, she could see that the ice magic had been cast by the elf Riveria, and the black blur was Alan's proud and grumpy cat. Riveria quickly approached Ace to check on her. Alan calmly approached Bell. You look pathetic, Rabbit, haha Alan teased, looking at Rabbit, as he affectionately called Bell. But he stopped teasing when he saw Bell's eyes staring blankly ahead, slowly losing their light. Yes, Bell had fallen unconscious, standing upright. As soon as he saw Alan, he knew he was safe. His mind had succumbed to unconsciousness, but his body remained standing, demonstrating his immense willpower. Hey Rabbit, answer me. Don't you dare die so pathetically. Alan exclaimed angrily, but unbeknownst to those present, he was desperate inside for Bell not to die. He was even using all his willpower to prevent any tears from coming out. Upon hearing that, Ace shouted to Riveria, startling her. Heal him, Riveria. Ace yelled, greatly surprising the elf. Riveria turned to look at Bell and was horrified to see his condition. He was simply broken in every way. So, leaving Ace sitting on the ground, he ran towards Bell and laid him down on the ground to begin treating him minimally so that he would not die and they could take him to the surface where he could be treated more effectively. Heal him, elf. Don't let him die or I'll kill you. Alan threatened, desperate to see his little brother Rabbit die, although he wouldn't admit it in front of anyone, not even if Otter was beating him to make him say it. He would only say it if his goddess asked him to. That's what I'm trying to do. If you don't let me concentrate, I won't be able to heal him. Riveria complained over Alan's shouts. Come on, Bell, hang in there, thought a worried Riveria. Although Bell wasn't family, she had grown somewhat fond of him since she had accompanied Ace several times on her supposed coincidences of meeting Bell. This amused her greatly, and the fact that Bell didn't complain and invited her to the dungeon made her happy because she noticed how Bell made Ace happy. Riveria tried with all her might to prevent Bell from dying. She did not want to see this young boy die, a boy who brought happiness to her daughter and, in part, to her because of the boy's antics. Ace was beside her, holding Bell's hand. Riveria sniff please save Bell sniff. Ace said with great concern in her voice and small tears in her eyes. This saddened Riveria a lot. Ace was finally showing emotions, but they were of sadness for the possible death of her friend. In the face of this she could only nod sadly. After 15 minutes of healing Bell, I had finally put him in a state where, if they got him to a clinic in time, he could be saved. Take him to the hospital now. If you get there in time, he'll survive. Riveria ordered Alan, who, despite hating being ordered around by the elf, was more worried about Bell than he was about to swallow his pride, and obeyed the order immediately, taking Bell in his hands and taking off at thunderous speed towards the surface. Come on Ace, don't cry, he'll be alright, Riveria said, trying to comfort Ace, who hadn't stopped crying. Ace nodded and went to pick up Bell's sword under Riveria's watchful eye. Do you want me to help you carry it? Riveria asked, but Ace shook her head. I want to take it with me, Ace said, and Riveria nodded with a smile. By the way, Riveria, how did you find out we were in danger? Ace exclaimed, puzzled. Oh, that, well, he began to recount how he found out what was happening. Flashback. Riveria could be seen handling some matters as vice captain of the guild, and in the distance a catman was doing the same as the new vice captain of the Freya family. They were both busy with their own things, organizing and discussing some matters with a union employee. Alan looked like he was about to kill the receptionist, but anyway, they were organizing and coordinating things for their respective families when… There's an irregular lizardman in the dungeon on the 14th floor. And behind it, dozens of monsters. Exclaimed the adventurer. This attracted a lot of attention in the guild. Riveria noticed it, but didn't pay much attention to it. As for Alan, well, he literally didn't care. It wasn't his problem. Mini Knight and Doll Princess stayed behind to fight. The adventurer couldn't even finish when two blurs flew past him at high speed, one black and one green. Both vice captains had taken off at their maximum speed towards the 14th floor. Although it had been any member of the Freya family, Alan would have ignored him and said that for not being up to the standard of Freya Soma's family, but upon hearing which member it was, he did not hesitate for a second to jump, and well, Riveria would have done the same for any member of his family, but much more so for A's. Then flashback. After Riveria told her how they found out, A's just said "I see," and then the two of them headed for the surface. On the surface, Alan could be seen arriving at the hospital with Bell in his arms. He was surprised that Otter was waiting for him at the door. As soon as Otter saw him, he spoke to him. "There's a room ready with doctors waiting, follow me," Otter said, leading Alan to the room where Bell would be treated. He didn't even ask how he knew Bell was injured. He deduced that Freya had seen him and sent him. They arrived at the medical room where the doctors began to treat Bell. The doctors, seeing the child's condition, felt great pity for such an injured child, but they put even more effort into treating him. What awaits the dying Bell? Chapter 7. In Aario, more specifically in a hospital room, Bell can be seen slowly opening his eyes, trying to adjust to the light. As his vision adjusts, he's confused by the white ceiling. He tries to think about what happened, but his head hurts. He feels something asleep on top of him, slowly lowers his head to see his goddess sleeping peacefully on top of him. Bell gets nervous when he feels his goddess's colossal and extremely soft chest, but that nervousness disappears when he finally remembers what happened. A's. Bell thought, agitated, trying to get up and pushing his goddess aside. "I have to make sure she's okay," Bell thought, trying to move his goddess, who was clinging tightly to him. He was about to use more force, but a deep voice stopped him. "Relax," Otter's deep voice sounded, making Bell turn to look at him. There was Otter leaning against a wall with his arms crossed. "Freya Sama was very worried about you. Leave her like this until she wakes up. And if you're wondering about Loki's child, she's fine," Otter said to calm Bell down. "How many days have passed since I fainted?" Bell asked, collapsing onto the bed with Freya clinging to him. 3 days. Freya Sama has been by your side for the entire 3 days. She only left if it was absolutely important, Otter replied, still leaning against the wall. "Prepare yourself for a massive scolding from Freya Sama and a colossal punishment," Otter informed him casually, as if he didn't care, but Bell could tell he sounded amused despite his stoic expression. Bell could only sigh at that. He knew his goddess would reproach him for it, as would Anya, Rose, and his master would surely train him harder for being defeated. He had just woken up and already wanted to faint again. Just then the goddess Freya began to wake up. She sat up in bed, rubbed her eyes and then blinked a few times, then she saw Bell awake and threw herself into a strong hug towards him. "Bell, you idiot. You had me so worried," his goddess said, burying her face in Bell's chest. "Why don't you listen to me when I tell you not to go crazy in the dungeon? I'd ban you from entering the dungeon for a month." This made Bell even paler than he already was. "But your safest time, since this wasn't your fault and you were trying to protect Loki's daughter," Freya said, pulling away from him and sitting down in a chair. "It wasn't my fault those monsters appeared, especially that lizardman," Bell tried to justify himself. "Besides, I couldn't leave A's alone," Bell finished. "That girl after she was treated, she came here, pulled up a chair, took your hand, and stared at you for a whole day. No matter how much I tried to say something to her, she ignored me," Freya said, annoyed. She hadn't forcibly removed the girl because she was very important to Bell. Not even her family or Loki could make her leave your side. They had to inject her with a lot of anesthesia to put her to sleep and take her away. "Since then, I've kept Alan here so she wouldn't come and stay all day again," Freya explained, remembering everything, but especially how that girl kept trying to get into Bell's room. But as Freya said, she put Alan on guard. He stopped A's and Riveria, who wanted to visit Bell. Alan told them that his goddess had forbidden A's from visiting him again, but that they would let him know when he woke up. Riveria agreed and dragged a frowning, pouting A's away. Of course, she tried to get in every 2 hours, but it was always the same result. Bell just laughed at this, as he found it funny how they had to take her away, although he liked that she bothered to be with him for a whole day. "Leaving that aside, I have a surprise for you," Freya said to Bell, who just looked expectant. "You leveled up to level 3, congratulations," Freya said, then gave him a big hug and started showering him with affection, the kind you'd give any child, because Bell still was 1. "Congratulations, I hope you're ready for more intense training." Heden said that too, without the congratulations. Otter said and congratulated him. As for Heden, he's already used to that behavior from the proud elf. "Here, Bell," Freya said, handing him his status sheet. "You have 3 development skills available, then you choose one, and congratulations, you got a pretty good new skill," Freya informed him. Bell Cranel. Level 3. Strength. 10. Stamina. 0. Dexterity. 0. Agility. 0. Magic. 0. Ability. Base Ambrosia. allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Development skills. Strong body eye. Magic. Sanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Note. Remember that unlike development skills, abilities can appear regardless of level. They can correct and strengthen specific basic skills, magic, and actions. Therefore, they are not something you activate at will, but rather they activate when the ability's requirements are met. I just wanted to clarify that for those who don't know, so they can understand better. Great. That's a great skill, Freya Sama. Bell exclaimed excitedly to Freya, who smiled at his enthusiasm. He would always be her little rabbit to her. You said I have 3 developmental skills to choose from, right? Bella asked. You're right, Bell. The first one is abnormal resistance, the second is punch strike, and lastly, which is a very rare skill, it's the first time I've heard of it, is slow regeneration, which allows you to regenerate very slowly, but that's beneficial in the middle of a battle. You could say it's like spiritual healing, Freya explained to Bell, who was excited to learn that he had a very rare skill to choose from. I see, I choose slow regeneration, Bell said to his goddess, who nodded. Can you update my status now? Bell asked nervously, not wanting to bother her anymore since Freya had been with him for 3 days. Of course, Bell, if that's what you want, I have no problem with it, Freya replied. Then Bell took off his hospital gown and lay face down. Freya climbed on top of him to prick her finger and update his status. Let's see, Freya said as she updated Bell's status, which finished after a few minutes. It's ready, Bell, Freya said, getting up from Bell's back. Here. She handed him a piece of paper, which showed his new status with his new ability. Bell Cranel. Level 3. Strength. 10. Stamina. 0. Dexterity. 0. Agility. 0. Magic. 0. Ability. Ace Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. It can also activate if you are in a 1v1 where you are losing or being subdued, but it will only increase your resistance and strength. Development skills. Strong body eye. Slow regeneration eye. Magic. Sanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. I can't wait to try out my new level in the dungeon. Bell said excitedly, only to have his ear grabbed tightly. Ah, Freya Sama, don't pull my ear, can't you see I'm still hurt? Bell complained, as his goddess was pulling his ear tightly. Don't even think about going to the dungeon for at least a week, Freya threatened Bell. Now that I remember, your advisor, a stunningly beautiful red-haired werewolf, came here. She was very worried about you, but after seeing that you were alright, she got very angry and said, when I see him again, I'm going to give him a serious talking to before leaving the room, Freya told him, amused, watching Bell turn pale. Oh, and don't think she's the only one. Anya said something similar, Freya finished, telling Bell, who fainted from fear. Don't you think I'm exaggerating, Freya Sama? Otter asked, standing next to his goddess. Freya simply arranged Bell's body on her bed and answered him. I didn't even tell him that Mia also wanted to talk to him, Freya replied, amused. By the way, Heden said he didn't care about Bell's condition, claiming that he got what he deserved for being an idiot, but you noticed it last night too, right? Freya asked Otter. Yes, he came at night to see how Bell was, although he only saw him from the window and then left. Otter replied to his goddess, who gave a genuine smile that she only wore since Bell arrived in her family. That proud elf can't accept that he cares about Bell, even if his concern is very little, Freya said, because she knew that the elf only cared very little about Bell. Bell was already at his headquarters, more specifically in his room, lying on his bed because he was tired of the scolding he received from his goddess, Rose and Anya. So much scolding in one day, Bell complained to himself. I couldn't even talk to Ace. I think after 2 days of accepting that they wouldn't let her see me, she went to take it out on the dungeon. Bell thought, remembering how he hadn't seen the golden-haired girl. I should check on him. Yes, I will. Tomorrow when I go to the dungeon. Bell stopped thinking, remembering that he'd been told he couldn't go to the dungeon for a week, so he thought of something else. Tomorrow I'll go early and wait for him to arrive. Heh, I'm a genius. He told himself in his thoughts. I also have to ask Akiro for another armor, just thinking about it makes me even more tired, Bell finished saying, finally falling asleep and hoping to carry out his plans correctly tomorrow. After getting up, Bell got ready without his armor since he couldn't go to the dungeon, so he was wearing normal clothes, a long-sleeved red shirt and black pants. After breakfast, Bell set off towards the dungeon entrance to see if he would run into Ace in a chance as she called it. Upon arriving at the dungeon entrance, he saw Ace entering the dungeon with Riveria, so he hurried to join her and then shouted. Ace. Bell shouted, running towards her. She turned around and saw him, her hero, so she also ran towards him. When they were both close, Bell stopped to greet him, but he didn't expect Ace to tackle him to the ground, then cling to him and bury her head in his chest. Ugh, Bell groaned, lying on the ground. Ace had caught him off guard. Ace, why are you tackling me? Bell asked, confused. Ace took her time, her face pressed against Bell's chest. No was all Ace replied, clinging tighter to his chest. That answer confused Bell even more. Luckily for Bell, Riveria arrived at that moment. Ace, you shouldn't have thrown it away, it just recovered, Riveria reproached Ace, who didn't care, making Riveria sigh as she looked at Bell. Hi Bell, I'm glad you're feeling better, Riveria said to Bell. Thank you, it's good to see you too. Bell returned Riveria's greeting, then looked at Ace who was still clinging to him. Ace, let me get up. Bell said to Ace, trying to pull her away from him. I don't want to, Ace complained, while Bell and Riveria tried to pull her away from Bell, but Ace resisted with all her might. Ace, let go of Bell, you might hurt him since he just left the hospital, Riveria said, trying to reason with Ace, which worked because she separated from Bell, who was finally able to get up. Thank you, Riveria, Bell said to the elf, as she dusted herself off and straightened her clothes, which had been disheveled by Ace's tackle. I suppose you can't go to the dungeon if the lack of armor is something to be taken into account, Riveria told Bell, who began to scratch the back of his neck. Yes, my goddess and advisor forbade me from going for a week, Bell explained, the reason why he wouldn't be going to the dungeon. I only came to say hello, I won't interrupt you any longer, Bell said, trying to leave. But when he tried, a tug on his sleeve stopped him. When he turned his head, he could see that it was Ace who was holding his sleeve, while she stared at him. No, don't go, Ace said with a pleading look. Riveria noticed this and decided to act to help her adopted daughter. I think you should take a break, Ace, Riveria said, making Ace turn to look at her. Why don't you two spend the day together? Riveria suggested to calm Ace down. She understood that Ace didn't want to be separated from Bell after finally seeing him, so she decided to help her. Yes was Ace's quick reply, then she looked at Bell, who thought for a few moments before shrugging. I don't see a problem with that, do you agree with that, Ace? Bell asked Ace, who nodded repeatedly with a smile on her face. Let's go then, goodbye Riveria. Bell said goodbye to Riveria, as did Ace, who waved goodbye. Goodbye, Riveria said to the children. Ace looked so happy. If only Bell were part of our family, she thought with a sigh, then secretly followed the children. She wasn't about to miss Ace's happiness. After several hours of walking around Aario together, eating all kinds of things, girls approaching an adorable rabbit according to them, a jealous Ace dragging Bell by the arm, the usual. Hey Ace, I have to go to my blacksmith, do you want to come or are you going back to your place? Bell asked Ace, who nodded, grabbing her sleeve. Then let's go, we can't waste any time. Bell exclaimed, running off to Akiro's blacksmith shop. They ran for about 20 minutes, as they were far from Akiro's blacksmith shop. While running, they competed against each other, although Bell was faster than Ace, making her pout adorably. I won. Bell exclaimed as he stopped in front of the blacksmith shop, then watched Ace arrive. Looks like I'm better, haha, Bell said, starting to laugh, but was silenced by a punch on his arm from Ace with a pout. Ouch. And what was that about? Bell asked, rubbing his arm. Ace just looked away with a pout. Ah, you're playing hard to get, huh? Bell said, then turned away, turning his back on Ace and starting to walk. I guess I can find someone else to spend the day with. Ace was surprised by that answer, so desperately, he ran towards Bell and grabbed his sleeve, then looked at the ground. I'm sorry, don't leave me alone, Ace said with great sadness and small tears forming in her eyes. Bell, who had done that as a joke, felt guilty, so he put his arm around Ace's shoulders and gave her a half hug. I was just kidding, Ace, don't get like that, I would never trade you for anyone, Bell said with a big orgasmic smile. At that, Ace's cheeks flushed slightly, and she gave a big smile, which surprised both Bell and Riveria, who was watching from afar. Can you imagine the current Ace giving that smile? I think Bell would die of cuteness. Riveria, who was spying from afar, was shocked. She couldn't believe Ace was showing that face. Since meeting her, he hasn't shown any feelings or expressions, only since meeting Bell, from then on he has started to show them. But I didn't imagine he would show such a happy expression, a big smile that he gave to the white-haired man, there Riveria had it more than clear. Bell is the only one who can make Ace happy. Only he can bring out that side of her. Riveria thought, realizing this fact, which was already obvious, but one cannot judge such a beautiful elf. Say it isn't true, I'm going to find you and beat you to a pulp to make you understand that it's beautiful. Back with the two children, they both approached the door, where Bell knocked like a normal person, since Ace was there, after a few seconds the door opened. Who is it? Akiro asked, opening the door, only to see two children. Bell. You knock normally realizing this, Akiro grabbed Bell by the cheeks and started shaking him. Who are you, you bastard? Where did you leave the dwarf, huh? Akiro yelled at Bell, who was trying to stop him. It's me, Akiro. Bell shouted to his blacksmith. Akiro let go of him suspiciously. Only today I'm accompanied, see? Bell informed him, pointing towards Ace, who was just watching from behind Bell with her usual doll-like expression. That expressionless face golden-haired dwarf girl. Akiro said to himself aloud. Ace frowned at the dwarf comment and Bell wanted to laugh, but Ace gave him a piercing look. Ah, yes. You're the doll princess, right? The one with the second highest level up record. Akiro declared, to which Ace simply nodded. Putting that aside, Akiro, I need a new armor. Bell said as calmly as he could, although he was nervous that Akiro wouldn't want to. Akiro looked silently at Bell for a few seconds, then sighed heavily and rubbed his hair. Just because I found out what happened in the dungeon, Akiro said heavily, gesturing for them to follow him, which the children did. Riveria, who was watching them, became a little tense when she saw the children enter the workshop, but she trusted that Bell would take care of Ace, but just in case she stood against the wall with her staff ready to act in case of emergency. Inside the workshop, Akiro took out a notebook and started flipping through it for a while, until he seemed to find what he was looking for. Look, Akiro said, handing the notebook to Bell. I was thinking of improving your armor. This is the design. It will be temporary since I already have a plan for what the armor will be like when you reach level 5, Akiro told Bell. Note. This will not be the final version, it will only be an improvement on the one it already has. Bell was looking at the armor that Akiro wanted to make for him, of course, Ace stood next to him, so she could see the drawing too. They both thought it was a good armor design, as it would be an improvement, and they already needed to replace theirs. It looks good, Bell told Akiro. I suppose it will be more resistant, right? Bell asked Akiro. You're right, dwarf, it will be made with better materials than the ones I use for the ones you use, Akiro told Bell, who nodded. And what would you make when I'm level 5, can I see it? Bell asked, excited to see what armor he would wear when he became a first class. No, Akiro said, taking the sheet of paper from Bell's hands and putting it in his notebook. It'll be a surprise, you'll just have to wait, he said mockingly. Everything's a mess, Bell said with a pout that didn't faze Akiro, but he didn't notice that Ace had a blush on her cheek and couldn't stop looking at Bell. Come over this weekend, I'll have it ready by then, Akiro said without looking at him. Bell just sighed and said goodbye to Akiro before leaving the workshop. Upon leaving the workshop, Riveria quickly moved away so that she wouldn't be seen, but she noticed how Ace stared at Bell with a slight blush. What happened in there? Riveria wondered, not wanting to jump to conclusions, since she had overheard what was said inside the workshop. But she assumed Bell must have done something to make her like this, so when Ace returned to the mansion, she would interrogate her and show what a strong, independent woman she is, just like the woman from the Bodega Aario. If you're from Mexico, you'll understand. They walked around the city for a while longer, telling each other anecdotes about their families, although it was Bell who was telling the stories and Ace who was listening attentively to everything. Then I told him, I'm not homophobic because phobia is fear and fear is for faggots, can you believe that? Bell told Ace, who understood very little of that story but nodded anyway. If you know where that reference is from, I'll let you add something to the story, as long as it's rational. It could be about saving characters like Zald, Artie, Alfea, the Estrie family, or things related to Bell, like magic, development skills, abilities, or even a curse, or even a plot you feel like. Bell realized that it was already getting dark, so he decided to head towards the Twilight Mansion. Riveria saw that they were heading towards Twilight Mansion, so she decided to go ahead. They walked for 15 minutes while Bell told another anecdote, and once again Ace didn't understand much, but she continued to pay close attention. And then the guy told me, like my cousin the Dalai Lama said, bring the drugs, there's plenty of them, hahaha, that was a good one in my opinion. Bell told her while laughing, although Ace didn't understand, she was happy seeing Bell laugh, so she had a small smile on her face. Same as the other sentence, if you know where that reference is from, I'll let you put something in the story, as long as it's rational. It could be about saving characters like Zald, Artie, Alfea, the Estrie family, or things from Bell, like magic, development skills, abilities, or even a curse, or even a plot you feel like. Oh. We're here, Bell said to Ace, pointing to the Twilight Mansion. Well, see you later, Ace, Bell said, waving goodbye as he left. Ace waved goodbye, then turned towards the door of her mansion and saw that Riveria was waiting for her, so she approached. Tell me everything you did, Riveria demanded of Ace. Or do you want me to teach you how to swim again? Riveria threatened. Ace began to tremble at the sight, so she nodded shakily and Riveria and Ace entered the Twilight Mansion. Chapter 8. Lately, things in Aario haven't been going very well, as the magic stone refineries, as well as different points in the city, have been under attack. This has been worrying both citizens and adventurers greatly. At this moment we can see a duo of women patrolling the streets of Aario, one is a beautiful elf and the other a beautiful Redeed. The elf is Ryu, a level 3 adventurer of the Astri family, the Redeed is Allies, a level 3 adventurer and captain of the Astri family. It's supposed to be spelled Astria, but I find Astri easier. The two adventurers were patrolling the streets, making sure everything was in order, when a little girl approached them. Ladies, thank you for saving me the other day, the little girl said with a big smile, while holding a teddy bear in her hands. You're welcome, little one, that's what we're here for, Ally said with a smile. After that, the girl left with her mother, leaving the two women alone again. See, Ryu, that's proof we're making a difference. Justice is definitely making a difference. We just need to keep up the good work, Allies told Ryu, who listened attentively to what her captain was saying. You're right, Allies. We don't have time to complain about that, to restore good to Aario once again. Ryu agreed with his captain. But they heard a god shouting for help because they had been robbed and quickly both women rushed to corner the thief, blocking his path. There's no way out, get on your knees and surrender. Allies ordered the thief, who was cornered. It's the Astri family, damn it. The thief complained angrily. At that moment a girl with short slate blue hair and a small knight arrived hitting the thief at the same time. Now, don't be naughty, okay? Don't steal money, you have to earn it by working, scolded the girl named RD. RD. The elf exclaimed in surprise at seeing the girl, but she couldn't place the other one in armor. In fact, I am RD Varma, Shakti's charming and friendly little sister, and a level 3 adventurer like Lion, RD Varma said quite animatedly, although that introduction made her sweat a little. Who were you giving that self-introduction to? Ryu asked, confused by the girl's self-introduction. Hi Lion, you look fabulous as always, and you smell good, can I give you a hug? The RD girl asked, completely ignoring both the elf's question and an armored Bell next to her. In fact, they were all ignoring him, so noticing this, Bell decided to remain silent to see how the scene would unfold. HMPH. I had my arms around Lion when I went to sleep last night, I was blushing, he was cute. Allies boasted to RD Varma, which made Ryu a little flustered. There are too many people around, they might misunderstand. Ryu complained, embarrassed, making both girls and Bell laugh, who held back his laughter so as not to anger the elf. Haha, enough joking around for now, sir, give us back what you stole, RD said amicably to the man lying on the ground, being subdued by RD, and an Olympianly ignored Bell. Damn it, I'm doomed, my life is ruined, just throw me in jail and be done with this. The man said dramatically, which was surprising since he surrendered immediately. Incredible. That was fast, said a surprised Allies. You don't understand because you're all strong. People like me have no other way to survive. Our workplaces are destroyed, we can't open our shops because there's an explosion in the city every day, and all because they couldn't get rid of those people. The man complained angrily. This guy blames us for all the problems, but this is the reality of the city, even the good ones are forced to change. Ryu thought sadly at the man's words. That's right. It's all your fault. The thief complained again. Fed up with this, Bell punched the man in the face to shut him up. With that punch, he made the three girls aware that he was there, but his way of doing it surprised them. Stop crying, you're a man. If you complain so much that we don't defend the city, then do it yourself, Bell reprimanded him, throwing a knife beside the man. Take it and go, defend the city yourself, be the one who risks his life fighting those lunatics. Come on, take it. Bell shouted at the man, grabbing him by the collar, who remained silent. Ryu was about to intervene, but RD beat him to it. Wait, RD said, stopping Bell, then turned to look at the man. Have you finished making your point? RD asked the man. That's right. All the victims are your fault. The man complained again. Bell was about to hit him again, but RD stopped him with her hand. But that doesn't change the fact that a crime is a crime. The victim you robbed must feel the same way you do, RD said seriously. You're starting a bad trend here before we can do anything about it. RD finished, pointing at the man, who didn't know what to say. That's it, the man tried to protest, but he couldn't find the words to refute RD's words. So promise us something, okay? RD asked excitedly. What? The man asked expectantly. Promise us you won't steal or commit a crime again and we'll let you go, RD said, surprising those present. You're crazy, RD. That's not acceptable. Ryu tried to refute her and Bell was no exception. Are you crazy? He committed a crime and just as easily as he did it, he can do it again, Bell said, supporting Ryu. But why? The man asked nervously, unable to get out of the situation. One must be punished for the sins one has committed or else it will set a bad precedent. We cannot change the way we judge people. Ryu replied firmly and with great conviction in his voice. Bell just nodded at what Ryu said. To me, this man isn't lying and he can change if we give him a chance. Even though stealing is a crime, RD said, trying to make her point. Think about it, we caught him and nobody suffers now, RD explained to Bell and Ryu. Well, that doesn't change the fact that I attempted to commit a crime. You're a member of the Ganesha family, right? Ryu protested to RD, who thought for a few seconds before speaking. Do you remember what we said, carrot and stick? RD asked Ryu, leaving her a little confused. So what about that? A confused Ryu asked and RD smiled at her. If you're the stick, I can be the carrot. My sister says people will be stressed without a single carrot, RD explained, which neither Bell nor Ryu understood. Well said, a bewildered Ryu. Bell, for his part, said nothing until allies joined the conversation. Okay, I've decided to go with RD's ideal, allies said cheerfully, causing Ryu and Bell to turn and look at her in bewilderment, although Bell's expression wasn't noticeable because of his helmet. Not you two, allies. Said a bewildered Ryu, so she looked at the only one who seemed to share her point of view, so she looked at Bell trying to find his support. But Bell just remained silent, staring at RD, unable to stop thinking about what the girl was saying. This girl is too pure. Bell thought without taking his eyes off RD. Ryu sighed when he saw that Bell wasn't saying anything. Guys, I think I've fallen in love with RD Varma. If it weren't for Ace, RD would have been his partner. She's just perfect. Ahem, sorry, but I couldn't help it. I feel like writing a new one where he's a reincarnated character in danmachi and she's his partner. Does that sound good to you? But it won't be like that next time, will it? Allies asked and said to the man, who was surprised. Are you sure you let me go? The man asked, surprised and unable to believe what was happening. Okay, as long as everyone's happy except for the fact that I get scolded. Oh, and this is for you, she said, approaching the man to give him a fried snack. I can't give you money, but you can have my potato snack. Don't worry, I haven't touched it yet, RD said kindly. Take it while it's hot, she added with a sweet smile. So you're doing some kind of charity to make yourself feel better, huh? The man said. Eat shit. He yelled at RD and started running. Bell was about to lunge at him, but RD shook her head at him, stopping him. And there she goes, firmly holding the potato sandwich. The oil and the potato will purify her heart, Ally said cheerfully. I don't entirely agree with that logic, either that or it changes the fact that this city is dangerous, Ryu said, showing that he still disagreed. Lion, you say the things you say because you're strong. That man wasn't entirely wrong. We can act in the name of justice because we're strong enough to do so, RD told Ryu, who was listening attentively. Fighting in the name of justice using power to do that, Bell thought, analyzing RD Varma's words. That's why I have a theory for you know, for both of you, what if forgiving were a form of justice? RD said, looking at Bell and Ryu, who began to analyze what RD said. But then allies approached Bell with a smile on her face. By the way, how did you get here? Allies asked Bell, drawing the attention of the other two. I heard a scream and came, Bell said simply. Allies looked him up and down trying to recognize who he was, but RD beat her to it. You're a mini knight of the Freya family, right? RD asked, confirmed, surprising the other two. The record holder for leveling up. Allies exclaimed excitedly, getting very close to Bell. Yes, Bell replied, making allies even more excited. The rumors were true, you're a kid. RD said, looking at Bell's size, which was like a dwarf knight. Varma-san, Bell called to RD, who nodded with a smile for him to continue. Do you really believe what you said? Bell asked RD, which caught Ryu's attention. Yes, I believe it, RD said firmly and with a determined look. I'm sure that one day you will be able to understand it, RD affirmed. Bell simply nodded, then saw a god approaching them, so he deduced that it was the one they had robbed and decided it was time to leave. Well, I'll be going now, Miss Varma-san, Lion-san, and Redeed-san. Bell said as he started running away, managing to hear two screams. Goodbye, Mini Knight-chan. RD Varma shouted happily. Ryu had only nodded since he didn't know Bell's name, only his nickname. I'm Allies Lavelle. Allies shouted, very excited and happy. She hardly spoke to Bell, but she already liked him. Bell could see the god approaching them and starting a conversation with the three girls, but he didn't pay any attention and continued on his way. After a while, Bell, Otter, and Alan were checking a factory that had been attacked by Evilus. But there was something strange about this attack, and that was that the adventurers had not died, only been defeated by what seemed like an overwhelming force. A complete defeat, huh? Otter said, looking around the factory area with Bell and Alan. There are a lot of enemies from different groups, but the level 2 guards were defeated before I arrived, Alan commented, also observing everything in the factory. This isn't how Evilus operates, and it's been happening in succession. Could all this be the work of a single person? Otter said as he moved the body of an adventurer to see if he was alive. Before you say that Otter doesn't care about anything other than Freya, let me tell you that despite being a member of the Freya Familia, he has shown that he helps others, such as when he used an elixir to heal Mikoto after she used a will-o'-the-wisp against the Ishtar Familia, and he is also shown to be humble with his power, not boasting about it, but not underestimating himself either, adding the influence that Bell caused. Well, you should already be able to deduce it. Or is he a brute like you doing all this? Alan said mockingly, but Otter didn't even flinch. Instead, he noticed something. This is, he said, looking at a destroyed wall, but the surprising thing is that it was made of adamantite. The wall is made of adamantite, but someone managed to make a hole in it, Bell analyzed aloud, so that his companions could hear him. There's no technique involved. Someone is using brute force, destroying everything in their path, Otter said, staring intently at the wall. I haven't heard of anyone as barbaric as you and Evilus, Alan told Otter, who thought of something. It might be a new member, about whom nothing is known, Otter said, giving his theory, or rather, his assertion. That must be it, no one knows of anyone with that much raw power in Evilus, so they must have recruited new people, quite strong people it seems, Bell told Alan and Otter, who nodded in agreement. As night fell, a huge man could be seen gazing at the darkened sky, admiring its beauty and simplicity. What are you doing? Asked another man who was arriving, a man with shoulder-length white hair. I'm looking at the sky, which looks so much like the one in my memory. It's called nostalgia. I'm sorry, but who are you? The enormous man asked, wearing a cloak that obscured his features. I am Alevis. A believer in chaos and one of Evilus's superiors, therefore your ally, said the man now known as Alevis. That's why I'd like to ask, my dear friend, why didn't you kill those adventurers? Alevis asked the mysterious man seriously. But he only sighed heavily at Alevis's question, making him a little angry. Second-class adventurers are a threat. But with your power, you could have easily killed them and yet you didn't. Why? Alevis angrily demanded of the man. Have you eaten insects? The mysterious man asked Alevis, who was only confused. Have you eaten worms, cockroaches, larvae, or beetles? Have you ever eaten monsters to survive and quenched your thirst with their ashes? The man asked Alevis, surprising him. Where are you going with that? Alevis asked, bewildered by what the man was saying. For various reasons, I've eaten everything I could think of, except my allies, the man said, leaving Alevis in shock. For me, killing is eating. You have to eat to survive, you eat to live. It doesn't matter how you do it, it's the same. You either kill them and suck their blood, the man told a shocked Alevis. What do you mean? Alevis asked the man, confused and frightened. Today I'm here breathing because I've been eating, and I believe I have the right to choose what I eat. I can tell you're picky about food. You only eat women and children, not animals. You've only ever had little worms like yourself. If all you know how to eat are worms, then eat worms. But if you want to feed on that, it has to be a lot of it. The man said to Alevis, who didn't know what to say, so the man continued. Worms are disgusting, they make me sick and depressed. The thought of them becoming my blood and flesh makes me want to tear my throat out, the man finished telling Alevis. Ha 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 ha. Alevis started laughing like crazy. Worms, huh? A powerful level 3 adventurer is just an insect to you, huh? Ha 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 ha. Alevis laughed uncontrollably, finding what the man said amusing. Fine. We'll deal with the plagues, but when the war starts, I expect you to unleash those powers of yours, Alevis said before leaving the mysterious man alone. The land where 1,000 years of history were supposed to end, we'll see if they can cope with such desperation or not, the man said to no one in particular, but then he remembered something. There are supposedly other adventurers eating monsters, that's what some reports from an exploration group said, although they didn't see his face. Let's see if it's true, the man said as he began to leave. The next day in a church, a hooded figure could be seen, but there was something peculiar about that place, and that was that the woman was surrounded by injured subjects on the ground. They desecrated the church my sister loved, the hooded woman told the other hooded figures on the ground. They also dishonored the sacred tree of the elves, such despicable beings, the hooded woman said. Sister, I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you then. If I had been, you and Bell would be safe with that idiot Zeus. The woman lamented sadly. And your son, I don't even know if he's alive. The woman thought, even more saddened. Then he began to hear several footsteps in the direction of the door, and when he turned around, he could see many adventurers entering the church. They are all led by a beautiful woman named Shakti Varma, a level 5 adventurer and captain of the Ganesha family, and by her side is her sister, the beautiful and perfect R.D. Varma. The church is surrounded. Now drop your weapons and R.D. said, confused by the sight of Evilus members lying injured and unconscious on the ground. And in that church there would be a confrontation between the mysterious woman and the Ganesha family, where it would be an absurd victory for the mysterious woman, humiliating the Ganesha family. At this time, the girls from the Astri family were at a charity event organized by the guild and supported by the Demeter family. It's time to volunteer at the soup kitchen. Let's go, girls! Exclaimed a cheerful and smiling allies. I have no idea why you're acting like a leader here, complained a pink-haired palom named Lyra. It's a charity event organized by the guild and run by adventurers. And with the great help of the Demeter family, we're preparing a feast. Shouted an excited and joyful allies. You still haven't explained why you're so excited, said a beautiful woman from the Far East, named Kagaya. The day is the day the world will be filled with smiles, let's do our best, girls. Allies told her family. Ugh, volunteering isn't my thing, complained Palom Lyra wearily. I'm not good with people, so I'll go help in the kitchen, Kagaya said, prompting everyone to go their separate ways, but allies quickly approached Ryu. Come with me Ryu, let's turn all those hungry people into piglets, allies said excitedly to Ryu. Please stop that, you're going to get us complaining. Let's go and help those who seem busy, Ryu said, embarrassed by her captain's behavior. They both started walking and helping wherever they were needed, and while doing that they had a cheerful conversation because they were surrounded by happy people. A while later they met Gareth, a level 5 adventurer from the Loki family and an executive from that family. They chatted with him for a while, but Ryu seemed very uncomfortable because Gareth is a dwarf. In that same place, a little further away from them, was a woman with pink hair and a torn shirt. She was walking in said charitable place. The sky is blessing us. Something good will probably happen. The woman said, looking at the sky, but suddenly someone bumped into her shoulder. Oh, my apologies. I didn't mean to bump into you with my shoulder, apologized an adventurer, who was the one who bumped into the pink-haired woman. Don't worry, she said with a smile, before cutting his throat in a swift motion. As a consolation prize, I've taken your life, the woman said, amused. Ah! A woman screamed, seeing what the pink-haired woman had done. A charity event, huh? Let me join you, guild worms. Let me help you decorate with the color of your juices. Shouted the pink-haired woman excitedly. Lady Valletta, what are we doing? We shouldn't He couldn't finish because the one now known as Valletta killed him. Silence. Look at the blue sky, it's a perfect day to destroy everything, don't you think? We have to remind those fools that they're living in a pathetic era where everything is hell. Let's get them. He ordered more members of Evilus, who obeyed his orders and began killing everyone they saw. Ha. This is the eve of the festival. Shouted an ecstatic Valletta. Elsewhere, Ryu and allies heard the explosion, so they stopped walking. Was that an explosion and a scream? It can't be said, an alarmed Ryu, looking where the explosions and screams should have come from. Come on, lion. Allies ordered her friend, and the two of them started running towards. This is great, die, fear death and beg for mercy, I will finish you all off under the gaze of all the adventurers. He shouted as he began to kill more and more citizens and adventurers. There's nothing better than killing. Hwahahaha. Valletta laughed maniacally. You scoundrel. Ryu shouted, attacking Valletta along with allies, who blocked them with relative ease, being of a higher level. Astri girls, you weren't invited to the party. Valletta shouted angrily at seeing them there. Silence. How dare you bring misfortune to this sacred place, Ryu said, extremely angry. She could not allow such an atrocity. I will not forgive you. I will not let you take any more life. Allies said, equally angry, a side she never likes to show, but on this occasion she cannot help it. Idiots. Mere level 3s can't match a level 5, she said angrily but mockingly. If you're so worried about the numbers, let me take care of you, Gareth said, appearing next to Valletta and punching her hard, sending her flying. Elgrim, said a surprised Ryu, she hadn't expected the dwarf to come and help them. Girls. Thank goodness you're safe, damn it, I'm here on guard duty, and I couldn't prevent this, I'd be so embarrassed to be in front of Finn. Gareth complained about the situation. Hey, that hurts, idiot. So the Loki family is here, huh? Valletta complained, looking at Gareth. I missed you, you stinky dwarf. Where's Finn? Valletta demanded of Gareth. Unfortunately, he's not here. He's preparing somewhere else, Gareth said seriously, in a battle stance. Valletta Soma, there's smoke where our allies should be, they must have been attacked by adventurers ahead of time. A member of Evilus informed him. TCH. I'd burn them all in hell, I guess this was all for nothing, ugh, you guys take care of these, I'm going home. Valletta ordered. There's no point in making a scene if the other thing didn't work. Valletta said, trying to leave, but Gareth, allies, and Ryu stopped her. Do you really think we'd let you go? Ryu asked seriously, standing next to Gareth and allies. Don't worry, they'll be too busy with them to mess with me, Valletta said mockingly. Just then explosions began to be heard all over the place. They're using magic swords to destroy everything, said a worried Ryu, who could see many members of Evilus appearing to destroy everything. Look at all those people who couldn't escape, we have to do something. Allies exclaimed, worried and powerless to watch the scene. Haha. Hurry, heroes of justice, do something and help those people in the landslides. Valletta told them while laughing like crazy. Damn it, Gareth said angrily to Valletta. It was all planned and he had them exactly how he wanted them, and that frustrated him beyond belief. Allies. Destroy everything, as Valletta's Soma wishes. I shouted and ordered a random member of Evilus. Comrades, help whoever you see. I'll take care of these Evilus wretches. Garda ordered allies, Ryu, and the adventurers in the area. Gareth and the other adventurers began fighting the members of Evilus. Valletta was about to leave when. Ignis. The white fire projectile headed towards her, but she was able to dodge it in time. Turning to where the projectile came from, she saw Bell in his armor and with his sword. The brat'll finish him off quickly. Valletta said as he lunged at Bell, but Bell barely dodged Valletta's sword attack. I tried to punch him in the stomach, but it was easily blocked, then Valletta gave him a strong blow to the helmet, knocking him to the ground, where when Bell tried to stand up, Valletta with his hand, slammed Bell's head hard against the ground, and then threw him into a building. Valletta slowly approached Bell, and when he was in front of him, he was about to kill him, but Bell managed to move his hand and summon magic. Ignis. Valletta didn't expect that, so she took it full force. Although it didn't do much damage, it was still damage, so angrily she charged towards Bell, launching an upward slash that Bell barely blocked. Bell pushed her back and tried to hit her with his sword, but it was easily blocked and he then received a cut on his chest, but thanks to his armor, the cut barely cut a centimeter of his flesh. Bell took advantage of this and launched a projectile at Valletta's face, who jumped back, dodging Bell's projectile. That's enough, brat, I'll kill you right now. Valletta said angrily at not being able to kill him, however Bell stood up again with his sword in hand. Their blows barely hurt me, witch. Bell told her, before finally insulting her. At that, Valletta charged again towards Bell, but he shot at the ground near Valletta, raising a cloud of smoke. Valletta didn't flinch much. He was about to leave when he heard an explosion to his left, so he turned to attack, but had to dodge a slash from Bell that was aimed at his head, but the attack managed to wound him slightly on his arm. You damn brat, I won't kill you, I'll torture you. Valletta shouted furiously, giving Bell a quick cut on his leg, but he responded with a cut towards her arm, but it was blocked and he received a kick to his injured leg. Ah. Bell groaned in pain, but was silenced by a strong blow to his helmet that knocked him down. On the ground, he couldn't even react when Valletta kicked him towards a building. But Valletta again gave him no respite, burying his sword in Bell's right shoulder, piercing through him and burying the sword in the wall of the building. Ah breath ah. Bell was breathing heavily, Valletta then hit him on the helmet, followed by several on the chest. Although his armor held up well, Valletta was still a level 5, so they still hurt and the armor began to break. You brats shouldn't meddle in adult matters. Valletta shouted angrily as she continued hitting him, then stopped to pull the sword from Bell's shoulder and proceeded to bury it in his leg. Ah. Bell screamed in pain, he was already on the verge of fainting, only his willpower prevented him from doing so turning his hand, he put it in a position where he could give Valletta his spell. Ignis. Valletta was unable to dodge the projectile again because she was confident that Bell had already fallen, but this was not the case, so she received the projectile in her face. Valletta recovered quickly, with burns on his body from that last explosion. He was about to attack Bell again, but Garth arrived just in time, accompanied by a young black-haired man named Rawl, followed by allies and Ryu. "TCH, you got lucky, brat," Valletta said as she started running away. No one followed her because no one could catch her, even though Gareth was level 5, he didn't focus on speed. "Bell Cranel, are you still alive?" asked a worried Gareth. Although Bell wasn't family, Gareth knew that this boy was very important to Ace, so in the time that Ace was always with Bell, he got to know him a little and liked him. Like breath knew, Bell said with difficulty, raising a thumb, making the dwarf laugh. After that, Gareth told Ryu to heal Bell or at least get him out of danger. "Don't move," Ryu told her while chanting a healing magic incantation. Beside him was allies, also worried about Bell. She liked him just from the little or almost non-existent conversation they had. "No sigh, I can't," Bell said, struggling to speak and breathe. "Hang on, Bell," allies said, having heard Bell's name. "I'll take off your helmet so you can breathe better," she said, and then began to remove it. Both she and Ryu were surprised by his exotic appearance. "You look like a bunny." Allies exclaimed, surprised and delighted. Surprise, Bell said ironically. He could see both girls scrutinizing every detail of his face, but he was so tired that he didn't say anything. Allies, let Cranel-san rest, can't you see he's hurt? Ryu scolded his friend, who kept touching Bell's pained face, who only let out groans of pain. If Ace were here, I'm sure she'd be pouting, thought an amused Gareth as he lifted rubble and pulled people out of it. That little Rose gave me a real beating, I didn't stand a chance, Bell thought wearily, then turned to look at Allies who was stroking his hair. If Ace were here, she would have pouted and pulled her hand away from Allies, Bell thought, watching Allies stroke his head and say, everything will be alright, bunny. You're out of danger now, Cranel-san. Rest for a while until the doctors arrive, Ryu said, before going to heal more people. Goodbye, little bunny, Ally said, going to help the most seriously injured as well, leaving Bell lying on the ground resting. But he wasn't alone, as there were people around him, so he didn't feel lonely. I want to go to my bed, lie down, and eat some chocolate, Bell thought with a sigh, then tried unsuccessfully to get up. Damn that Pinky's sister, I'll throw her in the sea so she can rot as a starfish next to a yellow sponge, Bell complained, unable to get up. Why did I choose mild regeneration as my development skill? It doesn't heal a damn thing. Bell complained mentally, since the regeneration development skill healed almost nothing, if anything at all. Now I understand what you mean by mild. Bell realized this detail. Because I thought it would regenerate a lot, what an idiot I am. He mentally berated himself. After lying on the ground waiting for a while, the doctors finally arrived, but unfortunately for Bell, there were people with worse injuries, so he had to wait, but he did manage to see two familiar heads of hair, one golden and the other jade. Damn it, Riveria's bound to lecture me and Ace is going to make that sad face she makes when I get hurt and kill me from lack of insulin. Bell complained mentally. Those who understand, understand. Riveria and Ace arrived at the combat zone, where they saw how everything was destroyed, corpses everywhere, wounded lying all over, but there they saw him, that white hair that only one person possesses. Believe this doesn't count since they haven't seen it. So Ace and Riveria ran at their maximum speed. Riveria arrived first due to her level 5, as soon as she arrived she saw Bell's condition and without hesitation began to heal him. Hello, Bell greeted amicably, trying to avoid a scolding, but Riveria shot him a death glare. When you're feeling better, we'll talk about what happened, Riveria said, seriously prepared for a motherly lecture. Soon Ace arrived, and upon seeing Bell's condition, she couldn't hold back her tears, so she knelt beside Bell and took his hand. Ace said sadly with tears in her beautiful eyes, that scene broke Riveria and Bell's hearts, although they felt like they were getting diabetes. Relax Ace, this is nothing, I'm just playing a game to see how long I can stay lying on the ground, Bell said, trying to cheer her up, but Ace knew it was a lie. She could clearly see Bell's injuries. Bell get well, Ace said sadly, breaking Bell and Riveria's hearts again, who just glared even more at Bell. You made Ace cry, double talk, young man, Riveria thought as she healed Bell and gave him a great penetrating look, and of course Bell understood the look. There are fates worse than death, and only one man faces it head on. Bell thought resignedly, but then his eyes shone with determination. While that was happening, nearby Ryu could be seen conversing with a god, although Ryu seemed annoyed with the god. Chapter 9. The situation in Aario wasn't improving at all. It only seemed to be getting worse, causing distress to the citizens. The news of how many Caballero was brutally defeated spread like wildfire. Thanks to the Hermes Familia, they had discovered that Evilus had 3 new bases, and they planned to attack them all at once. The Loki and Freya Familias were each assigned one, while the third was assigned to the Ganesha and Astrea Familias. Bell would be with the Astrea and Ganesha families at the request of their goddess, since only 2 days had passed since their crushing defeat. Although they would have let him rest longer, due to the situation Aario was going through, they couldn't afford to let anyone rest. And that was the case with Bell, who after being healed received a lecture from Riveria on how not to make Ace cry, and from his goddess on not being a silly rabbit, as well as Ace sadly asked him to take care of himself in this next operation. Luckily, his blacksmith had a replacement already made for him because of the time of year. He would have to thank Akiro later. Now we will focus on Bell, who was heading to the place where the Astrea and Ganesha families would be. Since they would begin the assault at the abandoned factory, they would have to clear one of Evilus's bases in an abandoned factory. Bell kept running until he reached the point where the operation would begin, where he approached Shakti and allies. Bell Cranel of the Freya family reporting in. Bell said, arriving with the aforementioned. Oh, it's you, Bunny. Said an ever-cheerful allies. I'm not a rabbit, Bell said with a sigh. He didn't like being called that. But you do look like it, and you look great with your long hair tied in a ponytail, allies complimented her. Bell carried his helmet in his right hand, which showed how he had his long hair tied up in a ponytail. Why do I feel like Ace is pouting? Bell wondered internally, as he had that feeling about Ace. Enough of that, the operation is about to begin, get ready, Shakti ordered seriously, silencing the two of them. With that, allies went back to her family to organize them, as did Shakti, who told Bell to come with her. After a few minutes, Shakti gave the order to enter the abandoned factory, where upon entering they found few members of Evilis. Therefore, they began a small fight, which they were easily winning, since there were few and low-level members of Evilis there. Don't let any of them escape. Disarm them and tie them up. Shakti ordered seriously and loudly. At the end of the corridor and one up. The enemies are coming. Little Lyra announced loudly, as several enemies were coming down the corridor. Bell advanced toward a large group of enemies and began attacking every enemy he saw with his sword. In the distance, he could see Ryu using his Lumino's wind magic, defeating several enemies at once, so Bell thought that he could also use his own. Thank you for teaching me how to use concurrent chanting, Heden-sensei, Bell said mentally, before beginning to recite his chant. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. Intense white flames began to burn the remaining members of Evilis to ashes. It seems we have another one who isn't a magician, but has powerful magic, Kaguya said, looking at the destruction caused by Bell's magic. All the enemies were surprised, this will be easy or not. Lyra said, also seeing the result of Bell's magic. Yes. This is too good to be true, Shakti said seriously, because all of this seemed too easy to her. I knew it. There must be a trap. Since this is an enemy base, they should be prepared to defend themselves, Kaguya said seriously. She, too, found the situation strange. In any case, our plan must be executed no matter what. They've already lost many troops, we can end this. Allies said, motivating everyone. The path is clear to the deepest zone. RD said, arriving with them. Let's go. Shakti ordered both families, and they all began to advance to the deepest part. After they opened a giant door, they arrived at a huge area where Valletta stood alone in the center. Hello, at least they came, Valletta said, smiling, although she looked annoyed. Valletta said a surprised Ryu upon seeing Valletta. Din's not here, huh? TCH. I can't believe that bitch gave us the wrong information. She said, looking at both families, but noticed Bell and gave a mocking smile. I see the brat still standing. Valletta said, looking at Bell. Bastard, Bell whispered in response to the taunt. Wait, did she say she was given incorrect information? Bell thought, reflecting on Valletta's words. Get that smug look off your face. Then tell me, what are you hiding? Lyra asked seriously. Who knows, maybe there are ways to get rid of you all once and for all. Valletta replied mockingly. Valletta agreed. We have surrounded this building and arrested most of your troops, it's time for you to surrender. Shakti tried to order Valletta. Ahahaha. You think a villain like me would do what you're saying? Get out of here, guys. Valletta mocked loudly, before ordering something. Suddenly they all found themselves surrounded by a bunch of Evilis members, blocking their exits. An ambush? Ryu said in surprise. The situation had changed drastically. Are there still so many? RD asked worriedly, faced with the great ambush they had set for them. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Valletta shouted, excited for the fierce battle that was about to unfold. But when he found himself surrounded, Bell's Soul of War ability activated, improving all of his stats. With that, a fight began, Bell cut in attack non-stop, he saw Valletta and Shakti fighting in the distance. But Shakti couldn't hold out for long and ended up being overpowered and thrown far away from Valletta, although she had no serious injuries. Not bad. Ha ha ha. Valletta laughed like crazy, continuing to argue with Shakti. Bell wanted to try to get there to support Shakti, but he had a bad feeling, so he turned to look at RD trying to convince a little girl. I'm not going to hurt you, come here, you don't have to fight, RD said reassuringly to the girl and began to approach her. Bell could see that the girl had some kind of explosive device, so he took off towards RD and the girl. God, I want to see mom and dad, the little girl said, crying. Then, a fuse was heard lighting, surprising RD. RD, upon hearing the sound of the fuse, was startled, unable to react, and engulfed in an explosion. Boom. A powerful explosion occurred, engulfing RD and the girl. All the members of Astri and Ganesha were shocked to see it. Huh? Said a shocked Ryu, unable to believe what had just happened. It can't be, allies said in shock, unable to bear to see such a scene. A suicide bomb? Said a shocked and horrified Lyra. RD Shakti said, she was the one who felt the worst about what had happened. Ahahahaha. Valletta began to laugh like a madman. Thanatos, you monster. Are you seeing this? One of your followers just dragged an adventurer to hell. Ahahaha. Valletta screamed ecstatically at the explosion. No 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 no, Ryu said in a state of shock. Is it burning? Ryu shouted, trying to go towards the cloud of smoke, but Lyra stopped her. Dodge. A groan was heard inside the cloud of smoke, surprising everyone. Gradually the smoke cleared, revealing Bell standing in front of RD with his sword planted in front of her, protecting her from the explosion. Bell had run with all his might, he plunged his sword into the ground and stood firmly in front of RD, blocking the explosion. He was only able to withstand it thanks to Akiro's high-quality armor, plus his active skill, Soul of War, which improved all his stats. RD. Shakti shouted, running towards her, who was still in shock from the explosion. Are you okay? Can you move? Shakti asked her sister worriedly. ARD blurted out, stunned. She could only turn around and see Bell in front of her, but Bell didn't move from his place. His armor looked badly damaged and burned. I can't move, Bell groaned internally, trying to move his body, but it was too damaged from the injury. There's no mortal danger, but it seems my body reached its limit in that explosion, Bell analyzed, though he was growing desperate at not being able to move. Allies, Kaguya, get away from the bodies, they're about to explode. Shakti, bring RD here, and if the knight is still alive, bring him too. Lyra shouted, still holding Ryu. Upon hearing what Lyra said, Shakti carried her sister on her shoulder and grabbed Bell by the back of his armor's neck. Just in case you don't understand. Lord, let me reach the one I love most, said one of the men on the ground before exploding. A machine made of flaming stones and a hammering system. This is great, a suicide machine that anyone can easily use, said a happy Valletta, she loved watching them explode. At that moment, several adventurers from the Ganesha family entered to see what the explosion was, but before they could speak, they had already died due to an explosion. I have committed a sin and I will give my life to pay for it, shouted a man before immolating himself. This triggered a series of explosions, which killed some low-level members who did not react in time. There's a chain of explosions, Kaguya said in surprise, watching the explosions. The first explosion was a sign. And now they won't stop, goodbye adventurers. Valletta said, then left the place. All the enemy troops are about to explode with us inside, allies thought fearfully. Everyone get out. Allies shouted to everyone present. Without being told, they all started running, but there were members of Evilus following them, and, due to their condition, they were catching up. Damn it, they're catching up to us. Lyra complained, running alongside the others. Allies saw them getting closer and closer. They couldn't fight them or they would die from the explosions. When she was about to say that she would buy them time by staying behind, someone spoke first. Don't stop running, a weak voice was heard, everyone turned to see where it came from and saw Bell, who was being dragged by Shakti. Bell raised his trembling hand and pointed towards the Evilus members to begin firing. Ignis. 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 Bell began firing projectiles at the Evilus members, causing them to explode before they reached them. I don't know, stop, I'll cover you, Bell said weakly, while continuing to shoot at anyone who approached them. With that, everyone nodded and quickened their pace. When they finally left the factory, it exploded completely. Just to see how the explosions weren't only in the factory, but throughout the entire city, implying that the target of the explosions was the citizens. It can't be, allies said in horror as she saw several explosions throughout the city. Everyone was surprised and didn't know what to do when they saw the explosions in the city, until Ryu approached RD. RD. Ryu shouted worriedly, snapping everyone out of their trance. They all turned to look at Ryu, who was approaching RD. Let me heal you, RD, Ryu said to RD. Ryu was about to begin his chant of his medical magic, but RD stopped him. I'm not that hurt, Ryu, she said, trying to reassure him. Take care of him better, she said, pointing to Bell, who was lying on the floor, with allies next to him trying to remove his helmet. But RD, your Ryu tried to reply, worried, but RD just shook her head. Please Ryu, heal him, RD begged her friend. She could see how Bell's armor was all burned and missing parts due to the explosion. Okay, Ryu said resignedly, seeing RD looking worriedly at Bell, and then she started walking towards Bell. Hang on, Bell. You'll be alright, you'll see. Ally said worriedly to Bell, then removed his helmet, revealing Bell with blood coming from his mouth and forehead. Don't worry, Bell tried to calm him down, even though his body ached and he was very tired. Then Ryu arrived and knelt beside Bell and allies. Don't worry, Cranel-san, you'll be fine, Ryu told him, who, seeing what Bell did at the factory, began to respect him greatly for saving RD without hesitation. But that said, Ryu used his Noah heal magic with which he began to heal Bell, although it healed slowly. After they had treated the wounded and covered those who hadn't survived, Shakti stood before them, as a messenger had come from Finn. Listen up. Finn has set up a base in the city center, we're heading there. Shakti told everyone, making them nod. I guess we have to go, said Bell, who was feeling better, although still hurt and tired. Ugh. Bell groaned in pain as he tried to walk. Let me help you, RD said, putting one of Bell's arms over her shoulders and helping him walk so he wouldn't fall behind. "Thank you," Bell said to RD for helping him walk, but she shook her head with a smile. "Thank you for saving me, if you hadn't stepped in, I wouldn't be here," RD said gratefully to Bell. "That's what a gentleman does," Bell said proudly, puffing out his chest, but RD ruined the moment. "Mini knight, you mean Fufu." RD laughed sweetly at Bell, who became depressed by what RD said. "I see you two get along well, RD, Cranel-san," Ryu said, approaching them. After healing Bell enough, he went to heal other people. "Of course. Now I'll be your big sister, Bell," RD said quite animatedly. Bell just sighed at that, but had a smile on his face. "Whatever you say," Bell replied dismissively. This only made RD pout and pinch Bell's cheek. "Ouch. Why was that?" Bell asked, rubbing his cheek. "Now you will call me RD Onison, is that clear?" RD ordered the poor injured Bell. "Hi RD Onison," Bell replied. He was hurt and she was hurting him more. It only made him want to rest. But that they continued walking towards the base that Finn established, along the way they picked up the wounded and carried them. When they finally arrived, RD and Ryu took Bell to an infirmary where they left him to be healed. After a few hours, Bell was told he could go, so without complaint he left the infirmary. He started walking towards the blacksmiths, who were constantly repairing and building weapons because of the situation. He spent a few minutes looking for Akiro to ask him for another suit of armor, as well as a new sword, since his own was left behind at the factory which exploded. After searching for several minutes, he found Akiro, who was working hard. "Akiro?" Bell called to his friend, who stopped hammering and turned his gaze, seeing Bell without his armor, making him sigh. "I don't have any more spare parts, Bell, and I have several orders, so you'll have to wait," Akiro said, resuming his hammering. This made Bell sigh. "You wouldn't happen to have another spare suit of armor lying around, and a weapon too, would you?" Bell asked. Akiro continued hammering for a few minutes while he thought, until he stopped and looked at Bell. "Actually, I have one. It was a level 4 adventurer's order, but he recently passed away," Akiro said, lifting 12 from his work area. "Follow me," Akiro said, leading Bell. They walked a little way until they reached what appeared to be the makeshift warehouse, and Akiro signaled to Bell to come closer. "This is it, try it on," Akiro said, handing him a box. Bell began to put on the armor, and after a short while he finished. "How do I look?" Bell asked Akiro, who put a hand to his chin while analyzing Bell. "You look great, honestly," Akiro said sincerely to Bell, who smiled amused by what Akiro said. "Without the sword?" "Helmet?" Bell asked. Akiro turned to look at the box and took a helmet, passing it to Bell. "It's the only free one there is, it's for beginners, but it'll hold up. I assure you, Akiro." Bell didn't complain and put it on. "One last thing, do you have a sword?" Bell asked. Akiro sighed heavily at what he was about to do. He approached a large box, from which he took out a sword covered by a tarp and approached Bell with the sword in his hand. "This sword belonged to a level 5 who died at the beginning of this. Bell entrusted it to you. I heard how you saved a girl from the Ganesha Familia, that's why he entrusted it to you. I trust you will use it to protect others," Akiro said seriously. Bell remained silent for a few seconds with his gaze lowered, but suddenly raised it with a determined look. "Of course I will, trust me," Bell assured him. Seeing Bell's determination, Akiro smiled and uncovered his sword. "Imagine it's a large two-handed sword." "It's beautiful," Bell said, taking it and inspecting it briefly before placing it in the guard that Akiro had also given him. "Wait," Akiro said, returning to the crates and picking up a saber. "Take the saber too. If you're left without a weapon again, at least you'll have something to protect yourself with. That's how the level 5 adventurer died. They took his weapon and killed him," Akiro said seriously to Bell, handing him the saber. "It's one-handed, but it'll do, thank you," Bell said, placing the saber in a sheath at his waist. "It's a second-class saber, so it fits you perfectly," Akiro said with a smile. "When all this is over, I'll pay you back absolutely everything," he assured his friend, giving him several things. "Relax, I'll be satisfied as long as you stop the situation we're in," Akiro said with a smile. "Except for the first-class sword, you'll pay me for that once this is over," Akiro finished telling Bell. "Hahaha." Bell started laughing, because he knew Akiro would do that, he's his friend and he knows he's kind, but he's still a merchant. After that, Bell said goodbye to Akiro and left him to continue working. He walked for a while until he saw Riveria and Ace in the infirmary talking to a nurse, so he approached them. "Are you sure?" Bell heard Riveria ask, with Ace by her side, carrying her new sword, desperate. "Yes, he left a while ago. I heard him tell the doctor he was going to the blacksmith shop," a nurse told her. Riveria thanked her and they started walking in her direction, which led to the blacksmith shop. Upon hearing their conversation, Bell deduced that they were looking for him, so he stood in front of them, stopping them. "Hello," Bell greeted amicably, though he received a confused look from Riveria and Ace completely ignored him. Hello, your voice sounds familiar. Do I know you? Riveria asked, trying to see who the person in front of him was. It hurts that you don't recognize me, I only changed my armor, Bell said, removing his helmet and surprising the two women. Bell. Ace exclaimed in surprise, quickly beginning to examine him thoroughly. Are you hurt, Bell? She asked worriedly. We heard you were injured at the factory while defending a girl from the Ganesha family, Riveria said, also worried. Yes, I'm fine, I was healed a while ago, Bell reassured the two, making them nod in agreement. By the way, what's with that armor? Riveria asked, seeing Bell's new armor. She thought it was better than the one he had before. Oh, that's right, my blacksmith didn't have any spare parts for my armor and he gave me this one he had left over. Bell replied. And the weapons, Ace asked Bell. Bell turned to look at her, noticing that she was wearing a blue suit with light armor. It's the same thing, except he gave me two in case I ran out of weapons so I could defend myself, Bell told the two of them. After that they rested, since the three of them had attacked the factories, with Bell being the one who needed the most rest. The next day we can see Bell running through the streets at great speed with his new equipment. Bell was running so hurriedly because he heard that all his forces in the southwest had been defeated. I jumped onto a building, where I was shocked by what I saw, because in the distance I could see Alan carrying a very injured Otter. If someone beat Senpai, they must be a monster, Bell thought, frightened. He was about to leave when he heard a cry for help. Without hesitation, he ran to where he heard the scream. When he arrived, he only found dead people, but he heard footsteps behind him, so he turned around and froze when he recognized who it was. So there's someone left standing, huh? Said the man who was looking at Bell. Judging by your height, you're still a child. It's better to see you, not like worms, the man said, holding a large sword that rested on his shoulder. Bell said nothing in response to what the man said, whom he recognized as Zald, a level 7 adventurer. When Zald saw that Bell was not speaking, he thought he was afraid. I see you're a scaredy cat, Zald said with a sigh. He was about to leave when he stopped because of Bell's words. You, Bell said, surprised. Zald turned to look at him and raised an eyebrow. You're gluttony, right? Bell asked, surprising Zald by recognizing him. It's rare to see someone your age know me, Zald blurted out. How do you know me? Zald asked curiously. I saw you in a book, was all Bell said. Actually, I admire you, he added, catching Zald's attention. So, can I know why you admire me? Zald asked, genuinely curious about Bell's admiration for him. Well, for starters, because you're the kind of adventurer I want to be, with heavy armor and a big sword, Bell told Zald. Zald noticed how Bell was carrying a large sword on his back and wearing full armor, but he ignored that because Bell started talking again. But not only that, Bell said, drawing Zald's attention. But also because we have the same ability, Deus Ambrosia. Bell said, greatly surprising Zald. But Zald said in shock. I heard from an adventurer who ate monsters at Evilus's hands, but I didn't expect him to have his ability. Yes, the ability to strengthen ourselves using monsters, humans, or beasts. Bell continued, proving that he was telling the truth. So same skill, huh? Zald muttered to himself, then effortlessly stopped an attack from Bell with his hand. But I don't understand why you're with Evilus, you were supposed to be one of those who protected Aario. Bell complained, attacking Bell several times. But Zald easily blocked it, he didn't even use his sword, he just deflected or blocked with his free hand. You're too young to understand, Zald said, but he saw Bell's red eyes through the helmet. Those eyes, Zald thought, surprised. Could it be that he thought, making a decision? Zald was about to attack Bell to remove his helmet and confirm his theory, but Bell began reciting his chant while attacking Zald. Zald decided to wait and see Bell's magic. He was curious and knew it wouldn't do anything to him. Then he would remove Bell's helmet and see if his theory was true or not. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. Bell unleashed his magic on Zald, completely enveloping him. Bell hoped he had heard him, but Zald emerged from the smoke with small burns, and it seemed that they didn't bother him at all. That's good magic, kid, Zald praised him, then appeared in front of Bell throwing a punch, although his punch barely had any power. Bell covered himself with his sword as best he could, but he still flew towards a wall, burying himself in it. I see you must be around level 3, Zald said to a buried Bell who barely heard him as he emerged from the wall. This is nothing, Bell said in pain, but he still stood up and gripped his sword with both hands with determination. That determination is good, it shows you're a man, Zald said with a small smile at Bell's determination, at which point a woman appeared beside him. You're taking a long time, Zald, said a beautiful silver-haired woman, her eyes closed. I found something interesting, Zald said, looking at Bell. The woman also turned to look at Bell, but didn't see anything in particular. I don't see anything interesting about it. The woman replied with a frown, thinking that Zald was just wasting his time. Look at his eyes, Althea, Zald pointed out to the one now known as Althea. She looked into Bell's eyes and realized what Zald was talking about. He has that disgusting man's eyes, Althea complained with disgust and anger. I'll take care of him, Althea said, taking off towards Bell. Zald just sighed at that. Bell, seeing Althea coming towards him, tried to cut her, but Althea easily dodged and punched him in the side, dragging Bell a few meters, then recited her magic, quite strong being of a level 7. Gospel. Althea said, sending a sound block, but Bell tried to defend himself with his magic. Bigness. Bell launched his projectile facing Althea's magic, but his being much weaker was easily dispersed, and he continued advancing. A sound block hit, pushing him quite hard and knocking Bell's helmet off, who felt quite sore when he fell. That magic hurts quite a bit, he complained, then stood up and turned to look at the two level 7 adventurers. When he turned around, he saw that the woman had her eyes wide open, showing one grey eye and one green eye, then the woman spoke in shock. Would I? Chapter 10. Would you, Althea called, looking at Bell in shock, her eyes wide. Did she call me materia? I know I have long hair, but that doesn't make me look like a woman. Bell thought, his manhood wounded. Bell couldn't even react when Althea was already hugging her. Bell was surprised by this, he tried to break free to attack her, but the force she exerted was enormous. With nothing else to do, he was about to use his magic, but a blow to the back of his neck left him unconscious and unable to continue. I told you I had found something interesting, Zald said to Althea, who was still hugging Bell. For a few moments I thought it was materia, but it's Bell, he's alive. Althea said, clutching an unconscious Bell, while small tears came out of her eyes. What will you do now? Zald asked without looking at Althea. He didn't know if Althea would abandon Evilus for her nephew. I don't know, I suppose continuing with the plan will strengthen Bell, although I would like to spend more time with him. Althea said, stopping her hug with Bell and putting her head in his lap. I see, Zald replied, then gave a small smile and looked at Althea. You know, it turns out she has my ability Deus Ambrosia, Zald said, making Althea frown. That disgusting ability, Althea said, annoyed. It had to be that one of them, couldn't she have had a pure one like her mother's? Althea complained, stroking Bell's hair. Ahaha, Zald laughed at Althea's annoyance. We have to move, Zald informed Althea, making her sigh sadly. I wish I could keep him, but if I do, he'll know I'm a murderer, even though I wish he knew who his mother is, Althea said sadly, remembering her sister. Look on the bright side, what we're doing will make him stronger. I tried to encourage Zald, watching as she stopped petting Bell. You're right, this will make him strong. Maybe I should leave him a grimoire as compensation for the birthdays I missed with him, Althea said, more to herself. It's a peculiar way of compensating, but I suppose it will be alright, Zald said, agreeing with him. Althea carried Bell as a princess and then left him in a safe place where he wouldn't be attacked by members of Evilus. Zald simply placed Bell's sword and helmet next to him so he wouldn't lose them, then Althea kissed him on the head. I'm sorry for leaving you alone, Bell, but we'll meet again and I'll give you a grimoire, Althea said softly to Bell, before giving him one last kiss on the head. After that, Althea and Zald left the place to meet with Earbus and plan their next move. Althea wanted to talk to Bell, but she had to knock him out to stop him from attacking her. All that was left was to wait. With that, they left Bell alone in a safe place. As they left, Althea couldn't help but look at Bell one last time, just waiting for their next encounter, where she would tell him about her origins. Don't worry, they'll see each other again, it just wouldn't be right to tell her everything at that moment. Bell was slowly waking up, only remembering how he was defeated with relative ease. Remembering everything, he suddenly stood up on guard, but when he looked around he noticed that he was inside a building. What happened? Bell wondered, confused. I was supposed to be fighting those two, Bell recalled his confrontation, though it seemed more like a beating. Lately I keep getting beaten up, it seems I attract them. Bell thought, depressed by this fact. He dusted himself off and then picked up his sword and helmet. The sword and helmet were in good condition and still usable. But that sorted, he set off for the camp, but on the way he encountered a group of 3 adventurers guiding another group of citizens. Bell joined them to transport the citizens, but they kept thinking about that woman who told him about materia and why hearing that name made his chest hurt. Because he was thinking, he couldn't react when a group of Evilus attacked, killing 3 adventurers in a matter of seconds. When Bell reacted, he managed to duck, dodging a direct cut to his neck. Seeing his bad position, he decided to use a technique he saw from one of the girls in the Astri family. Hachi technique. Bell, being so close to his enemy, swiftly drew his sword, killing the Evilus member. That was close. Bell thought, then began attacking the Evilus members, launching slashes with his saber and killing members of Evilus. If I don't kill them, they'll explode, Bell thought seriously, though it pained him deeply to take a life, but it was necessary. Bell dodged and blocked cuts while simultaneously launching his own cuts. Bell heard a woman scream, so he couldn't help but turn around. When he did, he saw that they were about to kill a woman. So without hesitation he threw his saber, burying it in the attacker's chest, but due to his action, he could not dodge his right leg. I managed to turn, dodging another cut, then I hit the man hard, pushing him away, and then I point my hand at him. Ignis. With that, Bell launched a projectile toward the man, causing an explosion due to the explosive device he was carrying. Without wasting any time, Bell headed towards the civilians, drawing his longsword from his back. Upon arriving, he saw the last adventurer dying from the self-immolation of a member of Evilus. "Stay behind me," Bell ordered the citizens, who obeyed. Bell stood still, staring at the Evilus members. When he saw them rush towards him, he did the same, mercilessly cutting them down. Being surrounded, his War Soul ability activated. It did not activate because it only works when he is surrounded, and being with more adventurers divided Evilus's forces, preventing them from surrounding him. Bell cut one of Evilus's members in half, then blocked two swords at once. Without giving ground he pushed them away, then jumped, taking 3 meters of distance from them, then shot them. Ignis. Then I blocked more incoming attacks, and when I cut another one, it exploded before I could dodge it. "Damn, my whole body hurts," Bell complained mentally. Luckily, he had more distance than when he was hit by the explosion from RD. Bell was on the ground, slowly getting up. He saw that the members of Evilus were approaching the citizens. So with all his might he tried to get up, but he couldn't. His whole body hurt too much to stand up. "Damn it, move, protect them." Bell shouted in his mind, and as he lay on the ground, he grabbed his sword. Just as he took it, his back burned with a great feeling of wanting to protect the citizens. Bell, upon taking his sword, felt himself regaining strength. Without pausing to think about why he could move, he took off, plunging his sword into the chest of an Evilus member who was about to kill a child. Bell stood in front of the citizens again, gripping his weapon tightly. With few options, Bell began his chant. He stood while waiting for his enemies, still singing. When they saw that Bell began to sing, they rushed to attack him. He charged at them with great speed, surprising them, and Bell plunged his sword into one of their chests, without giving them a chance to react. Then he moved his sword even with the man impaled, using him as a human shield where 3 weapons were stuck. He drew his sword and kicked the body, knocking the 3 men down. He jumped back to stand in front of the citizens and finally unleashed his magic. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji." The powerful burst of flame incinerated the members of Evilus to death. That launch had been powered up. With Soul of War activated, he unleashed his magic with more power than normal, thus defeating the members of Evilus. "Easy," Bell said, dusting himself off as if nothing had happened. After saying that, he fell on his back with great pain in his body due to the explosion and deactivation of his ability. "It seems I've reached my limit again," Bell thought ironically, finding himself at his limit for the second time in less than a week. Bell lay there unable to move, where the citizens he had protected carried him to a safe area. Of course, not without Bell asking them to bring his sword and retrieve his saber. He had liked the saber and now he wouldn't let it go. After 2 blocks they found another group of adventurers who were heading towards their location due to Bell's magic. And the group they encountered was RD, who began to congratulate and scold Bell for his actions. Shortly afterwards they managed to reach the camp, where they took Bell to the infirmary again. 2 days, 2 trips to the infirmary, no doubt today he would surpass himself. After he was discharged, he went to Freya's room to get an update. It had been a while since he'd done that. Upon arriving, I entered without knocking as usual, and upon entering the room I saw Freya on her throne as always. "Freya-sama, please update my status," Bell asked without greeting her. Freya turned to look at her, and something startled Bell. It turned out that Freya had a blush on her face, she seemed quite excited about something, then she stood up and rushed towards Bell. "Bell!" Freya shouted, lunging at Bell. Taking him by surprise, she managed to hug him and began to squish his face between her breasts. "Bell, what a beautiful soul you have," Freya said, still smothering Bell with her breasts. Bell was running out of energy, so he did the first thing that came to mind: bite one of her breasts. "Hiya!" Freya shouted in surprise at Bell's action. "Bell, you just," Freya said in disbelief, then saw him taking giant breaths of air. When Freya saw why she was bitten, she understood that her excitement blinded her, but she decided to make fun of Bell. "I didn't know you were like this, Bell," Freya said flirtatiously as she stood up and approached him seductively, but of course, Bell, being a child, didn't show any affection. "It's not my fault you're suffocating me with those cow tits," Bell retorted, annoyed, having already caught his breath. "Ouch," Bell complained as he received a powerful blow from a truly angry Freya. "What is that vocabulary, Bell? I didn't raise you like that, young man." Freya scolded him like a mother. You didn't raise me, it was Otter and Anya, Bell retorted, only to receive another blow. I didn't ask you, Freya said after the second blow. Even so, you shouldn't speak like that about your beautiful and loving goddess, Freya scolded him. Sorry, Bell said with tears in her eyes. I won't do it again, cow. Bell took off laughing. Turning his head, he saw demonic red eyes and a dark aura surrounding Freya, causing him to begin praying to all the gods who had not yet descended from the sky. I screwed up, I screwed up, I screwed up. Bell thought as he continued running, fearing that if he stopped, his short life would end. After Hogni, who was nearby, caught him and handed him over to Freya, Bell received a tremendous lecture, as well as several blows from his goddess. After that, we can see Bell kneeling in front of Freya, while on his head he had several bumps, in fact the bumps had more bumps. I'm sorry, Bell sniffed, begging for forgiveness on his knees with tears in his eyes. Freya just looked at him for a few seconds before returning to her throne. So, what brought you here? Freya asked, leaving the topic of cow breasts behind. This made Bell recover as if the past had never happened. Oh yes, I came to ask you to update my status, it's been a while since the last time, Bell said casually, his bumps disappearing as if he'd never received them. Lie down on the sofa, Freya instructed. Bell simply nodded and did as his goddess asked. Let's see, he said, beginning to update his status. He spent a few seconds updating it until he finished, then he took a sheet of paper from a small table next to the sofa and copied Bell's status. Dear, you have a new skill, congratulations, Freya said with a genuine smile. Despite what Bell had said about her breasts, she loved him very much. Bell took his status sheet and began to review it, he was surprised and happy to see that he had a new ability. Bell Cranel. Level 3. Strength A861. Stamina A810. Dexterity B745. Agility C609. Magic D523. Development skills. Strong body H. Minor regeneration I. Ability Ace Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. This ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. My new ability is pretty cool, isn't it? Bell asked happily about his new ability. Of course, Bell, you're a mini knight for a reason, Fufu, Freya said, laughing and making Bell feel depressed by his nickname. By the way, you can level up now. You only need one more action to reach level 4, Freya said with a smile. Awesome. Bell exclaimed, starting to dance with joy and radical movements. Fufu, Freya laughed happily. Only Bell could make her laugh like that, so she got up from her seat and started dancing just like him. A happy moment wouldn't hurt in these dark times. She could only do these things with Bell because of the great trust they had in each other. She wouldn't even let Otter see her dance like that. After Bell and Freya danced, Bell returned to the camp, where he took his helmet to Akiro to have it repaired. After taking off his helmet, Bell sat down to rest while thinking deeply about Zald and Althea, still remembering how they dominated him without blinking. He was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't realize they were calling him until they shouted his name. Bell. Ard yelled loudly, accompanied by Ryu who was just watching. This took Bell by surprise, who became agitated and remembered how Freya yelled the same thing at him. I won't call you cow's breasts anymore. Bell shouted, frightened and unaware of what he had said. On the other hand, RD and allies were surprised by what Bell said, while Ryu blushed. RD and allies, after processing what Bell told them, got a blush on their faces, but it quickly disappeared as dark auras covered them. So you call your older sister cow's breasts, huh? RD said darkly, with a personality completely different from her own. How dare you defile my beautiful and pure body with your filthy words, Ally said darkly. Sorry. Bell said, trembling as he realized what he had said and who had said it. Ryu, for his own safety, moved a few meters away, still with a blush on his cheeks. RD and allies took Bell and dragged him into a tent, where the sounds of blows and pleas from a man fallen into perdition could be heard. After Ryu saved Bell from death, Bell was once again on his knees before RD and allies, who stood with their arms crossed. Sorry, you scared me and I remembered something, and I said it without thinking sorry. Bell told them, both were about to scold her, but they realized what she said. Bell, what exactly were you thinking when we scared you? RD asked Bell seriously. "Oh, like when I called Freya Sama cow's breasts and she beat me up," Bell said casually, as if it didn't matter. Upon hearing Bell's words, Al eyes burst out laughing, while Ryu blushed slightly but looked disapprovingly at Bell. RD was the same as Ryu. "Bell, you can't go around telling people that." RD scolded him, grabbing his ear. Bell broke free from her grip and replied, "It's very stupid to clarify. I don't go around telling people that, I told you by accident. You don't even have giant breasts like Freya Sama, they're just a little big, and in Ryu's case, well I wouldn't tell her." Bell said casually, not noticing how now all three of them had extremely dark auras. Especially Ryu, who had felt a devastating blow to her feminine pride. Bell, noticing the auras of death, could only do one thing. "Sorry, I didn't mean that, actually your breasts are cute and tender, Ryu." Bell shouted, running as fast as he could. His last comment only made Ryu blush deeply, causing him to speed up with sword in hand, ready to make a rabbit into a roast rabbit. The next day, after Bell received a second beating at the hands of angry women, Bell apologized and was accepted by the annoying girls. At this moment Bell was running towards a specific area. He had heard that the Hermes family was under attack by Evilus. He was running to help them, but on his way, he encountered a heavily armored man blocking the path. He seemed to be waiting for someone to reach him. "I see you're still alive," the man remarked casually. "Since he's alone and Althea won't know, I should show him how to use Deus Ambrosia," Zald thought, staring intently at Bell. "It had to be you of all of us," Bell complained, looking at the imposing and powerful man in front of him. "Why don't you just move?" Bell speculated. "Because you simply don't make me move," Zald replied defiantly to Bell. "If that's what you want," Bell said, gripping his sword tightly. "I don't stand a chance against him, but if I can buy some time, reinforcements might arrive." Bell assessed his situation. Zald stared intently at Bell, and one look was enough for him to know what he was planning, but he would let it go in order to take advantage of the opportunity and show Bell the potential of his ability. "Tell me, do you want to devour me?" Zald asked calmly, this question confusing Bell. "Devour you? Why would I do such a thing?" Bell asked, confused, not understanding the reason for the question. Zald then realized that he wasn't using his ability to its full potential. "What more could you want?" "To strengthen you, to help you live. That's what our ability does," Zald explained calmly. He had to explain this to him no matter what. "But I get stronger by eating monsters, although I only do it with the ones that don't look disgusting," Bell replied. Zald just shook his head and sighed. "You don't understand, in this life we have to eat to survive, that includes monsters, beasts and humans, only in this way do we become strong." Zald explained imposingly while emanating an aura of absolute power. Bell didn't know what to say to that. He had been avoiding eating humans until this moment, he hadn't eaten a single one despite having them right in front of him. "Eating humans, but that will make me a monster," Bell thought, not knowing what to say. He didn't want people to look at him like a monster. But he knew that if he ate humans, especially adventurers or members of Evilus, he would gain even more power, since being personnel with a certain level gave him a greater boost than normal. "I know what you're thinking," Zald said, cutting off Bell's internal debate. "You're thinking that makes you a monster, aren't you?" Zald said, hitting the nail on the head. Seeing that Bell didn't answer, he decided to continue. "Don't see it that way," he said, drawing Bell's attention. "See it as a way to survive," Zald told him, trying to make Bell understand. "The kill is to eat is to kill. You have to eat to survive in this world, because by eating you live and grow stronger. Either you kill them and eat them to live, or you are eaten." Zald said again, exuding that imposing aura. "The day I breathe and I am strong because I have eaten. Tell me, why don't you eat? Is it that you want to die like someone insignificant?" Zald asked him, but Bell didn't know what to say. Bell had begun to understand what Zald was saying. He couldn't help it, everything he was saying was true. "But if I do that," Bell stammered a little. Zald looked at this and decided to give him one last push on his path. "What people think doesn't matter, because we're just surviving. They stay weak because they don't eat, unlike us. Eat if you want to live, eat if you want to grow, eat if you want to be strong, eat if you want to save people, because that's only possible by eating," Zald told him. Although what he was saying made no sense, it made sense to the two of them, since they were the only ones who possessed Deus Ambrosia, the ability that makes them strong just by eating. Just then Shakti and Gareth arrived to support Bell, placing 12 beside him, ready for a tough battle. "Are you alright, Bell?" Gareth asked, still looking at Zald. When he saw that Bell didn't answer, he shook him a little. Oh yes, I'm fine," Bell said, although it was obvious from miles away that this wasn't the case, but he left it for later. Now they had to focus on Zald. Without them noticing, well, without Bell noticing, since Zald did notice but decided to ignore it, Astri had heard everything. She was also heading there to help her family, even if it was just by cheering them up. But while trying to slip away, she managed to overhear Zald and Bell's conversation. To say she was surprised was an understatement. She decided to talk to Bell later, even though the topic wasn't her business. She couldn't avoid it since Bell was a child and the subject was somewhat delicate because she knew what abilities Zald was talking about. She had read about it once. Go away, kid. You were on your way to help the Hermes family, weren't you? I'll let you pass. You're not at the level of this fight, Zald said, making way for Bell. Bell was annoyed by what Zald said, but he didn't say anything because he knew it was true. He turned to look at Gareth and Shakti and they nodded in confirmation. Good luck, Bell told them, starting to run. As he passed Zald, Zald said something to him in a tone where he could hear it. Eat to survive, Zald said in a low voice, but Bell managed to hear him, yet he continued running, leaving the three adventurers alone. I hope that push helps, Bell. Maybe I should have told him about his origins. Zald thought, watching Bell go, but then he turned to look at Shakti and Gareth. No, Althea has to decide whether to tell him the truth or not. If she decides that Bell shouldn't know their family, that's her decision. Only she has that right. Zald thought, reaching a conclusion. Bell ran for a while until he found the Hermes family alongside Ryu, fighting against Evilus and Olivus. Without wasting any time, he lunged at the first Evilus member he saw, cutting him in half, then blocked his sword and pushed the attacker away. To grab his head and smash it against the ground hard, breaking his skull because he was low level, Bell continued to fight extremely aggressively. As Bell continued to tear apart members of Evilus, he noticed how people seemed hopeful, noticing how most looked with admiration at the Astri family who had arrived before him. But he didn't take it seriously and continued attacking and cutting any headed figure he saw. His Knight's Honor ability didn't activate because he was more focused on destroying than protecting. After a while of fighting, they managed to eliminate all the Evilus members who were there, with the exception of Olivus who managed to escape. People began to applaud the Astri family as they were the protagonists of this struggle. Astri also approached and congratulated them, but looked around with a worried expression. Is something wrong, Astri-sama? Ryu asked, seeing his goddess looking for something or someone, very worried. Astri explained that she was looking for a boy in armor, which the four girls from the Astri family identified as Bell. They managed to see him apart from everyone, staring intently at the corpse of an Evilus member, so they began to approach to see what was happening to him, although Astri knew what was happening to him, so she began to walk at a hurried pace. While Bell stared at Evilus's corpse, he couldn't get Zald's words out of his head. You don't understand, in this life we have to eat to survive, that includes monsters, beasts and humans, only in this way do we become strong. Killing is eating, eating is killing. You have to eat to survive in this world, because eating is how you live and grow stronger. Either you kill and eat them to live, or you are eaten. Why aren't you eating? Do you want to die like someone insignificant? Eat if you want to live, eat if you want to grow, eat if you want to be strong, eat if you want to save people, because it can only be achieved by eating. Bell took off his helmet and dropped it to the ground, then knelt in front of the corpse. Astri, seeing this, hurried even more. Killing is eating, eating is killing. You have to eat to survive in this world, because eating is how you live and grow stronger. Either you kill and eat them to live, or you are eaten. Should I eat it? Bell thought hesitantly. Why aren't you eating? Do you want to die like someone insignificant? No, I won't die being insignificant. Eat if you want to live, eat if you want to grow, eat if you want to be strong, eat if you want to save people, because it can only be achieved by eating. Eat to survive, Bell. I must eat to survive. Chapter 11. I must eat to survive. Bell was about to eat the corpse of the man in front of him, but someone grabbed the arm he was using to reach for the body. Wait, Astri said seriously, seeing what Bell had said. I know it's not my problem, but once you do it, there's no going back. Meanwhile, the girls in the family watched from behind them, confused. What would Bell do? That's what they were wondering. What's wrong, Astri-sama? Allies asked, confused, but Astri ignored her. It's necessary to survive, Bell replied soberly, surprising the girls from the Astri family. Cranel-san said, a worried Ryu, seeing Bell like this surprised and worried her at the same time. If that's what you want, I won't stop you, but you still have time to stop, Astri said seriously. She personally didn't want her to do it, but Bell wasn't family, so she couldn't do anything. To kill is to eat is to kill. You have to eat to survive, because you only live by eating, Bell said before turning his gaze to the corpse. Upon hearing this response, the girls understood what was happening. Bell was going to eat the corpse in front of him. Without hesitation, the girls moved forward to stop him, but Astri stopped them. Wait, Astri ordered seriously to her girls, confusing them. But Astri-sama, we have to stop Cranel-san, Ryu tried to explain, but Astri just shook her head. Let me explain, Astri said seriously. Bell possesses an ability called Deus Ambrosia, which allows him to eat beasts, monsters, and humans to strengthen his condition. Astri said, a little saddened by this fact. The girls were shocked to hear that. It was a horrible ability in their eyes, and the fact that Bell had it only made things worse. Now they understood his rapid growth, and from what they heard they deduced that he had only been eating monsters and beasts up until now. But he was about to start eating humans to become even stronger, and they wanted to stop him. "We can't interfere in this, girls, I'm sorry," she told them sadly. They all knew they had no say in Bell's addition. He wasn't even family. "I must eat," Bell thought, before beginning to eat the corpse under the sad gaze of the Astri family. They could only look away even while listening to the sounds of Bell eating. "Honestly, I'll just say that he eats it. I don't plan to go into details about how he does it." The whole place was silent. You could only hear Bell eating. The happiness that had been felt by others because of the Astri family's victory had vanished. Bell soon finished eating and remained motionless in his place. No one knew what was wrong with him. Aario was about to approach to see how she was with allies, but just as they were getting closer, Heden appeared, surprising them. "You really did it, brat," Heden said seriously, looking at Bell. Then he approached and lifted him onto his shoulder, taking his sword. "You made your decision, now don't hesitate," he told Bell seriously. "Freya supposedly gave you free rein to not fight the Apate and Electo families, and look how you've ended up," Heden thought, adjusting Bell's sword. "In case you didn't know, Electo and Apate were the strongest families in Evilis, boasting multiple level 5 members." He was still conscious, but said nothing. He seemed to be in a trance because of what he had just done. "Wait." Allies shouted, stopping Heden, who gave her a stern look. "What do you want, brat?" Heden asked impatiently. "What will happen to Bell?" Ryu asked, worried about Bell. "Nothing, he needs to rest, what he just did left him in a trance." That was all Heden said before leaving with Bell on his shoulder. That day the Astri family was worried about Bell because he had already chosen his path as an adventurer. That day everyone also learned of Bell's ability, as many people had heard what Astri had told her girls. From what everyone in the city found out, at first everyone was afraid of what Bell would do, but they knew everything Bell had done and decided to trust him. But on the other hand there was Aze, she didn't know what to think. Bell ate monsters and humans, that left her in a trance, so much so that Riveria and Finn had to talk to her. She seemed to be getting more and more anxious. They knew what Bell meant to Aze, and Aze, upon learning what Bell was doing, was confused. Bell was in his room after Heden left him and told him to rest. She had found a mysterious book on her bed. It came with a photo, a necklace, and a note which read, "Happy birthday, Bell. Love, your beautiful aunt." Then he saw the photo where 2 women were hugging. One had white hair and green eyes and was carrying a baby with white hair. The woman looked extremely happy. In addition to that, the white-haired woman had a necklace around her neck. The other was a beautiful woman with silver hair. At that moment Bell went into shock because he recognized her as the woman who told him about materia. The note said it was from her aunt, which meant that the woman was her aunt and the one with white hair was her mother. Faced with that, Bell didn't know what to think. He was at a loss for words. He decided to confront the woman to seek explanations. But first he grabbed the book, knowing it was a grimoire, and opened it to obtain new magic. And as on the first occasion, he appeared in a completely black space, where again there was a clone of him in front of him. "What are you?" his clone suddenly asked. "A predator in search of food," Bell replied again, unable to control his body. "What would you do to become strong?" his clone asked again. "Devour and fight," Bell replied. "Then devour everything, fight until you can't anymore, are you willing to do that?" his clone asked again. "Yes, I am a predator who only knows how to fight," Bell replied. After answering his last question to his clone, he woke up in his room and went straight to update his status to see his new magic. Freya knew the truth about Bell and Althea, so she didn't ask her anything, she just congratulated her on her new magic. Bell said goodbye to Freya and returned to his room where he had been watching his new magic. Bell Cranel. Level 3. Strength A861. Stamina A810. Dexterity B745. Agility C609. Magic D523. Development skills. Strong body H. Minor regeneration I. Ability Base Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. This ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator doesn't sound bad. Bell thought, looking at his new magic on his status sheet. After that, he was thinking about the most recent events, his supposed mother, his supposed aunt. He spent a few hours thinking about his supposed blood family and also about the fact that he was now eating humans. He looked at his hands and saw them covered in blood. It was necessary, Bell told himself, trying to convince himself. To live, you have to eat, he repeated, just as Otter entered his room. Bell, I'm calling Otter. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. He was in a trance, wanting to kill Zald at all costs after his brutal defeat, but Alan snapped him out of it, so he decided to talk to Bell. Don't doubt now that you've chosen your path, Otter told him seriously. Now all that's left is to move forward. You can't back down now that you've chosen your path, Otter said seriously. Yes, that's what I'll do, Bell replied with more conviction now. I'll eat everything in front of me, be it monster or human, but how does that make me different from monsters? Bell asked Otter his last question while looking down at the ground. They kill anyone, even monsters have been seen killing each other, he's referring to the Xenos, but they don't know they exist yet. Otter told him. You'll choose what to eat, unlike them, you won't eat your friends. Otter said, making Bell raise his head. You're right, Senpai, Bell said, his spirits lifted once more. Now get ready, the final battle will take place tomorrow. Finn decided a while ago to divide us into two groups. One group will fight Evilus on the surface, the other will go to the dungeon to stop a monster Evilus summoned. Finn called it Nightmare. Get ready and follow me. Otter informed Bell. Then Otter left the room, Bell nodded and prepared himself with his armor, sword and saber ready for any fight. Before leaving, she stared at the necklace that supposedly belonged to her mother. After thinking about it for a few seconds, she decided to put it on. She would go to look for Aunt to get answers. With that in mind, he paused for a few seconds to breathe calmly, then opened his eyes with a new brightness in them. It's time to eat. Bell said, leaving the room ready for whatever came his way. Now he would eat without restraint. At this moment Bell was with Otter inside a large circle of ice that surrounded Babel. He had insisted that Otter let him go, and after angering Otter, he agreed but told him that if he felt pressured, he should leave. The strategy would be to lure Zald inside the ice walls, where Otter and Bell would confront him. Soon they heard a great commotion outside the great wall of ice where they were located. Aario? Zald shouted loudly. It seems the city of heroes has dishonored its name while we were away. If you're welcoming me, you can do it by giving lives. Show me with everything you've got. Don't leave me bloodthirsty. Mortality is a greater sin than being a predator. You have to stop disappointing me, disappointment is bitter and it's the most disgusting thing you can taste. Something has to be poured down my dry, burning throat. It's never good enough. Therefore, try to please me, my prey. Make my blood boil and my flesh tremble. After Zald shouted that speech to all of Aario, he proceeded to destroy a part of the wall to enter it with the intention of attacking everyone he saw. Huh? Nobody's here, no, Zald said, confused. Then he saw Otter and Bell alone in the center. You too, Zald said, staring at them. I heard you finally decided to eat, Zald said, more as a congratulation. You only survive by eating, right? Bell asked ironically, making Zald smile at the words. That's the spirit. Eating makes us strong, you must eat everything. Zald told him with a smile because Bell had accepted Deus Ambrosia to the fullest. Then he saw a small part of Bell's mother's necklace and he knew instantly which necklace it was. That necklace is, Zald thought, impressed. So you already know about Althea and you, huh? Zald asked Bell, who nodded in response. Yes, and I'm looking for answers, you seem to know them. Why don't you tell me? Bell said, on guard, although he wouldn't do a damn thing to Zald. Otter was just listening since he didn't know what they were talking about. Well, I won't be giving you those answers, Zald said, catching Bell's attention. You should ask Althea. You should go now. It probably won't go past today, Zald informed Bell. What do you mean, like it won't happen after today? Bell asked, confused by Zald's words. As you're hearing, today is probably their last day. They're probably on the 18th floor. He said, making way for him to leave. Go get your answers, little predator. Zald said with a smile. Bell was surprised by this, but he didn't want to leave Otter alone, but a hand on his shoulder made him turn to look at Otter. I don't know what you're talking about, but it seems important to you, so go ahead, I'll take care of him, Otter said, deducing what he could. Good luck, senpai, don't you dare lose, Bell said, before running off towards the dungeon. Good luck on your journey, Zald thought as he watched Bell leave, then he turned his gaze to Otter, where a battle of titans would take place. Bell ran as fast as he could to reach his supposed aunt and get the answers he wanted, destroying everything in his path as he went down. Although she wanted to stop for a meal, she wasn't sure if she would arrive in time to talk to her aunt, so she moved on without wasting any time. He ran and killed non-stop until he reached the 17th floor, but stopped advancing when the Great Wall of Pain began to crack. Truck rogue. The Goliath had appeared, blocking Bell's path, who became angry at the Goliath's interruption. Damn, he's level 4 in theory, I'm almost level 4 myself, if I use my 2 spells I should be able to beat him. Bell thought as he got into a fighting stance. The Goliath roared again to launch a powerful blow that Bell dodged and gave it a large cut on the hand. Then Bell ran towards his feet where he gave him another big cut to the ankle, forcing Goliath to his knees. But without Bell seeing, he struck him with an open palm, sending him flying far away. Bell recovered and used his new magic. Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. With that, Bell enhanced all his physical abilities. In a burst of speed, he appeared, fitting his sword into Goliath's other ankle, bringing him completely to his knees. Then he began to recite his fire magic, while continuing to slash at Goliath, thanks to the crowded chanting. Bell dodged and cut Goliath's hands. In one of those blows, Bell climbed onto his hand where, with a powerful cut, he severed Goliath's hand. It roared but didn't stay still, instead delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing into the wall. Because of that blow, he stopped reciting his song, but as soon as he got his bearings he began his second song again. Bell got up and charged at Goliath again. Goliath threw a punch, but Bell jumped and started running down his arm, leaving a large cut on Goliath's arm. Just as he arrived in front, he plunged his sword into Goliath's right eye, then finished his chant. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. The Goliath's head was completely disintegrated by Bell's magic. The Goliath's body fell on its back and exploded into ash. Bell was tired from that fight, so while he was catching his breath, he began to eat the ashes of the Goliath. I have to hurry, Bell thought as he ate the ashes of the Goliath. After 5 minutes of eating ashes, he started running back to the 18th floor to see his aunt and get answers from her. When he was about to reach the 18th floor, he didn't see a hole through which he fell, he only managed to cover himself with his arms. Bam. Bell crashed hard to the ground, after a few seconds he managed to slowly get up. Ugh, damn it. How am I going to get up here? I don't know this floor. Bell complained upon seeing a floor he didn't recognize. While examining his surroundings, he saw a huge hole. He approached and saw that it led to the deepest floors, although only intense flames were visible. If someone falls in, it's certain death, Bell thought, looking into the hole. Then he heard a noise above, so he turned around. As he did so, he saw his aunt fall through the hole, so without thinking, Bell jumped and tackled her, preventing her from falling into the flames. Almost, Bell said from the ground, turning his gaze as Althea looked confused, so he began to get up. But what Althea said, confused that she hadn't died in the flames. Then she noticed Bell next to her. Bell. She said, surprised to see him. Yes, that's me, Bell confirmed, getting up. You can't die yet, you have to give me explanations, Auntie, he said, emphasizing the word aunt. Althea just stared at the ground, not knowing what to say. She had planned to die without telling Bell anything. What is this, are you my aunt? Or my mother? Who is my mother? Bell asked, waiting for an answer from Althea. Althea didn't know what to say to him. If she told him, there was a chance he would turn against his own family. Therefore, by ruining her life, she didn't want to meet him and ruin that, she couldn't forgive herself. I'm waiting, Auntie, Bell said, emphasizing Auntie, making her frown, but she replied that there was something more important. Well, it's just as it said in the letter, I'm your aunt, Althea began to explain. Your mother's name is Materia, she died shortly after you were born, Althea explained. That last part surprised Bell, but he decided to keep listening before speaking. Certain things happened after you were born and you were separated from us, Althea explained. Bell remembered how he was a slave until Otter rescued him. That's all, Althea told him. I'm sorry, Bell, but if you find out the truth, it will only hurt you, Althea thought sadly. She'll find out later. I didn't like the idea of a possible separation being only level 3, so I decided to wait. If I told him the truth, Bell would be devastated to learn that his family had expelled his real family by causing events that would separate them. She couldn't do that to her nephew, Materia. It would be like she was just going to cause him pain, so she decided to wait until he grew a little more. I see, Bell said, seeing that Althea had finished speaking. What was she like? What was my mother like? Bell asked, taking out his mother's necklace. Your mother was the kindest and purest person who ever lived. She always had a smile and her presence put everyone at ease. She was loved by everyone, even proud Hera loved her dearly, Althea said with a smile, remembering her sister. However, she was very resentful about food, to the point of scaring me when I ate a sweet she wanted. She made such a fuss that I wanted to die. Althea said, laughing at her sister's actions. This brought a smile to Bell's face. Apparently, his mother was also a big glutton, just like him. On one occasion she made Hera kneel before her for stealing sweets from her. That day Hera lost her pride thanks to your mother, Althea said with a smile. This made Bell burst out laughing, making a proud goddess kneel before a mortal for a sweet treat. That reminded him of when he made Anya kneel for throwing away his food. Anya had to beg his forgiveness on her knees and buy him 3 times as much food. Your mother was undoubtedly a great woman, Althea told her, but soon she began to spit blood. Cough, yuck, cough. Althea suddenly began coughing up blood. What's wrong? Bell asked, alarmed to see her coughing up blood. Calm down, my condition is quite bad. Althea tried to calm him down, but that only distressed Bell more. Then I'll take you to get healed, Bell said, about to pick her up, but Althea stopped him. Bell, if you take me to the surface to get me healed, you'll be seen as a traitor. Besides, my condition is an incurable disease. Althea explained, stopping Bell. But you can't die, I just found out I have a family, I can't lose you after barely knowing you. Bell pleaded. I'm sorry Bell, that's why I didn't want us to meet and I was planning to die by throwing myself down the hole, but you stopped me, Althea told Bell. Then let's find a cure, Bell said, determined to save his aunt. Bell, here in Aario everyone wants me dead, it would have to be from the outside. Althea explained, trying to make Bell reconsider. Then let's leave Aario to look for her, Bell said resolutely. He didn't want to let his only blood family die. Bell, you're just as stubborn as your mother, she was the same. Althea said with a smile, but seeing that Bell wouldn't give up, she decided on something else. Okay, we'll do this. You stay here in Aario and I'll go find a cure elsewhere, Althea told him. But if we both go, Bell tried to say, but Althea interrupted him. Don't worry, Bell, I'll send you letters to stay in touch, okay? Althea assured him, hoping Bell wouldn't lose his life in Aario. Besides, I have several branches from the sacred elven forest. That will help improve my condition while I find a cure, Althea told him. But how will you send me letters? Bell asked doubtfully. With the help of the god Hermes, he already knows me, just give him the letter and he'll deliver it to me, Althea explained, without mentioning that she would be with Zeus. I'll have to go with that idiot Zeus, she thought, frowning. Okay, Bell said, agreeing. Now we need to heal you, he said, handing her the potions he had brought. Althea proceeded to heal herself with the potions, although she was still injured, she could already walk with ease. I'll go out another way, you go that way, she said, pointing to the exit of that floor. I'll be waiting for your letter, Bell, Althea said, giving him a hug before leaving. Goodbye, Auntie, Bell said, waving his hand, not noticing that Althea frowned when he called her Auntie. It made her feel old. So, with the god Hermes, huh? Bell thought, before starting to climb to the 18th floor. Upon reaching the 18th floor, he saw that they were still fighting the nightmare, although it was already on its last legs, so he activated his new magic again to help. Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. Bell, in a burst of speed, ran towards the nightmare, then jumped and with one slash, severed the nightmare's head, which did not notice him. Hello, Bell greeted the surprised adventurers casually. They were astonished that Bell had arrived from behind the monster. Bell Cranel, San Rabbit. These were the multiple shouts of the adventurers. Hello, Bell greeted again when he saw they weren't moving, but Ace was the first to move and go towards him with a pout. Bell already had it, Ace said angrily, pouting, crossing her arms, and turning her gaze away from Bell, showing her anger. Come on Ace, don't be angry, Bell said with a smile as he pinched her cheeks. Bell, why did you come from the 19th floor? Riveria asked doubtfully, making Bell stop pinching Ace's cheeks, which seemed to annoy her for taking Bell away from her. Oh, that's it, I came to help you, but I fell down a hole, Bell replied, scratching the back of his neck. And why do you look injured? Those bruises don't look like they came from a normal monster, Riveria replied suspiciously. Easy, I faced the Goliath, it appeared as I was coming here and I killed it, Bell said proudly of his achievement, giving a thumbs up. What he didn't realize were the incredulous looks that others were giving him. But you're a level 3, allies retorted, referring to Bell defeating a Goliath single-handedly. I can finally level up, I just need a defeat, Bell told them, surprising everyone again. In fact, I think that'll level me up, he said to himself. Out of the corner of his eye, Bell saw Vito looking at them with hatred, so he deduced that he was a member of Evilus. So in a swift movement he grabbed his saber and threw it at him, surprising everyone there. Vito barely had time to react to Bell's movement. He managed to block it with his sword, but when he looked ahead he saw Bell already ready to attack him. He swung his sword vertically to split him in two, but Bell simply took a mini jump to the right and lunged. Vito didn't move in time, so he received a deep wound in his side, which caused him to fall to the floor. When he tried to get up, he saw Bell about to kill him, so he closed his eyes awaiting his end, but a voice interrupted them. "Wait," said the goddess Astri, surprising everyone by stopping Bell. The others already knew she was there, except for Bell. "Why? Is he part of Evilus?" Bell replied, still staring at Vito, to make sure he didn't try anything or he would kill him. "It was a request from Erebus before he returned to heaven," Astri said calmly, surprising the others. But Astri Soma. "We can't let that man go, he's dangerous," Rai replied to Astri. Rai was right, Astri Soma, this guy is dangerous. "I've heard some things about him from some civilians, a red-haired man who kills left and right," Bell told Astri. "Besides, I don't know who Erebus is," Bell said with a chibi face. Erebus, who was there, felt a sting in his pride at Bell's statement. "Please let my child go," Erebus pleaded with Bell, lowering his weapon as he saw who Erebus was and realized he was a god. "I wonder what a god tastes like," Bell said aloud, surprising Erebus and the others. "I guess I'll never know," Bell added, making the others sigh. "Thank you," Erebus said, before leaving with the goddess Astri, escorted by members of the Familia Hermes. "I would eat you, but not like disgusting rats," Bell said with disgust. This enraged Vito, so he stood up angrily with his sword in hand. "Damn you." Vito tried to kill Bell, but Bell finished him off with a single movement, ending his life. With a single quick but powerful move, Bell had cut Vito in two, ending his life. "You wasted the opportunity your god gave you," Bell said to the corpse, before going to join the others. Once on the surface, Bell said goodbye to the others and went to look for Otter. He ran for a few minutes until he reached the place where he had last seen him. When he arrived, he saw Otter next to Zald's body. Otter looked quite damaged, so he approached him. "Senpai," Bell shouted, drawing the attention of the aforementioned and making him turn around. "I knew you'd win," Bell said cheerfully. "It was quite a tough battle, I almost lost," Otter said as he took the potion Bell gave him. "Thank you," he added. "It seems the last adventurer of the Zeus family has left," Bell said more to himself. "By the way," Otter said, drawing Bell's attention, "he told me not to eat it because its body was poisoned by the behemoth and that you could keep its armor." "Really?" he asked excitedly, receiving a nod. "Great. I'll keep it to honor him as the great adventurer he was and as thanks for giving me the push with my ability," Bell said. "Thank you for everything," Zald, Bell thought to himself. "I hope that wherever you are, you can rest as you deserve." Bell said goodbye to Zald, grateful for his help. Despite having been enemies, Bell still admired him greatly, so he wanted to fire him. Chapter 12. After praying for Zald's soul, Bell, with Otter's help, decided to give him a burial worthy of his stature. After he was given a burial away from all the graves, they returned to headquarters, with Bell carrying Zald's armor. When they arrived, Otter retreated to the infirmary as he was still injured from his fight with Zald. Bell took Zald's armor to his room. He would see what he would do with it later. For now, he would go to his goddess to have her upgrade his level. "I was sure that having defeated Goliath, I could finally reach level 4. He walked for a few minutes, wondering where his goddess could be, since Otter had told him that she had been with him, bidding farewell to Zald in the silent state. After thinking for a while, he thought that perhaps he had already returned to his room, at the top of the Tower of Babel. After walking for a while, I reached the top of the Tower of Babel, where I enter without knocking as usual. Freya Sama, please update my status." Bell asked his goddess, who was sitting on her throne. "Sure Bell, do you think you can level up to level 4 yet?" Freya asked, walking towards Bell. "Of course, I defeated Goliath by myself, I think that's grounds for a level up," Bell assured him. This surprised Freya, since she had been watching Otter and Zald's fight, so she didn't see Bell's fight. "Fufufu, you are impressive, Bell." "Okay, lie down on the sofa," Freya told him, and Bell obeyed. Bell took off his armor and shirt, then lay face down on the sofa. "Let's see," Freya said, climbing on top of Bell. She proceeded to draw a drop of blood and began updating her status. "Congratulations Bell, you reached level 4. Freya congratulated Bell with a smile on his achievement. "I knew it, that battle against Goliath was what I needed to level up," Bell said with a big smile. "Now, you have a choice between 2 development skills, the first being swordsman and the second being abnormal resistance. Which one do you want?" Freya asked Bell. Both are good, but I'll go with swordsman," Bell replied after thinking for a few seconds about which one to choose. "Alright, it'll be swordsman then," Freya said, starting to choose Bell's new skill. "Here you go, Bell," Freya said, getting off him and handing him his status sheet. Bell Cranel. Level 4. Strength 0I. Stamina 0. Dexterity. 0. Agility. 0. Magic. 0. Developmental abilities. Strong body. H. Slow regeneration. H. Swordsman I. Skill. Base Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while wielding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. This time I didn't gain any skills, I was always gaining one per level, Bell said, looking at his status sheet. New abilities won't always appear, Bell. You're a special case, since you've been gaining abilities every time you level up, Freya explained. I see, so does that mean they'll appear when I get them, not when I level up? Bell asked, clarifying his doubt. You're right, Bell, it might appear when you're halfway through level 4, Freya answered his question. I see, thank you Freya-sama. Bell smiled, thanking his goddess for her help. I'll go brag to Ace about my level up, see you later. Bell said goodbye. Bell left his goddess's room with the intention of looking for his golden-haired friend. I'm doing a time skip because I honestly don't know what to put for that year, since there was nothing exciting or important in my opinion. Time skip. A year had passed since the dark era had ended, and Aario was slowly recovering from that dark period. Bell had been going to the dungeon as usual, getting further thanks to being level 4. He had been eating a lot because there were still members of Evilus out there, Bell ate them when they were hunted. Thanks to that, his condition increased much more than before. He discovered that he didn't necessarily need to eat them as such. Just drinking their blood was enough. That helped his morale a little, since even though he accepted eating humans, he still felt disgusted by them. But thanks to his discovery of blood, it became much easier for him to eat people. She had also had a small argument with Ace, as Ace had conflicts with Bell eating monsters and humans. Ace unintentionally called Bell a monster at that moment, resulting in great pain for Bell. But she was able to resolve it thanks to Riveria who talked to her, but because of that fight, they went 2 months without speaking. When Ace finally accepted what Bell was doing, she ran to apologize for calling him that. With a big hug and her face full of tears, Ace apologized to Bell, who, understanding that Ace had not meant to do that, forgave her. Bell had managed to reach level 5 that year after defeating an irregular Goliath that he happened to get. Arabia had been resting for 2 weeks after that battle, as he had been seriously injured. When he leveled up, Akiro finally made him armor worthy of a first class. If you want, imagine her with a red cape like Zald's. If you don't like that, then imagine she doesn't have a cape. Luckily for Bell, Akiro had given it to him as a gift for reaching first class. But that happiness vanished when he told her that if she broke it, he would make her pay for the next time she did it. Just as he would have to pay for maintenance, Akiro had to earn enough to put food on the table somehow. Ace had been extremely jealous that Bell reached level 5, as she was barely reaching level 4, while he was already reaching level 5. I also managed to obtain a skill called Emperor Eyes, which is quite good, actually. Emperor Eyes grants him total spatial awareness of his surroundings. At this moment he was calmly returning from the 34th floor, killing every monster he encountered. Because Ace was only level 4, she couldn't accompany him, which depressed her, but Bell accompanied her from time to time. As he was walking peacefully, he heard a powerful explosion upstairs, but decided not to pay attention to it, since it could be someone's magic. What is that? Bell thought as he heard another sound. They sound like a lament. Bell thought, alarmed. Heden-sensei said that only happened when the dungeon took a lot of damage, causing Juggernaut to appear. Bell thought seriously. Bell started running upstairs to see who had caused the Juggernaut to appear. Upon arriving at the floor where the explosion was heard, he saw a bunch of dead adventurers on the floor, they were torn to pieces. And there he saw it, over the remains of those adventurers being pious for that abomination. Bell froze when he saw that thing, but managed to come to his senses when he saw the Astri family in the distance looking at that thing in horror. Upon seeing them, he began to run towards them, taking advantage of the fact that the Juggernaut was focused on the torn to measure adventurers. Are you alright? Bell asked, arriving with the girls, but they were in a trance staring at the Juggernaut. Yes, we have to defeat that thing, Ally said, coming out of her trance. She drew her rapier, ready to motivate the others, but Bell was already there. No, Bell told them, stopping allies. That thing is on another level. You'll only be throwing yourselves into it to die if you go, Bell said seriously. But if we go together we can. Allies tried to reply, but Bell just shook his head. That thing is made to kill adventurers, it's capable of reflecting magic and has terrifying speed, Bell explained, surprising the girls. So what do you suggest, Cranel-san? Ryu asked, coming out of his trance. This is what we'll do, Bell said seriously. I'll go straight ahead. You shouldn't get any closer because you'll only die in a matter of seconds. That thing can reflect magic, but it's not immune. We can overwhelm it with magic, Bell explained. That's where you come in, Ryu. Your magic is strong enough that she can't repel it. The others will take care of protecting Ryu. Bell explained his plan. But Bell, you can't go against that thing alone, allies told him, not at all in agreement with that plan. It's the only way, allies. You won't be able to get close without being cut by that thing, Bell replied, stopping allies. She wanted to refuse that plan, but it was the only one they had. She was about to suggest something else, but Bell had already shot forward. Bell positioned himself between the Astri family and the Juggernaut, gripping the air tightly and activating his Knight's Honor ability, increasing his resistance. The Juggernaut turned to look at him at that moment and began to look at him as if he were food. Bell, knowing that he would have to go all out, used his magic. Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. Bell powered up with his magic, so Bell and the Juggernaut launched themselves at the same time, Bell blocking with one claw and jumping to dodge the other. While he was in the air, he threw his saber at one of his eyes, and taking advantage of the roar of pain, he lunged towards him. I tried to cut off one of his limbs, but the Juggernaut managed to counter with his claw, thus beginning a series of cuts at their maximum power by both of them. The Astri family understood why Bell said they would only die if they approached the calamity. But just by watching the fight they understood that they were not up to the challenge, as they saw Bell throwing and receiving cuts. Little by little Bell received more cuts that destroyed his first-class armor. In fact, his armor had prevented him from dying quickly. Ryu, that kid won't last much longer, so start your magic chant now, Kaguya ordered, seeing Bell slowly giving ground against the Juggernaut. Ryu, understanding, began to perform her chant, worried to see how Bell faced the Juggernaut. So he concentrated on correctly performing the chant of his magic to try to finish off Juggernaut. Suddenly, Bell fell heavily in front of them, looking tired and injured. Blood was dripping from the cuts in his armor. Demonstrating that he had indeed managed to cut Bell deeply, although the Juggernaut also appeared to be quite damaged. Don't stop, Ryu, Bell said, getting up and gripping his sword tightly again. Bell launched himself at the Juggernaut again, to try to kill him or at least buy some time. Get away now, Bell. Allies shouted as she saw Ryu about to finish his magic. Bell understood the message and moved away from the Juggernaut. Just as the Juggernaut was about to attack Bell from behind, he was bombarded by Ryu's magic. When the bombing ended, the Juggernaut was seen still alive, although it was quite damaged. And against all odds, the Juggernaut got up, but this time he didn't try to attack them. To everyone's surprise, the Juggernaut began trying to escape, and Bell, seeing this, rushed towards the Juggernaut. But he began to escape through the floors, destroying the walls and floor of the dungeon in order to escape. Bell was chasing the Juggernaut at full speed, but the Juggernaut was surprisingly fast. Therefore, Bell could barely keep up with him, and since there was no longer any need to protect the Astri family, his King of Bell ability had been deactivated. As a result, his stamina began to drop, leaving Bell extremely tired and injured from his fight against the Juggernaut. Taking advantage of a moment of carelessness, the Juggernaut stumbled due to his injuries, giving Bell the opportunity to catch up with him. Bell managed to cut off one of Juggernaut's limbs, but he didn't stay still and launched a powerful punch at Bell. He was thrown against a wall, leaving him buried there. The Juggernaut, missing one of his limbs, could no longer escape. Therefore, he decided to attack Bell, trying at least to kill him. Bell emerged from the wall, ready to strike back at the Juggernaut. Bell lunged towards the Juggernaut with the intention of killing him. When he was within range of the Juggernaut, it tried to grab him with its claws, but Bell jumped back, throwing his sword at the Juggernaut's head. The Juggernaut began to roar in pain, but Bell rushed to him and began to hit him on the head with all his might. Little by little the Juggernaut stopped moving, until Bell took his sword and with one great cut severed his head. Thus ending the Juggernaut calamity, although Bell was severely injured, but could still move. When the Juggernaut lost his head, it turned to ash, leaving a pile of it, which I took advantage of to eat. Bell bent down and began to eat the ash that the Juggernaut left behind. He wouldn't waste this food. I'm sure this will get me to level up. This should be enough to reach level 6, Bell thought wearily. Bell. Allies cried out in concern, arriving shortly after with the rest of her family. Bell. She exclaimed upon seeing him eating ashes. Hey girls, Bell greeted casually, too tired to think of what to say. We need to heal your wounds, Cranel-san, Ryu said seriously, approaching Bell. Yes, that would be a great help, actually, Bell told them, completely agreeing with Ryu. Ryu approached Bell and began to heal him with his magic, while Bell simply continued to grab ashes to eat them. By the way, what caused the Juggernaut to appear? Lyra asked Bell, since he seemed to know about the monster. That monster is called Juggernaut. It appears when the dungeon is badly damaged. That must have been the explosion I heard, Bell explained to the Astri family. I didn't know that, Lyra said, then turned to look at Kagaya, who was leading a catman around on a leash. He was responsible for the explosion, Lyra told Bell. I see, if I attack them it must be part of Evilus, that's the only thing I can think of, Bell told them. What family is she from? Bell asked them. She's from the Rudder family, but most of them died fighting that thing, Allies said this time. That's what happens when you try to touch someone as perfect as me, Allies said, trying to lighten the mood. As you wish, Bell replied dismissively. We must bring him to the surface so he can tell us everything he knows about Evilus, in case he is part of it, Bell said, ignoring Allies' annoyed expression. By the way, Cranel-san, that was a fine display of your skills. Ryu congratulated him while still healing Bell. That's right, Bunny, Allies said, getting revenge for him ignoring her previous comment. You showed what a first class can do, Allies added, congratulating him as well. Thank you, Bell replied, thanking them for the compliment. Hey Ryu, are we almost there? Not that I mind being touched by a beautiful fairy like you, Bell said, teasing Ryu. Allies had taught her that. A silence, Cranel-san. Ryu said, embarrassed, with a cute blush on her face, although it was hidden by her green mask. Ha 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 ha. They all started laughing at an embarrassed Ryu, who could only hide behind Bell while he healed him. They continued to mock an embarrassed Ryu as she tried to hide behind Bell. Bell's healing continued until Ryu punched him to shut him up, thus ending the teasing of an angry and blushing Ryu. When Ryu finished healing Bell, they headed back to the surface where they would interrogate the Catman. Bell discovered that her name was Jurahammer, and as they were going up to the surface, Jurahammer woke up screaming at the Astri family. But Bell simply knocked him down with one blow, leaving him unconscious again, while Bell carried him. As they made their way back to the surface, they encountered Otter, who had heard from his goddess that a Juggernaut had appeared. Knowing that Bell was in the dungeon, I went in to look for him and, if he was fighting the Juggernaut, to kill him. Senpai, Bell called to Otter. Do you think my armor can be saved with a repair? Bell asked hopefully. Even with all the blacksmiths in the world, your armor can't be repaired. They'll have to make you a new one, Otter said bluntly. Bell became extremely depressed at that because his armor wasn't exactly cheap. 50 billion, whispered a depressed Bell, because that's what Akiro told him his armor would cost. Ha 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 ha. The girls from the Astri family started laughing, Otter just had an amused gleam on his stoic face. There, Cranel-san, you'll be able to get the money, Ryu said, rubbing his back. I could help you by accompanying you to the dungeon and giving you the money we get, Ryu said kindly to Bell. You're an angel, Ryu. Bell said, hugging Ryu childishly, making Ryu blush. What are you doing, Cranel-san? Let go of me. Said a blushing Ryu, but Bell had stuck to her. After Bell separated from Ryu, she began saying that she could no longer get married and that she had to take responsibility. Bell, not knowing what he was talking about, could only manage to say yes, making Ryu blush even more and making the other girls burst out laughing. Otter could only let out a slight sigh at Bell's idiocy. He was sure that Freya would scold him for accepting the responsibility of something so important without knowing what it was. But that they continued to rise to the surface, where Otter went back with Freya and the Astri family saying their goodbyes as they took Jurahammer away. See you later, Bunny. I hope you take responsibility, hahaha. Allies said goodbye, laughing along with Lyra and Kagaya, much to Bell's confusion. Sure, don't worry, I'll take care of it, Bell told them, giving them a thumbs up, making the girls laugh even more. Cranel-san, please stop. Ryu said, blushing at Bell's statement. Don't worry Ryu, I'll take responsibility no matter what happens, I won't leave you alone, Bell said with conviction. At that, Ryu blushed deeply and ran away while yelling idiot at Bell. Huh? What happened? Bell asked, confused. He didn't understand why Ryu had reacted this way. You're so innocent, Bell. Down there you acted like a man and here like a child, Allies replied, amused. With that, the Astri family said goodbye to a confused Bell, who just waved his hand. Why did Ryu react like that? I only said I'd take responsibility for him accompanying me to the dungeon and I'd do it by patrolling with his family. Bell thought as he walked towards Akiro's workshop. After walking for a while, Bell arrived at Akiro's workshop, which he entered without knocking since he had that privilege. "Akiro." Bell called to his great friend, the blacksmith. Upon hearing his voice, the blacksmith turned around and instantly tried to hit Bell. "How dare you destroy the armor? I've been working on it for days. You bastard." Akiro complained, wanting to hit Bell with his hammer. "Wait, Akiro, let me explain what happened." Bell pleaded, dodging Akiro's blows. After Akiro heard Bell's explanation, he understood why his armor was in terrible shape at best. "I understand what happened," Akiro said with a sigh, cheering Bell up. "The next armor will cost you 100 million, Akiro said with a greedy smile. "Huh. But wasn't it supposed to be 50 million? Bell said, alarmed. He'd been given a 50 million for free. "That's for the trouble you've caused me, Bell. It took me days to forge that armor, so you'll just have to put up with it," Akiro said, unfazed by Bell's suffering. "Besides, the next one will be much better. I already know how to make it more resistant," he added with a smile. "Okay, that'll be 100 million, Bell said sadly, but Akiro didn't feel sorry for Bell's sadness at all. In fact, he completely ignored him. "By the way, if you level up to level 6, I'm planning to make you a new sword. This would be my best creation if I managed to make it, but I was waiting for you to level up." "Do you think you'll level up?" Akiro asked. "Well, I think if I get to level 6, defeat and eat that monster, that should be enough," Bell said, sharing his deductions. "Perfect, then I'll make your new sword. I'm telling you right now, it's going to be expensive," Akiro said, getting up from the armchair where he was sitting. Bell said goodbye with his spirits at rock bottom due to the enormous debt he would have for his equipment. His savings could pay for the armor, but not the sword. He would have to go to the dungeon a lot and save up as much money as possible. With that, Bell went to his goddess's room to get an update and see if he had reached level 6. "I walked towards the Tower of Babel, where I entered the room of its goddess. Freya Sama, update my status, I think I can level up to level 6 now," Bell said with a smile. "First of all, Bell," Freya said without turning to look at him. "Could you explain to me what this is about you taking responsibility for an elf?" she said with a withering look. "Huh? Well, what else? I'll take responsibility," Bell said, believing she meant he would patrol for her because she was taking up his time. "You're still too young for that, Bell," Freya said, standing up with a frown. After that, Freya gave him a lecture on what not to do for a whole hour. "Now then, Bell, I hope you learn what not to do," Freya said wisely, although Bell fell asleep after 2 minutes of talking. He had just woken up to hear his goddess say that she hoped he would learn. "Of course, Freya Sama," Bell said, rubbing his eyes from sleepiness. Otter, who was in the background, just sighed because Freya hadn't noticed. "Now then, come here so I can update your status," Freya told him, so Bell took off his filthy and torn armor and lay down on the couch. Freya climbed on top of him and began to update his status. "I'm sorry Bell, but you haven't leveled up," Freya said, handing him his status sheet. "Bell Cranel. Level 5. Force 870A. Stamina 846A. Dexterity 772B. Agility 505D. Magic 719B. Developmental abilities. Strong body G. Slow regeneration H. Swordsman I. Great strength I. Skill Base Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while wielding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Emperor Eyes. Grants total spatial awareness of their surroundings. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. I already have the stats to level up, why don't I? Bell thought, looking at his status sheet. Maybe if I kill Udius alone, maybe if I do that I'll level up to 6. Bell thought about a way to level up. Chapter 13. After Bell saved the Astri family from certain death, he carried on as usual. At this moment he was preparing to go to the dungeon, having already received and paid for his armor. He grabbed his sword. He had recently lost his saber, so he didn't have his saber. Ready to go to the dungeon, he headed to the exit of his headquarters, where Otter was in his adventurer's clothes. "Are you going to the dungeon, senpai?" Bell asked, confused, since Otter, ever since he reached level 7, spent most of his time taking care of Freya. Freya Sama ordered me to accompany you, she said she had a feeling you would do something stupid. Otter said stoically. Huh? Bell said, shocked by his goddess's intuition. I don't know what Freya Sama is talking about, I would never do something like that, Bell said, looking away. You've always been bad at lying, Otter told him. What will you do? Depending on what, I won't interfere, Otter clarified. I wanted to face Udius alone Bell said nervously while scratching the back of his neck. I see, Otter said, surprised. He had only tried to kill Baylor once, but he couldn't. Then I'll just watch the fight, Otter affirmed, because he understood what Bell wanted to do. Hi senpai. Thank you. Bell thanked him, starting to walk towards the dungeon with Otter. With that, both warriors headed towards the dungeon. Bell was excited to fight Udius alone. He thought that maybe that way he would reach level 6, he was so deep in his thoughts that he didn't see A's. Bell. I called A's, but he didn't even turn around. Bell. He called her again, seeing that the ignored girl decided to grab his arm with a pout. Bell. She said now, finally getting Bell's attention. Oh A's, hello. Bell greeted her casually as if he hadn't ignored her. Why were you ignoring me, Bell? A's asked, frowning. She didn't like that Bell, of all people, was the one who ignored her. I wasn't ignoring you, A's, I was just very thoughtful, Bell explained, but A's only frowned more. I swear, A's, I swear on my life, Bell swore. As careless as ever, Bell, Reveria said, standing next to A's. Hello Reveria. Bell greeted Reveria cheerfully, and she returned the greeting in kind. Are you going to the dungeon, Bell? A's asked without letting go of Bell's arm. Yes, do you want to join us? Bell asked calmly, and A's smiled happily at that. So will you join us? A's asked, confused. Bell simply pointed to Otter, who was silently watching everything. The king, A's said, surprised that she hadn't noticed him. I'm surprised they're going to the dungeon together, Reveria said, nodding to Otter, who returned the nod. Bell wants to face Udius alone, I'm here to keep an eye on him. Otter said stoically, surprising both women. Udius? Bell, do you really want to face him alone? Reveria asked seriously, receiving a nod from Bell. But Bell said, worried about Bell. She didn't want her hero to die. Don't worry, Senpai will be watching the fight in case anything happens, Bell assured them, giving a thumbs up. I'll go, said, getting very close to Bell. Their faces were just centimeters apart, even though Bell was wearing his helmet. Okay, A's, you can come, even though I already invited you, Bell said, scratching the back of his neck. With that, the small group of 4 people began to descend through the dungeon in search of the Udius Rex monster. As they were going down, Bell managed to see a Palom in the distance carrying a huge backpack, but he didn't pay attention to it. Hey Bell, Reveria called. What's the need to face Udius alone? Is it a personal challenge? Reveria asked curiously. That's easy, if I manage to beat him I might reach level 6, Bell said happily, catching A's attention. I just need something to amaze the gods, I already have the stats, Bell finished. It's not fair, A's thought, frustrated. She wanted to walk beside her hero, but he kept leaving her behind. I have to be stronger. I have to catch up to him. Otherwise, how will I ever be by his side? How will I ever slay that dragon? A's thought, clenching her fists. While A's continued to think in frustration about how to catch up with Bell, he was busy destroying monsters without caring that he would soon face a floor boss alone. After a few hours going down through the dungeon, they managed to reach the 37th floor, where he was killing the Spartoi. He should appear soon, he was supposed to have been defeated 3 months ago, Bell said, finishing killing a Spartoi. Perhaps they've already killed him. It wouldn't be surprising if someone from your family came to kill him, Reveria said to a tired A's. She was tired because she had to fight with her magic active in order to face the Spartoi. Suddenly the ground began to shake, signaling to everyone that Udius was about to appear. Get away, it's about to appear. Bell shouted, and the others nodded and moved away from the area. Soon Udius appeared emerging from the earth, displaying an imposing skeleton. Just you and me, Bell said, ready to fight. As soon as Udius saw Bell, he threw a powerful punch. Bell jumped back, dodging Udius's powerful punch, which left a huge crater where it impacted. Here we go. Bell thought, running towards the monster. Udius was preparing to attack again, so Bell fired magic. Ignis. The white fire projectile struck Udius squarely, but caused only minor burns. He didn't even make a dent, Bell thought incredulously. He gripped his sword tighter and lunged straight at Udius. If I hit him in the shoulder, I can break his arm, Bell thought with a determined purpose. Udius attempted another blow, but Bell jumped and began running up his arm, leaping again with his sword up, then bringing it down with great force. Crack. Udius's right arm was completely destroyed after Bell's attack. As he fell, Bell was unable to dodge a tremendous blow from Udius, so he went flying and crashed into one of the walls. "Ugh, that hurt," Bell said, lifting 12. At that moment the floor shook again, suddenly a huge sword appeared, which Udius took with his one shoulder. "It seems the dungeon hates me," Bell thought with a frown. Seeing that it would now be more dangerous, he decided to use one of his spells. "Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more in this fierce battle." Just as he was about to finish his chant, Udius struck the ground forcefully with his sword in Bell's direction. The blow sent a torrent of destruction towards Bell, who had to stomp his feet and plunge his sword into the ground. But even so, a large rock hit him squarely, sending him flying again. "Damn skeleton," Bell said, getting up. As soon as he stood up, he began reciting his magic again, this time managing to finish it. "Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight." The glory of Predator. When his magic ended, he greatly strengthened his entire physique. He looked for his sword but didn't see it, so he decided to go with his fists. I took off with even more speed towards Udius, it roared, throwing spikes out of the ground, but Bell began to deliver powerful blows, destroying them. Although they were damaging his armor, he was avoiding serious injuries, so he ignored them and continued onward. Udius tried to attack him with his sword, but Bell jumped, landing on top of it where he propelled himself back towards Udius's face. Surprisingly, Udius released his sword and with a speed he had not shown before, delivered a powerful blow to Bell. Bell was launched again against a wall, becoming completely embedded. What was that? It's not supposed to be that fast, Bell thought, remembering Udius's swift movement. Bell got up with great pain in his body, but he still did not give up, so he began his chant. Udius took his sword again and made a horizontal cut towards Bell, but to everyone's surprise. Bell had barely managed to stop his sword with his hands, although he was dragged 5 meters by the force of the blow. Bell retracted his right arm and delivered a powerful blow, destroying Udius's sword in half. Bell started running back to Udius, smashing through all the spikes he threw at him. When she was a few meters away from him, her magic finally ended. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji." Udius was defeated with Bell's fire magic, as the stone in his ribs was burned to a crisp. "Man, winning feels great," Bell said, sitting down because of the pain in his body. "Bell." Ace shouted, arriving where Bell was. "You're hurt, Riveria, please heal him," Ace pleaded, inspecting Bell. "Calm down, Ace," Riveria said, performing her healing chant. "Well done, Bell. Otter had to stop us several times so we wouldn't interfere with your battle," Riveria said with a smile as she healed him. "That was great, Bell," Ace said, sitting down next to Bell. "I can't be at your level," she said, lowering her head, but she raised it when she felt her head being stroked. "Don't worry, Ace, you can still get stronger, I'll be here to support you," Bell said with a smile, having removed his helmet. Bell, Ace said with a smile and a blush on her cheeks, then hugged Bell's arm tightly. "Thank you," she said, still hugging him. Riveria, who was healing Bell, smiled at the scene. Only Bell brought out the side of Ace. "Well done, Bell," Otter said, arriving and carrying a piece of Udius's sword. He dropped this. "It must be useful for forging something good," Otter said, showing him the piece. "Maybe I can tell Akiro to use it for my new sword," Bell said, then realized something. "By the way, I think I lost my sword," Bell said, looking around for it. "I saw it while I was picking this up," Otter said, emphasizing Udius's sword. "Your sword was completely broken, it can't be repaired," Otter told him. "I see," Bell said, depressed, but suddenly cheered up. "It doesn't matter, Akiro will make me a new one, even if it costs me an arm and a leg," he said, becoming depressed again. "Don't worry, Bell, I'll help you," Ace said, still hugging his arm and smiling. "Ace, have I told you that I love you very much?" Bell said, moved by what Ace had said. Ace, upon hearing Bell's words, became shy and buried her face in Bell's arm. Otter, who was silently watching the scene, smiled almost imperceptibly at what he would say. "Weren't you recently just as infatuated with that elf from the Freya family?" Otter asked, showing no mercy to Bell. Upon hearing that, Ace froze completely, while Riveria glared deathly at Bell. "They're not even a couple yet and you've already cheated on her, you damn rabbit in heat, you'll hear about this." Riveria thought furiously about Bell's infidelity. Riveria already saw Bell and Ace as a couple, so she always supported and cared for them, keeping other women away from Bell. With Ace, he didn't need to do that because she rejected all men. She only had eyes for Bell. She still remembers when Bet from her family insulted Bell out of jealousy, calling him trash. It should be said that Ace beat her up for insulting her hero. Ace, for her part, had frozen, still hugging Bell's arm. Had she heard correctly? She didn't know, but it hurt to hear that. He slowly separated from Bell, letting go of his arm, stood up slowly and placed a hand on his sword. Bella said, slowly drawing her sword. Is that true? She asked, looking up, revealing a few tears in her beautiful eyes. Huh? Yes, why? Belle asked innocently, unaware of the hurricane that was about to hit him. Aze fully unsheathed her sword and pointed it at Belle, ready to attack him. She couldn't bear the thought of her hero changing her. Aze? Belle asked, a little scared, since she had a shadowed look in her eyes. Wait Aze, let him explain a little, Riveria said, saving Belle, although if it was as Otter said, Belle would have serious problems. Aze moved her sword slightly away from Belle, letting her hero explain first. Thank you, Riveria, Belle said, though he only received a serious look. Well, what happened was that Ryu was healing me after we faced the Juggernaut, Belle told them, confident that he had escaped. I see, I hope that's all it is, Riveria said seriously, as Aze slowly sheathed his sword. Seeing that things had calmed down, Otter attacked again with words that would dictate Belle's future. I remember you telling her you would take responsibility for her, Otter said casually, looking away. At that, Riveria and Aze froze again, because they both knew what that meant for an elf. Riveria had told Aze when she was little, so she knew too. Oh yes, that's right, I'll take responsibility for Ryu, Belle said, dictating his death without even knowing it. Belle, Riveria and Aze said with a completely deathly aura. Otter, seeing this, just walked away casually, as if he didn't care. Is something wrong? Belle asked, a little scared, although he didn't know why they were angry. Feeling very threatened, Belle began to run for his life. His most primitive instincts told him to run and get something to cover what makes him a man. At the entrance to the dungeon, Otter could be seen carrying a beaten Belle, who trembled with fear every time he saw Aze. Behind Otter came Aze and Riveria smiling as she explained to Belle that Aze was his only woman. Aze, for his part, was happy to correct his hero so that he wouldn't go around womanizing. The girls said goodbye to Belle, who just trembled with fear as he listened to them speak. Otter took Belle to his goddess to update his status. He wanted to see if he had reached level 6. He didn't care about Belle's injuries, even though it was his fault, he acted as if nothing had happened. Traitorous senpai, Belle said repeatedly in a low voice. Otter didn't even flinch, although his eyes had an amused gleam. Being near the Tower of Babel, they met Heden, the healer of the Freya family. She healed Belle and told them that Freya had sent her to wait for them and heal Belle. After healing Belle, Otter and Belle withdrew and continued on their way to Freya's room so she could update Belle. They arrived and as always Belle entered without knocking, unlike Otter who waited for Freya to let him pass. Once they were both inside, Freya began updating Belle's status. She believed he would be able to level up. Congratulations Belle, you leveled up, you're now level 6. Freya said happily for her son, which is how she saw him. Awesome. Belle shouted, still lying down, celebrating. Can I choose a development skill? Belle asked curiously. Yes, you have 3 to choose from, the first is abnormal resistance, the second is diving, and the third is magic resistance. He told her. I want magic resistance, Belle said, happy to have leveled up. But Freya said, beginning to add the new development skill to Belle's status. It's all set, here you go, Belle, he said, handing Belle his status sheet. Bell Cranel. Level. 6. Strength. 0i. Stamina. 0i. Dexterity. 0i. Agility. 0i. Magic. 0i. Development skills. Strong body. F. Slow regeneration. H. Swordsman I. Great strength H. Magic resistance I. Skill. Ace Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Emperor Eyes. Grants him total spatial awareness of his surroundings. Strength of King. Greatly increases the user's strength. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. I'm level 6, Belle thought with a smile. Only 1 level to reach senpai. I'll tell Aunt Alfia about my achievement. Belle thought determinedly. Chapter 14. It was a new day for Belle, now level 6. He had been training with Heden to get used to his new level. "You've improved a lot in these years," Heden said, with his usual serious face. "I'm about to beat you, sensei," Bell said with a smile. Heden frowned at that. "Don't be cocky, brat. I remind you that I have more experience than you," Heden scolded Bell. "As you say, sensei, I'm going to the dungeon, goodbye," Bell said dismissively, waving goodbye. Bell left the Freya family headquarters heading to Akiro's blacksmith shop because today he would have his sword. "I'm supposed to get my new sword today. I'll forge it using Udius's sword as a base. I hope it looks great," Bell thought as he walked through the streets of Aario. As he walked through the streets, many people greeted him as he was a well-known figure in Aario. Bell Cranel, a level 6 Freya family adventurer, record holder for leveling up, a pure embodiment of talent and known by the nickname Predator. "After walking for a while, I arrive at Akiro's blacksmith shop where I enter as if it were my own home." "Akiro?" Bell shouted, casually entering the workshop. "Are you here or not?" he asked the air. He waited a bit until he heard footsteps coming from the back of the workshop. "Why do you always come in without knocking? This is my workshop, you can't just walk in like it's your house," Akiro said, annoyed. "Come on, Akiro, we're such good friends, I don't have to touch him," Bell said, putting an arm around Akiro's neck. "Have you forgotten who got you that date with that girl?" Bell teased him with his teacherly face. Akiro could only sigh at that, since Bell was right in what he said. "Follow me, your sword is here," Akiro said, guiding Bell. "And the thing with the girl doesn't count, she stopped talking to me after 3 days," Akiro said, crossing his arms. "But thanks to that you got your current girlfriend, right?" Bell said with a superior smile. "I hate that you're absolutely right, just for that reason I'll increase the cost of your sword by another million," Akiro said mockingly. "Wait, Akiro, can we talk like good friends?" Bell said, scared. His sword was already expensive, now it would be worth $1 million more. But Akiro just scratched his ear, ignoring Bell's pleas, which made Bell a little depressed. "I'll tell your girlfriend that you're overcharging your dear best friend," Bell said, trying to blackmail Akiro. "If you do that, I'll raise the price of the sword by 200 million and your armor by another 100 million, and you keep breaking them," Akiro said with a victorious smile. Bell took a few steps back, frightened by that. He swore he saw a demon behind Akiro. "Here it is," Akiro said, standing next to a sheet covering something, then suddenly pulling it out to reveal Bell's new sword. "It's a large sword that can be used with one hand. I call it, I couldn't really think of anything to name it," Akiro said, scratching the back of his neck with a chibi face. "I understand, to be honest I can't think of anything either, so I'll call it Bell's sword," Bell said, nodding at what he had said. "It sounds good to me, actually, simple but nice," Akiro agreed. "Leaving that aside, I'll explain its properties to you," Akiro said, changing the subject from the name. "This sword has the Durandal property. What's more, if it breaks, the new one will be new," Akiro said confidently, receiving a happy nod from Bell. "It's made from the sword of Udius accompanied by mithril, so you can channel magic through it," Akiro told Bell, exciting him. "That sounds great, Akiro, I've already fallen in love with the sword," Bell said, trying to touch it, but Akiro hid his hand. "It's true, now comes the best part," Akiro said, building suspense and making Bell excited that there was more to it. "The price," Akiro shouted excitedly. Bell was terrified by what Bell said. He was beginning to tremble from the fear of hearing the price of his sword. "Its value is 400 billion valis," Akiro said with a large demonic smile. Upon hearing the price, Bell lost all strength in his legs. He felt as if his soul were escaping through his mouth. "Stop right there, you bastard," Akiro said, returning Bell's soul to its place. "You can't leave until you pay me for the sword," Akiro said, laughing maniacally. "Akiro, have I told you how much I love you, my most precious friend?" Bell said, trying to get a discount. "Yes, and that's why I won't tell you the million I would add," Akiro said cheerfully. "I've got it," Bell shouted, having a greater stupid idea. "I'll make a solo expedition to the 37th floor. That's where the so-called monster Coliseum is located," Bell said determinedly. Akiro was stunned by Bell's words, stunned by the sheer stupidity of what Bell was about to do. The Coliseum is the largest room on the floor, where monsters constantly battle each other. The room continuously generates monsters until a certain number is reached, which is then rapidly replenished, providing an unlimited supply. It is surrounded by a 50-meter deep chasm with 4 gates located to the north, south, east, and west, each with a bridge leading into the Coliseum. It appeared suddenly 30 years ago and is considered even more dangerous than the Rex monster on the floor. "Bell, don't be an idiot, that's suicide," Akiro tried to reason with him, but Bell didn't seem to budge. "Besides, you know I don't ask for payments all the time, you can take your time to pay like we always have," Akiro said, truly for his friend. "Don't worry, Akiro, everything will be alright," Bell said without thinking things through. Just make sure you come back, Bell. I wouldn't want to lose my best customer, Akiro said resignedly. That's clear, Akiro. Well, I'll be going now. I'll come back to pay you, Bell said, taking his sword and putting it on his back. See you later, Akiro, Bell said, leaving Akiro's blacksmith shop. Take care, friend. Akiro thought, watching Bell leave. I hope you return safely. He finished his thought, returning to his work. After leaving the blacksmith shop, Bell began walking towards his headquarters to prepare for his expedition. Well, I need to bring potions, bags to put the magic stones in, spare weapons nah, my new sword is enough. Bell said, listing what he would need. As he continued walking, he saw a man with raccoon ears beating a small palom. Where do you keep your money, you little bastard? The man said angrily, kicking her. I don't know, Palom said, enduring the pain from the man's blows. Damn it. The man was about to step on her head, but he heard some heavy metallic footsteps. Tap tap tap. Both people turned their gaze, looking at Bell, heavily armored, with a sword in his hand. They both froze when they saw Bell, as they both recognized him as a level 6 predator adventurer from the Freya family. What do we have here? Bell said, observing the scene. Tell me, little one, is this man bad? Bell asked, wanting to know, first and foremost, if there was a possibility that the palom had stolen from the man. The palom, still trembling with fear at having predator in front of her, nodded weakly, although she was afraid, because all of Aario knew that Bell ate people because of his ability, which was not a secret since the Dark Era. I see, what a coincidence, I'm hungry, Bell said, starting to walk towards the man. Wait please, the man begged, but Bell simply ignored him and grabbed him by the neck, choking him. Unfortunately, even though I'm hungry, I don't like eating worms, Bell said, making the man sigh in relief. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Bell had broken the man's neck with great ease. I don't eat worms, so I'll throw the worm in the trash, Bell said, tossing the man's body into a garbage can. Bell turned around and saw that the palom was not in its place, with a sigh he appeared in front of the palom which had started to run. Ha! The palom screamed in fright when she saw Bell in front of her, she began to tremble with fear, because she thought he would eat her. Calm down, palom, I just wanted to know what happened that made the man treat you like that, Bell said, trying to calm the palom. Then no, don't eat me, Predator Soma, the palom said, terrified for her life. Bell sighed at that, because ever since he started eating people, this happened from time to time. I won't eat you, but I want you to tell me the truth about what happened, because I just killed someone, and I want to confirm that they were trash, Bell said, sitting down in front of the palom. The palom nodded and slowly recovered, although she was still trembling with fear of being eaten by Bell. My name is Lily, that man wanted to steal my tea money, Predator Soma, Lily said respectfully to Bell. First of all, call me Bell, Bell said, dismissing his imposing nickname. And from what you said about the man, I see you're not lying. Liars often make gestures when they lie, no matter how good they are, Bell said, making Lily sigh, hoping she would believe him. Thank you, Bell Sama, Lily said gratefully. Bell sighed, knowing she wouldn't stop calling him Sama. Tell me your story, Lily, maybe I can help, Bell said without getting up from the ground and staring intently at Lily. My parents were adventurers from the Soma family, but they died, so I was left alone in the Soma family. Everyone there treats me badly. I tried to be an adventurer, but I have no talent and no one to train me for it, so I became a support person, which only made the treatment of me worse. I tried to distance myself from the Soma family and become a citizen, but the Soma family attacked those who took care of me, and to leave the Soma family, you need to pay a large fee, but every time I get close, they steal it from me, Lily said angrily, with small tears in her eyes. I see, Bell said, a little saddened by Lily's story. Tell me, Lily, what skills do you have? Bell asked, seeing if he could help her with an idea he had. I have Artile Assist, which allows me to carry much more weight than my small body can handle, Lily said, still scared and cautious, although she knew she couldn't do anything against a level 6. That's quite useful for support, certainly. Bell analyzed, then smiled. I have a deal for you, Lily. Would you be interested in hearing about it? Bell asked her. Lily, knowing that Bell could kill her in the blink of an eye, nodded very cautiously. The deal is simple. I offer you a place in the Freya family, a roof over your head, hot meals, and security from outsiders. In return, you'll be a support to my family, primarily my support, but if another member needs it, you can go with them. Deal? Bell said, extending his hand to an incredulous Lily. Although you'll have security from outsiders, I don't know if you'll have it inside the headquarters, Bell thought nervously. Lily was incredulous at Bell's proposal, as he was offering her membership in the most powerful family in Aario, in addition to taking her out of her hell. But of course, having suffered for several years because of the Soma family, she didn't trust Bell at all, but she was afraid to reject him and that something might happen to her. I have no choice but to accept. Well, if I die at least my suffering will end, Lily thought resignedly. I accept, Bell-sama, Lily said, a little sad about her fate. Okay, now take me to the Soma family headquarters, Bell said, getting up cheerfully. Lily was surprised by this, but she still followed Bell's order, so she began to guide him to the Soma family headquarters. They walked for 10 minutes until they reached the Soma family headquarters, stopping 21 blocks away. Wait here Lily, I'll call you soon, Bell told her, to which Lily nodded, a little scared of what Bell was about to do. Bell began walking calmly towards the headquarters gates, where the guard saw him and froze at the sight. It's a predator, one of the guards said fearfully, trembling with fear. Bell reached the doors and entered calmly, as the guards didn't even dare to look at him. At the Soma family headquarters, there was pure fear and silence in the air, as everyone was trembling with fear at Bell's presence. He continued walking until he reached what appeared to be the office of the god Soma, knocked a little, and waited patiently. I won't give you free Soma wine, you know you have to buy it, said a calm voice from the other side of the door. Bell, knowing who it was thanks to Lily's explanation, simply punched the door, destroying it. What do you think he's the man didn't continue what he was saying, because he recognized Bell and was frightened to have him in front of him. What is Predator doing here? The man wondered, whose name Lily told him was Xanis Lustra. Stay on the ground, Xanis, Bell ordered Xanis, who felt afraid of being eaten by Bell. Bell looked around the room, seeing the god Soma stirring a large spoon in a huge pot. Are you Soma? Bell asked the god, but he answered without looking at him. Talk to Xanis about whatever you need, said the god Soma without looking at Bell. I see, Bell said, approaching the window and shouting, come here Lily. Bell yelled to Lily to come, surprising Xanis. Lily? What is Lily doing with Predator? Xanis wondered internally, confused to see Lily with someone like Bell. After a few minutes, Lily slowly arrived at the room, seeing Xanis on the floor and Bell next to Soma. I'm here, Bell-sama, Lily said, frightened by the atmosphere in the room. Now I want Lily removed from the Soma family, Bell ordered Soma, but he didn't even turn around to look at him. Bell, seeing that he was being ignored while he continued making his wine, withdrew his foot slightly and with one touch broke the pot. Soma wondered, confused by his pot, then turned to look at Bell. Who are you? He asked, confused. Bell Cranel, I want you to remove Lily from your family. Bell told him straight to the point. Soma turned to look at Xanis, who nodded in fear that Bell would destroy everything, so Soma nodded and began to remove Lily's fauna. That's it, said God Soma, thinking that Lily had already made up with Xanis. Perfect, let's go Lily, you have nothing more to do here, Bell said, starting to walk, followed by an impressed Lily. Bell stepped past Xanis and grabbed him by the neck, squeezing hard enough to break it. Crack. You should take care of your family and not let this scum run it, Bell told Soma, throwing Xanis's body aside. Although Lily was scared of it, she was happy that Xanis was paying for everything he had done to her. Bell and Lily withdrew from the Soma family headquarters, although upon reaching the gates Bell stopped and screamed. From now on, Lilaruka Ard is part of the Freya family. If you have a problem with her, tell me right now. Bell told the entire Soma family, receiving frightened nods. It's good that you understand, Bell said, starting to walk again. This is what a first-class passenger can do. Lily thought, amazed at what Bell had done. Maybe just maybe my hell can finally end. Lily thought, shedding a tear. Bell and Lily walked towards the Tower of Babel, where Bell would ask his goddess to bring Lily into his family. Upon arriving at the Tower of Babel, they went up to the top floor, where Otter was waiting for them at the entrance to Freya's room. Freya-sama is waiting for you, Bell. Otter told her with his usual stoic face. Lily was scared to be in the presence of the king, but Bell stroked her head. Okay, senpai, Bell said, entering Freya's room, followed by a nervous Lily. The rumors were true, he really does call the king senpai. Lily thought in amazement. Upon entering the room, Bell casually approached his goddess, who was drinking wine as usual. Hello Freya-sama, I wanted to ask you a favor, Bell said, entering negotiation mode. Don't worry Bell, I know why you've come, Freya said, taking a sip from her wine glass. Freya rose from her throne and approached a nervous Lily, stood in front of her and knelt down to Lily's level. What's your name, little one? Freya asked with a smile as she stroked her head. Elaruka Ard Freya-sama. Lily said nervously to have Freya in front of her, it should be said that she had a small blush on her cheeks. I see, do you want to be part of the Freya family, little one? Freya asked again, still caressing her. Lily, on the other hand, nodded nervously about what was going to happen. I suppose I can't say no to Bell, after what I caused him when he was little. Freya thought, remembering how she and Loki had expelled a certain arrogant goddess and a certain perverted god. Come with me, little one, I'll welcome you into the family, Freya said, leading Lily towards an armchair. Lie down, Freya ordered. Lily obeyed and proceeded to sit on the sofa, taking off the blouse she was wearing, then Freya proceeded to join her to her family. "There you go, little one, welcome to the Lilaruka Ard family," Freya said with a smile. "Thank you Freya Sama, Bell Sama," Lily said, crying, thanking Bell and Freya for the opportunity. At that moment Otter entered the room followed by the Gulliver's brothers with their weapons and armor on. "The Gulliver's brothers are here, Freya Sama," Otter said respectfully to his goddess. "Oh, if it isn't the dwarves," Bell said mockingly, which annoyed the Gulliver's brothers, of course. "What did you say, you damned rabbit with a muscle brain?" the Gulliver's brothers asked him simultaneously. The Gulliver brothers angrily pressed their foreheads against Bell's, who refused to give ground to them. "That's enough, children," Freya scolded them for their childish fight. "You're always insulting each other, but then you're out there together playing pranks on others," Freya said with a smile. Faced with that, the Gulliver's brothers, like Bell, looked away, unwilling to accept it. "Fufu," Freya laughed at what they were doing, while Lily just watched in surprise. "Now, I called you here for a reason," Freya told the Gulliver's brothers. "At your service, Freya Sama," shouted the Gulliver's brothers in unison, ready for any dangerous mission. "I would like you to train little Lily, please," Freya asked them with a smile. The room fell silent after what was said. The Gulliver's brothers were confused by their goddess's request, so they turned to look at her, then turned to look at Lily, who was terrified. "I hope you do your best, my children," Freya told them, observing the actions of the Gulliver's brothers. "I hope you treat her well and don't do anything bad to her," Freya asked them. "As you command, Freya Sama," said the Gulliver's brothers, then stood up and turned to Lily. "Move," they ordered mercilessly. Lily turned to look at Bell for help, but he only gave her a thumbs up in response, so resigned and terrified, she followed the Gulliver's brothers. "Poor Lily, I even felt bad writing about her training, hahaha." "Thank you, Freya Sama," Bell said, bowing to Freya. She approached him and gave him a hug. "Don't worry Bell, just let me know next time," Freya said, hugging Bell, who returned the hug. "Well, I'm going to head out now, I'm going to prepare a mini excursion," Bell said, bidding farewell to Freya. "Goodbye, senpai," he said to Otter, who returned the greeting. "Don't do anything stupid, Bell," Freya told him before Bell crossed the threshold to leave. "Don't worry, Freya Sama," Bell said, leaving the room and waving goodbye. "Let's see, potions, food, although I can eat monsters just in case." Bell thought about what he would have to take on his solo expedition. Elsewhere, outside of Aario, a beautiful silver-haired woman sat staring at a sheet of paper, with a quill in her hand. "Would you tell her the truth about her family, Althea?" a man next to Althea asked seriously. "You know what will happen if you do, right?" the man asked seriously again. "Shut up, Zeus, I know what will happen, but Bell has the right to know the truth and I think I've waited until he's mature enough to tell him," Althea said angrily to the now-known god Zeus. "I see, whatever happens we will support Bell," Zeus said seriously, something unusual for him since he is always acting like a pervert. "I'm sorry, Bell, but you need to know the truth about your origins," Althea thought sadly as she began writing a letter to Bell. "Bell, I am writing you this letter to tell you the truth about your origins, so that you know the truth about your history and the Freya and Loki families." Chapter 15. Bell was pulling a small cart where he carried everything he needed for his expedition. "I'm carrying potions, food, in fact that's all I need," Bell thought as he continued to pull his cart. "Now that I think about it, Lily will apparently join the Gulliver brothers as the fifth sister," Bell thought, amused. "If I remember correctly, it's because of Cinderella's magic. It allows her to transform into anything her size and also lets her copy the physical abilities of whoever she transforms into, but it's limited to her level. Even so, she'll transform into one of the Gulliver brothers to learn their fighting style and eventually become the fifth Gulliver sister. How curious." Bell reflected on the most recent events. "In case you didn't understand, she will be trained to be the fifth Gulliver sister." But that thought, Bell continued on his way to the dungeon where he would embark on a solitary adventure. "Here we go," Bell said, entering the dungeon. He began to descend at a normal pace, as he did not want to waste energy unnecessarily. As he was going down, he helped a group of adventurers, although he didn't stop to see what family they were from. He continued descending for several hours, until he reached the 28th floor, where he rested a little to recover the little energy he had lost. After a 30-minute rest, he resumed his walk to the 37th floor, which he reached after several hours. "If I remember correctly, it's east of the Warriors' Hall," Bell thought as he entered the 37th floor, where he began walking east in search of the Coliseum. "Since he's more dangerous than a floor boss, this will help to level up my stats a lot," Bell said to himself. He soon arrived at the Warriors' Hall where he went directly east. It should be mentioned that he already had a good amount of magic stones, which he kept in a huge sack in the cart. "That's it, that must be the Coliseum, an unlimited supply of monsters," Bell thought, looking at what appeared to be the entrance. He stared intently at what was inside, concentrating his level 6 gaze, and there he saw it, an absurd number of monsters. Each time one died, a new one appeared to replace it. These were fighting among themselves. He looked at the floor of the Coliseum, seeing that it was pure ashes of the monsters, as well as a pile of stones. If I open the helmet a little at the mouth area, I can suck up the ashes without stopping fighting, and seeing the amount of ash only means a gross increase in stats, Bell deduced what could happen. After that deduction, I placed the cart in a safe place near the entrance, took potions, put a bag around my waist for the stones, and took my sword in hand. "Let's eat," Bell shouted, running towards the Coliseum, gripping his sword tightly. He arrived at the Coliseum and saw several hundred monsters. There were Spartoi, Barbarian, Lizardman Elite, Obsidian Soldier, Skull Sheep, Loop-Garu and Paludas. He ran towards the first monster he saw, a Barbarian, a monster resembling a minotaur. With a single cut I kill him, I hurry to the next one being a Spartoi, and I cut him down with a single cut as well. Gyro dodged a blow from a Lizardman Elite and delivered a powerful punch to his face, killing him. Ignis. I fire my magic at my sword, setting it ablaze. With my flaming sword, I attack a hairy one, killing her. Then I quickly spun around, cutting a Sparodi in half, then I grabbed a barbarian's head and slammed it hard to the ground, ending his life. He moved his sword, blocking a blow from an obsidian soldier, pushed the sword forward, and with a powerful blow destroyed him. He moved at great speed, swinging his sword as he tore through several monsters. He stopped and with the flat part of his sword, struck an obsidian soldier in the head, shattering his skull. Then he moved his sword quickly, beginning to block several attacks, and jumped onto a hairy one, where he began to fire projectiles. Ignis. 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 Then, seeing that the hairy one was about to roll on the ground to get him off her, he plunged his sword into her head, killing her. As he fell to the ground, he shot an Ignis at his sword, reigniting it in white fire. He brought it down with great force, causing an explosion that annihilated a large number of monsters. Due to the explosion, a cloud of smoke formed, from which several monsters began to approach. Suddenly, Bell's sword shot out towards an elite lizardman, burying itself in his chest and destroying his stone, thus killing him. Bell quickly emerged from the cloud of smoke, delivering a powerful blow to a Sparsho, killing it, then stopped a blow from a Barbaria with his hand. Bell placed his hand on the barbarian's chest and threw an Ignis at him, killing him. But because of that, he didn't see an obsidian soldier next to him, so he took his blow to the ribs. Bell crawled 5 meters but recovered, then quickly charged towards the obsidian soldier, moving to the right and dodging a second blow from him. Then he delivered a powerful blow to his chest, destroying his obsidian body. Then I looked around for his sword and located it about 15 meters away from him, but as if the monsters knew, they cut off his path. Bell smiled at that, then began running towards them. When he was close to them, Bell jumped and landed hard on a Lizardman Elite, killing it. Then he punched a Spartoi, then ducked to avoid a barbarian, then turned around and kicked him in the feet, knocking him down. Then he crushed its head with his foot, ran back to his sword, and destroyed the monsters with blows. I reached his sword and grabbed it just in time to defend myself against 2 Spartoi. I pushed them away, and then with one cut I killed them. Then, having obtained his sword, he began to perform the chant of his magic. The monsters seemed to know what it meant, as they all launched themselves at once. Bell began blocking and slashing monsters left and right while continuing to chant, demonstrating his training in chanting with Heden. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. The powerful torrent of white fire swept away almost all the monsters, but less than 10 seconds passed before they were already regenerating again. Ah. Bell took a deep breath, inhaling a lot of ash with each breath. This would be great. Bell thought excitedly. Seriously, just imagine him fighting monsters non-stop. Elsewhere in Aario, more specifically at the Freya family headquarters, a panting Lily could be seen red. "Come on, we haven't finished training yet," one of the Gulliver brothers told Lily, who had just transformed back into one of the Gulliver brothers. Lily wore armor just like the Gulliver's brothers, except she carried a small crossbow on her left arm. He also brought 2 special daggers, made specifically for Palam's use. That's how Lily dresses, only she carries daggers. "I'm coming," Lily said, panting with exhaustion. "I was supposed to have a better life, not a personal hell with other crazy Palams," Lily thought. "Hurry up, otherwise you won't be able to satisfy Freya Sama," said another of the Gulliver's brothers. Lily simply nodded, because Bell had told her that if she wanted to survive, she should never doubt Freya in front of others, never insult her, never criticize her, never contradict her, and things like that. "If you want to be strong you must train, power won't come from your stomach like that stupid rabbit," another Gulliver brother told him. They're probably jealous because Bell Soma surpassed them in level, Lily thought amusedly. This was noticed by one of the Gulliver's brothers. Why are you smiling, brat? Do you want a tougher workout? Brother Gulliver said, annoyed. And nothing, I just thought you must be very important to Freya Sama, Lily said fearfully, and it seemed to work. It's good that you understand that, brat, the Gulliver brothers said to her at the same time in a calmer tone. Now let's continue with the training, the Gulliver's brothers said maliciously in unison. I hate you, Bell Sama. Lily cursed Bell for bringing her to this place, although of course she was grateful. In another part of Aario, more specifically in the headquarters of the Loki family, the Twilight Mansion. Ace was studying with Riveria, as the latter wanted to try to get Ace to stop being such an airhead. Riveria. I called her Ace, looking at her still growing breasts, making her frown. What's wrong, Ace? Riveria asked, though she noticed Ace's gaze, so she had an idea of what she would ask. Why haven't my breasts grown that much? Ace asked Riveria directly. Ace, you're still too young to have big breasts, they'll grow in their own time, Riveria explained. Ace simply nodded in response. Now, why does the size of your breasts bother you? You usually only think about the dungeon, and Bell. It was then that Riveria realized. Ace blushed slightly at the mention of Bell and lowered her gaze, feeling caught. Riveria smiled at this, as Bell distracted Ace from the dungeon, even if it was on these topics. It's just that when an Amazon gets too close to Bell, he tends to stare at her breasts a lot, Ace told Riveria. So the rabbit's been cheating on Ace with his eyes, huh? I'll have to have a talk with him. Riveria thought darkly. Don't worry about it, Ace, it's just a natural reaction from men, Riveria said with a motherly smile. But I want him to look only at me. Ace said with a frown, Riveria was impressed by that, but smiled. So if I go almost naked, will Bell notice me more? Ace asked innocently, and Riveria frowned at that. No. Riveria shouted seriously. He won't notice you anymore if you do that, but if you spend more time with him, he will notice you. Riveria said, cursing Bell for almost making Ace go nearly naked. I see, Ace said, thinking about how to spend more time with Bell. In her imagination, she pictured herself and Bell eating Juggernaut together, which brought a smile to her face. Elsewhere, more specifically in the streets of Aario, Ryu was patrolling alongside allies. Ryu was quite distracted, as she was constantly thinking about Bell, and that made her lose focus. Ryu, you seem very distracted today. Is it because you haven't seen Bell lately? Allies asked mockingly. And no, don't say those things in public, allies, Ryu said, very embarrassed and with a blush on her face. So why are you blushing, Ryu? Allies asked, making Ryu cover his face in embarrassment. If you don't make up your mind, that blonde-haired girl will win him over. She's always glued to Bell, Allies said, though she was really teasing him. Great was his surprise to see the determined yet embarrassed look that Ryu gave him. Don't tell me you really fell in love with Bell. Allies shouted loudly. Allies? Ryu exclaimed, blushing deeply at Allies' shout. Then she saw all the citizens looking at her with smiles. So she ran away, very embarrassed. When Allies saw her running, she started to chase after her. Wait, Ryu. It was just a joke. Allies shouted, chasing after Ryu. Back with Bell in the dungeon, he had been fighting for 8 hours straight, and in that time everything had changed. I went from easily destroying monsters to fighting with everything I had to survive. That's right, Bell was now fighting for his life. The first 4 hours of the struggle had been relatively normal. But as if the Coliseum felt challenged, it began to generate more monsters than normal. The worst part was that these monsters were stronger. And not only that, but many irregulars were also emerging, making Bell's survival even more difficult. I can't use magic anymore, Bell thought as he killed a Spartoi. I've already used my magic 7 times. If I use it one more time, I'll have a zero mind. Bell analyzed his situation. And as Bell said, he had already used his magic 7 times, just to survive, he had used up all his potions. The bag where she kept the pebbles had become so full that it was in her way, so she threw it towards the entrance of the Coliseum. But he didn't even know if the bag was still there. It was more likely that it had been destroyed in the use of his magic. He didn't know how many monsters he had already killed. Hundreds was an understatement. He had easily killed more than 1,000 monsters, but of course, that didn't come without a price. His armor was badly damaged, and he had several head wounds since he had lost his helmet. Bell ducked and charged at an elite lizardman, quickly got up dodging a Spartoi, then used his sword to block a blow from a Barbaria. Bell pushed the air and then cut a Spartoi followed by the Barbarian, then covered again blocking an irregular Barbarian. The blow was so strong that it pushed him several meters, where he could no longer block attacks. Bell was slowly losing, but even so he would not give up and would continue fighting, even though he had already tried to leave the Coliseum. But every time he tried, the Coliseum seemed to detect him, filling the entrance with nothing but irregular monsters. That made it impossible for him to leave the fight, so he could only resist until he fell, because he would not stop fighting. At the top of the Tower of Babel, Freya calmly observed Aario as usual, searching for souls. But there was nothing that caught his attention, so he decided to see his family members. He watched those who trained non-stop at headquarters, then he began to observe its strongest members. She saw Alan, who was training with Hogni. She saw Heden, who was reading in the library. She didn't see Otter because he was next to her. Then he saw the Gulliver brothers, who were still training Lily, who looked like she would die of exhaustion in a short time. Now that I see them better, it seems they treat her like the little sister of the group. How curious. Freya thought, amused. Then she turned to the soul she most liked to see, so she looked towards the dungeon searching for him. She searched for him, and when she found him she stood up excitedly. "Oh, Otter." Freya screamed in fright at what she saw. Otter, hearing his goddess's scream, appeared beside her in less than a second. He was worried to see his goddess like this, as she had never done so before. "What's wrong, Freya Sama?" Otter asked worriedly. He would do anything she asked. "Take all the executives and go quickly to the Coliseum on the 37th floor. Bell is in danger," Freya ordered anxiously. She had seen Bell's condition. He was badly injured, but still fighting. His soul seemed to flicker, showing that he was close to collapsing. Upon hearing her order, Otter quickly disappeared in a blur of speed to fulfill Freya's mission. Otter would be lying if he said he wasn't worried about Bell, because even though he trusted in his power, if Freya looked scared, it must mean she was in real danger. In less than 5 minutes, all the executives were running at full speed with their equipment ready to fight. All the citizens knew was that an astonishing amount of air was touching them out of nowhere. An adventurer from another level 5 family had barely managed to see the Gulliver's brothers, so he deduced who the others were. "They're the Freya family," shouted the adventurer. All the citizens couldn't understand why the Freya family was in such a hurry. But they soon began to believe that Evilus was attacking again, so they panicked. At the Twilight Mansion, in Finn's office, the main members were planning their next expedition, but Rawl entered alarmed, interrupting them. "Captain," Rawl shouted, entering with a start. He paused briefly to catch his breath, having run a long way. "Palmer Rawl, what's going on?" Finn asked calmly, waiting for an explanation for Rawl's intrusion. "The citizens are panicking. They're saying Evilus is attacking again," Rawl informed him, surprising the others. "Evilus, but they've already been destroyed," Finn said seriously. "We can't take any risks, mobilize the others, let's go." Finn ordered the others, who obeyed the order. The entire Loki family began to mobilize to where Evilus was supposedly attacking. Upon arriving at the location, they saw the Astri family calming the citizens, so they approached to ask. "What's wrong, allies?" Finn asked the captain of the Astri family seriously. "Oh, Loki family," Ally said, looking at the aforementioned individuals. "The citizens say they saw the Freya family executives rushing somewhere, which caused them to panic," Allies replied, referring to the citizens' stupidity. "The executives of the Freya family, don't you know where they were running to?" Reveria asked, because that was strange, unless Freya was in danger, but that was impossible. "We don't know exactly, but from what they're saying it seems they were headed to the dungeon," Allies informed him. Baze and Rai were briefly worried that something might happen to Bell, but they remembered that he wasn't an executive, since they had been told that he was still young. Then they all heard hurried footsteps, and when they turned around they saw one of the Gulliver's brothers. No, it wasn't a Gulliver's brother. It was Lily wearing the armor worn by the Gulliver's brothers. She was carrying a sack full of potions, as Freya had ordered her to. "Wait!" Allies shouted, catching up to Lily. "Hey, could you tell us what's going on in your family?" Allies asked amicably. "I'm sorry, but I must hurry with Freya Sama's order," Lily shouted, continuing to run. "Let's follow her," Finn ordered his family, starting to follow Lily. "Us too, girls," Allies told her family, who nodded and started to follow behind Lily. "Can I ask what order Freya gave you?" Finn asked amicably, thinking she was a new Palom within the Freya family. "All Freya Sama told me was to bring these potions and wait for the executives at the dungeon entrance," Lily replied. This response greatly confused the others, as they did not understand the reason for that order. So they decided to wait with Lily to see what would happen in the Freya family. Back with the Freya family executives, they were mercilessly mowing down all the monsters. Although all they knew was that Freya had ordered them to hurry to the 37th floor. "Otter, what do you want us to look for, Freya Sama, on the 37th floor?" Heden asked seriously, wanting to know what his mission was. "Well, that's what we're going to look for." That was Otter's entire reply, which only confused the others. "What does that stupid rabbit have to do with this?" Alan asked, confused by the mention of the rabbit. I don't know, all Freya Sama told me is that Bell is in the Coliseum on the 37th floor and that he is in danger, Otter replied, although he had an idea of what Bell had done. Everyone, upon hearing what Otter said, understood why Bell was in danger. That idiot brat seems to need more schooling, Heden thought with a frown. Stupid rabbit, you only know how to get into trouble, I'll give you a beating for worrying Freya Sama. Alan thought angrily, although he was worried about Bell, though he wouldn't admit it even if he were dead. They continued running at top speed, ignoring the monsters, only killing those that crossed their path. After running non-stop for an hour at high speed, they managed to reach the Coliseum. When they arrived they saw the cart that Bell was dragging, then they hurried to the Coliseum, and there they saw him. Bell fought on, resisting as best he could, although it was clear that he was about to collapse from exhaustion and injuries. Without needing to give an order, they all rushed in, killing monsters without mercy. Bell was confused to see how many monsters died in a matter of seconds. For a moment he was afraid it was another monster. But he sighed with relief when he saw his family, but when he stopped fighting for a few seconds, he lost the adrenaline that had been with him for hours. So I shut up, but Otter managed to catch him and threw him over his shoulder. Let's go, Otter ordered, causing everyone to start making their way towards the exit. Although when they tried to leave, they understood why Bell couldn't leave that place, as it was full of irregulars. But since there were several of them, they were able to eradicate them with great ease. Otter also saw a bag filled to the maximum with monster stones. It was a little burned but still usable. So I took it with my other hand, and after a few minutes they left the Coliseum, approached Bell's cart, and laid him down there next to the sack. Let's go, Otter ordered again, dragging the cart with an unconscious Bell, as well as a huge bag of valise full of stones. While Otter pulled the cart, the Gulliver brothers positioned themselves one at each corner of the cart, guarding it. Alan, Hogni, and Heden humiliated any monsters who came even a little near them. Thus they began to climb at an accelerated pace, since they had no problem with the monsters. After 2 hours of going at a fairly high pace, they reached the surface, where Lily, upon seeing them, rushed towards them. Here are the potions, Otter-sama, Lily said, worried about Bell. Otter took the potions and began to spray them on Bell. Bell Cranel-san. A's and Ryu's worried shouts were heard as they saw Bell's condition. They tried to approach him, but the Gulliver's brothers stood like a wall, with Lily beside them, though she was trembling with fear at the thought of fighting people much stronger than her. A's and Ryu tried to get past them, but were stopped, A's by Reveria and Ryu by allies, although Reveria and allies were also worried. Calm down, he's hurt and needs to be healed, wait until he recovers, Finn told them, trying to calm the girls down. That would naturally have said something to insult someone who was hurt by calling them trash, but he knew he could be humiliated by any executive in the Freya family, including Bell, so he said nothing. The last time he insulted Bell he received a beating from A's, having to be stopped by the captains as he almost killed him. The others, on the other hand, saw Bell's condition, but they also looked curiously at the fifth member of the Gulliver's brothers, carrying these daggers. Although it was funny that he was trembling and was being scolded by the others to be on his guard and not tremble. Although some noticed that she was a Palom, especially catching the attention of Finn who kept staring at her. This caused jealousy in a certain pink-haired Palom named Lyra and jealousy in a certain Amazon who was very developed for her age named Tyan. Otter and Heden, who had joined Otter in healing Bell, finished healing him enough so that he was no longer in danger. So Otter said they would take him to the infirmary and began to pull the cart again. With that, they began marching towards the Freya family headquarters where Hythe would heal Bell. A's and Ryu, along with Reveria and allies, were also following them because they were also worried about Bell's condition. With that, they continued taking Bell to the Freya family headquarters to be healed, where upon waking he received a scolding from several angry women. Even Rose would scold him, because by taking Bell out of the dungeon, many people could see him, causing the news to spread quickly. At the entrance to Aario, a cart could be seen with the god Hermes in it, along with his captain Asfi. They were entering Aario. How should I give Alfia's letter to Bell-kun? Hermes wondered, unsure how to give the letter to Bell. I know. I'll go when he's alone on the street and tell him his aunt gave him a letter. I'm a genius, Hermes thought proudly. Things will get more interesting when I hand him the letter, he added with a smile. Why would things be interesting, Hermes-sama? Are you planning another silly thing? Asifi asked, annoyed. Don't worry Asfi, I'm just completing a task. What happens after that doesn't depend on me, but on how he reacts, Hermes said, smiling. Asfi didn't understand what or who her god was referring to, so she decided to ignore her idiot god. The truth 16. Bell was resting peacefully in his bed. He couldn't leave headquarters since Freya had punished him for the stupid thing he had done. At least it was worth it, Bell told himself, looking at his status sheet, because he had experienced absurd growth. He had also acquired 2 abilities at the same time, something totally absurd, according to the goddess Freya. Especially the last skill she had acquired. According to Freya, the skill she had acquired was a development skill. The strange thing is that the skill appeared in the personal skills. Although the first one was also an absolutely good skill, you only had to see it to know that. Bell Cranel. Level 6. Strength 274 G. Stamina 305 F. Dexterity 236 G. Agility 159 H. Magic 192 H. Development skills. Strong body F. Slow regeneration H. Swordsman I. Great strength H. Magic resistance I. Skill. Deus Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Emperor Eyes. Grants him total spatial awareness of his surroundings. Strength of King. Greatly increases the user's strength. Hunter. Improves skills against any opponent, especially if they fight for a prolonged period. King of Bell. Allows the user to utilize the developmental skill Spiritual Healing and Strong Defense. It activates upon receiving significant damage. After the battle, the user's body is left with physical overload. Active trigger. Magic. Isanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my bless. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. Yes, it was totally worth it. Bell said to himself again. Although I think the scolding traumatized me a little. Bell thought, trembling slightly as he remembered some fire-breathing women. He continued resting for a week during which Ace visited him every day, although they only talked about tribal things. The day Bell could finally go back down to the dungeon, so he walked calmly through the streets. Hello Bell-kun, a friendly voice greeted him. When he turned around, he saw the god Hermes next to him. Hello Hermes-sama, Bell greeted him in kind. Is something wrong? Bell asked, noticing Hermes' serious face. Bell, your aunt sent a letter. Hermes informed him. Bell cheered up at that, but before he could speak, Hermes continued. But the matter that follows is delicate. Hermes said seriously. I understand, Bell assured him. Hermes told him to follow him to a more private place, so Hermes took him to an abandoned church, and once there he gave him the letter. Here, Bell, you'll see what you'll do when you read it, but know that you have my support, Hermes told him. Take this just in case, it will hide you from her, Hermes said, handing him a necklace before taking his leave. Bell thanked Hermes, a little confused by his words, but decided to ignore them and read the letter. It is recommended to play music from here on to enjoy the chapter more, preferably dramatic or sad music. Hello Bell, I'm your Aunt Althea. I am writing you this letter to tell you the truth about your origins, the truth about why I couldn't take care of you. What the Loki and Freya families did shortly after your birth. 12 years ago, my sister Materia from the Hera family gave birth to a beautiful boy with white hair and red eyes, whom she named Bell Cranel. Sadly, my sister suffered from an illness that had been consuming her since birth, causing her to die shortly after delivery. Even so, she gave her son all the love she could, all the love she could not give him in her life, she gave him in those few moments of life that she had left. 2 years after your birth, the Zeus and Hera families fell after being defeated by the one-eyed black dragon. Zald and I turned out to be the last survivors of those families, but somehow the news reached Aario before we did. Causing the expulsion of Zeus and Hera from Aario, they tried with all their might to take you with them. But because they had to leave Aario quickly, they had to do so without protection, resulting in them being attacked. As far as we know, they were mere adventurers, but being adventurers gave them advantages over Zeus and Hera. Causing them to be taken from their hands, Zeus and Hera tried to seek help, but all they were told was that they should leave Aario. So, with broken hearts, they left Aario to seek help, and when we managed to meet them, they explained everything that had happened. Zald and I tried to find you, but being banished from Aario made it impossible, because if we entered destroying everything as we were going to do, we could accidentally cause your death by being in the wrong place, especially since you were a child who could die from a single breath from us. That's why we joined Evilis, hoping to find you, but time passed and we didn't know anything about you, so with our hearts broken, we decided to destroy Aario. But when I saw you there in front of us, I felt like my whole world lit up, that I could finally have you by my side and be a family. Unfortunately, we had already done too much with Evilus to retire, so we decided to push you into Aario to become stronger. Thus things turned out as you already know, with Zald's death and my defeat at the hands of the Astri family and your subsequent rescue of me. I'm sorry for everything, Bell. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you when all that happened. Please forgive me, Bell. I know I can never make up for what happened to you, but I want you to know something, I want you to always know it. No matter what happens, I will always love you with all my heart, no matter if you hate me, I will always love you with all my soul. That's the truth about your origins, Bell. I'm sorry you have to find out at this point. Forgive me, but you have the right to know. I love you, Bell. ATT. With love, Althea. Everything was silent. Bell didn't know what to think. In his opinion, he had been living a lie all this time. Those he saw as his family had actually taken his life and that of his real family. What was Bell supposed to do now? Was he supposed to pretend he didn't know? Because he didn't know what to do. What am I supposed to do now? Bell thought, crying. He felt devastated, betrayed, broken. All this time I've been living a lie, Bell thought, crying with a shattered soul. From the top of the Tower of Babel, the goddess Freya felt a pain in her chest, so worried she quickly looked at each of her children. Upon seeing Bell's soul, he was terrified by what he saw, or rather, he couldn't believe what he saw. Otter. Freya called out, worried. Bell's soul is changing, it's clouding over, no, it's cracking, call everyone, we're going to Bell. Freya ordered Otter, very concerned. What's wrong, Bell? Freya thought worriedly, as Otter carried her to pick up all the executives. What did the rabbit do now? Alan complained with a frown, but he only received a whack on the head with a cane from Heden. Alan was about to reply, but seeing Heden's deadly serious face and the way he pointed at Freya, he fell silent. When he turned to look at Freya, he was surprised because she was very serious, although her concern was clearly visible. With that, all the executives ran at high speed towards where Freya told them Bell was. But as if the world knew what was about to happen, it began to rain heavily. When they arrived at the place where Bell was, they saw him in the rain with his back to them, sword in hand and without a helmet. Bell. Freya called out worriedly. She couldn't see anything that was affecting Bell, but she could see his soul cracking more and more, while at the same time it became clouded. Brat, what did you do to worry Freya Sama? Heden asked seriously, thinking that was it. But they only saw Bell ignoring them until little by little he turned around. You always knew, didn't you? Bell asked Freya directly, who had a bad feeling after those words. It was all your fault, your stupid selfishness took them away from me, Bell said, still crying. Stop messing around, you damn rabbit, Alan said angrily, not understanding anything just like the others. Except for Freya, who had already realized that Bell was speaking, so she answered him with great sadness. Yes, I always knew it, Bell, ever since I first saw you, Freya said sadly, knowing that Bell knew the truth. The others didn't know what Bell and Freya were talking about, but they had to rush to protect Freya from a direct attack by Bell's sword. Bell, what are you doing? Otter asked seriously this time, although he was as surprised as the others that Bell was attacking Freya. So what else kill Freya? Bell replied darkly, surprising the others and breaking Freya's heart. Stop messing around, Bell, Otter said seriously in response to Bell's statement, because he would not tolerate such words. But Bell responded by attacking with the intent to kill. Bell began trying to kill Freya, but the others prevented him from doing so. Bell suddenly started singing, showing that he was serious. The executives tried to stop him, but Bell wouldn't let anything stop him. Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. Bell activated his enhancement magic, he also had his War Soul ability active while surrounded, as well as his new Hunter ability and his powerful new King of Bell ability, boosting himself enormously. Bell began attacking the executives of his own family without mercy, surpassing all of them except Otter, since although he had greatly enhanced his power, he was still no match for Bell. Stay back, everyone. I'll take care of this, Otter ordered seriously. The rest of you, take care of Freya Sama, Otter ordered seriously. Although reluctant, they accepted because Bell at its peak was a real challenge for them. You know too? Bell asked from several meters away from Otter, who didn't know what Bell was talking about. Bell, I don't know what's happening, but you need to calm down. He said sincerely, without ever losing his seriousness. So you don't know, Bell said, taking off and trying to cut Otter with his sword. But Otter blocked it, starting a powerful battle of two giants, making the area tremble a little. Since Bell was fighting with everything, he was fighting close to level 7, practically touching it. Bell tried to cut Otter with all his might, but Otter kept blocking him effortlessly. Bigness. Bell shot Otter in the face with his magic, but it barely caused any burns, only minor ones, so he shot at his sword. Bigness. Bell ignited his flaming sword, and Otter, seeing this, knew that if he struck him, it could result in a considerable wound. So she became completely serious while blocking the attacks of a furious Bell, who was attacking her with his flaming sword. Seeing that it did nothing to Otter, Bell decided to use his magic, but Otter, seeing his intentions, gave him a powerful blow to the chest, sending him flying towards a building and completely destroying it. Bell got up and left the ruined house, blood dripping from his mouth and eyes, but still, he held his sword tightly. "I barely felt it," Bell said, launching himself at Otter again, but Otter caught him, blocking all his attacks. In a swift movement, Otter struck Bell with the flat of his sword, knocking him to the ground. Bell was about to get up, but Otter kicked him with all his might, causing Bell to destroy several buildings. Bell, still without getting up, began to recite his magic. When Otter arrived where Bell was, she only managed to see Bell finish his magic. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji." Bell unleashed his magic on Otter, who could only cover himself with his arms, trying to minimize as much damage as possible. When the fire dissipated, Otter had some first-degree burns, but they didn't seem to bother him at all. Bell, angered by this, lunged at Otter again, who easily blocked him once more. Wanting to end the fight, Otter punched Bell in the face with all his might, sending him flying again and destroying several houses in his path. Before Bell could try to get up, Otter appeared in front of Bell and with a powerful stomp knocked him to the ground. "That's enough, Bell," Otter said seriously, not wanting to continue fighting Bell in such a violent manner. "Ugh." Bell bled profusely after being stepped on. "You know I always tried to make you proud. I wanted to show you that taking me off the streets wasn't a mistake, taking me into your family, that's why I always tried my hardest to make you proud, but it was all for nothing. In the first place, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been on the streets," Bell said angrily. Bell tried to recite his magic again, but Otter stomped on him again, making the crater where Bell was standing even bigger. But to Otter's surprise, Bell didn't stop reciting his chant. Seeing this, Otter began punching Bell repeatedly in the face and chest, trying to interrupt the chanting, but Bell was stubborn and resisted. As he was about to finish his chant, Otter grabbed him by the collar of his armor, lifting him up, and then punched him with all his might in the chest, burying Bell in a wall. Even with all the blows, Bell had not let go of his sword, so he began to recite his chant again. But this time he didn't seem to move at all, so Otter didn't attack him, but when they saw him come out of the wall holding his sword tightly while reciting his magic, they became alarmed. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji." Bell unleashed all his magic into his sword, causing it to burn intensely from concentrating all his power within it. "Tell me, Freya, do you regret it?" Bell asked, staggering slightly from his injuries. "Yes, Bell, every day I regret what I caused you," Freya said with tears in her eyes. "I know that a simple apology won't make up for it," Freya replied, devastated by what was happening. "Let me guess, the time you spent with me made you realize that they are family ties, right? You thought that just focusing on your future would be enough to redeem yourself, right?" Bell asked rhetorically. But Freya only lowered her gaze slightly, remaining silent because Bell was right and that was what hurt her the most. "It seems you don't understand something obvious, so I'll show you," he said, gripping his sword tightly. "The past cannot be erased. What goes around comes around. Let's fall together, Freya. Come dance with your son in hell." Bell gripped his sword tightly and lunged towards Freya. When he was close, he swung his sword downwards, releasing everything at once. Otter launched himself at full speed, arriving just in time to envelop Freya, as did the other executives who covered Freya with their bodies from Bell's attack. They slowly got up, quickly checking if Freya was alright, and sighed with relief when they saw her unharmed. When they tried to look for Bell, he was no longer there, as he had left the place. At that moment the Loki family and Astri arrived because the fight between Otter and Bell could be felt throughout that area. Upon arriving, they were surprised to see the place completely destroyed and the Freya family executives with burns, especially Otter. "What happened?" Finn asked Otter seriously, but Otter didn't even turn to look at him, he only turned to look at Freya. "Otter, please bring him back," Freya said with tears in her eyes, so Otter, without hesitation, went out to bring Bell back. The Astri family and Loki didn't know what was happening until Heden explained what had happened at Freya's request. It should be noted that they were surprised to learn that Bell tried to kill Freya, as they did not understand the reason behind the attack. Freya told Heden to explain, but Heden, not knowing the context, only told them what he knew. Baze was the worst off because she didn't understand why Bell had done that. No, she didn't understand why her hero would try to do something like that. "So I took off with Aario activated to find him." Apart from what Heden told them, Bell was quite injured. "Bell, where are you?" Ace thought, very worried, desperately searching for Bell. Please, Bell, where are you? Ace thought, running at full speed in search of her hero. Finn ordered the Astri and Loki families to help Otter search for Bell, which no one refused since almost everyone knew him and did not understand his actions, so they wanted to find Bell and solve everything. Well, except for Sundeer Wolf who only complained about having to look for Bell, although one look from Reveria was enough to silence him. Reveria was also worried about Bell, as she also saw him as another son and Ace's future partner, that's how Reveria saw him. The Ganesha family joined the search for Bell at the request of RD and Sakti, who also knew Bell and got along well with him, especially RD. Meanwhile, the Freya family took away a devastated Freya, who couldn't stop crying and apologizing on air. The whole city was in chaos, as the rumor spread that the predator had attacked his own family and then disappeared. Hermes was walking alongside Asfi through his headquarters until he reached his office, where he heard a noise. Upon hearing the noise, Asfi told Hermes to hide, but Hermes seemed to know who it was, so he calmly entered. Upon entering, he saw an injured Bell on one of his sofas, pouring several potions on himself. "Can you get me out of Aario and take me to my aunt?" Bell asked seriously, making Hermes smile. "Of course, Bell kun," Hermes replied with a smile, also noticing that Bell was wearing the necklace he had given him to hide from Freya. That was the last day anyone heard from Bell Cranel in Aario, leaving Ace devastated by his disappearance. Chapter 17. It's been 2 years since Bell's attack on Freya, 2 years since he left Aario, 2 years since he left Ace with a broken heart. Of all those affected, she was the one who suffered the most from his departure. Ace felt that her hero had abandoned her. The fact that he had left her behind because she was useless to him affected her greatly. For the first few days she just locked herself in her room. When they finally managed to get her out again, she wasn't the same as before and everyone could tell. Bell had left a void in Ace. This caused her to revert to her doll-like face, focusing solely on becoming stronger to achieve her 2 goals. The first being to kill the one-eyed black dragon and the second and most recent to bring their hero back to their side again. Ace was very determined to bring Bell back. Everyone in her family knew it, they knew that she wouldn't give up until she brought him back. At this moment Ace was in the dining room, eager to go to the dungeon as soon as she finished eating. "What would you do after eating, Ace?" Tiona asked while eating her own food in front of Ace. "I'll go to the dungeon," was Ace's short reply as she ate her breakfast. "Then I'll go with you," Tiona said with a smile, wanting to cheer Ace up. "I'll go too, please," said Lafia shyly, one of the most recent additions to the Loki family. "Are you sure, Lafia?" Ace asked, looking at the aforementioned girl, who nodded excitedly. "Hein, don't you want to come with us?" Tiona asked her sister who was eating next to her. "No, the captain might need me, so no," Tyan said with her eyes closed as she ate. "Oh, it's the captain," Tyan said, seeing him arrive at the dining room with Gareth and Reveria. "Captain?" Tyan shouted excitedly upon seeing Finn, who simply greeted them with his characteristic smile. It couldn't be more obvious, Tiona thought, a bead of sweat forming on her brow at her sister's attitude. "We're going to the dungeon after lunch. Do you want to come?" Tiona asked. Sure, I have some time so I'm in," Finn said cheerfully. "That's what I was planning to do too, Captain," Tyan said, completely contradicting what she had said before. "I have things to do, so I'll stay for now," Garrett said, bidding them farewell and leaving the dining room. After everyone had eaten, they set off for the dungeon, where Ace automatically began to destroy monsters. "Miss Ace really puts in the effort," Lafia said with a smile, watching Ace relentlessly kill monsters. "Although I wish he could rest like he used to," Reveria said sadly, remembering 2 children eating Juggernaut together. "Ever since white-haired Kun left, he only goes into the dungeon or spends all his time training," Tiona said sadly, remembering Ace's change. This confused Lafia, as he didn't know what Tiona was talking about. "After all, that's their goal, isn't it?" Tyan asked, walking beside Finn. "Yes, his goal is to get strong enough to bring him back," Finn replied, also remembering 2 kids training together. Who are you talking about?" Lafia asked, confused because she didn't understand or know who they were talking about. "Don't you know, Lafia?" Tiona asked incredulously, since the entire Loki family knew. In response, she shook her head. "You weren't even in the family when all that happened," Finn said, offering the logical option. "What happened before I joined the family?" Lafia asked, confused and eager to know what they were talking about. "You see, Lafia, 7 years ago when Ace joined the family she met a boy belonging to the Freya family. Ace and this boy quickly became friends, but for Ace it was different because for her he was her hero, he was the only one who could make Ace smile and make her happy," Reveria told her sadly about the past. Leah was surprised by this because she didn't even know about it. In her mind she imagined Ace and a boy very close together, making her jealous. "How dare that filthy human." Lafia said aloud without realizing it. Be careful what you say, Lafia. I won't allow you to insult him like that, Reveria said seriously, because she wouldn't let her insult Bell in that way. Besides, be careful, because if you say it in front of Ace, you could seriously damage your friendship with her, Reveria warned, surprising Lafia. But why? Reveria asked, confused and nervous about Reveria's words. For Ace, Bell is everything. Take Bet as an example. Ace and Bet don't get along very well outside the dungeon, and it's all because Bet insults Bell. Reveria told Lafia, surprising her. Although it would be more jealousy than anything else, Tiona added with a smile, but Lafia wasn't thinking about that. She was thinking about Bell's name. Bell, that's what he's supposed to be called, Lafia thought, realizing something. You're not referring to Predator, are you? The one who caused the attack against the goddess Freya 2 years ago? Lafia asked them. That same Lafia, Bell Cranel, a level 6 adventurer from the Freya family, nicknamed Predator by the gods, was the one who tried to kill the goddess Freya 2 years ago. He didn't succeed, and nothing has been heard of him since. Finn answered his question. To this day, the reason for her actions is unknown, and Freya has refused to reveal the motive, Reveria added to Finn's response. I see, Lafia said, understanding everything she had been told. So Miss Ace wants to bring him back to her Aario? Lafia asked. Yes, more specifically she wants to bring him back to her side. Reveria answered her question. Leah nodded in response and remained silent for the rest of the journey through the dungeon. She wanted to ask Reveria more about Bell and Ace, but decided to wait when she learned it was a sensitive topic for Ace. When they returned to the surface, Ace said goodbye, saying she was going to Juggernaut. Lafia tried to go with her, but Ace said she wanted to rest alone for a while. With that, Ace said goodbye to the others and headed towards the wall, unaware that a stalkerish Leah was following her. During the journey he bought 2 Juggernaut. With that he continued to the wall, where upon arriving he sat down on one of the edges. Ace, already seated, began to quietly eat the Juggernaut, but Lafia could see the clear sadness on her face. Ace said, drawing Lafia's attention. Why did you abandon me? Am I not enough for you? Don't you care about me? Or is it that you don't love me? Ace said, beginning to shed tears. Sniff, Bell, sniff, come back please, sniff, come back, I need you, sniff by my side. Ace couldn't take it anymore and began to sob for Bell. The pain in her heart was so much that she couldn't bear it. Lafia, who was secretly watching, felt her heart break at the sight of that scene. She wanted to jump in and hug her for all eternity, but she couldn't. So she just stared as she too began to tear up. Ace couldn't stop crying for Bell. She simply couldn't forget him and probably never would. Then he'll do his second Juggernaut and have a flashback of her and Bell on that same wall. Flashback. Ace. Bell and Ace were training on the same wall where the current Ace is. Come on Ace, it's still too early to get tired, Bell encouraged a panting Ace who could barely stand. I still can, Ace said stubbornly, charging towards Bell, but he knocked her to the ground with a single sword strike. I suppose that's all, let's rest for a while, Bell said, helping her up and sitting on one of the edges of the wall. Look Ace, I brought Juggernaut for lunch, Bell said, taking a bag out of the backpack he was carrying. Thank you, Ace said, her eyes sparkling and her smile beaming, and she began to eat with great joy. You're improving a lot, Ace, you should relax more, Bell said, eating his own Juggernaut. But I still can't catch up to you, Ace said, stopping eating and staring intently at the Juggernaut. Don't worry, Ace, Bell said, stroking her head. Everything in its own time. Even if it takes a while, I'll always be by your side to watch you grow, Bell said with a smile. Ace, upon hearing this, acquired a pinkish tint in her eyes and put on an expression of great happiness. Thank you, Bell, Ace said, extremely happy that her hero had said those words to her. Never leave me alone, Bell, Ace said, clinging closer to Bell. Don't worry Ace, I will never leave your side, Bell assured her with a smile. Then flashback. Liar, Ace said softly. Liar, 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 liar. Ace shouted, throwing the poor Juggernaut. You said you wouldn't leave me, you liar. Ace said, falling to her knees as she began to sob again. Lafia could no longer watch that scene because of what she knew of the place, but what she wanted most was to hug a devastated Ace. But if he did, he would know he was harassing her and maybe making her even angrier, so he decided to leave before her heart was broken. Elsewhere in Aario, more specifically at the Freya family headquarters, the atmosphere since Bell left was dead. Since Bell had joined the family, everything had improved, according to Freya, as they seemed more like a family compared to before. They no longer trained themselves to death to win Freya's love, but when Bell left, this became a daily habit again. Freya no longer left her tower because she had fallen into a deep depression. Not even searching for beautiful souls could take away her depression. What I wanted most was to see Bell again, his cute bunny face, his unintentional flirting, his accidents, his antics. But she couldn't anymore, all because of her selfish actions. that had taken away something very important to her heart. Otter, who was always with her, knew it perfectly well. Bell's departure affected her so much that she didn't want to do anything. But what ate away at Freya's soul the most was that she herself had caused this, had caused her great pain. Then he had happy memories of his beloved Bell, the boy he had loved like a true son. Flashback Freya. Freya was reading a story to a little Bell sitting on her lap. "And so the knight managed to rescue the princess from the evil goblin," Freya said, finishing her story. "Wow Freya Masa, do you think I could be a knight in the future?" Bell asked hopefully. "Of course, Bell, you'll be a great knight when you grow up," Freya replied with a smile, making little Bell excited. "Yes. I'll be a super cool knight who always protects others," little Bell shouted excitedly. "Howie." Freya couldn't resist seeing the face of a happy little rabbit, so she began to squish Bell's head against her chest. "Freya Sama is suffocating me," little Bell begged, pleading for lack of air. Then flashback. Upon remembering that past event, she couldn't help but shed a tear of great pain. "Otter," Freya called to him in a sad voice. "Any news from outside?" Freya asked, hopeful as she was every day. "No Freya Sama, the Hermes family hasn't found anything," Otter replied, as he did every day. Freya became even more depressed on her throne after hearing Otter's answer, although the aforementioned did not change his usual stoic face, Freya knew that he was hurting too. Looking at Otter's soul, I could see how it dimmed a little after Bell's departure, showing that it hurt him. "Tell me, Otter, do you miss him?" Freya asked, turning to look at Otter, who did not lose his stoic expression. "Yes, Freya Sama," came the brief reply from the imposing Otter, though Freya managed to see his soul fading a little more. Flashback Otter. "I can still continue, senpai," said a small Bell, getting up after having received several blows from Otter. Bell got up and charged straight towards Otter to hit him in the leg because he was a flea compared to Otter. "It's good to have tenacity," Otter said, knocking Bell down again with just a lift of his leg. "You'll see, senpai, I'll catch up to you someday," Bell replied, getting up again with great determination in his eyes. "I'll be waiting for the right moment," Otter said with a small, almost invisible smile on his face, for he admired Bell's determination. Watching Maxim struggle reminded him of his youth, when he wouldn't give up despite being absolutely defeated. Like when he was humiliated by Maxim, level 8 adventurer and captain of the Zeus family, that day Maxim told him that his determination was interesting. "LC sencha Max enfrente a Bell en estos momentos, pues ahora era el quien reconoce la determinación de Bell como lo hizo Maxim con él en su momento." Then flashback. Freya seemed to notice that Otter remembered some moment with Bell, as his soul dimmed a little more. That was true for all members of the family. Their souls dimmed a little, showing that they cared about Bell and not just Freya. In the family, Freya Bell was seen as literally Freya's son, as if she had given birth to him. All the members remember perfectly a Bell who was enthusiastic about becoming stronger. They remember how, unlike the other family members, he approached everyone in a friendly way. At first they treated him the way they treated each other and everyone else except Freya, but it seemed that Bell didn't even notice because he remained friendly with everyone. Even after he was beaten up in training because of jealousy over Bell and Freya's closeness. But Bell kept coming back to train with them or with Otter, he never looked at anyone badly, he never insulted anyone, he always remained friendly with everyone in the family. Although they wanted to deny it, they had grown accustomed to Bell's presence, perhaps even becoming a little fond of him because of his attitude. But without abandoning his hostility towards him, although it seemed not to affect him at all, or rather, he seemed not to notice the hostility of others towards him. Alan was in his room ready to sleep after nearly killing himself several times against Hogni in combat. As he tried to sleep, a white flash came to mind, a white-haired boy who always irritated him. Flashback Alan. Alan was following Bell, who had called him to follow because, according to Bell, it was important. "Here it is," Bell said, stopping in front of one of the warehouses at the Freya family headquarters. "Today is your birthday, so happy birthday," Bell shouted, opening the warehouse. Alan focused his gaze on what would be his gift, but only managed to get a vein popping out on his forehead because there in the warehouse was a sandbox with a note. "For the grumpiest kitten." Alan turned his head towards Bell, ready to kill him for his gift, but only saw the dust of Bell's figure. "Ha ha ha ha." Bell laughed as he ran away from Alan, though he paled as he saw a black blur approaching him at sonic speed. "I'm going to kill you, you damn rabbit." Alan yelled angrily, quickly catching up to Bell. It should be noted that Bell suffered one of the worst beatings of his life. He had to be rescued by Anya before he was killed by a furious Alan. Then flashback. Alan looked into the corner of his room, looking at the sandbox that Bell gave him for his birthday. Although he didn't want to admit it, he kept the sandbox as something very precious, of course he would never tell anyone. Outside of Aario, in the distance, specifically in a small cabin in a humble village. Alfia and Zeus were talking about Bell. "Where is Bell?" asked the god Zeus, who appeared to be returning from harvesting. In his room, locked up as always, Alfea replied, sitting in an armchair while reading peacefully. Since I arrived 2 years ago, he spends almost all day locked up, Zeus said with a heavy sigh. And what did you expect? That she wouldn't care about the truth? I remind you that it was you who pressured me to tell her the truth, Alfea said accusingly. I lost, but Bell deserved to know the truth about his family, Zeus said, sitting down in a chair. We agree on that, Alfea said, conceding to Zeus, something unusual in the world. Bell doesn't hold a grudge against them, he's just confused. Zeus told her his point of view, although it was more of a reality, something Alfea knew. He is incapable of hating them, he simply cannot. The affection he has for them is so great that he could not hate them. Zeus continued to tell Aelia. I still remember when he arrived here through Hermes, he was devastated by what had happened, Zeus said again. But you realized, right? Zeus asked. Yes, what hurt her the most was losing her mind and attacking the two people she loves most, Alfea replied with a sigh. Freya and Otter attacking them exactly is what hurts him the most. Zeus said, knowing the reason for Zeus's pain. I couldn't say if I've completely forgiven them, but at least I think I won't attack them if I see them again, Zeus said again thoughtfully. He probably wouldn't attack them, in fact he wants to go back, but he doesn't know how to face his family, Alfea said, sighing at Bell's feelings. One way or another, we have to get him back to them. Staying like this will only harm him, Zeus said, stating an important fact. Alfea nodded in agreement with that fact because it was true, Bell was only slowly wasting away in that place. She had to return to where she belongs, in Aario with the Freya family, with the people she considers family. Although Alfea didn't want Bell to leave because she wanted to spend more time with her nephew, she had to accept it since it was the best thing for Bell. But one of the reasons she accepted was the fact that when Bell called her aunt, she felt old. But she regularly hit him while telling him to call her mama instead, although Bell sometimes did, he would slip up and say auntie, provoking Alfea's fury. Besides, he must return to Aario to build himself a tremendous harem, Zeus said ecstatically, imagining his grandson surrounded by women. Heh, Zeus said, laughing pervertedly at the thought, imagining certain scenes. Gospel. A single word was enough to snap Zeus out of his fantasy. He turned to look at Alfea only to be met with a sound block. You stupid pervert, don't you dare corrupt Bell, Alfea said sharply, ready to continue hitting poor Zeus. Meanwhile, in Bell's room, he was sitting in a chair with his gaze lost on the wall. He ignored the scandal of Alfea hitting Zeus, as he had already gotten used to Alfea hitting him every time Zeus said something perverted. I still remember when I asked Zeus what a harem was, Zeus had cried with happiness saying to me, I have waited for this for so long Bell, I will show you the wonder of the world in women, I will show you the adventure of every man. That day Zeus took Bell to the countryside to spend the whole day telling him about a harem and all its rewards, of course he took him to the countryside to tell him everything behind Alfea's back. It should be noted that Bell now knows about the harem, although he can't think about it much, because somehow Alfea finds out that he's thinking about it and hits him while saying stop thinking about that or I'll purify you with blows. Now Bell had to avoid anything related to the harem. You'd better not be thinking dirty thoughts, Bell. Bell was startled to hear her aunt's voice from outside the room. Not at all, I was just thinking about what a nice wall my room has, Bell said, scared of his aunt. You'd better, Bell, Alfea said, returning with a Zeus mush who was begging Bell for help, but he just played dumb. Putting that aside, he went back to thinking about his family in Aario. He had only thought about them since he left Aario. He also thought about Ace, because he loved her very much too, then there were the others with whom he got along well, as much as he wanted to go back, he didn't know how to confront them after what he did. What should I do, how am I supposed to face them? Bell thought sadly, not knowing what to do. Chapter 18. 4 years have passed since they last saw each other. In those 4 years, a certain golden girl's heart stopped feeling the love she had longed for from her hero. However, that heart never stopped, no matter what happens, she's not looking for him and she'll bring him back to her side, no matter what he's done or what he's thinking about what's happening to him, she'll bring him back. They say that you appreciate something the most when you lose it, but for this girl the case was different because she appreciated it more than anything in the world. That person she appreciated so much, whom she still appreciates so much, and for whom she continues to fight tirelessly, is what motivates her to keep going and never give up. Far from the usual schedule, in a small, rather humble and welcoming village, there was a certain white-haired boy, while driving a cart full of vegetables. Beside him was a teacher in farmer's clothes with a white beard and hair and electrifying blue eyes. The aura this old man gave off was enormous, proving that he was a god. Grandpa, why do I have to come here? Have you gone senile? If so, you know I have no problem helping you, Bell Cranel said cheerfully to the old man who was walking beside the one he now called Grandpa. Who are you calling a senile, damn rabbit? He said to the man known as God Zeus, whom he now knew as his grandfather. It's not my problem that you've become senile, old man, besides, you know I don't like coming to town, Bell said, not that he had just called him senile. Oh, but that's precisely why I brought you here. With you by my side, all those beautiful girls will come closer, the god Zeus said pervertedly. If my aunt heard you, you know she'd attack you with her magic, right? Bell said, finding a new way to blackmail his grandfather. Zeus paled at this, remembering how his aunt attacked them every time he tried to lead his grandson down the right path in the harem. But since you're a good grandson who supports his grandfather in these things, you won't tell him anything, right? He said, looking for a way to find out that he was a grandson and wouldn't tell his aunt. Only because last time I almost gave you back the sky, otherwise it would be like all the previous debts, Bell told him, implying to his grandfather that he would remain silent. That's why you're my favorite grandson, Bell. It's your destiny to find the mega harem I've dreamed of for so long, Zeus said, wiping away a tear as he gazed at the horizon in an epic way. Whatever you say, Grandpa, just make sure you don't say it in front of my aunt because I'm not going to stand up for you again. The last time I tried, I ended up spending a month in rehab with the town doctor, Bell said, cutting the subject. So grandson and grandfather continued walking to the village while he led the cart full of vegetables. When they arrived at the village immediately many girls approached Bell. That's why I didn't want to come to town. Bell thought, annoyed at being dragged to town by his grandfather. But Zeus didn't seem to care, as he was marveling at all the women surrounding his grandson. That's how it was every time he came to town. It seemed like he was a magnet for women because he always attracted them, especially in town. Bell simply did it for girls and kept pushing a career for the stall where they would sell all the vegetables. The day passed normally. The Hermes family helped to keep his whereabouts a secret so that if anyone recognized him, they wouldn't say anything. Or in the event that they said that a white-haired boy was found in this town, try to convince them not to say it in Aario. Everyone was sure that if you wanted information, you could go to Aario. Freya and Loki would definitely send their family for Bell. Perhaps Loki himself would have no reason to go looking for an adventurer from his rival family, however, the problem was A's. Loki knew perfectly well that the only way to bring the voyage back was with Bell, and for that reason she was willing to swallow her pride for the sake of her daughter. Already in Aario, more specifically in the market, a certain trio of women were walking calmly. These were made up of 2 Amazons and an elf. They were observing as they walked peacefully through the place until a certain phrase caught the attention of the Amazon brothers. I swear, when I was in the village of Singapore, that white-haired guy stole the attention of all the women, you should have seen how envious I was. She said, don't lie to me, making a jealous face and pulling her hair. Upon hearing this information, the Amazon sisters could not help but approach the man who was telling the story about the white-haired man. Excuse me, Tyan said, drawing the man's attention. Could you tell me more about this white-haired man? The Amazon asked politely. Even here the women know about that man, but he makes me so jealous, the man complained, pulling his hair again from the jealousy he felt. Well, anyway, I suppose there's nothing wrong with saying it. In Singapore, in the forgotten village of Aario, there's a white-haired boy with red eyes who always attracts the attention of the women, the man told the Amazons and the elf. It must be him, it's impossible that it's such a coincidence to have the same features in a boy, both Amazons thought at the same time, as did the woman who also came to the same conclusion. Thank you, see you later, Tiona said, grabbing her hand and running straight to the Twilight Mansion to inform them of what they had heard. Quickly, girls, we have to inform the capital about this, but especially A's, Tyan told them, quickening her pace. I bet her eyes will light up with excitement and she'll want it immediately, Tiona said, imagining how A's would react to Bell's location. The girls kept running to reach the Twilight Mansion and tell him about the discovery they had made. Upon arriving, they went directly to Finn's office hoping to see A's there. A's! Shouted the Amazon brothers as they entered the office. The kid, with a quick glance, saw that he wasn't there, but the other executives were, looking bewildered. Is something wrong, girls? Finn asked, confused by the interruption of the 3 girls in his office. Huh? We have important news for them, Tiona said energetically, capturing the attention of the executives and the goddess Loki. What's so important that you have to burst in while they're calling her? Rivera asked curiously, knowing what could be so important to A's. While we were at the market, we heard news about where the white-haired boy Kun might be. She said excitedly, revealing what she had heard, surprising the executives and the crazy goddess. Those are strong words, Tiona. Are you aware that if they're lies, it could hurt A's? Riveria asked seriously, aware of the girl's intentions. Yes, we heard about a human with white hair and red eyes in a town called Singapore, Lafia said, supporting Tiona's words. So what are we waiting for? Let's go straight to A's. God Loki said cheerfully, getting up from his chair and joining the others in A's room. Knock knock knock. Loki knocked on A's door hoping she would open it. A few seconds passed before Ace opened her bedroom door. "What's going on?" Ace asked, tilting her head in confusion at seeing her family members smiling in front of her door. "We have a big surprise, Ace Tan. Do you want to know what it is?" Loki asked, adding suspense to the news. In response, Ace simply nodded, but when he was about to reveal the news, Reveria spoke first. "We got a clue as to where Bell might be," Reveria said, making her eyes sparkle with excitement as her face, after so long, showed emotion again. "Where is he?" Ace asked quickly, wanting to know where Bell was. "Let's go get him," Ace said, grabbing her parents and leaving quickly until a voice stopped her. "Wait, Ace. You don't even know where it is and you're already running." LaFin stopped Ace walking. Upon hearing these words, Ace realized that she was running around without knowing where the village was where Bell was supposed to be. So she turned away in embarrassment and approached them, though all of them could bring the great emotion in their eyes. "Where is Bell?" Ace asked with a pleading look. Finally, after 4 years, she had some information about her brother's whereabouts and she wasn't going to waste it. "Relax, Ace Tan, even though I don't like it, we also have to tell that pervert Freya." She told them what she was making Finn, Reveria, and Gareth feel. "Loki Ace is right about that, with them on our side we could easily bring him back, especially Otter." Gareth explained the reason, making the others nod. But that said, the executives of the Loki family and the goddess herself went directly to the headquarters of the Freya the Folkvar family. When they arrived at the gates of Folkvar, they made the guards alert them to a possible attack. "Wait, let's calm down a bit, I have something important to say to that pervert Freya." Loki told the guards, but they did not stop being alert. "So it seems they don't want to reason, we have the possible whereabouts of Bell Cranel." Loki told them after sighing since he wanted to surprise Freya directly. Upon hearing those words, the guards, alerted by the surprise, quickly went inside the headquarters to look for someone. The guard entered the headquarters and went directly to look for one of the executives. The first one he found was Heden, who was reading a book in the library. "The family is at the door," the guard informed Heden, causing him to frown at being interrupted in his reading. "And what about me?" "Tell them to leave, if they don't want to leave, say," but Heden couldn't continue speaking because the guard interrupted him. This would naturally have resulted in the guard's death for interrupting Heden, but the guard's word saved him from immediate death. "They say he's entering Bell's possible location," the guard reported, leaving Heden speechless. Heden simply stood up and started walking towards the Folkvar exit entrance where the Loki family was located. The family was waiting for the guard to return. Shortly after, they saw an elf come out whom they recognized perfectly. "Let's go to Freya Soma," the elf ordered, and so they began walking directly towards the Tower of Babel. The journey was silent, for the elf had nothing to say to the Loki family. Ace, for her part, was nervous about seeing her hero again. "I wanted to see him again so I could be with him again, hug him, and go to the dungeon together, eat Juggernaut together again." A short time after we started walking, after 10 minutes we managed to reach the Tower of Babel, where Otter was surprisingly waiting for us with his characteristic stoic face. "Why are you with the Loki Heden family?" Otter asked the elf seriously. He had seen Heden walking alongside the rival family, which was why he had sent Otter. "They say they know where Bell might be," Heden said directly, surprising Otter with his words. Otter simply nodded and began to guide them through the Tower of Babel, directly to their goddess's room. When they reached the top floor of the Tower of Babel, Otter knocked on the door, waiting for Freya's permission to enter. "Come in, Otter," Freya said from inside her room. Otter entered the room alone and told Freya why Heden acted the way he did. Freya quickly ordered Otter to let Loki and one of his children pass, so Loki and Ace entered. "Alright Loki, tell me what you know," Freya said seriously, as this was something she had been searching for non-stop for 4 years. His little Bell would finally have some information about him since he left Aario on the day of his attack. "Calm down, you pervert. I'm only doing this for my Ace Tan," Loki told her, outlining his priorities to try and stop Freya. "That's fine, I have no problem with that," Freya replied to Loki, and then she began to tell him what the Amazon sisters and Lafia had told her. "I see, that's good information, Loki," Freya said, thanking Loki. Otter told the executives to get ready, "We're going to look for Bell," Freya ordered seriously. "Yes, Freya Sama," Otter replied respectfully, as he was about to leave, Ace hurried to speak. "I'm going to look for Bell too," Ace said, not giving an inch, her eyes shining brightly. Even if they told her she couldn't go, she would go no matter what, all to find her precious hero. "I don't see a problem with you going, after all, there's a fundamental reason to bring Bell back," Freya said, agreeing that Ace should go. But that said, preparations were made to go in search of the white-haired man who had blackmailed Royman into letting them leave on the condition that only the executives were allowed to go. The journey began, and Loki's family didn't interact much with Freya's, or at least not beyond the instructions of their goddesses. The day was the decisive day, the day they were bringing him back. Whatever happened, Ace was more than willing to bring her baby back. It doesn't matter what others say about him and what he did in the past, because for her he will always be her him, and no one can change that idea. After a full day of travel, they were just a few hours away from reaching Singapore, where Bell was hiding. They had to figure out how to convince him to come back since they couldn't form a force, as it would only lead to the same people from the past wanting to attack them. That's something everyone knew, but I still feel at home from the effort of bringing him back, even if only with words. Elsewhere, more specifically in Singapore, he was doing well in his grandfather's cabin, sitting quietly in his armchair, doing nothing. "I have a bad feeling," said the god Zeus, looking out the window at the sky. "You're probably only thinking about women, you old pervert," Althea said to the god Zeus, frowning, thinking that he only imagined naked women. "I'm not sure if something happened, but I don't know what it is," said the god Zeus as he continued looking out the window at one of the villagers running towards his cabin. At that moment the devil, who was running in his direction, tripped over a rock and fell face down, and although it was funny, the god Zeus came out to help him get up. "Take it easy, there's no need to run around so carelessly, young man," he told me, helping Valentino up after he had fallen. "Thank you, but I have news. Some people have been asking about young Belin today, and it seems they're from Aario. They're led by two goddesses, one with red hair and the other with silver," the villager informed Zeus, surprising him. "I see, thanks for the information," Zeus said, entering the cabin. "They're here," Zeus said seriously, drawing Bell and Althea's attention. "Who's here?" Bell asked, confused by his grandfather's seriousness. "The Loki and Freya families are in the village looking for you. It's just a matter of time before they come to the cabin," Zeus said, looking directly at Bell. This surprised Bell and Althea, although Althea knew it was only a matter of time before they came looking for Bell. "What will you do, Bell?" Althea asked her beloved nephew, adding that she would support him no matter what he chose. "I will face them," Bell replied, getting up from the armchair he was sitting in and going to his room to get his sword. "Then I'm going too, you can't face them alone," Althea said, getting up ready to fight, but Bell stopped her. "No, if you fight, your condition could worsen again, and I don't know if I'll be able to find that healing stone again," Bell said seriously. "So you're just as stubborn as your mother," Althea said with a smile, remembering her sister. "That's why I'm his son," Bell said with a smile, his sword resting on his shoulder. Meanwhile, the Freya and Loki families were advancing towards where Bell was supposed to be. The villager said he lived with his grandfather and aunt. Finn said, confused, remembering Bell's words. "But Bell doesn't have a family, right?" Ace asked, equally confused, so everyone turned directly to Freya, even her own family, because nobody understood. "Spit it out, Freya. Who are your aunt and grandfather supposed to be?" Loki asked, also wanting to know who they were. "They'll find out anyway when we find him," Freya said heavily. "Bell's grandfather is Zeus," Freya stated directly, surprising everyone. "That old pervert. I suppose they met at some point and he started taking care of him," Loki said, trying to find logic in Freya's words. "You're wrong there, Loki," Freya said, drawing everyone's attention again. "Bell's father was from the Zeus family and his mother from the Hera family," Freya told them, silencing them all once more. Everyone was surprised by Freya's words, because if that was true, Bell was the last descendant of those great families. "So that's why I attacked you," Finn said, putting the pieces together from what happened on the day of the attack. "What do you mean, Captain?" Tyan asked, confused, because she didn't understand what that had to do with the other thing. Although the veterans immediately knew what Finn meant by his words. 15 years ago, when the Zeus and Hera families were defeated by the Black Dragon, Loki and Freya expelled Hera and Zeus from Aario, Finn told them, explaining the reason for Bell's anger. With that, everyone immediately knew the reason for Bell's attack. His family had been expelled by the same people who had taken him in. Bell somehow found out the truth, causing his attack on me. Freya explained her suspicions. "It will be difficult to convince him to come back. We don't know if he will still be angry or if we will even be able to talk to him." Finn told them his opinion. "When he left I saw his soul, it was clouded and full of anger, but there was no hatred in it. It is possible that we can speak with him," Freya told them, recounting the last time she saw Bell's soul. "Then we must try to reason with him somehow," Loki said, thinking about how to do that. She had interacted with Bell very little, but she liked him from what little they had spoken. "Bell, you're suffering, I'll help you," Ace thought, determined to help Bell with his pain. This action was witnessed by Riveria and Lafia, as the latter always harassed Ace. "It seems the old Ace is slowly returning," Riveria thought with a smile. "Ace aunt seems very determined, it must have something to do with that human, how jealous," Lafia thought, seeing Ace's eyes. "What must this Bell be like that Ace aunt and Riveria Soma like so much?" Lafia wondered, trying to imagine Bell. From what little she knew, he always went heavily armored and carried a large sword. "Lafia?" Tiona asked, noticing that she seemed lost in thought. Are you alright? Tiona asked. "Eh? Yes, I was just thinking about what that human Bell looks like," Lafia said sincerely. "Oh, that's easy, he looks like a rabbit," Tiona said cheerfully, remembering how she used to call Bell Rabbit while getting very close to him. Only for a jealous Ace to pull her away, telling her to find her own, much to Tiona's amusement. "I see," Lafia said, understanding Tiona's words. Tiona's words reminded her that allies, the captain of the Astri family, had also said the same thing. "By the way, Freya, who is Bell's aunt?" Loki asked, drawing the attention of the others. "It's Alfea of Silence," Freya told them directly, making everyone stop. "But she's dead, isn't she?" Reveria asked seriously, because Alfea was no joke when she faced him. "I can only assume that Bell saved her during the Dark Age," Freya told them her assumptions. While Bell was saving his aunt, Freya was watching the battle between Otter and Zald. "This will be more complicated if we have to fight them," Loki said heavily. "Although Otter could keep Alfea occupied, she is still quite strong. Her talent allows her to break the level barrier," Loki explained. "Then we have to figure out how we'll do it if we have to fight," Finn said seriously. "We need to know Bell's power," he said, looking at Freya. "If he activates all his abilities, the only one who can stand up to him is Otter," Freya told them seriously. "What do you mean, Freya?" "Any level 6 should be able to face Bell," Loki said, confused, only to be met with a shake of Freya's head. "No, Loki, Bell has several abilities that increase his status to the maximum, adding his power-up magic. Bell is unstoppable at level 6, Freya explained. "I see, isn't there any way to prevent those abilities from activating?" Loki asked, hoping that there was. "In fact, it is possible, we can only prevent 2 abilities from activating. To do this, we have to avoid attacking Alfea or Zeus because that would activate a problematic ability. Also, if we avoid surrounding him, we would prevent one of his best abilities, taking away a great deal of his power," Freya explained. Although he didn't want to tell them about Bell's weaknesses, it was something he felt was necessary to bring him back, so he had no choice but to tell them. "Not surrounding him will be a problem unless only Otter goes, but if Otter enters the fight, it's certain that Alfea will too, thus activating Bell's ability," Finn said, analyzing the situation. "Then there's no choice, if we get into a fight we'll have to surround him. Otter will have to keep Alfea occupied if she gets into a fight," Loki told everyone. With that, they started walking again towards the cabin where Bell was supposed to be. Upon arriving they stopped in front of it. Freya was about to send Otter, but they saw the door open. The door slowly opened, revealing Bell with his sword in hand, ready for a confrontation. The strange thing about that is that he wasn't looking to fight them, but he was still hurt by what Freya did, so he couldn't say whether he would avoid the fight. Upon seeing Bell, she couldn't help but shed a few tears at finally seeing her precious hero. She felt her heart beating strongly at seeing him again. Bell. Chapter 19. Bell. Was truly happy. She finally had her precious hero in front of her, the one she had lost 4 years ago. Felt her heart begin to beat strongly again. That feeling of warmth was returning to her. She was about to run and hug Bell, but some words stopped her. "If you come any closer, I will consider you my enemy, Bell said without a trace of compassion for the girl. These words felt very heavy to Did she hear right? Had her hero told her that they were now enemies? "Bell? What are you saying?" asked, hoping she had misheard what Bell said. "You heard me, if you come any closer you will be my enemy," Bell said, showing no compassion for Aze's heart. Froze as she confirmed that if she had heard Bell's words correctly, she felt something break inside her. "But Bell, I came so that we can return to Aario together," said, trembling and with her eyes beginning to well up with tears. The Loki family couldn't help but feel bad about what was happening to although they were surprised to see Aze's feelings. But they preferred to see her with her doll-like expression rather than see her on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Who do you think you are, you bastard?" Bet said, annoyed by Bell's behavior towards Although he was jealous of Aze's affection for Bell, he preferred to see them together and happy rather than see Bell hurting Bet launched himself directly at Bet without listening to Finn telling him to stop. Bet charged with a front kick. But Bell just blocked it with his sword, then tried to give her a powerful blow, but Bet managed to back away a little. Bet launched a second kick, but Bell blocked it with his forearm. Bell responded to Bet's kick with an attack from his sword. Bet dodged Bell's sword strike, but Bell still managed to make a slight but long cut on his chest. "Stand back, Bet. We need to try to reason with him, not confront him directly," Finn ordered seriously. Faced with that, Bet decided to back down because he knew he was no match for Bell. Even if he went all out, Bell could handle him without any problem. "Bell, please." Pleaded, trying to reason with Bell, but he was still conflicted about the past. Please Bell, at least let us explain, Freya pleaded, standing further away from Bell with Loki, as they didn't know if Bell could tell if he would attack them. Let them explain. What are they supposed to explain to me? How they expelled my family. Bell replied, staring intently at Freya. This was a hard blow for Freya. She had prepared herself to be able to talk to Bell, but now that she had him in front of her, Bell's words were crushing her. At least let Freya Soma explain herself, brat, Heden said seriously, frowning. Or what, sensei? Bell said mockingly, emphasizing the word sensei. The tension was increasing with each passing second at the scene, but it was interrupted by a person who was leaving the house. Is the commotion over, Bell? Althea asked, coming out of the cabin and surprising everyone. Although they knew she was alive because of Freya's words, they still found it hard to believe, although it would be better to say that they were afraid to face her. I see it's true that she's still alive, Loki said, looking seriously at Althea. If she joins the fight, they'll be in trouble. Although Otter was level 7, Althea was still superior to Otter due to her absurd talent, which allowed her to break the level barrier. Her talent was such that she would be able to stand up to the captain of the Freya family, who was a level 9 adventurer. Even though he had lost against her, it was still surprising that he could stand up to a level 9 adventurer while being level 7. If you're going to fight, do it now. If you just stand there watching, the situation won't improve, Althea said from behind Bell. You're right, why don't you just leave? Bell told them, trying to get them to leave, as he didn't want to confront them. No, Bell, I will bring you back to Aario even if I have to do it by force, Ace said seriously, with great determination in her eyes. We support you, Ace. Tiona said cheerfully, supported by nods of agreement from her entire family. Thank you, Ace said with a smile, thanking her family for their help, then turned her gaze to the Freya family. We won't help you, princess, we'll just bring Bell so Freya Sama won't be sad anymore, Heden said, still proud. That's a big disadvantage, maybe I should get into combat. Althea said to Bell, looking towards both families. At that declaration, the others tensed up a little but did not abandon their position. If Althea joined and attacked seriously, their defeat was guaranteed. I will be merciful and only attack if Otter attacks, Althea told them, giving the others a little hope of being able to win. Ace wasted no time and attacked Bell with her sword, but he countered by attacking her with his own sword. The swords clashed, and because Bell is stronger than Ace, she was sent flying backwards and caught by Tiona. Bell not only surpassed Ace in level, but also in strength, dexterity and endurance. He even outperformed her in the use of magic. She could only surpass him with speed and agility, but even then her speed was surpassed by Bell's speed as he was a superior level. And if Bell activated his abilities and power-up magic, she was completely outmatched by Bell in every way, even if he activated his magic. Tiona attacked him with her twin blades, but they were stopped and deflected by Bell with great ease. Bell simply gave him a powerful blow to the stomach, then with his sword, he blocked a kick from Bet from behind. Then I grabbed Bet's leg to hit Tyan with his body, then I used him as a human shield, causing Finn and Gareth to stop the attack that was seconds away from hitting. Bell kicked Bet's body towards Finn and Gareth, causing them to lower their guard a little to catch him. Bell took advantage of this to attack them, but Finn, having predicted it, blocked with his spear, thus beginning a fight between them. Even though Finn had been level 6 for longer and had much more experience, he still struggled to face Bell. Bell at this moment had most of his abilities activated. Soul of War because he was surrounded, Hunter which activates whenever he faces an adversary, King of Bell which has an active trigger, and finally Emperor's Eyes and Strength of King which are always active. He only needed Knight's Honor to have all his abilities activated, but even if he was missing one ability, with the others activated, he was far superior to all level 6s. Bell was slowly overpowering Finn. Bell was really fast without his armor limiting his movements. Therefore, he had access to a wide variety of moves that he didn't usually use, and of course he was taking advantage of it. Thanks to this, he was subduing Finn without much effort. Bell, thanks to his Emperor Eyes ability, was able to notice an incoming attack from Tiona and Ace. Bell began to block and attack all three at once, although it was difficult, he still kept them at bay, but suddenly Heden and Hogni entered the fight. At that point, Bell began to have more problems, so he shot at them several times with his magic. Ignis. 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 The projectiles caught the level 5 adventurers off guard, while the level 6 adventurers managed to get away and dodge them. Bell had to use his sword to block a blow from Gareth, but even after blocking it he was sent flying, destroying a tree. Bell, still without getting up, rolled on the ground dodging Alan's spear, and got up, blocking Alan's attacks in time. Looks like you haven't improved much, grumpy cat, Bell mocked Alan as he blocked his attacks. And you haven't improved, Alan growled, continuing his rapid attacks. Even though he was supposedly the fastest adventurer in Aario, Bell was able to withstand him. You're wrong, Alan. Deus Ambrosia makes me increase my stats just by eating beasts, plus some straggling monsters that approach the village. I keep increasing my power even without entering the dungeon, Bell said, unsettling Alan. He was about to give him a good cut, but some rays hit him and interrupted him. Bell looked up, seeing Heden with his fingers pointing at him. Upon seeing him use magic, Bell began to recite his own magic, and upon seeing this, everyone rushed towards Bell. Bell began to block the attacks of the others with great difficulty. Even with all his power-ups, it was almost impossible to block so many attacks at once. Bell was taking a lot of damage, but even so they were not able to stop his crowded chanting. Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. Bell used his power-up magic, gaining a significant boost to his power, and was then able to begin holding off his attackers. But even so, he struggled and couldn't find an opening to begin his attack. Ignis. Bell fired his magic into his sword and then slammed it against the ground, causing a small explosion. Everyone moved away, but Bell saw Heden and Hogni begin to recite their magic and tried to go against them to stop them. But he was stopped by being frozen by Reveria's magic. Bell used all his strength to stop the ice, succeeding. But just as he broke free, Hogni appeared with his arm engulfed in flames. Hogni rushed forward and unleashed his magic against Bell, sending an explosion at him. Bell was sent flying after taking the full force of the attack, but without his armor, he managed to turn around and land correctly. But when he looked up he saw Heden pointing his Desarea at him, and instantly a powerful beam shot out towards Bell. He could only plunge his sword firmly into the ground, trying to make it absorb the magic attack. The attack was successfully absorbed by Bell's sword. Bell stood up with his sword enveloped in lightning. Only one. Is that even possible? Tyan asked incredulously at what Bell had done. TSK, I forgot about that. Heden complained mentally as he watched Bell absorb his magic. Bell lunged at Heden, ready to return the attack. Heden prepared to dodge, but was confused when he saw Bell change direction. Bell changed course and attacked the Amazon sisters and Bet, who, surprised by Bell's change, did not react. Eyes. Finn shouted as he saw the attack hit them directly. Despite the damage, the Amazon sisters could still move thanks to their berserk abilities. The Amazon sisters have abilities that, when attacked and in danger, become stronger. Bet, for his part, was able to absorb some of the lightning attack with his boots, but by concentrating on that he did not see a second attack from Bell. Bell grabbed Bet's head and slammed it hard against the ground, then stomped on his head, knocking him out. Looking around, Bell saw Reveria, Gareth, the Gulliver's brothers, and Otter defending the goddesses. Well, Althea was standing in front of them, preventing them from directly supporting the others, but Reveria had still managed to provide some support with her ice magic. While watching those defending the goddesses and his aunt, Bell did not react to a swift attack from Alan. The attack left him with a serious cut on his back. Bell turned to return the attack to Alan, but had to block an attack from Ace and Finn. They almost got me, Bell said, pushing back and starting to attack them. Bell heard Hogni begin chanting his second magic. I tried to go against him, but the others got in his way, preventing him. Finally, Hogni completed his chant of Victim Abyss, acquiring a serious and powerful personality. Hogni began to attack Bell aggressively. Bell managed to deflect and block his attacks, but even so, he could not face Hogni with Victim Abyss activated and the others since he was getting tired. Ignis. Bell shot his sword, engulfing it in flames. When Hogni attacked Bell, he blocked it with his flaming sword. The swords made contact and released an explosion. Hogni received the attack directly but was still able to continue fighting. Bell, for his part, had also received part of the attack, but to a lesser extent. That wasn't a good idea, but it did the trick to avoid being overwhelmed. Bell thought, looking seriously at the others. He had already gotten rid of Bet, but he didn't know if he could handle the others, since despite being enemies, the Freya and Loki families were cooperating. First I must get rid of the Amazons. They seem to grow stronger with each injury, Bell thought seriously, launching himself into an attack on the Amazon sisters. Bell jumped and swung his sword downwards directly towards Tiona, who used her Urga to block the attack. But Bell, having far superior strength, caused Tiona to lose her strength and yield to Bell. Tiona appeared trying to stab Bell from the side, but Bell just grabbed her wrist and kicked her in the stomach. Then I grabbed Tiona by the face and used her so that Alan's spear could give her a good cut. Taking advantage of this, he gave Alan a powerful blow to the face, sending him flying a few meters away. Bell took advantage of the tight spot and knocked Tiona out with a strong blow to the back of the neck, but when he decided to take Tiona out of the game, he had to receive a knife from Tiona. The knife lodged in Bell's right shoulder. He groaned in pain but picked it up and threw it at Tyan, hitting him in the leg. He approached and struck her with the flat part of his sword, knocking her several meters away and leaving her out of the fight. Bell took the opportunity to begin reciting his destructive magic chant, and upon seeing this, the others rushed to stop him. Hogni rushed alongside Alan, attacking Bell with great force. Hogni used his rapid chanting to recite his Dane's leaf magic. Bell used his sword to absorb Hogni's magic, then struck Alan directly with it. Alan took the full force of the explosion, being thrown several meters, then he grabbed Hogni by the neck. But Finn's spear pierced his left leg, he released Hogni and used his sword to shield himself from Heden's attacks. He had been unable to continue his chant because he was overwhelmed, and he could not attack with all his might because he was tired and had a spear piercing his left leg. Bell tried to hit Heden, but Heden dodged it and cut him from his right hip to his left shoulder. Ugh. Bell bled, already suffering from several wounds. Heden punched him hard in the face, throwing him a few meters. Bell slowly got up, his vision blurred, and then he realized he had dropped his sword. While searching for her, he saw Heden take her and throw her away from Bell, then he heard a noise beside him. Turning his head, he saw Ace standing in front of him, holding her sword tightly and with great determination on her face. "Give up, Bell, you can't anymore," Ace told him without letting go of her fighting power, even though it hurt her heart to see her hero in such a deplorable state. "And then what, Ace? Will we go back to Aario and have a happy ending?" Bell asked, slowly getting up. When he didn't get a response from Ace, he continued, "Things don't work like that, Ace. This isn't a fairy tale. There's no hero here. This isn't solved with a hug." At Bell's words, Ace froze. He had just told her that heroes didn't exist, but she took it as meaning that he wasn't her hero. Ace began to tear up at Bell's harsh words. Her heart was hurting, her chest was hurting, her very soul was hurting. "Heroes don't exist. Bell isn't my hero. I've never had a hero, and I never will," Ace thought, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was about to break down mentally in front of everyone, but her eyes gained an unwavering determination as she looked at Bell. "You are blinded by anger, Bell. I will defeat you and make you reconsider so that you return with me to Aario," Ace said with determination. Bell, upon hearing Ace, was about to reply but stopped when he spat out a large amount of blood. Then he took Finn's spear stuck in his leg and pulled it out with a grunt, slowly getting up while holding the spear in his hands. "Please Bell, give up and let's go back to Aario," Ace pleaded, though she was prepared to defeat Bell to take him back. It still pained her to see him in such a pitiful state. He was barely standing, his pupils bulging, showing that he could hardly see. "Then make me, Ace, because I won't stop," Bell said, his spear ready to attack her. Bell began to fiercely attack Ace, and onlookers were surprised to see Bell using Finn and Alan's fighting style with a spear. "It seems he has my talent," Althea said to herself as she watched Bell copy Finn and Alan's fighting style. Bell relentlessly attacked Ace with the spear, and despite his injuries, Bell was slowly subduing her. Ace, seeing no other option and witnessing how she was being subdued by Bell, had no choice but to use her aerial magic. "Awaken, Tempest, Aerial." Ace surrounded herself with wind and began to fiercely attack Bell, but even so, they were on equal footing. "What's wrong, Ace? Can't you?" Bell asked, continuing to attack her relentlessly. Ace was surprised at how Bell, even in his deplorable state, continued the fight, even if he wasn't using his sword. Using a weapon he wasn't specialized in, he was putting up a fight, and with that he had the firm thought that Bell was someone amazing. "Please Bell, give up, I don't want to hurt you," Ace pleaded, defending herself and dodging Bell's attacks. "Me? Surrender, Ace. I thought you knew me," Bell said mockingly, trying to sweep but being injured in the leg he couldn't complete it. Ace took advantage of this and kicked him in the face, unbalancing him. Bell launched a strong thrust, but Ace dodged it by turning on his own axis. Then with his sword he cut her side. Bell groaned in pain, but still grabbed Ace's foot and knocked her down. Bell climbed on top of her and began to hit her several times, although these blows had almost no power due to her terrible condition. "Come on Ace. Defeat me like you say," Bell shouted, continuing to throw punches at her face, but Ace defended herself with her arms, preventing the blows from hitting her face. The others just watched the scene because they knew that this fight was important for Ace and Bell. Meanwhile the Amazon sisters in bed had already gotten up. Ace and Lafia thought worriedly, watching Ace being hit by Bell. She was about to unleash her magic, but Reveria stopped her. "They need it," Reveria said, shaking her head. Lafia could only watch the scene with concern. As Bell threw punches non-stop, Ace noticed how they were becoming less powerful each time, so she quickly knocked Bell to the ground. He climbed on top of him and began to hit him in the face with all his might, but now without wind. "I'm going to defeat you. I'm going to bring you back to Aario. I'm going to bring you back to my side again. I don't care what you say, I always want to be by your side," Ace shouted, surprising everyone by how she unleashed her emotions in such a powerful way. Bell was being hit non-stop by an angry Ace, who was shedding tears of pain over what was happening. In one of Bell's blows, the parrot managed to get her off him, so he quickly climbed on top of her. "Don't mess with me. Why would I have to go back? Why would I go back to Aario with you?" Bell yelled, hitting Ace in the face. Although Bell threw many punches, they barely did any damage because he had almost no strength left and he was barely conscious. Ace grabbed Bell's face and gave him a strong headbutt, stunning Bell. Ace, still on the ground, punched Bell, getting him off him. But she didn't climb on top of him anymore because she was too tired to do that and they both started to get up. "Because I need you by my side to live, Bell, because you're my hero," Ace shouted from the bottom of her heart while crying. Bell's eyes widened in shock at that. Ace had never told him that, never had she told him that he was so important to her. "You're my hero," Bell sniffed, "that's why I need you, sniff by my side," Ace said between sobs. Her heart had told her what she felt for him in its own way. Bell did not respond to what Ace said, he began to approach Ace at a slow pace, slowly raising his fist ready to strike. Ace, in turn, imitated Bell's action. When they were almost touching, they both punched each other in the face at the same time. With that, the two fell unconscious, Bell from his injuries and Ace from exhaustion and mental fatigue. "It seems they've reached their limit," Loki said, watching as both teenagers had fallen. "What kind of monster is Predator? He faced them all at once. I'm sure he has the advantage over any level 6 in a 1v1, Lafia thought, amazed by Bell's power. "What did you think?" Alfea asked, sounding vague, confusing the others, but they noticed where Alfea was looking towards the cabin. When they turned their gaze towards the cabin, they saw an old man with a white beard and hair. The veterans and the goddesses recognized him instantly. "It was quite a sentimental battle," Zu said, looking at Bell's unconscious body with a smile. "And who is that old man?" Tyan asked, confused as to why the veterans and goddesses looked surprised. "Me? I'm the gallant one, the stallion, the iron cock, the womanizer, the Casanova, the hexiest, the most handsome." Zeus couldn't continue because Rhea and Loki interrupted him. "He's the perverted god Zeus," Freya and Loki said simultaneously, cutting off Zeus's super presentation. "They ruined my awesome presentation," Zeus complained childishly while stamping his foot on the floor. Those who did not know they had met the god Zeus had a drop of sweat on their face due to the disappointment the god presented. Seriously, this was the god with the strongest family? The newcomers thought, watching the god complain to Freya and Loki. "They're going too far. Maxim wouldn't let me finish my presentations either," Zeus complained, remembering how his family's captain did the same thing. "I will cure Bell," Riveria said, completely ignoring Zeus, just like everyone else in the place. "And what do we do with Bell?" Otter asked Freya, who in turn turned her gaze towards Alfea. "That's up to him, I'll support him in whatever he chooses," Alfea told them, standing next to Bell and supervising Riveria, who was healing Bell. With that, everyone began to heal themselves with potions, while Riveria healed Bell, as he was the one in the worst condition. "How's Asan?" Lafia asked, worried about the golden girl's condition. "Don't worry, Lafia, she'll be fine. Her injuries are minor compared to Bell's," Tyan said, sprinkling potions on Ace. "How much power does that human have?" Lafia asked, looking at Bell's body. "Quite strong, you yourself just saw how he faced several level 6 and 5 enemies alone, and that's without wearing his armor, otherwise he would have fought much harder," Finn replied this time. Lafia simply nodded in confirmation. She found it surprising how Bell faced several adventurers at the same time. Bell's condition gradually improved, although they had to use magic and potions to heal him. Since his health was in a deplorable state, especially his leg, as it was completely pierced. After several hours of healing Bell, he got up, surprising everyone, as they expected it to take at least a day. "So I lost, huh?" Bell said, looking around at everyone. It was the decisive moment of what he would do now. Chapter 20. "So I lost, huh?" Bell said, looking at everyone around him. "That's right, Bell, you lost. What will you do now?" Alfea asked, standing next to Bell and looking at him seriously. "What will I do? Stay here, what else?" Bell replied, surprising Ace and Lafia, who, with their innocent and young minds, thought that with his defeat he would return. On the other hand, the others already knew that would happen. After all, a defeat doesn't solve the problem. "But Bell, you lost, now we'll go back to Aario," Ace said, confused by Bell's words, while Lafia nodded in support of Ace. "I already told you, Ace, this isn't a fairy tale. Being defeated doesn't solve or change anything," Bell told Ace, presenting the harsh reality. "But Bell," Ace wanted to say something to Bell, but she couldn't find the words. The happiness she had felt upon defeating Bell, believing that his defeat would bring him back to her side, vanished. Lafia, who was watching the scene, couldn't stand to see that. She didn't like seeing how Ace went from being happy to being discouraged in a second. "But Ace made an effort for you. you can't just reject her now. Lafia said, summoning courage from nowhere, though she blushed with embarrassment as soon as she finished speaking. You're wrong, orange-haired elf, Bell said, not knowing Lafia's name. The great trust we built over the years, that trust is broken, and it won't be rebuilt anytime soon, Bell said, this time looking at Freya. Freya, knowing what he was saying to her, began to approach Bell, and as she got close to him, she took a deep breath. Bell, I'm sorry, I know no apology will bring back the trust you had in me. Freya said, apologizing to Bell. You're right about that, nothing will bring back the trust we had, Bell said bluntly. But please Bell, go back to Aario, go back to the Freya family, let's start over, Freya pleaded. Bell was about to refuse, but he didn't finish because he was surprised, like everyone else, by Freya's action. Something unthinkable for everyone had happened, for Freya, the proudest goddess, the goddess with the strongest family. That same goddess had knelt before Bell, to the surprise of absolutely everyone. Not only did he kneel, but he also made a bow to Bell, demonstrating the regret he felt, as well as his sadness. Freya Soma. Instantly, all the members of the Freya family rushed to try to make Freya stand up. Leave me alone, it's a divine order, Freya ordered seriously, stopping them. I won't move from here until Bell forgives me, Freya said seriously. Upon hearing those words, Bell received intense death glares from the Freya family. Even Otter looked at him angrily. But Bell paid no attention to his family members. Instead, he was in shock at Freya's actions. She never thought in her life that Freya would kneel before anyone, much less a mortal. Although he still resented her, he still didn't want to see her on her knees. After all, he still loved her for taking care of him for so many years. Get up, Freya Soma, Bell said calmly, but Freya still did not move from her place. Not until you forgive me, Bell, Freya said, determined to stay in that place until she obtained Bell's forgiveness. Even so, I won't forgive her. Bell told her, making Freya even more discouraged and her family members even angrier. But I'm still willing to start all over again, Bell said, making Freya look up. But don't expect trust to return quickly. You broke my trust, and that doesn't heal quickly, Bell told her. At that, Freya immediately jumped to Bell to hug him with thick tears on her face, she felt as if all her sorrows were disappearing. Bell. Freya couldn't help but burst into tears upon hearing Bell's words. Her being was filled with happiness. Who would have thought we'd see the proud Freya on her knees? Loki said with a mocking smile. But she fell when she felt the death stare that the Freya family sent her, so intense that Finn and Gareth had to stand in front of her, as it seemed that a war was about to begin. Freya was rubbing her face against Bell's chest, while he tried to get her off him. Stay away, you're soaking my shirt with tears, Bell said, trying to push Freya away, but she ignored him. But out of nowhere Bell began to feel another grip from behind, and when he turned his head he saw Ace with a small pout. What's wrong, Ace? Bell asked, confused, seeing Ace pouting while pulling his arm. But Ace didn't answer her. Instead, she stopped pulling her arm and started pushing Freya. What's wrong, Kinky? Freya asked, annoyed at being interrupted during her reconciliation with Bell. He's my hero, get yourself one, Ace told her. At that, Freya smiled a little and moved away from Bell. Okay, I'll leave Bell with you for a while, Freya said, detaching herself from Bell so that Ace wouldn't get jealous. It seems things are back to normal. Riveria thought with a nostalgic smile. But of course not everyone was happy while watching the situation, especially two women, one out of jealousy and the other out of overprotectiveness. That human is being hugged by Ace, how jealous. Lafia thought, filled with jealousy at the hug Bell was receiving from Ace. That girl is really clinging to Bell. To be with Bell she'd first have to surpass me, Althea thought with a frown. The only reason he didn't intervene was because he knew Bell needed it. It was the only way for him to return to Aario. Bell, you're my idol, Bell. Zeus shouted, tears of pride in his eyes. Not only the most beautiful goddess, but you also have that girl. He said with great pride in his voice. Now all you have to do is go to Aario and form the biggest harem in the world. Zeus shouted, excited to see Bell building such a huge harem. Gospel. One simple word sent Zeus flying back to the cabin where they are living. You stupid old man, even in serious moments you can't stop being perverted, Althea said with a frown. Bell could only smile at the scene. He was already used to his aunt hitting Zeus with her magic. Come on Bell, we should talk, Althea said, walking towards the cabin with Bell following her. By the way, Finn, aren't we going to do anything about Althea? You know, because of the Dark Age and all that, Loki asked Finn. We leave it at that, Loki. Bell agreed to return to Aario. If we attack his aunt, it will all have been for nothing, Finn reasoned. Besides, nobody wants to face Althea, Gareth said with a smile, remembering how easily Althea humiliated him. At that, Riveria and Otter trembled a little just remembering how they were both humiliated by that woman. Riveria during the Dark Age and Otter years ago when Althea made him pass through an abandoned house with a single knife attack. Inside the cabin were 3 people sitting in armchairs, all 3 knowing the topic that would be discussed. "Why don't you come with me to Aario?" Bell asked them, a trace of sadness in his voice. "You already know that, Bell. In my case I'm banished from Aario," Zu said after letting out a sigh at Bell's stubbornness. "I was part of Evilus, Bell. I can't just show up in Aario like nothing happened. After all, you could say I'm a genocidal maniac," Althea said calmly. Bell could only lower his head in silence, for he knew they were right about that. The 2 of them could not return to Aario. "But don't be sad about that, Bell, we can still keep in touch through letters," Althea said, trying to calm Bell down. "But I don't want to be separated from you, I want you to be by my side," Bell told them, pleading with them to stay by his side. Althea and Zu sighed at that. They knew very well how stubborn Bell was about these matters. After all, if he weren't, he wouldn't be the son of Materia. Althea got up from the armchair and calmly approached Bell. When she reached him, she sat down next to him and gave him a hug. "Don't worry, Bell, even if we're not exactly by your side, remember that we'll always support you," Althea said, stroking Bell's hair. But Bell wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. She didn't know how to try to convince them. "You're too old to depend on us anymore, Bell. This is your adventure. Ours is over," Zeus said, sitting next to Bell. "Are you calling me old, Zeus?" Althea asked, her face sharp and ready to attack. She wouldn't allow anyone to talk to her about age. "He of course not, Althea." Zeus quickly began to deny it with a pale face, making Bell laugh. His grandfather and aunt's actions always made him laugh, although more than actions they were beatings that his aunt gave his grandfather. "You must build your own path without depending on us, Bell. That's what your mother would have wanted, and that's what we want," Althea told him, having stopped scaring Zeus. "Althea is right, Bell. You can't be clinging to us. You must forge your own path as a person and as the warrior you are," Zeus wisely told him. "First time I haven't heard you say anything related to women," Bell said with a smile. In response, she received a pinch from her aunt, who was clearly annoyed that they were bringing up that topic in front of her. "Sorry," Bell apologized. "But you're right, I shouldn't be clinging to you," Bell told them, standing up with a determined look. "I will forge my own path with my own hands, without letting anyone stop or hold me back, be it the most powerful monster or the deadliest disease, I will always keep fighting," Bell said with great determination. As if it were a fairy tale, Zeus and Althea saw Materia behind Bell with a smile. Althea couldn't help but shed a tear when she saw how her nephew had the same determination as his sister. Zeus, for his part, put on a big smile, but not a perverted one as usual, but one of happiness. "It seems that today begins the journey of a hero," Zeus thought, happy to see his grandson willing to do anything to get ahead in that cruel world. Althea quickly rushed to give Bell a strong hug. She could only be happy with her nephew's determination. "My sister Materia, your son will be someone capable of overcoming any obstacle. I hope you're watching him from heaven," Althea thought, still hugging Bell. Zeus also joined the arm which lasted a few minutes. At some point Zeus tried to squeeze Althea's butt, but she squeezed his hand tightly, stopping him. "Thank you for taking care of me these years I was with you," Bell said with a big smile and a few tears. "Don't be such a crybaby, Bell, heavens, you're just like your mother in that respect too," Althea said with a smile. "I hope you grow up well, Bell," she added, then grabbed him by the collar and gave him a cold look. "And you'd better not follow any of that pervert Zeus's advice," she said in a clear threat. Hi. Bell couldn't help but pale at his aunt's words, so he began nodding like crazy for his salvation. Now it was Zeus's turn to give his grandson a big farewell hug, of course without any words of encouragement. "Become a legend, Bell, surpass even the members of my family and heirs, surpass those great people who once walked this world," Zeus said with a smile. Bell nodded resolutely at those words. He had heard several stories from Zeus and Althea about the great people who had walked the Zeus and Hera families. Therefore, he wanted to surpass such warriors. He would not fail them as the last member of both families. "I promise you, Grandpa, I will not only catch up to them, but I will surpass them to prove that their legacy still endures after their deaths," Bell said with great determination in his eyes. Now he had a new path, or rather, a new goal. To become the strongest adventurer of all. Zeus nodded in approval to Bell's words, then leaned close to their ear and whispered a few last words. "I hope you build a great harem, Bell. I've taught you the whole harem path, so don't let me down. And remember, big-breasted women are the best," Zeus whispered. Bell just smiled at his grandfather's words. He would miss him if he were telling him every day about how to build a harem. "Whatever you say, Grandpa," Bell replied with a smile, although he and Zeus began to tremble as Althea glared at them. "What was that last thing you couldn't hear?" "It was a whisper, that's why I didn't hear it," Althea said dangerously, frightening them both. Zeus, deciding to stand up for his grandson, chose to confront Althea so that Bell could escape. "Run, Bell. Survive and build your harem," Zeus shouted, blocking Althea's path with his body. Grandpa. I will always remember you. Bell said with a few tears in his eyes. The sacrifice of a soldier should not be wasted. Bell quickly grabbed a bag containing all his belongings and slung it over his shoulder. He kicked the door open and started running straight towards his family and the Loki family while gospel music played in the background. Run fast. Bell warned them, confusing them with his shout. Zeus angered my Aunt Althea. As he finished that sentence, he ran past them. The others paled upon hearing those words at the sight of an angry Althea. They couldn't help but imagine the monster Rex Baylor behind her. Let's go. Loki shouted as Gareth picked her up and they started running. They didn't want to face Althea, especially not if she was angry. With that, everyone started running for their lives. Otter picked up Freya and also started running, followed by the others. Looks like he got away, Althea thought as she dragged an unconscious Zeus by the foot. I hope you achieve your goals, Bell, Althea said to the air as she watched the direction they had gone. And woe betide you if you build that harem. I myself will cut off what makes you a man. Damn me if I allow my nephew to be a womanizer. Althea said, making Zeus, who had just woken up, tremble. If you're a pervert, you'd better make sure it's only with a woman you choose to marry, and only when she manages to surpass me will she be able to be with Bell, Althea finished darkly. Good luck, Bell. I hope that when we meet again you'll present me with a tremendous harem, including that golden-haired swordswoman, a serious-looking blonde elf with blue eyes, and a Shire Ennard, ho. Zeus thought, playing dead so that Althea wouldn't take it out on him by hitting him. Back with the Loki and Freya families, they were already far from the cabin and therefore not in danger. Aze, for some reason, felt a chill run down her spine. She felt she had to surpass someone to be with her hero. What was that? Aze thought, walking beside Bell. Why do I feel like I have to defeat Bell's aunt? She wondered, reflecting on what little her foolish and innocent mind allowed her to understand. Is something wrong, Aze? You seem distracted, Bell asked, walking beside Aze. No, it's just that I felt I had to defeat your aunt for some reason. Aze explained her situation. I see, honestly I don't know what to tell you so I won't say anything. Bell said sincerely with his hands behind his neck. By the way, Aze, you're level 5 now, right? Bell asked, curious about that fact, now that he wasn't trying to cut them off. Yes, Aze replied, nodding her head. Just then, she felt Bell's hand caress her head. Well done, Aze, you're only 1 level away from catching up to me, Bell said with a smile that was clearly a sign of a protagonist who was wet with panties, a founding father of an erect penis, a reproductive organ, a thyroid, a stela mastodon. But now that you're coming back, you'll surely reach level 7, Aze said with a rather cute pout. That may be true, but I don't know what can make me level up to 7, Bell said, unfazed by Aze's pout. But first you need to raise your status numbers, Aze told him, reminding him that he needed to raise his status first. Aze, my Deus Ambrosia ability allows me to increase my stats just by eating beasts, so when I have a normal meal and eat meat, my stats are already increasing. And adding to that, I occasionally ate monsters that attack the village, so my stats must have increased by 300 in total over these 4 years, Bell said, making Aze a little discouraged. Bell, noticing this, put an arm around her shoulder to calm her down a little while smiling at her confidently. But don't worry, Aze, you'll catch up with me, I'm sure of it, Bell said with great confidence in his words. Aze couldn't help but smile upon hearing her hero's words, so she snuggled her head a little into the arm with which Bell was hugging her. Of course, this didn't affect Bell in the slightest, but as soon as Aze settled her head on Bell's arm, he felt a gaze pierce the back of his neck. Turning his head, he saw Lafia glaring at him with a jealous expression. Hey Aze, Bell called, making her turn to look at him. Does that Lafia hate me? Bell asked, confused. Lafia? Aze asked, confused, so she turned to look at Lafia, but Lafia instantly changed her gaze to one of admiration. I don't think so, but I'll introduce you to her, Aze said, gesturing for him to come closer. Lafia nodded quickly and approached them. In her own words, at the beginning of the journey she was afraid to meet Bell. Since she was told about Bell and Aze's close relationship and how Bell was the most important person to Aze, she couldn't help but want to know what he was like. But upon investigating, he was horrified by what he found. What he discovered was how Bell, with his Deus Ambrosia ability, was eating monsters and humans to become strong. She imagined Bell as someone terrifying who would eat her as soon as he saw her, but she was surprised to see that he had the appearance of a rabbit. But what surprised him most was the emotional battle he had with Aze, because seeing Aze release her emotions made him understand how much Bell meant to Aze. Now there she was, about to be introduced to Bell, that adventurer who initially terrified her, but who now made her jealous for being close to Aze. This is Lafia Viridis, a level 3 adventurer from the Loki family. I present to you Aze Lafia, who was nervous. Hello, Lafia greeted nervously, feeling as though she were in the presence of a living legend. Well, I had also read and heard about all the feats that Bell accomplished in his short career as an adventurer. To tell the truth, I even admired him before I learned of his Deus Ambrosia ability, which left me terrified of him. Nice to meet you, Lafia. I'm sure you already know me, but I'm Bell Cranel, a level 6 adventurer from the Freya family. Bell introduced himself, extending his hand. But he remembered how Heden had hammered it into his head through blows that elves do not let themselves be touched by anyone they do not permit. So he was about to withdraw his hand, but to his surprise, Lafia took his hand while trembling with nerves. Nice to meet you, Bell-san. Lafia accepted the greeting while trembling with nerves. You don't have to use san, not that I care, but I forget to use it myself, so I don't pay attention to it, Bell said with a smile. Bell's smile made Lafia even more nervous, causing her to forget to let go of Bell's hand, who was trying to let go of Lafia's. But Lafia was brought back when Ace removed Lafia's hand with a pout on her beautiful face. Don't steal my hero, Lafia, get your own, Ace said, taking Bell's hand and pulling him along. Lafia first blushed and smiled broadly when she saw Ace's pout, but after processing Ace's words she reacted. And no, Ace-san, I didn't mean to take your hero away from you. Lafia shouted, blushing and nervous about the situation. But Ace just hugged Bell's arm while glaring at Lafia, who was disheartened by that. Ace-san hates me, Ace-san hates me, Ace-san hates me. Lafia quickly entered a state of absolute depression. Looks like Ace got jealous, Tiona said cheerfully as she watched Lafia curse. It bothers me when that pink-haired Palom from the Astri family gets too close to the captain, Tyan said, jealousy evident in her voice. But it bothers me even more when the captain stares at the fifth Gulliver's sister, she finished, pulling at her hair in anger. But the captain always treats that Palom of the Astri family formally, and with the fifth sister, Gulliver hardly ever speaks. Tiona said, recalling those events. That's true, she always completely ignores him, unless the Gulliver's brothers attack the captain first. Aki said, who was standing next to them. I lost, but that Palom ignores him, that damned girl, how dare she ignore the captain. Tyan continued to complain. I never thought I'd see the Gulliver's brothers being overprotective of anyone other than Freya, Riveria told them, watching Bell and Ace with a smile. Well, there's a reason she's the fifth Gulliver's sister, Tiona said, remembering how now when they referred to the Gulliver siblings, Lily was included. Putting that aside, it seems that Ace will go back to being her old self. Riveria told them, emphasizing Bell and Ace. The others turned to see Ace still hugging Bell's arm and glaring at Lafia. Ha. The girls started laughing at that scene, making Lafia even more embarrassed and depressed. I'm glad to see things will go back to normal, Riveria thought, looking at Ace and Bell with a motherly smile. Back with Bell, he was confused as to why Ace was clinging to his arm with such determination while looking at Lafia. Ace, don't hold on to my arm so much, can't you see I might fall? Bell said, trying to pull Ace away from him. But Ace turned to look at him with a sad expression. Those who watched the scene felt like they were dying of tenderness, but since it was Bell, he didn't even flinch. I might fall, Ace, Bell said again, making Ace sadly let go of him while looking at the ground in despair. Bell instantly felt a penetrating gaze that promised much pain as he looked to see where the gaze was coming from. He found Riveria giving him a look of absolute death. Her gaze seemed to want to kill him in the worst possible ways. How scary, thought Bell, trembling with fear. Riveria glanced at Ace, who was still staring at the ground, dejected. Bell, understanding the message, hugged Ace by the shoulders, making Ace turn to look at him in surprise. And no reason to be discouraged, Ace, Bell said, trying not to look scared by Riveria's gaze. Ace looked at Bell with a bright gleam in her beautiful golden eyes, and with a smile, she snuggled up to Bell's side. If they had gone by cart it would have been different, but when they ran away to escape an angry Althea they had to leave the carts. So they had to return to Aario on foot, although not everyone was walking, Freya of course was on one of Otter's shoulders. The journey continued without many problems, or rather no problems at all, beyond some simple bandits wanting to take Freya away. But nothing they couldn't handle, although the poor men were destroyed in a heartbeat for looking at Freya that way. After several hours of walking they arrived in Aario, as the village was not very far from Aario. I'm back, Aario. Chapter 21. I'm back, Aario. The Loki and Freya families stood before the enormous gate of Aario. Everyone could see them, but those who already knew them looked at Bell in surprise. They were surprised to see who was with them, especially after what he tried to do. Did you see who came with them? Said one of the citizens who did recognize Bell. Yes, I thought he wouldn't come back after what he did, the other citizen replied affirmatively. Don't pay them any mind, Bell, Ace said, frowning at the way they were talking about Bell, but when she turned to look at him, she saw him trembling. What's wrong, Bell? Ace asked, worried to see Bell trembling. This made her frown even more, as she thought it was because of the citizens. It's just that I remembered I didn't pay Akihiro for the armor or the sword besides. I don't know what Rose will do to me. Anyu one san Mia Oba-chan Ard one san allies Ryu. I think I'm going to die. Bell said tremulously. Aze was surprised by this because she hadn't expected that answer, but she still acquired a determined look. Don't worry Bell, I'll protect you, Aze said with great determination on her expressionless face. Bell, seeing Aze's words and her enormous determination, couldn't help but feel moved. I love you so much, Aze. Bell said happily as he hugged her, making Aze blush a little. But she still returned the hug with a smile, but what the two of them didn't see was a super mega ultra huge jealous look from Lafia. I'm so jealous. Lafia shouted in her mind. She wanted to go over to them and separate them while throwing a tantrum, but she didn't want to ruin Bell and Aze's reunited moment. Ahem, Loki coughed, drawing Aze and Bell's attention. We have to go inside now, besides I want to hug you too, Aze tan. Loki instantly lunged at them, but Aze simply used her hand to prevent him from getting close. You're so mean, Aze tan, Loki complained like a child, trying to get closer to Aze, but she avoided him with one hand. That's right, I really want to see her Aario, let's go Aze. Bell shouted, carrying Aze like a prince. That's right, I really want to see her Aario, let's go Aze. Bell shouted, carrying Aze like a princess, much to her embarrassment and delight. Bell, with Aze in his hands, began running towards her Aario, completely ignoring the guards. We'll have to take care of it ourselves, Finn said, letting out a sigh, though without losing his characteristic smile. No one complained that Bell left them giving explanations, because they knew that Bell was excited. And the Loki family didn't want to interrupt their princess's happiness. They didn't want a bad relationship with her like the one Aze and Bet had. Bell ran through the buildings with Aze in his arms, she had her arms around Bell's neck while she had a smile on her face. Soon Bell stopped at a building large enough for him to see her Aario. It looks the same as it did 4 years ago, Bell said with a nostalgic smile as he looked around her Aario. Nothing has really changed, Aze said, still hugging his neck. Hey Aze, Bell said without looking at her. Do you think they're mad at me for leaving for 4 years? He asked, a little scared. Yes, Aze said directly and without any passion. But I will be by your side to protect you, Aze said with a beautiful smile. Aze. Bell couldn't help but be moved again. I'm so happy I could kiss you, Bell said, not noticing how Aze's eyes lit up. Aze closed her eyes and pursed her lips a little, eager for a kiss, but when she saw that nothing was happening, she opened them. As she did so, she saw that Bell wasn't even looking at her, which made her feel both depressed and angry. Baka, Aze said in a low voice, annoyed that her hero hadn't given her a kiss. What did you say, Aze? Bell asked, turning to look at her, but all he saw was her looking away with a frown. Bell shrugged at that and decided to ignore it, then flexed his legs and took a great leap. We'll go to the guild first to see if there are any problems. Rose doesn't count as a problem, she's a catastrophe, Bell explained, trembling at the last part. Aze simply nodded in response, so the two continued running to the guild. It only took them a few minutes since Bell was level 6. Bell stopped in front of the guild and stared at it with a smile, while he lowered Aze so he could move around more freely. Here I go, Bell said, determined to face his imminent death at Rose's hands. Aze, if I don't come back, I want you to know that I love you, Bell told her before entering the guild with a firm step. Bell entered, exuding a powerful presence like a true level 6 adventurer. Several people turned to look at him, confused as they didn't know who he was. On the other hand, there were also those who were surprised by his miraculous return, since many rookies consider him a legend for his great feats. But ignoring all that, Bell moved forward step by step towards the receptionists, especially a certain level 6 werewolf with a serious expression. Bell approached Rose with great determination, and she, in turn, noticed Bell and turned to look at him. At once, an enormous pressure was felt that broke Bell's resolve like butter, causing him to tremble completely. Hello Rose, W long time, huh? Bell said with a nervous smile as he looked at Rose. Rose, for her part, said nothing and just stared intently at Bell, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, blinking a few times to make sure it was true. Then I simply walked towards Bell at a slow pace. The closer I got, the more the pressure increased. But in a swift movement, Rose hugged Bell tightly, surprising him as well as everyone else. In his eyes, the stoic and cold Rose who always rejected all adventurers, that same Rose was now embracing a man. I'm so glad to see you again, Rose said, with a few tears in her eyes. Before her she saw her silly little brother, whom she always had to scold for doing stupid things in the dungeon. I'm sorry Rose, I'm sorry I left without saying goodbye 4 years ago, Bell apologized, returning the hug. Who is that boy? How dare he hug the red-haired goddess of the guild? Said an extremely jealous adventurer who was about to, according to him, teach Bell a lesson, but was stopped by a veteran adventurer. You're crazy, he'll destroy you in a second if you bother him, the veteran said seriously to the jealous adventurer. Who could that bunny be? Just because he has muscles doesn't make him strong, the jealous adventurer retorted, believing he could stand against Bell. Don't be an idiot, he's Predator, a level 6 adventurer from the Freya family, the veteran said, freezing the jealous adventurer. Besides, he's the only adventurer Rose has under her command, the man added, surprising the newcomers. But I've never seen him before, the jealous adventurer retorted, though now it was only his jealousy that kept him arguing. 4 years ago, for some reason we don't know, he attacked the goddess Freya, but he failed and then simply disappeared, the veteran explained to all the rookies who were listening. Besides, he can hug her. After all, in the guild he's known as Rose's troublesome little brother, the veteran adventurer finished with a smile. Upon hearing that, everyone turned to look again at Bell and Rose, who were still hugging under Ace's penetrating gaze. I hope you're ready for the tremendous beating I'm going to give you. In fact, beating would be an understatement, Rose said, separating herself from Bell while looking at him with a smile. See, can we negotiate? Bell asked, hoping to find a way out. No, was Rose's sharp and deadly reply, leaving Bell completely deflated. The next thing everyone in the guild saw was Rose dragging Bell into a room for a private talk. Ace tried to protect Bell, but a simple look from Rose made her tremble like a frightened child. In fact, that look brought back memories of when she was little and Riveria taught her to swim. For several minutes only cries of pain from a poor tormented soul could be heard. Several men knelt down while offering their condolences. Ace could only watch helplessly as her hero was beaten by a furious woman. Her mini-Ace told her to save him, but her body did not react, remembering the look Rose gave her. Thus passed Bell's minutes of suffering, where after being freed by Rose, he quickly left the guild followed by Ace. Help me a little, Ace, Bell said, limping. Ace nodded and came closer to help Bell walk. So it was true, said a female voice that froze Bell. He slowly turned to see a grown-up RD. You've returned, you silly little rabbit, she said without any expression on her face. This only scared Bell more. He had just gotten out of one beating only to possibly get into another. RD slowly approached Bell and, as he expected, she hugged him tightly. Don't disappear again, you idiot, RD said, with a few tears in her eyes, but with a beautiful smile of happiness. I'm sorry, Bell said, returning the hug under Ace's watchful gaze. By the way, if possible, don't hit me, Bell said, still clinging to her and tempting fate. Don't worry, Bell, RD said, pulling away from Bell's embrace. Don't you remember what I told you when we first met? Forgiveness is a form of justice, that's why I forgive you, RD wisely told Bell. But I haven't done anything wrong to deserve to face justice, Bell said, seeing no logic in RD's words. How could I not? You hurt my small, fragile heart by leaving so suddenly, leaving your poor sister behind, RD said dramatically. Well, fragile isn't really the right word, Bell said, noticing that RD's aura was more powerful than last time. Do you want me to hit you? RD said with a dangerous look on her beautiful and precious goddess face. You're right, RD Onichan. You're a delicate lady who should be abandoned. Bell said in a military pose, terrified of being hit. That's the spirit, Bell. I'm glad you haven't gotten any dumber in these 4 years, RD said with a smile. Of course I didn't play dumb, in fact, I'll prove it to you with a very wise phrase, Bell said, catching RD and Ace's attention. Here it is, if you're going to hit me hard, but give me a good spanking, Bell told them with a satisfied smile. He instantly felt a chill run through his entire body, and when he saw the girls he noticed how RD was looking at him dangerously. Ace, on the other hand, just tilted her head in confusion, as she didn't understand what Bell meant by sit-downs. This my grandfather taught me, he taught me many things in fact, Bell said, stuttering a little. Run. That was all Bell needed to hear to run for his life, being chased by a Terminator RD. This one had the words correct perverted rabbit written on its face, which only scared Bell more. As he ran to escape RD and preserve his life, hands grabbed him and dragged him into an alley. What happened? Bell said, confused, not having seen the hands pull him into the alley. When he saw who had saved him, he looked in surprise at a beautiful, smiling allies. Allies? Bell asked, surprised by how beautiful allies looked. Those 4 years had certainly made her grow a lot. How you've grown, little bunny, allies said, hugging Bell without him answering at all. Now you're quite the heartthrob. I'll have to hide you so you don't get defiled, allies finished with a smile. Thanks. Bell didn't even know how to respond to allies' words. By the way, it seems you've grown, allies. Bell said with a smile. Allies smiled at that. To tell the truth, she knew how much she had grown physically and in strength. She was one of the untouchable goddesses of Aario, along with Rose, Ryu, Kagaya, RD, Shakti, and Riveria. Coincidentally, Bell had contact with all of them. Even though I've grown up, I'm still the beautiful and pure girl I've always been, Ally said jokingly, and Bell couldn't help but get a drop of sweat on his brow. I see you're still boasting about your supposed purity, Bell said with a slightly mocking smile. I'm just stating the facts, I'm a saint, Ally said with great pride, at which Bell smiled as he thought of something. In my opinion, the saint of Aario is Ermid, not you, Bell said mockingly, making Allies glare at him. In any case, you'd be a brute who won't shut up, Bell said wisely, only to receive a smack from Allies. I'm not stupid, I'm a beautiful, pure, and perfect girl, Ally said, puffing out her chest with pride, but she noticed Bell just staring at the wall with boredom. Are you ignoring me? She asked, frowning. Oh no, of course not, it's just that the wall looked fabulous, Bell said, very sure of his answer. Do you know what else is fabulous? Allies asked with a big smile. That a certain elf is looking for you with a rather serious face, ready to punish you for leaving without warning, Allies said, amused to see Bell pale. It's Ryu, right? Bell asked, a little scared, but Allies, for some reason, instead of answering, just smiled more. This confused Bell, but he stopped when he heard a voice. Cranel-san. A beautiful voice spoke from behind Bell, although it sounded serious and angry at the same time. Bell slowly turned around, fearing that the voice he heard was real and not his imagination. But when he turned completely, he saw Ryu. Which, to tell the truth, hardly changed at all, if at all. Its eyes remained the same as it was 4 years ago. The place fell into total silence. Allies, who was behind Bell, decided to leave to let Bell and Ryu talk alone. Hello Ryu, Bell greeted him nervously, trying to test the waters to see whether to run or not. Cranel-san. Ryu said again, the place fell silent once more at Ryu's last words. All didn't know what to say, as he believed it would only anger Ryu more, while she didn't know what to say to Bell. I wanted to tell him that I had missed him, but I was too embarrassed to say it. It's been a while, huh? Bell said, wanting to break the awkward silence that had fallen between them. Why is it harder to talk to her than to Ace? Bell thought, confused by this fact. Yes, 4 long years since you left, Ryu said seriously, making Bell flinch a little at that. This I know it wasn't the best decision, but it was necessary, Ryu, Bell said, trying to convince her, but he only earned a piercing stare from Ryu. You left for 4 years without even saying a word to us, Ryu reproached him again. Didn't you think about all those who care about you? Didn't you think about me? Ryu asked sadly. It's difficult to explain, Ryu, Bell said, avoiding looking her in the eyes. Because of this, she didn't notice Ryu's even angrier gaze. Was the promise you made to me to take responsibility a lie? Ryu asked again, as his eyes moistened slightly. At those words, Bell lowered his head, for he knew he had failed in his promise to Ryu. The curious thing was that he still did not know what it really meant to take responsibility for an elf. I'm sorry Ryu, but I can still keep the promise I made to you, Bell said, looking her straight in the eyes with great determination. Ryu, for his part, stared at Bell, trying to see if he was lying, but when he saw that he didn't find any lies, he smiled a little. You'd better take responsibility, Cranel. No, Bell, Ryu said with a small smile, and Bell smiled at that too. Come on, let's have a reunion hug, Bell said, opening his arms and approaching Ryu, but she pushed him away a little, confusing Bell. First I have to take my vows at the sacred bell tree, Ryu said seriously, at which point Bell completely disconnected. Votes? Sacred tree? What is Ryu talking about? What have I gotten myself into? Bell was confused by Ryu's words. Ryu, what do you mean by votes on the favored tree? Bell asked, confused. But before Ryu could answer, Bell saw an RD Terminator enter the alley. He found me. Bell thought, frightened. What else, Bell, about the vows that every elf has to make before Ryu stopped talking when she saw that Bell was no longer in front of her? Huh? Ryu stared blankly, realizing he was talking to himself, but soon his hair obscured his eyes. Bell, Ryu said, clenching his hands into fists. You won't escape responsibility. The instant he shouted, Ryu raised his gaze, his eyes incredibly determined. Bell, for his part, felt a chill run down his spine while he was inside an abandoned wardrobe. Have I already lost her? Bell thought, peeking her head out and looking both ways to make sure RD wasn't there. Seeing that she couldn't be found, she sighed and then left the wardrobe, now realizing that she had left Ryu talking to herself. I'll apologize to Ryu later. Besides, I don't know what taking vows at the sacred tree means. I'll ask Reveria later, or maybe Heden-sensei. No, not him, he'll probably make me study elf stuff and I'm too lazy. Bell thought, looking up at the sky, then sighed. I think I should see Akiro. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him. With that thought, Bell started walking towards Akihiro's workshop. After 10 minutes I arrived at the workshop and noticed that it was completely abandoned. Bell was surprised by this. Why is it abandoned? Has he stopped being a blacksmith? No, being a blacksmith is Akihiro's passion. Bell thought seriously about the reason why Akihiro abandoned his workshop. While he was thinking of a reason, he heard footsteps behind him and when he turned around he found himself face to face with Akiro. "I knew you'd come here," Akiro said with a smile, while Bell just looked at him silently. "Aren't you going to give your older brother a hug?" Akihiro asked with a smile. Bell could only smile before giving Akihiro a very manly hug, then they both separated. "You've grown quite a bit, Bell, you're even taller than me now," Akihiro said, examining Bell. In these 4 years, Bell had grown like any normal person. Bell was now 1.80 meters tall, quite tall for his age, his face had also changed and matured a bit, Bell had nothing to envy in any man. "Before, you were a little brat I could shake by the cheeks, now you're a huge mastodon, and you're only 16, Akihiro said with a smile as he patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's catch up," Akihiro said, showing him a six-pack and pointing to some chairs in the abandoned workshop. Bell nodded, so they both entered the workshop. Soon Bell sat down in the chair, which to his surprise was very comfortable. "Did you do anything outside of Aario in these 4 years?" Akihiro asked, taking a sip of his tea-cake beer. "Well, I've just been doing light training so I don't get rusty, and every now and then I'd eat some monster that was wandering around," Bell said, also taking a swig from his bottle. "I guess you were just in one place and never left," Akihiro said, taking another sip from his bottle. "Yes, and you, anything new to report?" Bell asked, finishing his drink and taking another. "I'm now level 4 and the second best blacksmith in Aario, only behind Tsubaki," Akihiro said, taking a sip. "I'm also expecting a child," he added, making Bell excited. "A son?" Bell asked, surprised. Akihiro nodded in response. "Congratulations," Bell said, patting him on the shoulder. "I suppose you're already married," Bell said, returning to his chair. "Actually, no," Akihiro replied, confusing Bell. "I was waiting for you to return so I could marry my fiancée," Akihiro said, surprising Bell again. "But why were you waiting for me?" Bell asked, confused by Akihiro's actions. "It's not obvious, I was waiting for who will be my godfather at my wedding," Akihiro told Bell, leaving him speechless. "Me?" Bell asked incredulously, receiving a nod. "But why me?" he asked again. "Because Bell, you're practically my little brother and my fiancé agreed to it, after all, it was thanks to you that I met her," Akihiro said, taking a sip. "I see by the way, I still owe you for the armor. How much was it?" Bell asked, scratching the back of his neck with a nervous smile. "Hahaha." Akihiro began to laugh at Bell's words. "The debt has already been paid," Akihiro said, confusing Bell. "But I haven't paid you yet," Bell asked, confused by that, although he wouldn't complain either. "Consider it a welcome gift, besides, thanks to you I met the love of my life, so the debt is paid," Akihiro said, taking a sip. "Phew, thank goodness, I owed you a lot of money," Bell said, letting out a sigh of relief. "But I imagine you need a new armor, right?" Akihiro asked, receiving a nod from Bell. "I already have it made, the god Hermes brought me your measurements," Akihiro said, leaving Bell speechless. "How does the god Hermes have my measurements?" "That's suspicious," Bell thought. "At least I won't have to wait for you to make it," Bell said with a smile. "Haha." But seeing Akihiro laugh maliciously. "The armor will cost you 400 million. Ha 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 ha," Akihiro said, starting to laugh like crazy. Bell almost fainted upon hearing the price, but he was still petrified by the absurd amount of money. "If you're wondering whether this armor is much better than the one from 4 years ago, much better, that's why it's so expensive." Akihiro reassured him a little. "I see," Bell said, recovering somewhat from the high price of his armor. So Bell and Akihiro continued talking for a few hours catching up, while 3 women searched for Bell. One was looking for her hero, another wanted to explain what the vows on the sacred tree were, and the other wanted to correct her little brother for being a pervert. At night, Bell was in his room ready to go to sleep, although he still couldn't shake the excitement of returning to the dungeon. Tomorrow back to the dungeon, how exciting. "I can't wait to go and who knows, maybe even fight a boss with an irregular floor," Bell thought with a smile as he fell asleep. Chapter 22. Dawn was breaking in Aario, and the sun's rays began to illuminate the room of a certain rabbit-like adventurer. But he was already awake. Bell had taken a shower and had breakfast early so as not to waste time. "At this moment I was walking towards Freya's room at the top of the Tower of Babel to update her status after 4 years. Maybe I haven't been going to the dungeon in these 4 years, but if I've been eating monsters and beasts for 4 years, that should go up at least a little," Bell thought as he reached the door. Bell knocked on the door and waited a few seconds until he heard her come in, with that Bell entered the room finding Freya on her throne and Otter a few meters away from her. "Hello senpai, goddess Freya," Bell greeted Otter upon entering, then gave a tense greeting to Freya. "Hi Bell, are you here for an update?" Freya asked, discouraged after noticing Bell's tense greeting. Freya knew very well that her relationship with Bell would never be what it once was. She would have to make an effort if she wanted things to at least be fixed. Yes, I want to see how my condition is before entering the dungeon after 4 years, Bell said solemnly. Lie down on the sofa, Freya said, rising from her throne. If we follow your growth path, you would be level 10 if you hadn't stopped fighting, Freya said, beginning to update Bell's status. I wonder whose fault it was, Bell said rhetorically, making Freya sigh in discouragement. Freya didn't answer and just kept updating her status. After a few minutes she finally finished. Here, Bell, I'm surprised they've increased so much for not being in the dungeon, Freya said, surprised, as she handed him his status sheet. Bell Cranel. Level. 6. Strength. 808A. Stamina. 716B. Dexterity. 754B. Agility. 639C. Magic. 555D. Development skills. Strong body. F. Slow regeneration. H. Swordsman H. Great strength G. Magic resistance I. Ability. Deus Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Emperor Eyes. Grants him total spatial awareness of his surroundings. Strength of King. Greatly increases the user's strength. Hunter. Improves skills against any opponent, especially if they fight for a prolonged period. King of Bell. Allows the user to utilize the developmental skills Spiritual Healing and Strong Defense. It activates upon receiving significant damage. After the battle, the user's body is left with physical overload. Active trigger. Magic. Isanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired in a much smaller amount by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. Even outside the dungeon, you're still growing at an absurd rate, Freya said, impressed by Bell's condition. Grandpa told me I have even more talent than my aunt for leveling up and that I can break the level barrier, but not like my aunt does, Bell said, recalling his grandfather's words. Alright, I'm going to the dungeon now, see you later. Bell said goodbye, already wanting to leave that place. Take care, Bell, Freya said, waving goodbye to Bell. How long will we continue like this? Freya thought sadly. Bell left the Tower of Babel and returned to Folkvar to take the armor that Akiro had just given him, plus his sword, which he only sharpened. As he walked, he noticed many people staring at him curiously because of his appearance, since before he left he was rarely seen. That's because he always preferred to wear his armor, so almost nothing was known about his appearance, beyond the rumor that the fearsome predator looked like a rabbit. Ignoring the stares, Bell continued towards his family headquarters to get his adventurer's gear. Upon arriving, he quickly grabbed it and went straight to the dungeon entrance. Now the looks were of astonishment as people recognized the armor. Akiro didn't worry about a new model and just increased the size while keeping the same design. In case you don't remember, the red on her head is white because it's her hair. You can imagine her as a cape in front if you like. So the rumors were true, whispered one of the villagers as he looked at Bell in surprise. I thought it was fake, I didn't believe it was real, another villager whispered. Despite being a few meters away, Bell could hear them due to his advanced state but decided to ignore it since he didn't care. As he was walking, a 14-year-old boy approached him with enthusiasm and admiration on his face. Hello, the boy greeted nervously. In fact, he was trembling, looking as if he were afraid, but his face showed excitement. Hi. Bell greeted him, confused by the boy's attitude. Upon receiving Bell's greeting, the boy seemed to get more excited. I wanted to thank you for saving me 7 years ago, the boy said, bowing. 7 years ago? Bell didn't know who the boy was, but as she tried to remember, she came to a conclusion. You were one of the citizens I escorted that time, weren't you? Bell asked. Yes. I was part of that group. The boy said, happy that Bell remembered the group. That day you saved my life along with several other people, so thank you for saving me. The boy said, bowing. Oh, you're welcome, I guess. Bell replied, the day you saved me, I began to admire you. Seeing that you were only 9 years old and yet you still protected us motivated me to be like you, the boy said with immense admiration. Having you in front of me is a dream, it's a true honor for me, he said with a dazzling gleam in his eyes. You're welcome. Bell was getting more and more nervous as he didn't know what to do, then he analyzed the boy and noticed that he had a novice adventurer's kit. Would you give me your autograph? The boy asked excitedly as he pulled out a small notebook and a pen. An autograph? Belle was surprised to see the boy asking for an autograph. She wanted to tell him she didn't have one, but the excitement in his eyes wouldn't let her. Okay, Belle said, taking the notebook and pen. Thank you, the boy said enthusiastically, thrilled to receive an autograph from his biggest idol. What's your name? Belle asked, trying to buy time to make up an autograph. My name is Kyle Corlin, the man now known as Kyle told Belle. Well, Kyle, Belle began to scribble, quite focused on what he was doing. The more seconds that passed, the more excited Kyle became. Here, Belle said, nervously handing him his autograph. I just want you to know that I'm an adventurer, not an artist, Belle added, watching the boy stare silently at the autograph. The silence lasted for several more seconds, making Belle even more nervous as he considered leaving the place. Thank you. It will be a family heirloom. The boy immediately began to bow deeply. Sure, take care and strive to become stronger, Belle said, saying goodbye and walking away. See that? It's motivating the new generations, said an older gentleman with a smile. But he's only 16 years old, he counts as part of the new generation, a man next to the old man said. Oh, so how will he inspire new generations when he grows up? Perhaps he will be an obstacle to future generations, just as Maxim was in his time, the old man replied with a smile. Sure, the man replied, not knowing who the all-powerful Maxim was. Bell continued on his way to the dungeon. When he arrived at the entrance, he coincidentally found Ace waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Bell, Ace quickly approached him, walking with a somewhat confident stride. Hey Bell, are you going to the dungeon? Ace asked, arriving next to Bell. Yes, in fact I'm going to try to see how I do it after 4 years, Bell said, starting to walk towards the dungeon. Ace was discouraged when she saw that Bell didn't invite her, as she had hoped that her hero would take her with him. Hey Ace, aren't you coming? I could use some company. Bell said to her from a few meters away from Ace. Yes. Ace instantly appeared next to Bell, and with that the two of them started going directly to the dungeon. But before they could enter, Ryu casually appeared in front of them with her adventurer's equipment. Bell, Ryu said, appearing in front of Ace and Bell. What a coincidence to find you while I'm on patrol, Ryu said confidently. Of course, what a coincidence, Ryu, Bell said, tired of these coincidences that happen to him in life. Since I'm here, I should accompany you to make sure you don't do anything wrong, Ryu told her, offering his pathetic excuse. I don't see a problem with you coming with us, let's go, Bell said, starting to walk again, but stopped when he saw Ace and Ryu staring at each other defiantly. What's with those looks? Bell asked, confused by the looks Ace and Ryu were giving each other. Nothing, they both said at the same time, then they both stood next to Bell, each on one side of Bell respectively. Okay, Bell said, entering the dungeon with both girls and several jealous glances from the adventurers. The first-class group descended at great speed, destroying every monster they encountered. Although it was Bell who wiped out every monster he saw, he would barely glance at them before attacking them. Imagine if Bell accidentally killed Ween, it would save an entire plotline XD. This is easier than I remembered, Bell said, killing a monster with one blow, without even using his sword. We're still on easy floors for our level, Bell, Ryu said, watching Bell kill monsters. I lost, but I remember this being harder the last time I was down here, Bell said, sitting down on the ground to eat something. Last time they had to come and rescue you, Ryu said seriously as he sat down next to her. Upon seeing this, Ace quickly went and sat on the other side of Bell, then rested her head on Bell's shoulder. Ryu, for his part, frowned at Ace's action, so he rested his head on Bell's shoulder. What are these carrying? Why are they so sticky? Bell thought, grabbing a piece of a monster to take a bite. When the girls saw Bell start eating, they wanted to move away a little, but for them, whoever separated first would lose. So both of them clung even more to Bell, much to his confusion, as he was unaware that Ace and Ryu had him. Thus the day passed relatively normally for Bell, as he spent the whole day with Ace and Ryu in the dungeon. 2 weeks would pass during which Bell would only go to the dungeon to continue improving. Ace and Ryu joined her whenever they could, as they both had their own families and couldn't be away from them. In fact, Ace had gone on an expedition with her family to the 59th floor, but that was 11 days ago. At this moment Bell was walking down the 16th floor with great ease. But as he approached the entrance to the 17th floor, he heard a stampede of monsters running in his direction. They looked desperate. What could have happened? Bell wondered to himself as he watched a horde of minotaurs running in desperation. Well, I can't let them keep leveling up or they might kill level 1s, Bell thought, tightening his grip on his sword. Bell positioned himself ready to massacre the horde of minotaurs. They saw him but still did not stop running. When they were close to him, Bell simply took off at great speed and began to cut them down mercilessly. In a matter of seconds he wiped out all the minotaurs, because if he delayed there was a possibility that one would escape. That was easy, Bell said, looking at the stones they dropped, but he turned his gaze away when he heard two people running. He prepared himself in case there were more minotaurs, but calmed down when he saw that it was only Ace and Bet who were surprised to see him there. I suppose the monsters were running away from you, Bell said, referring to the stones on the ground. Yes, was Ace's short reply as she approached Bell and stood beside him. Did you finish them all off? She asked, looking at him. Yes, if they hadn't done that they could have gone up to the first floor, Bell said, picking up a stone and putting it in a huge bag he was carrying. A rookie could have died, he finished. If they died it was because they're weaklings, Bet said, annoyed jealous, looking away. You should be more humble, Bet. Remember that you were weak at the beginning too, Bell said, hinting at when they first met. Flashback. Bet was having a drink in an ordinary tavern, but suddenly a family entered, receiving cheers from the others in the tavern. They settled down and began to chat happily, recounting how their time in the dungeon had gone with great joy. This annoyed Bet, so he got up from his chair to insult them. A bunch of fools like you talking about adventures when you've probably just been running around, Bet told some members of the Loki family. At Bet's words, several members became upset and stood up, especially Cruz. This damn bastard. Cruz said, annoyed by Bet's words, and stood up from his seat. What's wrong? Did I bother you? Then come and shut me up. Or are you a coward? Bet yelled, provoking Cruz even more. Cruz tried to attack Bet, but Bet easily punched him, sending him back to his table. One of the strongest factions in Aario can only Bet couldn't continue because someone had hit him with great force, sending him crashing into a wall. You should calm down, you're just ruining things, said a voice that sounded much younger than him. When he looked up, he saw a child completely covered in armor. The only thing visible of him were red eyes. You should know that there are people more powerful than you besides, your words sound like those of someone desperate, you just make yourself look pathetic. The boy in armor told him again. Bet didn't answer, instead he just looked at him surprised to see a child send him flying with a punch. But suddenly a wild smile appeared on Bet's face, showing that he wanted to fight the boy. So I started fighting Bet to get the kid to fight. The result of the fight was, in short, a beating by the kid against Bet. After fighting the boy, Bet ended up on the ground with large injuries from the tremendous beating he received from the boy. For his part, the boy simply had a few scratches on his armor, showing that Bet was just a game to him. You're not dead, are you, little wolf? The boy asked, with one foot on Bet's head. I still can't fall. Bet began trying to get up despite her injuries and with the child's foot on her head. Oh. Is he really going to get up again? Asked the goddess Loki in surprise, standing next to her family members. You're tenacious, I admit that, the boy said, before crushing Bet's head, knocking him unconscious. You really gave him a beating, Bell, said Loki, approaching Bell, who was still stepping on Bet. I think I went too far in my defense, he brought it on himself. Replied the now identified Bell, ceasing to step on Bet. I'm interested in this little wolf. When he wakes up, I'll recruit him, Loki said with a smile, looking at Bet's body. Whatever you want, they're your family after all, Bell said, returning to Ace and Riveria's side, who scolded him for fighting. That day Bet met people stronger than him, more precisely Mini Knight, whom he did not believe existed. Bet didn't believe that a 7-year-old child could reach level 2 in just 6 months, so he thought it was a lie. But that day, the day he received a tremendous beating from Bell, that day he acquired more motivation to want to become stronger, to surpass a person. Then flashback. Bet only grunted in response, remembering how Bell used to beat him up even though he was smaller than him. Anyway, I'll keep going down since there are no more obstacles, Bell said, starting to descend to the 17th floor. Ace wasted no time and also began to descend beside him. When Bet saw that Ace was leaving him alone, he had no choice but to follow him. Bet had realized a long time ago that Ace only had eyes for Bell, but he still couldn't help feeling jealous. How did the expedition go? Did you reach the 59th floor? Bell asked Bet and Ace. No, some caterpillars attacked the camp on the 50th floor, Ace replied, watching as Bell killed a monster. I see, did they destroy your supplies? Bell asked again, killing another monster. Those things were shooting out an acid that destroyed them, that's why we had to come back, Bet replied this time. That must be frustrating, getting so far only to be forced to turn back, Bell said, understanding everything. I remember the first time I got to the 58th floor, I felt like a kid in a candy store, although technically I still was a kid, Bell said with a laugh. I remember you telling me with great happiness when you came back, Ace said with a smile, remembering an excited Bell. If I remember correctly, a Valgang dragon attack actually hit me directly, Heden sensei scolded me for quite a while about that. Bell said nostalgically. You always say that Heden-san scolds you for your barbaric way of fighting, Ace said. Well, he says it's a shame his student doesn't attack with elegance, haha, Bell said, chuckling a little. So the three of them continued down while talking calmly, although Bell kept killing monsters along the way. They soon met up with the rest of the Loki family, where Finn thanked Bell for taking care of the minotaurs. The day continued as normal. The next day Bell, after leaving the dungeon, went directly to the hostess of fertility. Bell had come to see Anya and Mia the night of the day he returned. It wasn't as bad as he expected, just a scolding and ear pull from Anya. Mia, for her part, only scolded him because, according to her, she had lost her best customer, so she made him eat a big welcome home banquet all night. Bell arrived at the fertility hostess still wearing his armor because he was too lazy to take it off. "Hey girls," Bell said, entering the bar and greeting the waitresses. "Bell Nia," Anya said, turning to look at Bell. Come in, we've reserved a space for you at the bar as always," Anya said, pointing to the bar. "Thank you," Bell said, heading towards the bar and sitting down. "I'd like 5 specials, Mia Obachan," Bell asked Mia, who smiled at his request. "So few, brat. You always ask for 10, Mia said, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "I ate several monsters before leaving the dungeon," Bell said, taking off his helmet. "I see, I hope next time you'll eat like always," Mia said, going to prepare Bell's food. "Bell-san, I'm glad you came," said a girl with laughing hair next to Bell. "Oh sir, I always come every night," Bell said, then approached Sir and whispered, "I need you to tell me if you hear anything about the Soma family. The Gulliver's brothers want to attack them." "I'll let you know as soon as I find out," Sir replied, before separating from Bell. "The people from the reservation have arrived," Anya shouted, announcing the arrival of the Loki family. "It's the Loki family, the giant-killing family," said a surprised adventurer. "Look at that gorgeous girl with golden hair," said another adventurer, fascinated by Aza's beauty. "Idiot, she's the sword princess, besides, you should be careful what you say. There's a predator there with whom she has a close relationship. It's rumored they might be a couple," another adventurer told him. The Loki family continued walking towards their table, where they began to order their food, but then Az saw Bell, so she went to Bell. "Hi Bell," Az greeted, sitting down in the chair next to Bell. Upon seeing her, Sir left to give them their space. "Hi Az, do you want some?" Bell said, offering Az food. She accepted with a nod and took the food. "Hey Az-tan, come here." Loki shouted when he didn't see Az with them, but then he noticed Bell. "Bell-tan, come with us for a party. Let's have a drinking contest," Loki said when he saw Bell. Bell just sighed and took his food to head to the Loki family followed by Az. Upon arrival all the executives greeted him. "Let's see who can drink more, Bell-tan," Loki said, holding a mug of beer. "Or will you chicken out?" he challenged Bell. "You'll see how I humiliate you," Bell said, grabbing a mug of beer. "Let's go," Bell said, and they both started drinking. "And there they go," Riveria said with a sigh, but she noticed Az trying to grab a jug, so she hid her hand. "You're forbidden to drink, Az. Last time you almost killed Loki by accusing her of taking your rabbit away from you," Riveria said seriously. "But Bell is drinking," Az said, wanting to drink alongside Bell. "Because when he got drunk he just said stupid things, you on the other hand go into killer mode," Riveria told Az, reminding her of that. Az just nodded reluctantly, watching as Bell and Loki continued drinking non-stop. At some point, Gareth and Beda joined them. "What's wrong, hick Loki, you can't hick anymore," Bell said, slurring his words because he was drunk. "Hey Bell, I am doing great," Loki said, staggering from drunkenness. The others simply continued enjoying the night while Bell and Loki continued competing. Az didn't know how they went from competing to drink beer to giving each other a half hug like comrades. "Loki told you hick a tamale stand will make us hick millionaires," Bell said, staggering next to Loki. "No Bell hick, let's go to the hick university and study hick marzipan making hick, that will really make us money," Loki told him his idea. "You're a genius hick Loki, with that money I can hick get a harem to hick make grandpa proud," Bell said without thinking things through. "Ha ha ha ha." Loki and Bell began to laugh at the ideas they had because in their drunken state they saw the sense in them. Riveria frowned in annoyance upon hearing about the harem but decided to see what punishment Az would give her. "But I sighed as I saw her just tilting her head in confusion, not understanding that it was a harem." "Riveria, what is a harem?" Az asked innocently, not knowing what it was. That question made Riveria sigh again. "The harem," as Riveria began to explain to Az what it was, and the more seconds that passed, the more Az frowned. Without saying anything, Az approached Bell, who was still laughing with Loki at his antics, but Az didn't care and grabbed Bell's ear. "Bell, you won't have a harem, you perverted rabbit," Az told him, determined that her hero wouldn't have many women. He was only hers. "Az, but hiccup, it's grandpa's dream," Bell said, approaching her. "By the way, Az, hiccup, I hadn't hiccup realized how beautiful hiccup you are," Bell said, leaning against her. A's cheeks flushed red at his words. "I love you," A said, embarrassed by what she had said, though she didn't know how to express it properly. But she was annoyed when she saw that Bell had fallen asleep leaning against her, but she calmed down a little when she heard his murmurs. "A's, you're beautiful, stay with me forever," Bell said, asleep and leaning against A's. "It seems they both fell asleep," Reveria said, holding a sleeping Loki. "The others too," she added, seeing Rawl holding bed and Gareth still conscious, being a dwarf. "What do we do with Bell, Reveria?" A's asked Reveria, not knowing what to do. "You can take him to their headquarters, forget that, they'll just despise you for seeing another woman other than Freya at their headquarters. Let's take him to the Twilight Mansion instead. We did that last time. I'll go pay for Bell," Reveria said, taking Bell's valise bag and going to pay for it. A simply nodded in response, so she asked Rawl to take Bell's helmet and sword. With that, they began to take away those who had fallen asleep while taking over the Twilight Mansion, with Ace carrying Bell. Upon arriving at the Twilight Mansion, Ace took Bell to his room to let him sleep, although he managed to get there with some difficulty. He opened the door and approached his bed, then pushed Bell onto it so that when he fell onto the bed, he would start covering himself up as if it were his own bed. Ace simply lay down next to him and prepared to sleep, although it would be difficult with Bell's tremendous snoring. "Aario, you're beautiful too," Bell said in his sleep, making Ace open her eyes suddenly. Chapter 23. Bell woke up slowly, with an immense headache. He felt something beside him, so he turned around. He sat on the bed, noticing that the person next to him was Ace, although she was sleeping with a frown on her face for some reason. She looks funny asleep with that frown on her face," Bell thought, amused by Ace's expression. Bell stood up, noticing that he was still wearing his armor, but saw that he didn't have his sword or helmet. "I hope they didn't stay at the bar, although Anya would keep them safe," Bell thought as he left Ace's room. He decided not to wake her so as not to bother her further. He had already made her bring him to his room, so that was enough. Bell closed the door carefully so as not to make any noise, and when he turned around he was startled to see Reveria in front of him. Hello Reveria, good morning," Bell greeted, regaining his composure in front of Reveria. "Good morning, Bell, I came to wake you up, but I see you woke up first," Reveria said calmly. "Well, I didn't want to bother Ace anymore, she already brought me here, so she doesn't need to do anything else for me," Bell said, scratching the back of his neck. "I see, your helmet and sword are there," Reveria said, pointing to the side of the door. It was then that Bell noticed his helmet and sword were next to Ace's door. "I hadn't noticed, thank you," Bell said, putting on his helmet and taking his sword. "Don't worry, will you stay for breakfast?" Reveria asked. "No thanks, I'll ask Mia Abachan to make me something to eat," Bell said, ready to leave. "Ah, Ace would like to have breakfast with you, Bell," Reveria said, trying to make Bell stay, since she likes seeing Ace happy with Bell's presence. "Maybe next time, see you later," Bell said, bidding farewell to Reveria. He then walked down the corridors and left the Twilight Mansion. Bell walked to the fertility hostess where Mia did indeed make her breakfast, although it was more expensive because it was breakfast. After thanking them for the food, he went straight to the dungeon where he spent the whole day killing monsters. 5 days passed after that, and at this time Bell was walking towards the dungeon as usual. But as I walked through the streets I noticed there were more people than usual. There are a lot of people, that's right, today is the monster fair, Bell thought as he continued on his way to the dungeon. He continued walking until he came face to face with the Amazon sisters, Lafia and Ace, who was wearing new clothes. "Oh, hi," Bell greeted the girls amicably. They were also surprised to meet Bell. "Hello," Ace greeted, approaching Bell. In fact, she seemed to be waiting for something that Bell didn't understand. "White-haired Kun, are you going to the monster fair too?" Tiona asked, approaching Ace's side. "No, I was going to the dungeon, that's why I brought my armor and sword," Bell replied. "By the way, what do you think of Ace's appearance?" Tiona asked, causing Ace to intensify her gaze on Bell. "It looks pretty good," Bell told them, making Ace smile and blush slightly. "Thank you, Bell," Ace said with a smile. "Would you like to join us?" Ace asked hopefully. Bell was about to refuse, but saw Ace's pleading look, so with a sigh he accepted. "I suppose it wouldn't be bad to see that they have the festival," Bell replied, making Ace happy. Thus the group began to walk through the festival grounds. It should be said that Bell stood out a lot by wearing his armor and carrying his sword. "Here, Bell," Ace said, extending some food to Bell. He removed his helmet and took a bite. This is very good," Bell said enthusiastically. This made Ace happy because she liked seeing Bell happy. Bell then felt Lafia's jealous gaze. In fact, she was always looking at him jealously. "She's hogging all of Ace's attention, I'm so jealous," Lafia thought, consumed by jealousy. The journey continued peacefully. The Amazon sisters and Lafia went to the Coliseum after watching the spectacle. But since Bell didn't want to go, Ace stayed with him, so they were both walking peacefully. But suddenly there was a mini tremor, and then the ground suddenly cracked and plants grew out of it. "What are those things?" Bell asked Ace, who also shook her head, not knowing what they were. "It doesn't matter then, just kill them," Bell said, receiving a nod from Ace. Bell and Ace took off against the plants. Bell swung his sword and killed a plant with ease. She turned her gaze and saw Ace killing another, but had to take off when she saw a plant about to attack a girl. Bell appeared in front of the girl and stopped the plant with one hand, then with the other he swung his sword, killing it. "That was close," Bell said, sighing with relief at having arrived just in time. "Don't go out, kid, I'll take care of the bad guys," Bell told her, going to Ace, who was trapped in the mouth of a plant. Bell appeared and cut the plant stem, freeing Ace, who fell and stood beside him. "It seems they're reacting to your magic, Ace," Bell said, watching as the remaining plant focused its attention on Ace. "I'll take care of the last one, Bell," Ace said, going towards the remaining plant and finishing it off with a single blow. Bell, seeing that Ace had finished with the last plant, approached the girl, who was still trembling in her hiding place. "Everything's alright now, let's go find your mom," Bell told the girl, who got up and hugged Bell. "I was scared, Oni-chan," the girl said, crying from fear. Bell just ruffled her hair, not knowing what to do. "Well done, guys," Loki said, arriving on the scene. "You guys check that there aren't any more plant monsters around, I'll look for the girl's mother," Loki told them. "Did you hear, little one? She'll take you to your mom," Bell told her. The girl nodded and went to Loki. "Goodbye Oni-chan," the girl said, leaving with Loki to look for her mother. "Let's go, Ace," Bell said to Ace, and with that, they both went to check the surroundings in search of more plants. The next day Bell went on a mini expedition to the dungeon, as he was still indebted to Akiro for his armor and sword maintenance. The expedition went very normally. Bell spent the whole day killing monsters, eating them to replenish his energy. The next day he was still climbing through the dungeon towards the 18th floor so he could leave the stones he was carrying and take the empty sack back again. Upon arriving, he heard a loud noise in Riviera, so he started running towards it to see what was happening. Gallagher saw how the Ryu family, along with Finn, Riviera and the Amazon sisters, fought against the plants of the monster fair. Bell wasted no time and hurried to help him, flexing his legs and jumping to a house, then he flexed his legs again and jumped again. "I jumped straight onto a plant, both hands up, then I swing my sword forcefully, killing a plant. By killing the plant, he alerted the others to his arrival, who sighed with relief at having more help." "Bell," Ryu said, approaching the aforementioned. "The sword princess is fighting further away, go support her, we'll take care of things here." He pointed to the place. Bell nodded and ran towards where Ace's fight was coming from, or at least where there was a commotion. Meanwhile, Ace is fighting against a red-haired woman named Revis, although she didn't know it. The point is that Ace was being easily overtaken by Revis. Even with Aario, she couldn't beat her. Revis, with his sword, gave a powerful attack that Ace blocked, but the force was so great that it sent Ace flying against several crystals, finally ending up buried in a wall. "It's over, Aario," Revis said, slowly approaching Ace. "Move. Move." Ace shouted internally in her mind, but seeing that her body wasn't responding, she could only think one thing. "Save me," Bell Ace thought, watching Revis raise his fist. As if her prayer had been answered, a sword came between Revis's fist and Ace's. Ace stared in surprise as she stood before the armor that belonged to only one person, her hero. "I won't let you touch her," Bell said seriously to Revis, then turned his head slightly. "Don't worry, Ace, I'll protect you," Bell said, making Ace's eyes sparkle. Bell didn't wait and attacked Revis with great power, he began attacking her with strong attacks from his sword. Revis was getting covered in cuts as she couldn't completely dodge Bell's attacks. She tried to counterattack with powerful blows, but Bell blocked them with great ease. "You're the one who controls the plants, right?" Bell asked, blocking Revis's blows. "If you talk during the fight, it means you're overconfident," Revis said, trying to land a punch on Bell, but he simply couldn't. "The truth is, yes," he told her, giving her a deep cut in the chest, then he gave her a powerful blow to the face, sending her flying. "His skin is tough, I felt like I hit Otter senpai," Bell thought, looking at his fist before looking at Revis. "Ace-san," Lafia shouted, worried about Ace's injuries, which Riviera was healing. "Finish healing her, Lafia," Riviera said, going with Finn to Bell to capture the woman. "Level 5 no, at least 6. Revis said, getting up. "I'll lose," he said, seeing that there were now 3. "So I bend my legs to jump towards a nearby mountain and start running." Seeing that, Bell took off towards her. He wouldn't let his prey escape, especially after she had attacked Ace. When he was about to reach her, Revis jumped into the water. Bell didn't think twice and jumped into the water too. When Revis saw that Bell was following her, she made a movement with her arm and instantly some plants appeared to attack Bell. So she's the plant tamer, Bell thought, watching the plants approach her. Out of the water, Ace was worried about Bell. She tried to jump into the water, but Reveria stopped her. Did he catch her? Finn asked the air, looking at the water. I doubt it, with the armor it will be impossible for him to fight in water, Reveria replied. Then a plant with Bell in its mouth appeared from the water, but he grabbed the plant tightly and recited his magic. Ignis. The plant died from Bell's magic attack, therefore Bell was freed, but as he fell they saw him raise his sword and bring it down forcefully. At the same time, a plant emerged from the water, but Bell cut it in half before it could attack. That was quick, Finn said, watching Bell climb up to where they were. Just as he was about to go up, Ace appeared in front of him, extending her hand, which Bell accepted and went up. Thank you, Bell said, thanking her for the help, but he didn't expect Ace to hug him. Thank you for protecting me, Bell, Ace said, giving Bell a hug. Don't worry Ace, I'll always protect you, Bell said, stroking her hair. Ahem. Out of nowhere Ryu appeared coughing to separate Ace and Bell, his gaze clearly showed jealousy. Ace, interrupted by Ryu, reluctantly separated from Bell. Her frown towards Ryu confirmed it and Ryu looked at her the same way. What happened? When I arrived, everything was already in chaos, Bell asked them. According to Boars, a woman killed a man from the Ganesha family. She must be the woman they fought. Finn told Bell what they knew. I see, how are the people of Rivera? Bell asked Ryu this time, since she came from there. Fortunately, there were no casualties, Ryu replied, approaching Bell. By the way, how did you get here, Bell? Finn asked curiously. Oh, I came from further down because I did a mini expedition. The truth is, I'm more indebted to my blacksmith now, he's like a department store with all the money he charges, Bell told them, though they didn't understand. Okay well, we'll stay in the dungeon for a while in case the woman shows up again. Finn told his family, who nodded. Let me go with you, that woman must face justice, Ryu told them seriously. I don't have a problem, and you Bell? Finn asked, looking at Bell. I guess I can go, anyway I was planning to stay until Udius shows up, Bell said with a sigh. Will you face him alone again? Reveria asked, having witnessed the fight. Yes, I don't see why not. I beat him when I was level 5, I'll beat him now that I'm level 6, Bell said confidently. Did he defeat Udius alone? Lafia asked in surprise. She wouldn't have imagined doing that even in her wildest dreams. If he beat him when he was level 5, Ace replied, surprising Lafia. In fact, when I killed him, Otter wanted to face him as well, and he won, thus obtaining his supreme sword. Bell informed them. Then it's decided, Finn said with a smile. With that, they would spend a week in the dungeon, where Bell, Ace, and Ryu spent their time killing monsters. For some reason that Bell doesn't know, Ace and Ryu ended up competing to kill more monsters. Reveria noticed this, but even she didn't know why they were competing against each other. If it was for power, Ryu would win since he was level 6 and Ace was level 5. But as the days passed in the dungeon, he realized that Ryu and Ace were competing for Bell's attention. But he didn't realize it and was busy killing monsters. He also noticed Lafia's jealousy, but ignored it as usual. Could Tempest'd be here? Reveria thought, watching Bell and Ryu talking under Ace's piercing gaze. But Bell should only be thinking about Ace. Reveria thought, looking at them. With that, everything continued as normal, although Reveria was bringing Ace and Bell closer together, but Ryu was not far behind and was also approaching. With that I conclude a week where no red-haired woman appeared, although they were already expecting it. At this moment they were walking on the 36th floor, where they stopped to rest. You will return, right? Bell asked, sitting down, with Ace and Ryu on either side of him. Yes, I shouldn't neglect my family for so long, Finn replied. I'll stay here to see if the woman shows up another day, Ryu said, though he really wanted to be alone with Bell. Then, Reveria I want to stay with Bell. Ace asked, not wanting to leave her hero with Ryu. Finn was about to speak, but Reveria spoke first. She wouldn't let them take Ace away from her hero. You can stay this time, Ace, but I'll go with you, Ace said, gesturing to Finn. That's fine this time, I'll leave you the potions I have left, make good use of them, Finn said, handing all his potions to Reveria. Thank you, Reveria said, taking the potions Finn was giving her. I want to stay too. I won't be a burden. Lafia said, raising her hand. You can't, Lafia, they'll barely have any food, and Bell eats monsters, Tyan said, refusing. At that, Lafia became depressed while Tiona patted her on the back to comfort her. We're leaving, take care, Finn said, leaving with the Amazon sisters and a disheartened Lafia. Bell, Ace, Ryu, and Reveria walked for a while to the room where Udius was supposed to be, but when they arrived, everything was dark. Why is it all dark? Bell asked, confused, as he went further into the room. There should be light, something dangerous might happen, Reveria told them, standing next to Ace. Suddenly the whole room began to shake, they heard a collapse, but only saw the exit being closed. "We're trapped, I can't see anything," Ryu said, standing guard with his branch sword in hand. Out of nowhere they felt a powerful presence, it emitted power, but at the same time danger, all their senses registered danger upon sensing it. The floor was suddenly illuminated, and when they could see the room they were frozen at what they saw. The one who would be Udius was not there, instead there was a strange skeleton with a huge sword like a butcher's. "Is this possible, Reveria?" Bell asked, gripping his sword tightly. "I had heard 20 years ago that an irregular Udius appeared to the Hera and Zeus family, but I didn't know if it was true," Reveria replied seriously. "We have no way out, either we kill him or he kills us," Ryu said, ready to attack the irregular Udius. "Bell, you'll go in front. Ryu, Ace, you'll attack when he focuses on Bell. I'll provide support," Reveria ordered seriously. They all nodded and formed up. Bell was at the front, ready to take all the damage, followed by Ace and Ryu to attack Udius, and finally Reveria, who would use her magic. "Charge!" Bell shouted, charging straight at the irregular Udius, who raised his sword and brought it down with thunderous force. Bell used his sword and planted it firmly on the ground. Udius's sword collided strongly with Bell, but he withstood the attack. Ace and Ryu took the opportunity to attack Udius's legs, but they didn't do much damage. He used his leg and kicked, hitting the girl squarely. "Damn it," Bell thought as he watched them fly away, so he began to recite his magic. Udius seemed to understand why, and attacked him again. The attack struck Bell's sword again, but it withstood it and remained firmly in place. "Father in heaven, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour all within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this vicious battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. The glory of Predator. Reveria, the magic." Bell shouted to Reveria, but when he turned around he saw her surrounded by Spartois, so he couldn't help them. "Let me finish them off and help you," Reveria shouted, killing the Spartoi. Bell barely reacted when he used his sword to block a kick from the Udius, but the blow was so strong that it sent him flying. Bell crashed into the wall, but it wasn't too bad. When he turned his head he saw Ryu and Ace attacking Udius. Ryu attacked from the right with great speed and Ace from the left using Aario. Bell, seeing them, quickly got up and went to Udius's foot. "Ignis." Bell set his sword ablaze and then slashed Udius's ankle, causing him to fall to his knees. "Ryu, use your magic," Bell shouted, to which Ryu nodded and began his chant while continuing to attack. Raising his fist, Bell gave Udius a strong blow to his foot so that he could not get up. "Get away." Reveria's sudden shout alerted him, so everyone moved away. Immediately afterwards, an extremely cold blizzard hit Udius, freezing his feet. Ryu finally finished the chant and began a bombardment of stars against Udius. In the sky above a now distant forest, infinite stars scattered across the endless night sky. "Answer my foolish voice, grant me now the divine protection of starlight. Grant the mercy of light to him who has forsaken you. Come, wandering wind, the roving traveler. Cross the sky and race through the wilderness, race faster than anything else. Imbue the light with stardust and destroy the foe. Luminous wind." Bell wasted no time and began to sing, for he knew that Udius would still be standing. He approached him and swung his sword against Udius's feet, for if they managed to cut off his feet they would have won the battle. Ryu and Ace also launched themselves at Udius again, who strangely only received the attacks. They ignored him and continued attacking him. After a few attacks, Bell managed to finish his chant. "Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji." The fire returned to Udius, but he still made no noise even in the fire. Silence reigned once more, for they did not know if Udius had died since he was inside the smoke. The smoke gradually cleared and then Udius was finally seen. He had an intense glow in his eyes. He raised his sword, which also began to glow, then he lowered his sword forcefully, slamming it against the ground. Upon contact with the ground, it created a path of destruction directly towards Bell and the girls. The attack was powerful and would undoubtedly cause them many injuries. Bell didn't hesitate and positioned himself in front of them, using himself as a human shield. "Bell." The girls shouted in concern as they saw Bell in front of them taking the most damage. The attack finally reached them, sending them flying. But thanks to Bell getting in the way, he was able to reduce the attack a little for the girls and Reveria. The place fell silent. A good part of the floor had been destroyed by Udius's attack. Although it was a straight line attack, it still caused great damage to the floor. In fact, there was so much destruction that when Ryu saw it, he was afraid that the Juggernaut would appear. Bell got up slowly and in great pain. He had received the brunt of the Udius's attack after all. When she searched for her companions, she found them still alive, but all of them had serious injuries after the attack. Bell silently took his sword. It seemed he was the only one left standing to fight, but to his surprise, Reveria began to chant. Reveria, Bell said, surprised to see Reveria reciting magic even on the ground. He turned his gaze and saw Aario and Aze also getting up, but with great pain evident on their faces. Bather, breath of the earth, my name is Alf. Veiled breath. When Reveria finished her magic, a green aura enveloped the three of them. They felt their wounds heal slightly. In Bell's case, it was mixed with his own slight regeneration, so it was a little better than the others. This magic will give you more protection against magical and physical attacks. Now go and show him that we are not yet defeated, Reveria said, slowly getting up. The others nodded and headed towards Udius, who was still kneeling. It seemed he could no longer get up. Bell recited his chant again as he lunged at Udius, who didn't hesitate and attacked him with his sword. Bell stopped the sword with his own, at which point Ace took advantage and, surrounded by Aario, used Lil Rafaga on one of Udius's arms, destroying it. Aario also appeared while reciting his magic and began to swing his sword rapidly against Udius's feet. Bell also began attacking Udius's feet with his sword, but had to stop attacking him to block Udius's fist. The three of them moved away because Bell was about to finish his chant, so they moved away so that Bell could cast his magic. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. Udius was consumed by the flames, but just then Ryu also finished his chant. In the sky above a now distant forest. Infinite stars scattered across the endless night sky. Answer my foolish voice, grant me now the divine protection of starlight. Grant the mercy of light to him who has forsaken you. Come, wandering wind, the roving traveler. Cross the sky and race through the wilderness, race faster than anything else. Imbue the light with stardust and destroy the foe. Luminous wind. Udius began to be bombarded by orbs of stardust, thus giving him 2 spells at once. Reveria will use her magic. Aze told them, so the three of them moved away, just in time to get out of Reveria's magic radius. The flames will soon be unleashed. Progressive war, inevitable destruction. The battle horn sounds loudly, the cruelty of conflict will engulf all. Come to me, crimson flames, merciless inferno. You are the embodiment of hellfire. With a single blow, end the great war. Incinerate them, sword of Surtur, my name is Alf. Ray Levitain. Reveria's magic hit Udius perfectly, and the 4 of them sighed with relief, as Udius seemed defeated. Finally, he fell, it was hard, Bell said, sighing with relief at his victory. But before any of those present could answer, to everyone's surprise and disbelief, Udius finally roared. But the sound it made was strange, because its roar sounded distorted. Through the smoke, Udius was seen dying but still on his knees and not giving in. Impossible, Aze said incredulously at what she saw. The 3 magics had hit her, and besides, all 3 were annihilation magics. Is that thing immortal? Because it looks like it, Bell complained aloud. He's doing something, get ready, Reveria told them seriously, as Udius began to move. His eyes began to flicker, then he raised his arm with his fist in the air, as if he were going to punch the ground. His fist began to emit an intense glow, and little by little the glow increased, so Bell took action. Reveria shield. Bell shouted, running towards her along with Aze and Ryu. Reveria didn't need Bell's words when she was already reciting the chant. Bell turned his gaze slightly and saw Udius slam his fist down hard against the ground. So I take Aze and Ryu and throw them with Reveria so that the shield will protect them from Udi's attack. The impact of the fist caused a massive shockwave, so powerful that this time they didn't know if they would get up again. Fortunately for the women, Reveria had finished reciting her chant and cast her magic. Ants, spirits of the air, guardians of the light. Forge a contract with the guardian of the forest and envelop yourselves in the song of the earth. Surround us. Materialize, mighty barrier of the forest's light, and lend us your protection, my name is Alf. Via Shilheim. A magical barrier was placed over Reveria and the girls, who watched as the attack arrived with Bell. Bell. The 3 women shouted worriedly as they saw Bell being consumed by the shockwave of Udius's attack. The impact reached the magic barrier, repelling it, but it began to crack under Udius's power. It seemed as if he had absorbed the 3 magics and launched them with that attack. It won't hold. Reveria told them, watching as the barrier gave way to the attack. Crack pum. Finally the barrier gave way to the attack, consuming the women in the massive wave of Udius. The place was finally completely destroyed. There was only rubble on the floor. In the middle was Udius, unable to move because he could no longer. His legs had become useless after the attacks he received. Udius turned around when he heard some debris moving. Bell emerged from it, still holding his sword. But he had a great pain in his body, despite having armor the pains were very great, luckily his armor was not destroyed and a repair would be enough. Belle stared at Udius for a few seconds, then looked for her companions, finding them all unconscious on the ground except for Riveria. She could no longer get up and was barely conscious, but when she saw Belle she sighed with relief at seeing him alive, but she could only sigh before finally fainting. Belle turned his gaze back to Udius and then began to recite his fire chant. Udius could only watch Belle recite his magic because he could no longer move. After a few moments, Belle finished his magic. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing. Eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. Dai Sanji. Belle focused all his magic into the sword, causing it to absorb him completely. Belle slowly approached Udius, knowing that he would no longer move, so reaching him was not a problem. When Belle was close, Udius collapsed to the ground, but still with his gaze fixed on Belle. Belle reached his head and raised his sword, but before he could lower it, he heard something that froze him. It hurts, Udius spoke in a distorted voice, much to Belle's surprise. Belle hesitated for a moment, but finally swung his sword at Udius's head. Boom. Belle's attack caused an explosion. When it dissipated, only Belle remained, sword in hand, staring at the drop left by Udius. He spoke, Grandpa told me about the Xenos, but a Xenos floor boss. Belle thought seriously. He approached the drop that Udius released and picked it up, inspecting it a little, but couldn't find any shape for it. The object appeared to be a purple ingot gem. Belle didn't dwell on it and waited to ask Akiro what it was. She headed towards her companions to take them away. When she arrived with them, she took the potions that Riveria had brought and poured them on them. When I healed them, only a quarter of one remained. I took it, but it would only help her reach the surface. With that, she placed the sword on her back and took her companions, grabbed Ace and placed her on her shoulder. Then I took Riveria under one shoulder and Ryu under the other, and with that I began a painful walk to the surface. Where they would recount a savage but epic fight against Udius Irregular, their greatest prey to date. Chapter 24. In a white room, more specifically in a room at the Insect Family Clinic. Ace slowly opened her eyes, confused to see a white ceiling instead of the ceiling of the dungeon room where she thought she was. Ace-san. I faintly hear Lafia's shout, but being somewhat disoriented, I don't pay much attention to it. It's good that you woke up, Ace. Now it was Tiona's turn to hear her voice. She turned her gaze slightly and there she saw them. Surrounding her bed were the Amazon sisters and Lafia, who seemed to be the most worried. What you did was amazing, Ace. You four defeated Udius Irregular. Tiona said excitedly. Upon hearing you four from Tiona, she immediately remembered the three people who were fighting alongside her. He tried to get up, but all he managed was to let out a groan. A sharp pain settled in his head. Relax, Ace, you just woke up and your body is still recovering from your injuries, Riveria said calmly. Ace turned her gaze and desperately searched for Riveria, quickly finding her in a bed next to her. She looked visibly well, but was still in bed, just like her. Seeing her doing well, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Where are Belle and Vendaval? Ace asked, a clear trace of worry in her weak voice. They are fine, Vendaval is in a separate room where her family is taking care of her, the same is true for Belle. Riveria replied calmly. I see, Ace said with a smile brought on by knowing that they were both alright. Did we win? Ace asked, remembering that she had been knocked unconscious before the battle ended. Supposedly, all I remember is seeing Belle get up, then I fainted too, Riveria said, recalling what she could. What white-haired Khan did was incredible, Tiona said happily, which caught Ace's attention. Did he defeat Udius after we fainted? Ace asked curiously. It's the most logical thing to do. What Loki told me when I woke up was that Belle carried us back to the surface at 3 o'clock, Riveria said, surprising Ace. He knew perfectly well that Belle was the one who received the most damage, but even so he ended up defeating Udius alone and also carried all three of them to the surface. Predator is definitely amazing, I wouldn't be surprised if it reached level 7, Tyan said, standing next to her sister Tiona. He's too strong to be level 6, Lafia said, still amazed by Belle's feats. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lafia was beginning to admire Belle and his achievements. Each time he seemed to accomplish something new. Even at level 6, he can handle several level 6s on his own. Riveria said, reflecting a bit. Probably only Otter can defeat him in a 1v1. Riveria said. The king bee, but he's not that good at magic, is he? Lafia said, wanting to find a flaw in Belle. In fact, yes, he can do concurrent singing from a young age, Riveria said, deflating Lafia's mood. She, being a supposedly prodigious elf, could not perform a crowded chant, but Belle, being a human, could, even though his specialty was not magic. So he's the most complete adventurer there is? Tiona asked. Yes, you could say he's a magic knight, Riveria replied. He has enormous strength, powerful magic, seemingly endless stamina, he has everything, Riveria said, looking at Tiona. But by focusing on strength, you shouldn't have speed, Lafia said, believing she had found Bell's weakness. You're wrong about that, Lafia. Bell, despite focusing on strength and wearing heavy armor, is one of the fastest. His reaction time is extraordinary. Take Bet, for example, who is the fastest runner in the Loki Familia despite being a level 5, but Bell almost matches him even while wearing armor. Without the armor, he would completely defeat him, Riveria explained. Lafia could no longer find anything to argue against Bell's fault, although if she was honest with herself, it was pure jealousy of the closeness that Bell has with Ace. She knew perfectly well that she would never make Ace pay more attention to her than to Bell. It was simply impossible. Ace had shown on numerous occasions that she only had eyes for Bell. So when he's not wearing his armor, he's faster and more agile than Bet? Tyan asked, intrigued. Yes, even if they were both level 6, Bet wouldn't be a match for Bell in any aspect. Well, he probably only beats him in the senses by being a beastman. Riveria replied. Bell is strong. Ace couldn't help but feel inferior to Bell. From her perspective, she was being overshadowed by her hero. Don't think about that, Ace, Riveria said seriously, surprising Ace. You're thinking that you're falling behind Bell, aren't you? Riveria asked. Yes, Ace replied, lowering her head. I'm falling behind Bell. No matter how hard I try, he just keeps going up. Ace said, clenching her fists. Ace. Riveria stood up and approached her, then began to stroke her head with her hand. It doesn't matter if Bell becomes more powerful than you, he doesn't care at all, he will continue to treat you the same as always no matter what happens. Riveria said, giving off a maternal aura. Mama Riveria. The three girls who were watching this couldn't think about that, but as if Riveria realized it, she glared at them. Thank you, Riveria, Ace said with a lovely smile. She realized that what Riveria had said was true. Bell wouldn't treat her badly no matter what happened. Bell's pav. After carrying the girls, I began a painful walk to the surface. The journey wasn't easy. I had to kill monsters while carrying and protecting the girls, in my opinion an honorable feat. Putting that aside, the walk lasted several long and seemingly endless hours. I had planned to reach Riviera on the 18th floor. But that thought didn't stay in my mind for long. There was a possibility that I might fall unconscious. So if she had fallen unconscious in Riviera, who knows what atrocities those depraved men would have done to the girls. Having no other idea or solution, I resigned myself to carrying them back to the surface. Along the way, on the 24th floor, I encountered some low-level adventurers. Luckily for me, those who saw our condition rushed to give us potions, although it was mostly because Riveria was with us. Since those who attended to us were the elves, and they only attended to us when Riveria was healed. I asked them to heal Ryu and Ace first. After they healed her there was only one potion left, so it only served to calm the pain a little. The good thing is that the elves helped us get to the surface. According to them, they couldn't leave Princess Riveria in danger. So the journey from the 24th floor onwards was much easier without having to deal with the monsters, although it was a little uncomfortable. The elves kept giving me furtive glances at first, but when I asked them why they were looking at me, they finally revealed their elven side. They started telling me that I was responsible for Riveria's condition, but all it took was for me to explain what had happened. A small threat to tell Riveria how they were threatening me was also enough, but those are minor details. Along the path to the upper floors we encountered adventurers, and luckily for me there were more elves escorting us. When we finally reached the surface there were many people looking at us in amazement. I suppose they have every right to be. Seeing 4 first-class adventurers arrive in a deplorable state was terrifying. I wasted no time and walked towards the die insect clinic. The nosy elves couldn't stand it and started telling the story of the battle I told them about, but because Riveria was involved, they exaggerated it even more. Although the original story was still amazing in its entirety, defeating an irregular floor boss was no easy feat. Especially if it was Udius, the boss of floor 37, the second most powerful floor boss in existence, and to tie up irregularly. People outside our family found out about our feat before our own family did. Stupid nosy elves. Upon arriving at the die insect clinic, I met Ermid directly. I found his reaction quite amusing. Although the pain throughout my body prevented me from laughing, I could only smile through the pain. Ermid wasted no time and directed us to receive care, sending the doctors to attend to the girls, since they were already quite healed unlike me. Ermid personally treated me when he saw my condition. He said it was bad, but that he had seen worse. Now that all 4 of us were safe and at the die insect clinic, I finally allowed myself a little break, which I deserve. Little by little, after a good rest, he opened his eyes, and upon opening them, he slowly inspected the room. In a chair away from my bed was my goddess, and next to her was Otter Senpai. Apparently they are waiting for me to get up. She's awake now, Senpai said, noticing that she had opened her eyes, and immediately told Freya. Freya fixed her gaze on me and smiled. She stood up and slowly approached my bed. I'm glad you're doing well, Bell, Freya said, smiling happily. How long has it been since I fell asleep? I asked directly. The first thing was to check on the safety of my companions. They're all fine, Bell, Freya replied, knowing what I meant. They're in separate rooms right now, she continued. I see. Where did the gem I was carrying go? I asked, not seeing what Udius Irregular dropped. And my equipment. I said, not seeing my armor and sword. Your blacksmith came to visit you yesterday. He said he would take your equipment to make repairs and in the case of your sword, to sharpen it again. He explained, then waited for me to assimilate the information before continuing. He also took the Udius drop. He said he would inspect what it is or what he can do with it. He finished telling me. As efficient as ever, I'll visit him later, I said with a sigh as I lay back on the bed. Once that's settled, tell me exactly what happened, Bell. An irregular Udius boss is not normal at all, Freya said, becoming serious. After hearing her question, I remained silent for a few seconds and then, letting out a sigh, I proceeded to tell her what happened. I understand. Ninehell and Vendaval already explained what happened, but neither of them knew what happened after Udius's last attack, Freya told me thoughtfully. But now we have the complete story, she said, looking at me with a smile. 20 years ago I heard a rumor that the Zeus family encountered an irregular Udius, but I didn't know anything more about it, Otter-senpai said, joining the conversation. It wasn't just an irregular, I said, drawing their attention. That thing is a Xenos, I told them, but they both looked at me, confused. When I was with Grandpa, he told me that 15 years ago, a few months before leaving to fight the one-eyed black dragon, they encountered these monsters which they called Xenos. I told them. I waited a few seconds to see if they were both following me, and when I saw them nod, I continued with the explanation. They appear to be intelligent monsters that have been killed multiple times, as it seems the same monsters keep reappearing. These Xenos possess intelligence and are enemies of normal monsters. I explained. I see, but what leads you to conclude that it was a Xenos? Freya asked after processing the information. He spoke, I told them, and upon hearing my words, their eyes opened in surprise, or at least Freya's did. Senpai only opened them slightly. Before I finished speaking he said it hurts in a distorted voice, I told them with a strange grimace. That's interesting, talking monsters. Freya closed her eyes and began to think. I never imagined something like this would happen. She said, opening them. Freya, you, who are a goddess, don't you know anything about the dungeon? I asked her. According to common knowledge or from the words of her grandfather, the gods possess great wisdom, capable of understanding everything. However foolish a god may seem or act, he possesses great wisdom and is capable of guiding any mortal, but many people do not believe this due to the attitude that gods usually display. Capricious in the truest sense of the word, but behind the appearances lies the true essence of a god. I know what you're thinking, Bell, that we gods know everything and that with our wisdom, you must know everything, right? Freya asked me with a smile, so I could only nod. Grandfather told me that behind any appearance or attitude of any god, there is enormous wisdom. I explained my reasons for such a thought. Zeus didn't lie to you, Bell, but even so, we gods don't understand what the dungeon is, even though it's hard to believe, it's beyond our knowledge. Freya explained to me that's one of the reasons why many gods come to Aario, we all want to know, just like mortals, what the dungeon hides. Freya told me. So nobody knows anything about the dungeon? I asked, disappointed. In fact, there are those who know. Those words from Freya captured my full attention along with Senpai's. The main gods of each pantheon know something about the dungeon. Freya explained to us. The main gods. I suppose he means the first gods that existed or those from whom the others descend. Gods like Zeus, Odin, Jade, Ra, Krishna, Ixchel, they all know something, but they have never said it, Freya told me, letting out a sigh. I remained silent about that. Grandpa knows something about the dungeon, but he never told me. I suppose he has his reasons. The only thing we other gods know is what they told us, Freya said, looking out the window at the sky, then she fixed her gaze on me again. I heard a Soma say something like that during the Dark Age, the gods do not use our divine powers for a reason, if we do, the dungeon will break its promise before the promised time. I said, remembering a phrase from a Sama. That's something the main gods told us, that we can't use our divine power or the dungeon would break its promise before the promised time. No one knows better than they what it means, Freya explained. That means the promised time will be something important, it could even change our era, Senpai said seriously. Although Otter-senpai is more brawn than brains, he can still deduce the facts that are present. Let's leave that tea aside for now, we don't know anything more, so for now, walks of him. Freya told us, clapping her hands. Returning to the subject of the Xenos, grandfather told me one more thing that I consider of great importance. I said, looking directly at Freya. Seeing my expression, she understood that it was something very important. Perhaps the answer I gave would decide my stay in the Freya family. Grandpa told me that his family and Hera's made a promise to the Xenos to help them so that one day they might reach the surface, I said seriously to Freya. She didn't answer me and kept her gaze on me nonetheless. As the last descendant of both families, I will fulfill the promise my family made to the Xenos, I said, increasing my presence. In response, Freya also expelled her divine presence. Both presences clashed under the intense gaze of both. We looked at each other without looking away or hesitating for a second. Both of our gazes were completely serious. Otter-senpai stayed out of it, he knew that Freya's answer would change my position in the family. The battles for presence began to intensify. People could even be heard falling to the ground outside the room due to the pressure we were exerting. Okay. Freya stopped expelling her presence and closed her eyes with a smile. I'll support you in your goals, she told me, smiling. Thank you, I said, ceasing to emit my presence, then slowly fixed my gaze on Otter-senpai. He just nodded, which I returned, and when that topic ended I sighed. Now let's update your status, Bell, perhaps you've reached level 7, Freya told me enthusiastically. Okay, I said, turning around and taking off my shirt. Let's see. Freya began making quick movements with her hands, she continued like this for a few seconds until she smiled broadly. Congratulations, Bell, you have reached level 7. Freya congratulated me with a smile. I just remained silent. I've just taken a huge step for my future journey. Do I have the ability to develop and choose? I asked him, it wouldn't be strange if I didn't. As far as I understand, there's a chance there will be one or there won't. I've been lucky enough that there's always one. Yes, but you only have one, so it will be that one, it's fist punch. Freya explained. I just nodded, so Freya finished updating my status and put it on a piece of paper. Bell Cranel. Level 7. Strength 0. Stamina 0. Dexterity 0. Agility 0. Magic 0. Development skills. Strong body E. Slow regeneration G. Swordsman H. Great strength G. Magic resistance I. Punch I. Strong defense only with King of Bell. Spiritual healing only with King of Bell. Ability Ace Ambrosia. Allows the user to eat beasts, humans, and monsters to increase their stats. The increase depends on what they eat. Soul of War. The ability activates when surrounded by enemies, strengthening all of your stats. Knight's Honor. Allows the user to protect others while holding a weapon. Increases stamina based on the number of people they are trying to protect. Emperor Eyes. Grants him total spatial awareness of his surroundings. Strength of King. Greatly increases the user's strength. Hunter. Improves skills against any opponent, especially if they fight for a prolonged period. King of Bell. Allows the user to use the development skill Spiritual Healing and Strong Defense, it activates upon receiving significant damage. Active Trigger. Magic. Daisanji. Short fire chant magic that devastates everything in its path by launching white flames that burn everything. It can be fired to a much lesser extent by chanting Ignis. Your eternal flame is my desire, your burning will is my glory, your great power my blessing, eternally burn my enemies, great calamity of the eternal flame. The glory of Predator. Physical enhancement magic. Heavenly Father, forgive me for consuming your world, for I will devour everything within my reach. Allow me to fight once more on this fierce battlefield, for my soul knows only how to fight. I finally caught up with you, Senpai, I said to Otter-senpai, who slowly approached and extended his hand. You've reached the pinnacle of power among adventurers, Bell, congratulations. Senpai congratulated me with a small smile. But that smile is the most remarkable I've seen since I've been in the family, so with a big smile, I accepted Senpai's hand in a firm handshake. You reached level 7, but you still have a long way to go as an adventurer, as a warrior. He told me, tightening his grip on my hands. Of course, I intend to reach the top of everything. I will surpass the adventurers of the past, I will surpass my aunt and Zald, even Maxima Empress. I replied, tightening my grip on his hand. Otter, in response to my wish, simply nodded in understanding. Suddenly, applause filled the room. When I turned my head I saw Freya clapping happily, her face showing a big smile. You know, Bell, a man once said those words with great determination. Do you want to know his name? Freya asked me, so I nodded. Everyone knew him as Maxim the Mighty, Freya told me. Did Uncle Maxim say these words? I asked doubtfully, receiving a nod. Wait, did you say Uncle Maxim? Rhea asked me with clear surprise, in fact Otter-senpai was the same. According to Grandpa Maxim, he proclaimed himself my uncle when I was born. But he only knew me for a year before he died fighting the one-eyed black dragon. I explained, seeing no problem with it. Freya nodded slightly, then let out a sigh, closed her eyes, and seemed to be frightened by something. Is something wrong, Freya-sama? Otter-senpai asked, seeing the fear on her face. It's not just that I imagined what Bell would be like if Hera had raised him, or even his captain who was just like her, Freya said. Otter-senpai for some reason began to tremble as if he remembered something chilling. What about Grandma Hera and Aunt? I don't really remember Aunt's name, but according to Grandpa, they called her Empress, I said, scratching the back of my neck. Bell, Hera was the most arrogant and tyrannical woman that ever existed. I imagined what you would be like if she had raised you. Freya replied. Freya and Otter-senpai looked at each other for a few seconds before trembling a little. Otter-senpai trembling already gives me an idea of how terrifying the grandmother was. Grandpa told me that Grandma Hera was looking for him, especially when she found out I was still alive and in Aario. I think she'll come to Aario. I think she'll come to see me. I said thoughtfully. Freya and Otter remained silent, then Freya approached me and hugged me. Bell, promise me that no matter what happens when that woman comes, you won't adopt any of her habits, or any advice, order, or teaching, for everyone's sake. Freya said seriously as she hugged me. Huh? That's the same thing my grandfather and aunt told me, to ignore that woman. My grandfather said, Bell, if you know Hera, just listen to her about how to treat a woman. Maybe that will help you grow your harem. But it's important that she doesn't find out about the harem. I said, trying to imitate my grandfather's voice. That old pervert, he doesn't miss a single opportunity, Freya said angrily after she told her grandfather what he had said. My aunt told me, if you know that woman, just ignore her. She's crazy and she'll try to make you like her, and I'll let you have it. Do you understand? I said, trying to imitate my Aunt Althea's voice. That day my aunt gave me a lesson on the things I should ignore, Grandma, but there were so many that I've forgotten them, I said, scratching the back of my neck. You never change, Belle, Freya said with a sigh. I'll go tell the guild about your level up. Rest up and don't do anything stupid, Freya said, heading for the door, followed by Senpai. Me do something stupid? That's incredibly disrespectful, I told them indignantly. If I did, I need filthy die respedian army. Freya told me, attacking me with a ridiculous voice. Then he left the room with Otter-senpai, and when I saw that they had left I lay down and made myself comfortable in bed. Since when does Freya Sama know how to act fashionable? I'm always walking around with my cow breasts exposed. I said, looking at the ceiling, then sighed. I lay down for 10 minutes, but to be honest, I don't like to be idle when I can be doing something. I sat on the bed ready to go see what was happening outside, but I stopped when I heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. The instant I heard the knock on the door I stopped, then with speed worthy of a first-class passenger I covered myself with the blankets. I swear I didn't call you cow's breasts. I shouted, believing it was Freya who had come to punish me for calling her cow's breasts. After I screamed, the place went silent, so much so that I got scared and covered myself more tightly. If you're covered up, he can't see you. If you're covered up, he can't see you. If you're covered up, he can't see you. I thought, praying as I crossed my fingers tightly. What did you say, Belle? I didn't hear you. Ryu's sudden voice made me sigh in relief. But I remembered that it seemed like I said Ryu cow breasts. Damn, I'm in trouble. Remember, Belle, if a woman is angry you can do two things. One, tell her she is beautiful, and maybe you'll save yourself. Two, run as fast as you can. The sudden memory of advice from my grandfather gave me hope. You're a spectacular woman, Ryu, I said, as convincingly as I could. Ryu didn't answer me, in fact I can swear I heard the voice of the Astri family mocking Ryu. Suddenly the door was opened, and I saw the girls from the Astri family push Ryu into the room and then close the door. When I saw Ryu's face, I noticed how red his face was, and even his ears were red. Damn, he must be burning with rage. It seems this is the end of the line, Grandpa. I won't be able to fulfill your dream of having a harem, although I wasn't going to. I'd rather my aunt not kill me. You shouldn't say those things in front of people, Belle, Ryu said, approaching my bed. I swear I thought you were my goddess, I would never say that to you. I said, getting down on the ground and doing what my grandfather taught me. If you anger a powerful woman you must do a dogriza. She taught me this while doing a dogriza to my aunt after saying something perverted. Belle Ryu didn't move from her place, instead she seemed discouraged. Do you prefer big breasts? Ryu asked me sadly. I was left confused because suddenly there was talk of that. Grandpa told me that breasts matter in a woman, but I don't understand why. I don't care. I don't really care, Ryu. I don't think about breasts, so I don't really care, I said, getting up from the floor. At my words, Ryu gave me a lovely smile. Her cheeks had a reddish tint that made her look cute. Thank you, Belle, Ryu told me, still with his lovely smile. I think any man would fall for his beauty. But I'm not just any man, according to my aunt I'm terrible at these things, but when she said it she seemed happy while she told me, that way no unworthy woman will approach you. Knock knock. In a quick turn, the door was gently knocked on again, then a voice I knew perfectly well called out. Belle? I heard Aze's soft voice, and for some reason I don't know, Ryu frowned. I'm here, I replied, the door opening to reveal Aze next to Reveria. Hello, I greeted them politely, but Reveria, for some reason, frowned and began pushing Aze into the room. Go for the champion, Reveria said, leaving the room. Aze, for some reason, gave Ryu a piercing look. She didn't stay behind and returned his gaze as well. In an instant, the image of the surroundings changed. That's how it all looked. Ryu and Aze locked in a fierce battle, each staring down the other. Neither giving an inch. Girls? I asked, confused, seeing that none of them took their eyes off him for even a second. Little by little I began to worry about the situation. I was about to get involved like a good man. But I heard some faint whispers behind the door, so while Ryu and Aze were arguing with each other, I decided to see what those whispers were. Upon opening the door, the girls from the Estrie family were there, along with Reveria and the Amazon sisters. I say Ryu should stay with Bell, it's the best option for him, Allies said, sure of what she had said. In fact, neither of them noticed that I opened the door. You're delusional, Allies. Aze is the one who will end up with Bell. After all, they already have a history. It's also worth mentioning that Bell is already Aze's hero, so he has to take responsibility, Reveria replied confidently. Bell also told Ryu that he would take responsibility, now he must take it. Kaguya told him this time. What did he do? Reveria asked, annoyed by what she heard. For some reason, she felt danger in that question. Hello, I greeted them, drawing everyone's attention. They all blinked several times before Reveria grabbed my shoulders. How dare you be unfaithful to Aze by accepting the responsibility of an elf? Reveria said, shaking me. Now you must take responsibility for Ryu Bell's feelings, woe betide you if you don't, Allies told me with a dangerous smile. What are these crazy women talking about? What infidelity? Why does Reveria seem so upset about taking responsibility for Ryu? Why does Allies seem to be threatening me? I thought, confused by everything. Wait. First, let's get used to it a little. I said, waving my arms to emphasize my point. At my shout, all the women calmed down, so I took a few seconds to speak. Okay, now one by one tell me what's going on. I pointed at them, and without wasting any time Reveria took a step forward. You're Aze's hero, and Aze is the only woman in your life. You don't have to take on the responsibility for Vendaval, Reveria told me seriously. You promised you would take responsibility for Ryu, now you can't back out, Allies told me, taking a step forward, as did Reveria. I see. I placed a hand on my chin and began to nod. First of all, Reveria, technically there are several women like that in my life, I don't know what you're talking about. On the other hand, Allies, I said I would take responsibility for Ryu, and of course I will. After all, she'll lose patrol time, hours I'll be responsible for. I told them with my eyes closed. But none of them said anything else. There was an eternal silence. I opened my eyes to see them all staring at me like I was an idiot. Did I say something wrong? I asked, confused by their faces. They were scaring me a little. I didn't remember you're terrible at these things, Reveria said, letting out a sigh, an action that was imitated by Allies. That's offensive by the way, what topic am I terrible at? I asked them doubtfully, the truth is that I don't know what they're talking about. Just forget it, Bell. By the way, where's Ryu? Allies wondered, not seeing Ryu by my side. That's right, where did those two go? I wonder the same, Reveria. Oh, they're over there, I said, pointing with a thumb behind me. They followed the direction of my thumb and saw them. They were right where I left them. They all sweated at the intense battle of glances between Aze and Ryu. The truth seemed to be at a standstill. Normal Pav. Shouldn't we stop them or at least separate them? Lafia asked innocently. Receiving no response, Lafia turned her gaze slightly to look at the others or where they should have been. They abandoned me, Lafia said incredulously. Everyone had left as soon as Lafia uttered those words. Even Bell left when he detected imminent danger in that battle of women, so he intelligently made a strategic retreat. Here I go, Lafia said with determination, heading towards the war zone between two women. That day Lafia was admitted to the Die Insect Clinic in serious condition. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.